how my paranormal experiences started. When I was about 11 or 12, I moved across the street from a classmate. I'm going to call her Kay. We started hanging out regularly. One night, we decided to play with the Ouija board. I've always loved spooky things and thought, ooh, how fun. Well, we contacted something, and it told us it was the devil. I asked, the devil? Like Satan the devil? And it replied, we are many. I started to feel like Kay was messing with me, and I told her to stop. She promised she was not, so I asked if it could do something. It asked, like what? Kay said, turn on the stove so we can light a cigarette. It replied with something like, this isn't a ghost. And I had no idea what it meant, and Kay said, remember the movie Ghost? He turns on the stove in the movie. Again, I thought, okay, she's messing with me. So we both got up from our Nintendo game chairs, and this was the late 80s or early 90s. We walked to the kitchen, lit our cigarettes, and walked back to the living room. I froze. One of the chairs was leaning back as if somebody was sitting in it. I pointed it out to Kay, and she walked over, grabbed the board, and we asked, are you sitting in the chair? It said yes. Kay asked if it needed help getting up. Yes. She walked over, put her foot on the chair, and with a bit of difficulty pushed it down. We decided at that moment that we didn't want to talk to it anymore, so we told it we were going to go watch a movie. So, goodbye. And that was that. A couple nights later, I was in Kay's room. Asked if we could play with the board again, and she said yeah, and we started talking. We got a male, 22 years old, I think. Kay asked, what is your name? It replied, capital N, capital O, capital P, pronounced nope. Sounds like Nop to me. Odd name, but okay, well, Kay asked, which one of us do you like? Wicked Witch 79. I'm guessing that's the OP. And then Kay let out a gasp. What? I asked. And she said, I saw it play with your hair, no joke. And I had very long hair, so I didn't feel anything. We kept asking questions, and at some point, Kay got extremely tired. So tired, she just kind of passed out. I kept playing. Stupid, I know. I don't remember what questions I was really asking, but I talked to him for a while. Then, about an hour later, Kay pops up and looks around. What happened? Are you still talking to him? I said, yeah, but I was just about to close the board and go to sleep. So we closed the board together. We laid down to sleep in her queen-size bed. As we're settling down, we started talking, and I said, what a weird name. Like, what's your name? Nope. Nope, you don't know or what? She giggled a little, and I closed my eyes, only seconds later feel the bed move. It was as if somebody was kicking the corner of the mattress. So I told Kay to stop bouncing her leg. She said she wasn't moving, so I sat up and put my arm over both of her legs. She was not moving, but the bed still felt like it was being kicked. I laid back down, pulled the covers up, and said out loud, I'm sorry, your name is just different, that's all. Then it stopped, and I just let out my breath, and felt like someone was laying on me, like snuggling. I was terrified, and I told Kay, and she said in a sleepy voice, because you have a ghost laying on you. I just laid there, not moving, and somehow I fell asleep. This was the beginning of my haunting. I'll post more later. It's getting late and I have more to tell. So after that day, at Kay's, I would hear odd noises. It sounded like somebody walking on my ceiling. I figured it was squirrels and my cat trying to get said critters. I shared a room with my sister, so nothing strange really happened except when my beloved rat died. I would hear her as if she had gotten out of her cage and was chewing everything in my closet. One night, my sister even heard it, chewing and shuffling the papers. She told me to stop making noise, and I told her it wasn't me, it was Ruby, my rat. So I said, "Ruby, we're trying to sleep, please be quiet." The noise stopped. She called me a dork and went back to sleep. So I got in trouble for smoking. So I wasn't allowed to hang out with Kay anymore. Then we moved to the house behind across the street from our landlord's house. They had to move because his daughter and niece said he sexually abused them, but he didn't. The man tried to kill himself in the garage. Already bad vibes. Also, I want to mention that we had huge power lines going through both yards. We moved in and I fought with my older sister about getting the biggest room. My dad agreed with me that she was hardly home and I was always there, so I needed the bigger room. This room was the eldest daughter's room. My sister got the room the little brother stayed in, and my grandmother got the room they used as like an office. My parents' room was on the other side of the house. Nest, the formal dining room. Then a gallery, a kitchen, a living room, and 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. A nest. Parents had a bathroom attached to their room, so this is when stuff really ramped up. I would have my 2 best friends, L and M, over to my house. Like a lot. And they liked my house because I had a pool, a big room, and my parents were always gone. And even if they weren't, we still snuck out of the woods near high school, which was only about a mile away. Those woods were haunted, and I have other stories of that place. But anyway. One afternoon, I was about 14 or 15 at the time. I felt awake, but also that I was dreaming. I was taking a nap in my daybed. It was the weirdest thing, so I don't know if it was a dream or some of it was happening, I don't know. But I felt hands on me. I felt somebody touching me. I could see the blankets moving, but my body didn't feel it. The sheets didn't move on my body, but my mind and brain said they were. Again, I could feel the touching, so I moaned out, "No!" Turned on my stomach. The blankets pulled back up, but again, I couldn't feel them with my body. I saw them go up around my neck, and then I got the feeling I was going to have this thing strangle me if I didn't get up. So I jumped up, fully awake. The blanket had been around my neck. I got up, went to the living room, and watched TV, and I told my friend Elle about my dream, how it was weirded out. She said she could send Alex, and I won't go into full detail about Alex, but for now, he's a ghost that haunted my friend Elle. You know how that sounds. I didn't believe in Alex, but some strange things happened to make me think different. This is one of those times where she said she sent him over to my house and didn't hang up with me until he was there. Again, I thought she was just trying to make me feel better, so I started getting ready for bed, so I was about to take a shower. So I said to the air, feeling stupid, I said, "Alex, I'm taking a shower. I'll be right back, just wait here." I turned to leave the room, and before I reached my door, my bed creaked. And it was a cheap metal daybed, and it creaked when somebody sat on it. But weirded out, I went out of the room to go to the bathroom and took a shower. I got dressed and laid down in bed, and I suddenly felt somebody's spoon up next to me. I reminded myself that I asked Alex for protection. Started to believe even more in Alex. I had several Ouija board experiences. I got a native girl who was killed. Then her killer came on the board, so it said, and we banished him. I was told I had 2 guides. M found out that she had a dead lover trying to find her, and he had his servant following her. More on that later, sounds unreal. A guy who hung himself then appeared to us hanging while my mom opened the door to ask what kind of pizza we wanted. Pepperoni. Now I'm hungry. I saw a shadow and Elle saw an actual body. And M refused to look because she could feel his energy behind her. We even got Zozo. We didn't even know who that was, but we told it to leave because we didn't like the energy. Nop, I'm going to call him Nop, would come on the board and torment me. I would tell him to leave, and I didn't want to talk to him because he scared me. think it made him stronger to know that. I told a friend at school about Nop, and how he followed me, and I got tired and weak, and she said my eyes turned yellow. Anyway, one night I went to bed and it was quiet. I had my small clip-on fan going to keep me cool, and my daybed was now like a black fold-out couch. I was 16 at this time, and I was relaxing. Just laying there, just letting the sleep take me. That's when I hear, "Hey!" It was clearly spoken into my ear. My eyes fly open and I look at my red glowing clock and it's 3:15 a.m. My arms and legs feel heavy and I suddenly can't move. I feel tired, so tired. And as I struggle to stay awake, I can feel his hands on me. His mouth on my, well, this gets graphic, but breasts. I can feel him on me. I struggled to move, to yell out, no, and I couldn't. I struggled more, and I did manage to get up, and I ran out of the room and went to sleep on the couch next to my parents' room. In the morning, I looked in the mirror, and I had what can only be described as hickeys all over my body. My breasts and throat had hickey marks. I was in shock for the rest of the day and walked around covered and paranoid. A friend E and C noticed I was jumpy, asked me what was wrong. I told him he wouldn't believe me, and he said, "Try me." So I told them. I was waiting for them to laugh, but they didn't, and we went to my house. My sister and parents were out, but Grandma was home as usual and doing fine. I took the two guys, E and C, to my room, and before we walked in, E said, "Is he there?" I said, "There are a lot of them." Hold on. I took a chance. I had from day one in that room heard tapping on the bifold doors in my closet, and I always thought it was just settling or whatever. But I suddenly realized something was trying to get my attention, so I said, "If anyone is here, tap 2 times. Tap, tap. E said, "Well, that was kind of settling." Is that a word? Oh, settling. That was just settling. Like I had always thought. Tap 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. If you can hear me, tap 4 times. Tap, 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 tap. Was that 4? Both C and E were convinced, and we walked into my room and took out my board and called Nop. E and C laid in on him. "How dare you do that? She can't even move. You're a coward. I demand you answer to me." Then all was silent, and C said, "Did you hear that?" E and I said no. They said, "Get the girl tonight." We all just sat there looking stupid at each other. Then C cried out and said his arms are burning. I got up and turned on the light, and he had scratch marks all down his arms, and I know he didn't do it to himself as we were all sitting together. We left, and I didn't come home till early in the morning. Nothing happened that day. I have heard growling behind me as I was drawing. Thought it was my German Shepherd, but she was sleeping in the living room. My radio has changed channels and skipped songs on discs. Stopped the tape player. My bed is shaken, and I've heard voices that I thought was the TV. I have seen my friend F walking to my sliding glass doors, but then not even being there. I had people stop by for just a few minutes, and M stopped by with some bandmates from school, and I had a feeling M wanted to ask me something, so went to my room. She did have a question. When we got back to the front living room, the two girls I left there, the third was using the bathroom, they said, "Your dad's home and sounds mad." She was scared. I was confused. My parents wouldn't be home till 6 or 7. My dad never yelled, so why would he be eerily just yelling? Or perhaps being here early and yelling. I went to my garage and no one car was gone, and told her that he wasn't there, and both girls looked at each other, and M said, "I told you it was haunted." The third girl came from the bathroom and was about to speak when I turned to her and said, "So you like the 2-ply? She stared at me and said, "How'd you know I was going to say that?" And at this point, the 2 other girls had had enough, wanted to leave. M said again as they walked out, "I told you it was haunted." L and M just sort of stayed the night. I heard a voice say, "Don't go back to the bedroom." So, of course, Em and I went, and, well, nothing happened. But we ran out, and I had shared dreams. I have had visits in my dreams. Dreamed things, like where stuff's about to happen, and reading minds, and just all kinds of weird stuff. Sleep paralysis and other experiences. Everyone I see has a color haze around them. I can only see it in my brain, not wholly with my eyes, if that makes sense. And I do not call them auras myself, although other people in my life do, and love to hear what color I see them as. Some people's color, like my mom's, they're static, while others change between a few colors. My brain also associates letters, numbers, and words and months with like a specific, usually static color as well. If anybody wants me to talk more about that, I'd be more than happy to, in the appropriate subreddit. That being said, I never see humans as black, white, or gray. That fact plays a very important role for me in, well, a few of these instances. Here are my experiences, in chronological order. 16 years old. I used to house or pet and babysit for some family friends. The house was super old, and I hated the feeling of being watched. I felt in that house from the day we helped them move in. The house was really old and made all the old house noises. The house alarm would go off in the middle of the night, as would the doors opening ding-ding that newer alarm systems do. My room and bathroom, for when I stayed there, was tucked in the back corner on the opposite side of the house from anything else. And I hated the feeling I got going back there. So I'd always sleep on the couch in the back living room, and only go back there to deal with cat feeding and litter box things. When you first walk in the house, to your right is the front of the living room, and then further right is the dining room. To your immediate left is an exposed staircase facing the front door leading up to a bonus room that was set up to be a playroom. Then, through a threshold at the back in the front living room led to the back living room, hallway to the master bed and bath and kids' bed and bath and kitchen, and hallway to my bed and bath. Once when I was babysitting the kids, a 5-year-old female and a 6-year-old male, we were playing hide and seek. I was laying on my back on the couch in the front living room counting. I heard the kids go upstairs to hide. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't physically move and breathing was almost impossible. Sitting on my chest was a girl about my size, 5'4", 90 pounds. Sitting crisscross applesauce on my chest, looking down, like just at me, with long black stringy hair. I think The Grudge meets The Ring, only she was all black and misty and had no face. Then I heard the kids calling for me, and I started panicking. I couldn't move, and all I was thinking was, she's gonna kill them. She's going to kill them, and I'll have no explanation, because the demon is going to kill the kids. Then the kids started coming down the stairs to get me, and as soon as they got far enough down that I could see them, she vanished, and I could move and I could breathe again. I never let them be in a different room than me in that house ever again, and I never saw her again, but the feeling was always there, still, even well into my adulthood. 16 to 18 years old, after the girl, I started having bouts of sleep paralysis at home. It was throughout the rest of high school. They only happened if my closet doors were opened. The weird spring hinge foldy ones. The ones that you kind of have to close at the same time and open way too easily. Anyway, a man in a top hat, hunched over because he's too tall to stand in my closet. Black and misty. Best I can describe him as a mixture of Slender Man and Babadook. which I did not watch until years later and had a terrifying revelation the first time I did watch it. I would feel watched even with the doors closed, because the gaps were so big, but the paralysis only happened if the doors opened in the night. 19 years old. All through high school, I had this very controlling boyfriend I was head over heels in love with, and he was a year younger than me. And on track to be a Marine, I saw him all the way through that journey up to a nasty breakup. One of his biggest rules was, I'm going to be a Marine, and that means I'll be the best. The Marines aren't allowed to smoke pot, so that means you're not allowed to smoke pot. If I ever catch you smoking pot, I'll break up with you. Once again, head over heels, so once we broke up in college, I drove out to my best friend's apartment for the weekend to do all the things I was never allowed to do with him. A friend of a friend of a friend I didn't know. They brought over some pot, and quick side note, I had a small stint where I smoked cigarettes for said boyfriend, and found out that I get addicted to things very easily, and will only chain smoke. We sat in her bathroom, and I smoked about maybe 1.5 bowls in less than 3 minutes. It wasn't hitting, and I didn't know what I was doing. I'll go ahead and let you all know now. What I didn't find out much later is it was indeed not pot, but K2 black magic, and I tripped. I teleported to my friend's bathroom in her childhood home. I teleported to different colors, just floating in a fetal position surrounded by each color, one of which I still can't name or describe. She had this wall-sized tapestry of an owl, and it kept talking to me. So they moved me out into the living room while they played Goat Simulator. And there it was. This was a small apartment, so she had a vertical washer and dryer combo in the common space. My brain was sending out sonar to the whole room, and I could feel pretty much everything with my brain. The cabinets, the crown molding, the light fixtures, and then there he was. A man, a little bit over 6 feet tall, faceless, bald, and naked with an elongated head. Balled up into a fetal position over the washer and dryer, all black and misty. Just like the girl that, well, that's what she appeared as anyways. He never looked at me, but he knew I was in there, and he knew I could see him. I just watched him until I passed out. I told my friend about it the next morning, and she brushed it off, and she's always been a very staunch atheist, and by the way, I'm not. Never believed in anything on the other side, really. The next summer, best friend and friend number 2 and I went to the beach for our yearly weekend. Friend number 2 and I were talking about the previous year, and he started talking about how he felt a presence in her apartment near the door to her room, right beside the washer and dryer. I then shared my experience with him, and he confirmed what he felt was a very similar energy to what I described. She brushed it off again until, a year later, she texted me to let me know that she got really drunk one night, and she saw him and continued to feel the presence on after that. It affected her so much that she ended up moving apartments. Needless to say, I've never had any desire to consume any substance since then. At 26 years old, I had a major break from my sleep paralysis through college and the early years of my marriage. Then one night, a little over a year ago, when I was pregnant with my son, it happened again. Our bedroom is very small and can only be set up in a certain way, because the bedroom and bathroom doors, they both open into the bedroom. When laying in bed, the bedroom door opens towards you, and the bathroom door opens away from you. Important side note, my bathroom is built on by our landlord, and it's not insulated and has no vents. So whatever temperature it is outside, it's that in my bathroom. So I have a heater that runs in there in the winter, with a red light on it. My husband was on night shift at this time, and my daughter, almost 2 years old, was in the room. Both dogs and cats were in my room as well. And somehow my bathroom door unlatched and opened just a crack. Almost to the top of the door appears 4 abnormally long, bony, pale fingers that wrap around the edge of the door, eerily dimly lit with the red glow from the light on the heater. Then the paralysis sets in. Every so often, the finger just taps on the door in slow succession, like somebody drumming their fingers on a table, but hauntingly slow. I watched for what I think was hours. I was able to move my eyes away once, and as soon as I did, I heard the door creaking open more, and when I looked back, it stopped. Fingers still there. I watched them until I think I fell asleep. 27, almost 28. There's a lot of exposition to this instance. Excuse me. I pumped and nursed for a little over a year for my son, born March 2024. I lost way too much weight and pushed myself to the brink of delusional exhaustion near the end. I also had this really bad habit of, when I did my final pump for the night, usually around midnight to 1 a.m., I'd prop myself up and fall asleep sitting up while I pumped. I would either set an alarm or my husband would wake me to go to bed when my pump stopped. And a few months ago, I busted my eyebrow open on a kettle latch at work, and I'm a vet tech, by the way. Mild concussion. Probably could have used some stitches. But I decided to let it heal by, a scab. It ached from time to time, and one night, almost 2 weeks into my eyebrow healing, I was doing my usual final pump routine, and my husband was laying on the floor in front of me watching TV. Dead asleep, I shot awake because I felt my eyebrow rupture open and I felt blood gushing. I'm panicking, I'm trying to explain to him what's going on, and he finally gets calmed down enough to explain to me that nothing's going on. I calm down enough to finish my pump and we go to bed. Later in the night, our daughter comes running into her room and I scoop her up into my lap and rock her back to sleep. Mostly asleep myself. Then all I could hear was this constant screaming. Distant, but also very close, and all I could think to myself was, why is there another little girl in my house and why is she screaming? What's going on? Who is the other little girl in my house? Except I couldn't move. I was just sitting crisscross on my bed, eyes closed, hunched over my sleeping daughter, cradled in my lap. I don't remember the screaming stopping, and I don't remember laying back down with my daughter beside me. The next night I asked my husband about it all, and he confirmed my eyebrow freak-out did actually happen. I explained to him how painful and real it had felt, and that I remembered it clearly, even though I wasn't really awake. I was also fully, intelligible and having conversations with him while I'm half asleep, and I won't remember the next day. Did it to my mom growing up too, so remembering of those instances is very rare for me. I then asked him about the screaming girl. He looked at me funny and said, "You mean our son's name?" He cried for a long time when, our daughter's name woke him up. It took me forever to get him back down. And I do want to add that... Jeez. And I do want to add that because of our work schedules, me being 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and him 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., he typically does the nighttime wakes-ups. And if it's both kids, I take our girl and he takes her boy, because our boy is a stage 10 clinger. And if he sees me, he won't go back to sleep. So my husband getting up for the kids instead of me is our norm. But I was very disoriented and put off by the fact that, one, seemed to be having an episode while my child was crying that I couldn't come out of, and two, that I was so deep in it that I couldn't even recognize my own child's cries. Bullet point. I will not go upstairs alone. Either my husband or the dog has to go up there with me during daylight hours. I'll not go up there at night, and I feel something in that staircase that I just can't describe. Like something calls me up there, but not benevolently. because of this, our kids, now 3 and 1, share a room downstairs across the hall from us. Also, I just don't want my 3-year-old alone in a different level of the house than us. We're currently in the process of moving to a 1-story place that has enough rooms for everyone. These are all that I've experienced up to this point, and I'm hoping that with the new house and stopping nursing will allow me to get more sleep, maybe decrease on the occurrences of sleep paralysis and exhaustion. I hope so. Childhood, childhood. I'm 35 now, and as if I've always been hypersensitive to the spiritual or vibrational energy side of life. Sorry, this is kind of long, but there was so much. Since high school, I was heavy into drugs and alcohol, and I hit it very well, to the point that I was a fully functioning, highly drugged-up person from morning until I slept at night. I played sports every year, and all throughout the year while still playing it off. It wasn't until I was 32 or 33 that life got crazy. It was right before the pandemic, and I remember crawling on my bedroom floor, gasping for air to the point I was freaking out. All I remembered was having a hard time breathing and gasping until I blacked out. I woke up on the floor hours later feeling empty and like I was in a long hallway. That's when I began hearing and seeing things daily and all day. This was literally a few months before the pandemic broke out, before any word of the virus or its name. And at that point in life, I had left a long, toxic relationship and started coming into a groove where I began to go out again. It was 2019, and that year I got roofied 4 times, 4 separate events throughout the year, and coded twice in one night, a week before my 34th birthday. So that's 2 death, 0 me. I was released out of the hospital, but again there was that empty feeling, and it became bigger and overwhelming. So around 33, 34, I'm working this sick job in a cannabis dispensary in Hawaii, and it was during the beginning phase of the industry that was in Hawaii, so it was very exciting times. I eventually worked my way into a store manager position for their 3rd location, and that's when things began turning into a full-blown haunting. I lived with my parents at the time, and they helped me get my life together and watched my dog as I worked brutal soul-killing hours. My mom revealed to me after the entire haunting that in that beginning time, the security light outside of my room would stay on as if somebody was standing right outside of my window. She also spotted a male figure standing outside, believing somebody was there to the point that she went out with a bat. But it was always nothing, and all this happening, and I was oblivious. I started to become aware when I would go to the bathroom at work. A simple, small 5-by-5-foot bathroom with a sink, a 6-foot-tall locker column, and a toilet. I ate a lot, so I took a lot of shits. So when I'd be going number 2, the faucet to the sink would go off and on rapidly. It was one of those sensor ones, so I thought of it as being nothing. It began happening more and more to the point that every time I went in there, it was going off. I began posting it to Instagram stories for fun and proof because nobody would believe me. One morning I'm getting ready and it's doing it again. So I record and I post, and one of my coworkers, who is more like a sister, comes in and tells the whole crew to gather around one morning before opening. Apparently, she had some stuff to tell us. At this point, it's a couple of months after opening, and just the water faucet was the biggest anomaly. She begins explaining how her wife saw a dark entity behind me, and to use her words, the entity played with me as if I was a toy. She said that she would see it in the window at night watching us leave, and as we did every night at about 7:30. She gave a stern warning to stop engaging, because it was not good. We're all interested, but it didn't fully set in until a few weeks later, and the wife literally drew the store's floor plan with specific details in each room connecting to the other ghost stories. These were other ghost stories that our security guards had experienced, but were not really made known until this moment. She said this dark entity dwells upwards and toward the back of the undeveloped space. A big open empty room with weird mirrors along some of the back walls. Totally construction site looking. It's fucking freaky. The wife would come and wait for a couple of hours in the parking lot until we finished. That's because the building was very strict with government regulation on people entering without proper documentation of a valid medical cannabis card. She drew the map one day, waiting in the car, having no idea of how the store was built. But she explained it like it was a vision she was getting while sitting out there. That kind of set the energy into an anxious-filled vibration. Plus, we were all working to the bone and drained from it all, and there was fear in the air, and that heightened everything quickly. We had a new girl from Tennessee, and she began experiencing stuff immediately. On her first week, she asked if there was anything wrong with the bathroom faucet, and we all looked at each other and said, "No." But she knew. One night, we had a late patient come, and we were helping her on the sales floor together while shutting down. Super casual chit-chat vibes because, well, she was the sweet auntie type. We had iPads which had a stand, and it was displayed on showing our menu. We had 3 on the sales floor always, and always in its stand during open hours. And while we're talking to this lady, helping her choose something to help her cannabis needs, one of the iPads fly off the stand and travels about 3 feet. Tennessee and I look at each other with a fearful what the fuck look. The room gets silent as we look at each other, and the woman that we're helping looks upward and around and asks if we got the building blessed. Sadly, they skipped that process for this store, only because of the delays it took to open, and they just wanted it done. So the answer was no, and we told her no. She made her purchase and left right after that. There was 3 of us there, and as soon as she left, we locked up and came back to the sales floor to express our shock, like what just happened, and why did that lady leave like that? Then boom! The building shakes as there's this huge boom on the roof that vibrates the whole room. And being the manager with 2 freaked out girls with me, I'm like, grab your ish and let's motherfucking go now. Grab your ish. We ran like it was motherfucking chasing us. Being the manager, I had to close the building down, so they waited right outside the door as I went and secured the building and set the alarm. We left shook and calmed each other, but I know for sure that day stuck with them. Security would come and bring supplies to us, since we were a few cities away from the main hub. So the guard and I are walking into my office when we swipe with my card and enter. The sensor doesn't register us, so the lights are off, and so she tries to manually press the lights on and nothing. At this point, the hauntings are becoming common knowledge for anybody who frequented there. So we're standing there a little scared, and I jokingly say, "We gotta go out and ask the ghost for the light." She looks at me with like a I'm dumb face, and we leave and close the door. I knock and ask out loud, "Yo, ghost, can you turn the light on?" I swipe my card and we enter, and let there be motherfucking light. Working normally. She pieced the fuck out so fast I was just in awe, like, oh shit, this is for real, for real. To save some time, I'll summarize the hauntings, because the end is fucking nuts, I promise, and lights are going off and on, and now no one wants to use the bathroom. And in the back undeveloped space during broad daylight, you hear conversations and people walking back there. The dark and empty room in a highly secured building, caught on security camera. We have light switch physically turning off and on, as well as more iPads flying off their stands. And I was having to send home coworkers who got locked into a room with lights turned off and hearing growls because they were too scared. And some were getting sick. The speaker system would increase in volume until it was maxed out. But it made a beeping noise as it increased, but no one was near it. A noise made when you physically press the volume plus button, pounding and knocking and scratching from the walls where the empty undeveloped space was on the other side. The light bulb fell from the bathroom light when I was in there, unscrews itself and fell into the sink while I was standing in the mirror. And we had a locker in the bathroom that would shake and move to the point we found its screws and bolts on the floor every morning. Thinking the locker was going to fall and hurt somebody, we moved it to the undeveloped space. And then my friend's wife asked her that day if we moved something. We said, yeah. She said, not a good idea. She had a dream it fell and hit me, knocking me out in the bathroom. And that ramped up the haunting energy. Apparitions and electrical disturbances on security cameras. And many times I'd have to go back to the store after we closed, and every time I left I could feel someone watching me. And one morning, we found face and handprints on the window as if somebody was pressed up against the glass peering out. My bottle flew across the room when we walked away for a second with footprints in the spilled liquids. Footprints that didn't match any of ours. Lights, fans, phones burning out around me at home. My mom and I started hearing loud booms in the backyard at 3 a.m. So many others, but I'm just high and my mind is running wild. This was all in a 5-month period to give even more of an idea of how fast it all had happened. Okay, last one before then, because it made it to our COO. One morning I'm running late for work, and in our company communications we used Slack under my account. Something messages asking where's Aaron in an open channel. And at the same time I'm having a conversation with my assistant saying that I'm on the way now, leaving my home. That day was delayed when one of my window jalousies had cracked and broke. I didn't see the question asking it for me until I got into work. Jalousies? Anyway, I get into work and our IT does their magic and sees that the message was sent to my phone the same time when the window broke. And while I was messaging my assistant, now on to the end. All during this time, our corporate office was too busy to even entertain a blessing, but after all of that, it was physically affecting us. I was able to look for someone to bless it, and at the time we had a kahu, or spiritual intuitive teacher healer person. It was used in our family because she helped detach an entity from my niece, keeping her from sleep and eating to the point she was going to doctors and I didn't know why. And what the fuck? Yeah. Alrighty then. So one day, before opening, I call her and she knew. She said, he's right behind you, and I'm on the other side of the lobby wall in the undeveloped area when my friend comes through the door saying she heard a growl, and she feels sick to her stomach. She was right on the other side of the wall from where I was. I have to send her home because she's pale-faced and shook. And this kahu begins telling me that this entity is not good. He was obsessed with watching me and playing with me, hence all the disturbances. She begins to explore more that he attached his energy to me during our construction build walkthroughs. At the same time when my mom started seeing that guy outside in the backyard and the security light right outside my room constantly getting triggered and staying on at night. The big one was when she explained that he was a child molester and did a lot of horrible things when he was alive, and that he died in the area behind her building by the water. Either he drowned or someone drowned him. That was why the water faucet kept going off and on. So I'm floored, but quickly after those events they aligned and we finally got blessed. It was the perfect energy cleanse which calmed things down completely. Why this is huge is starting around the age of 6 or 7 until middle school. I was heavily molested while playing sports to the point I was physically having it hurt me. Then right before high school I was drugged, got hit a few good times, and raped and blacked out, and then he left me at someone's house. That was when I lost myself in drugs and heavily to help with carrying on and having no family to help or even know. And some 20 years later, this haunting was the huge universal event that shook me to begin this huge moment to heal from my trauma, because the life I was living literally killed me a few times. 35 and deaf, leading a better life toward a healing and sobriety. No longer working there, and life took a complete turn, but for the better. Don't fuck with the universe. This be wild. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we travel deep into the shadows seeking haunted places, dark secrets, and the strange truths others are too afraid to speak aloud. Ghosts, they're just beginning. Subscribe now, and bring a flashlight. House E13. My dad told us the house we lived in 15 years ago was haunted. Being a cop, a cop's kid in India, it comes with a fair share of creepy and scary incidents and stories. But what my dad told us a few months ago made me question my memories of our childhood home. Me and my siblings like to listen to our dad's anecdotes, how he solved impossible murders and the usual cop stories. But what he told us this one night, it was different. Might have had a drink or two after dinner, but nothing unusual. As we sat in our living space, we were questioning him about some case he'd solved several years ago. He was posted as an inspector in charge, like equivalent to a precinct captain in the U.S. It was of a national park region, and cops in India get transferred from one area to another quite frequently. Most decide to move without their families, but my father preferred to keep his family close. Well, that's weird. About 15 years ago, he was transferred to a national park, and we also moved there with him. That's the most of what I remember, given that I was only 6. I only have happy memories of the place, and me and my siblings played in the garden with our dog. Us going on safaris, and my time at the local school. Anyways, that night out of the blue, his tone became a little serious as he talked about the house we lived in. I remember it being like any other government-allotted residence in India. The gardens are larger than the house itself, but the space was more than enough for our family and our dog. He reminded my mom how he moved a few weeks earlier than us to make sure the place is clean and renovated. It was next to a jungle. But when he reached there, he was shocked at the sight of the place. The previous inspector chose not to live in the residence for some reason, and the place was not maintained. He described the place in grave detail. 7-foot-tall shrubs covered the entrance and the front garden. The small pathway to the front door looked like a cave. There were vines everywhere, and God, the rats were the size of small cats. Intrigued, we pressed him to give us everything that he knew about it. No, you won't be able to sleep tonight if I did. But we were not backing away now. We had a feeling he was making all this up, but we were hooked and we wanted to know more. The house number was 13. Nobody wanted to take it. My junior officers told me not to move into that place. But my ego was too big, and honestly, I don't believe in ghosts myself. I remember getting a new nameplate for our house. We lived in Lane E, so originally the house was E13. My dad got it changed to E12A. I did think it was a little bit strange, but didn't give it much thought as a kid. I got the place renovated and cleaned up, and it took a couple of weeks. 2 days before you were about to arrive, I decided to sleep in the house. The police barracks were definitely not for me. He continued. My driver and my assistant didn't want me to stay alone. They didn't want to stay in the house either, and after a long conversation with them, they agreed to let me sleep in the house only if I let them sleep in the patrol car outside. I was confused and honestly a little bit pissed off, but whatever helped me get a good night's sleep in my own bed. He paused again. He was trying to kind of talk us out of this little storytelling session, but we weren't budging. Whatever. Just don't come running into our room tonight if you have a nightmare. He continued hesitantly. I moved my stuff into the house that afternoon, and I noticed that they had placed the bed in what should have been the living room. When I asked them to move the bed into another room separated from the front door, they straight up denied. That was the last straw. I told them that they have to do it, or I'll do it myself, because this is my residence now. And they eventually complied. He took another sip of his whiskey. In the evening, the movers left and I decided to go and check in at the station before calling it a day. Something came up at the station, so I asked a constable to go and switch on the lights of the house. It was like 50 meters away from the station. 2 hours went by and he didn't come back. We decided to go back and check on him. My mom was not enjoying this conversation at all. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" she scolded him mockingly. Didn't think much of it, honestly. At this point, we couldn't tell if he was just joking or if it was true, but we didn't care. Yeah, so we found him passed out in the lobby, but he was a little old, so we thought maybe the heat got to him. He was taken by a doctor, but my assistant and driver were acting weirdly. They did not seem happy, asked me to sleep at the barracks again, and like the last time, I refused. He took a breath and continued. After nightfall, I got ready to go to bed, but something seemed a little bit off. Living close to national parks is spooky enough, but this was different. I brushed it off and laid down in the bed, but a few minutes later, as I stared into the ceiling, I noticed something. The fan. One of its blades was slightly bent. Not something you'd spot straight away, but like a scoop, as if something pulled it downward. A lot of strange scenarios played in my mind as to what could have caused it, but the house was abandoned for years, so I figured it could have been a vine or a shrub or something. I did eventually fall asleep. "Don't tell me somebody hung themselves from that fan," I said, half disgusted and half excited. "Something like that." He smiled. My mom was not impressed, though. "I lived in that house alone with the kids for weeks at a time, and you didn't bother to tell me somebody killed themselves in the house." "What you don't know can't hurt you, can it?" he replied smugly. So the next day I decided to ask the two idiots why they want to spend the night in the patrol car and not at their homes. They were a little bit tight-lipped initially, but eventually the history of the house was revealed to me. About 5 years before we moved in, the family lived in the residence. A man, his wife, and her sister. One sister hung herself in the bedroom, the other burnt herself in the kitchen, and after that nobody wanted to live in the house. As ghost story buffs, me and my siblings were enjoying every bit of this. I was a little uncomfortable learning all of this, but as a cop, I had seen much worse, and I decided I was going to prove that the house is not haunted. If a family with young kids could have stayed there, anybody could. "God, I can't believe this. You're ready to put your kids in danger for the sake of your reputation," my mom retorted. But to be honest, she was herself quite intrigued by this. "What danger? Ghosts? You don't believe that." "And the house was amazing, perfect for our kids, and had a great time there," he replied. "So what happened next?" my sister asked. "Well, this was the day before you were set to arrive. I decided to sleep alone in the house again. Nothing happened the previous night, so it was okay. I went to bed a little bit early, and the house was hectic, but around midnight I woke to the sound of faint sobs, almost sing-songy, like a woman was crying but singing at the same time. I decided to check it out, and I peeped outside through the front window, and my aides were fast asleep in the patrol car. But the sound was coming somewhere from the back, near the kitchen. I walked through the living room to the lobby as the voice grew louder. Eventually, I stood outside the kitchen, and I made sure to turn on all the lights in the rest of the house while walking toward the kitchen. I looked around in the kitchen, and there was nothing, but I could still hear the voice, and it was close. I looked at my mom. "Do you remember a small pantry we always kept closed?" "Yeah, the pantry you asked to keep closed, I remember," she replied. I leaned around the doorframe and peeped into it, and well, I saw something below the slab. I don't know how to describe it, but it was a figure, a half-burnt woman crouched into a tight space, and she was sobbing. He paused for a moment. We were all silent as well. It was for a split second. I didn't even realize what I saw until I turned my eyes back into the kitchen. I spun around immediately, and it was still there, and this figure, her flesh was burnt red, black, and shades of purple. Her hair was fried, and her head shifted, and her hollow eyes looked straight at me. "All right, you got us. Oh, we're scared," my brother mocked. "You know I don't lie. Plus, you were the ones who wanted to know," Dad replied. "So what did you do next?" I asked. "I went numb, quite frankly. Walked back to the bedroom and fell asleep. Left the lights on, didn't do anything," and he shrugged. "What? You saw a ghost and fell asleep?" "Yeah." "Maybe it was a dream because you had heard the story that day and your mind was playing games," I asserted. "Maybe." "Or maybe it was indeed a ghost," my sister countered. "Maybe." "You're lying." "I saw what I saw, and you can believe whatever you want. And by the way, the old man who lived in the house opposite to us was killed by his son for money a few years after we moved out. He said something compelled them to do it, and might have been lying to protect himself, I don't know. We still couldn't tell if he was lying." "Wow, that's crazy. Did you see something again while we were there with you?" I asked. "Yeah, I heard the sobbing again a few times. I didn't react or wake up and eventually got used to it. Shadows here and there. The house help refused to stay with you in the house overnight whenever I was away on operations. Maybe she sent something too. That's why I got Buddy. Someone suggested I get a black dog to ward off the spirits. A dog with 3 small kids was difficult to handle, but it was necessary." I looked back at Mom, and she was a little bit pissed, but not enough. "You seriously had no idea about this?" "I did," she replied. "Do you remember Monica? The neighbor who tutored you in the evening? Months after we moved out, she called me and told me everything. Your dad asked them not to tell us anything because it could have spooked me out." She looked at Dad accusingly. "Worked out well, didn't it?" I hated when he's smug. Of course, I'm pretty sure these kids were enough to spook the ghosts out themselves. Now I'm done with this ghost talk, I'm going to go to sleep. Mom walked out of the bedroom. "Anything else you want to tell us?" my sister asked. "Yeah. Remember the house we lived in during quarantine? Well, an inspector died in the kitchen due to cardiac arrest in 2018, I think. He took the last sip of his drink and walked away. Ugh," we all grunted almost in unison. So that was the craziest story my dad's ever told us. I believe him, and I don't know if what he experienced was real. But I do know that his experience was something. He later asked Dad if the house still exists, and we wanted to visit it, but we found out that the house was demolished. It was unstable after years of abandonment. The current inspector also told us that Dad's successor decided to move in. Apparently, he came running out of the house during one of his nights and never went back in there. Which is kind of funny, but I also feel bad for him. Nobody wanted to stay there, and I went on Google Maps and found House E13. I'll attach the pictures. Jinns are calling me. I was in 2nd grade in high school when this event happened. I was staying in a male student dormitory with a scholarship since my school was in a different city than my hometown. I was quite a successful student, too. We had 4 beds in our room, unlike the other rooms in the dormitory. Our room was divided into 2 by an aluminum door, and the room had a single door. We had to pass through the part of the room where we were staying to visit the other room. 3 beds and 3 closets were on one side, and 3 beds and 3 closets were on the other side. The room was for 6 people, but we were staying as 5. Vulcan, Senior, Curtulus were sleeping on the window side, while I and... I'm seeing umlauts. I and Sukru were sleeping in the front section of the main door. As 5 roommates, we used to get along with each other very well. Thus, we used to sit together on the window side and chat here. It was a Friday evening, and we agreed to buy some snacks together and chat until the morning after school. We went shopping and came to our dormitory. We met in the room by the window and started a conversation. While we were talking about things, the teacher's aide visited our room and took attendance. He also said, "Don't stay up late. Sleep." We told him, "We don't have school tomorrow. We'll sleep until noon." And he left. Later, we kept our conversation from where we left. It was late, and we kept talking about things, and then we started to talk about djinns and some supernatural creatures. We were telling horror stories about them, not caring about whether they were true or not. Since it was late at night, we were afraid of these stories, but we also couldn't stop listening to them. Meanwhile, our friend Vulcan was a sleepwalker, and our room was on the 2nd floor. Sometimes we couldn't find Vulcan in his bed, and sometimes when he woke up. At first, we used to worry, but we got used to it soon. We were even making jokes about it. We told this to our teachers and got the key to our room from Vulcan. We used to lock the room to prevent Vulcan from going out of the room. We kept talking. It was around 4:30 or 5:30 a.m., and we said, "Let's sleep now." Since I'm afraid of such conversations, I said, "I will not go to bed." I said, "I'm afraid of the other side, and keep the lights on. You can sleep, I'll text my girlfriend." My friends told me okay. Sukru was a bit weird. He was not interested in religion, and he said, "Esru, the djinns." He also cursed them. We all told him don't say such things and tried to explain the possible dangers as he can experience because of these disrespectful words, in line with our beliefs. As expected, he did not care about what we told him, and Sukru went to the other section to sleep alone, and I sat down and I was texting my girlfriend. About 20 minutes passed after everybody fell asleep. However, I was still afraid due to the horror stories that I listened to all night. Thus, I could not fall asleep yet. The door of the room was broken. You could not open the door unless you put too much pressure on the knob, and sometimes you could not open the door at all. We even sometimes would kick it, and I heard the door opening. I stretched my head forward to see who entered, but couldn't see anyone, and I told myself, I think Sukru left the door open and didn't care about it a lot. Later, the aluminum door that divides the room into 2 opened slowly. I thought the window in the hall was open since I felt a breeze too. I clearly felt the wind. The weather was slightly rainy and windy, and I got up and closed both doors. Once I turned around, Vulcan woke me up. His eyes were wide open, and they were looking at me. He asked, "Who's sleeping next to me?" Since I know Vulcan was a sleepwalker, I said, "Don't talk rubbish. No one is sleeping next to you. Go to sleep." Vulcan swore that somebody's sleeping next to him, and his face is not visible, and he even has black teeth. Though I started to get scared, I was still saying things like, "Vulcan, there's no one there. Go to sleep." Vulcan got up and said, "They're calling me." And once said, "Don't talk rubbish, bro. No one is calling you. Go to sleep." Vulcan suddenly rushed toward the door with quick steps. And he was a sleepwalker, but he used to move slowly, and this time there was something weird. While Vulcan was about to get out of the aluminum door, I caught him from his waist and shouted, "Stop!" However, Vulcan kept walking by and dragging me. I started to shout to ask for help from my friends, and I was shouting, "Sukru, wake up, bro! Something wrong with Vulcan." Meanwhile, Curtulus woke up and asked who was the one in Vulcan's bed, and he asked it in fear. "Vulcan, who's in your bed?" I turned and looked at the bed while trying to hold Vulcan, and there was no one in the bed. Sinir also woke up to shouting, and I told him, "Go and tell the teacher. Something's happening in the room." Sinir jumped out of bed and went to call the teacher. Meanwhile, Kurtulus was looking at Vulcan's bed and was standing still, and Vulcan was trying to keep going and shouting, "Let go of me, they're calling me, I must go." He was also trying to hit me and run away from me. Suddenly I think of Sukru. I had no power to hold back Vulcan, and I yelled, "Sukru!" He didn't reply. Sukru was not into his bed. Suddenly I heard breaking glass from outside, and meanwhile the teacher also arrived. I'm not sure whether it was a coincidence or fate, but our teacher's aide was our religion teacher on that day. He was more knowledgeable than regular religion teachers. He was holding an old book with a red cover, and he would never leave it. He entered the room with the book and caught Vulcan. Well, Sinir and me and the teacher barely put him into the bed. And while we're joking, I could easily put Vulcan down on my own, but the three of us were barely handling him. He was still shouting, "Leave me, I need to go, they're calling me from below." The teacher opened the book and started to read something Arabic. Vulcan was claiming as he kept reading, or calming. Vulcan slept after the teacher read something for about 5 minutes. However, Vulcan's eyes were red, and suddenly I remembered that Sukru was not in the bed. I said, "Teacher, Sukru's not in his bed. I heard glass breaking outside." He said, "Run." The entrance door of the dormitory was aluminum, and the top part of it was glass. The glass was broken, and there were bloodstains, and the door was locked. The teacher unlocked the door with keys and started to run. He was running while saying words in Arabic, and we found Sukru lying down ahead. He had cut marks from broken glass on his arms. The teacher and I lifted Sukru. Meanwhile, a few people woke up to the sounds. They also helped us while they were asking, "What happened?" The teacher said, "Don't talk." However, he was still repeating the Arabic words. He kept saying the same words. We laid Sukru next to Vulcan to Sinir's bed. Kurtulus was sitting silent and fixed his eyes on something onto the floor. Vulcan was still sleeping, and Sinir was just walking next to him. The teacher said, "Go, bring cotton or something like that." Then he opened that old book and started to read again. Sukru was breathing, but he seemed unconscious. We were calling him, but he didn't wake up, and I was trembling with fear. I felt there was a burden on me, and felt lighter as the teacher kept reading. Later, I fell asleep. We were at the hospital when I woke up. All teachers and the principal and vice principals were gathered and waiting in the emergency room, and all 4 of us but Sinir were lying in beds. We had a serum in our arms, and I asked, "What happened, teacher?" And he asked, "What did you do at night?" Sinir already said, "We walked about jinns, my teacher." He showed Sukru's back, and there was a red hand mark on Sukru's back, a bit larger than the regular human hand, and he said, "Jinns visited you. If I was not there, they could have killed you all." And he also said, "If you would not hold Vulcan, he would just be like Sukru." We stayed at the hospital for 2 days under observation. Our religion teacher didn't leave us alone. Then we returned to school, and they let us rest for a month, and we didn't visit the school. They sent us back to our hometowns, and I stuttered for a year after the event. But I got better later, and the hand mark on Sukru's back remained for 2 years. Nothing happened to anyone after the event, apart from our deteriorated psychology. Once we got back to the school, they placed all of us in different rooms. I couldn't stand everything and dropped out of the school, and I couldn't sleep in the dormitory. Our religion teacher still calls us and asks whether anything else happened, and sometimes goods that I remember in their place get lost, and when I talk about it, my teacher told me, "Jinns are playing games with you. If they would haunt you, you would not have stayed like this until now." My mother took me to a Hoja, ordered an amulet. I don't take it off, even while taking a bath. The Hatman in the Caribbean. A true story from a place the narrator can't quite say, but is going to go for it. Curacao. There's a little symbol underneath the second C. I don't know what to do with that. I was born on the island of Curacao, or Curacao, a small Caribbean island near Aruba, and just off the northern coast of South America. I grew up in a quiet neighborhood on the far northeastern edge of the island, so far out you literally couldn't go any farther east. My grandparents were among the first people to move there in the late 80s, when there were only a few houses and dirt roads. Over time, more homes were built, and the area developed. Some people said the land used to be a burial site for native tribes, long before colonization. But that was just neighborhood talk and camping stories and old rumors, nothing official. I lived there for about 17 to 18 years, and it was peaceful. It was safe in a pretty familiar neighborhood. When I turned 16, everything started to shift. I got serious about my health, started eating clean, and stuck to a strict protein diet and cut out sugar and only drank water. I trained hard, going to the gym 5 times a week. My head was clear, my body felt strong. And that same year, my mom suggested I move into a studio apartment in our backyard. It was a detached building, sort of tucked into the far right corner of the yard. Had its own kitchen and bathroom and bedroom. Total privacy. Independence. Sorta. For a 16-year-old, it felt like freedom. The backyard was big, and trees and plants and tall grass, and in the middle was a small wooden bridge that crossed over a grassy dip, leading to an old handmade gazebo in the far left corner. That had a thatched roof, and we all call it a palapa. Palapa? Palapa. At night, the yard went completely dark, except for the studio porch light and some glow from the main house windows. The center and left side of the yard, especially around the gazebo, were pitch black. And just before I moved into that studio, I started experiencing strange physical sensations. At random times, I'd get waves of goosebumps. The hairs on my neck and arms would stand up and my heart rate would spike. No thoughts triggered it, no fear, no danger. Just pure physical response. Like something was around me that I couldn't see. And it only happened when I was in the neighborhood and nowhere else. It was uncomfortable, and sometimes it lasted up to 10 minutes. Trying to sleep while your body is on high alert like that is not fun. But I got used to it, sort of. Once I moved into the studio, things escalated. I started seeing things and figures and shapes and energy in the air. A man in the distance. A little girl standing near the bushes. Always far, always quiet. They didn't feel aggressive, but they didn't feel natural either. And it scared me. Of course it did. But it didn't feel like I was losing my mind, and I wasn't paranoid. I wasn't hallucinating, and I was fully awake and fully aware. I just didn't know how to explain what I was seeing. My family isn't religious, but they're spiritual. My grandmother especially. They meditate and read spiritual books and talk about energy and intuition. I grew up all around that, but I always kept my distance from it. I'd never seen a spirit or had a paranormal experience. Until then. Then something happened that hit different. It was a regular weekday. I came home from school around 2:30. Said hi to my mom. As I passed her in the hallway, we bumped into each other lightly. And in that exact moment, I got a mental flash, an image in my head, uninvited and instantaneous. A toilet bowl full of blood. And it lasted less than a second, no reason, no trigger. I didn't say anything. Figured it was just some random thought. At 7 p.m., I went to the gym, and midway through my session, my phone rang, and it was my aunt. She never calls me, and we lived in the same neighborhood like most of her family. But we weren't close, and I didn't even call her Auntie. Called her by her full name, because she didn't want to be called Aunt anything. So her calling me was weird, and she said, "Don't panic, everything's okay, but your mom's going to the hospital." I stopped mid-set. Wait, what happened? She went to pee, and the toilet was full of blood, and it was completely red. That image from earlier punched its way back into my brain. I wrapped up the workout quickly and rushed home. I felt guilty, like maybe I could have warned her. Maybe I could have said something, even if it sounded crazy. Eventually, doctors found a tumor the size of an orange on her uterus. And the healthcare system there wouldn't handle it properly, so I made plans to fly to Colombia, Bogota, where the doctors could give her better care. We expected to be there for months if needed, and that's when I saw him. The first encounter. It was late at night, and I stepped out of the studio with the joint lit. I sat down on the wooden bench on the porch, facing toward the gazebo. That's when I saw a figure standing dead center in the dark inside the gazebo. Tall, very tall. It wore a long cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, like a top hat or something similar. I couldn't see any arms or legs and no face, just the outline of a person completely blacked out like a void. But not just shadowy. This thing was darker than the night. I could still make out the vases or vases and wooden shelves behind inside the gazebo. But I couldn't see through this figure. It absorbed the space around it, and I froze, full-body goosebumps and heart pounding. I didn't know if it was looking at me or the main house where my mom was, but I could feel its presence. It wasn't moving, it wasn't speaking, it was just standing there, watching. And it scared me. I didn't panic, though. I just did what I always did. I ignored it and smoked my joint, went back inside and played some video games. But this time, couldn't stop thinking about what I saw. Didn't feel like the other sightings. Those felt like spirits and human ones. This one didn't. The second encounter. A few days later, I just left a friend's house nearby and I was walking home. It was already night. When I got to the backyard, it was completely dark. The porch lights weren't on and the switch on the far end of the studio against the right wall. And that's where I saw him again. The Hatman. Same height, same shape, same hat. Still no face, just a tall black void standing right next to the light switch. I froze. I just stood there staring. My skin lit up with goosebumps again. I looked away and then back, and he was still there. Thought about going to go get my mom, but I stopped myself. I was 16. I didn't want to run. Maybe it wasn't even real. Maybe it was in my head. I walked toward him. Slow, steady steps. Each one felt heavier. And the closer I got, the more I could feel the size of him. The air around him felt thick. Stopped right in front of him, so close that if he was like a living being, well, he would have felt my breath on his torso. I placed my hand on the wall next to the light switch. I was staring straight ahead, but all I could see was black. Not shadow, but void. No features, no textures, no eyes, just complete darkness. I was standing face to chest with something that didn't make sense. For a moment I hesitated. If I hit the switch, will he move, and will I finally see what this thing really looks like? I flipped the switch. And in that exact instant, he vanished, gone with the light. A few months later, we went to Colombia. The doctors removed my mom's tumor, and they told us if we'd waited much longer, she could have lost her leg. But we made it just in time. She recovered. She's healthy now and more radiant than ever. Never saw the Hatman again. Also, good for your mom. But if somebody calls you, you don't finish your set, you just go. But enough parenting. Not once. For years, I pushed the memory aside. I didn't think too much about it, and then 12 years later I was scrolling YouTube and a thumbnail caught my eye. A tall silhouette in a hat. Title, Who is the Hatman? And that's when everything clicked. I clicked the video and started researching, Reddit threads and first-hand stories. People describing exactly what I saw. The same figure. The Memory Game. It's a creepy game that's been passed around, and I had different names over the years for it. For me, I received the game through Discord. This game may not be real, as it was a pass-down, but I thought it was worth a mention. If others want to try, well, apparently it is paranormal to an extent when I asked somebody about this. But when I tried it, I didn't really experience much. Gave me weird vibes, though. Technically, it seems it's also free entry to let spirits into your home. Also, based on the other person's response when I showed them this. Anyways, I've broken the game down into basics here. Without any further ado. What do you need to understand? This ritual isn't entertainment. Don't treat it like a dare or a joke. You are not summoning a demon or a ghost, you're calling to something much quieter and older. It doesn't come to scare you. It comes because you asked. Once it hears you, once it answers, you owe it something. If you don't give it what it wants, it won't leave. It stays and it waits and it follows you into your sleep. Needed items. An emotionally significant item. Something passed down, something personal. A letter, a ring, a photograph. It must carry real weight. Grief, love, or regret. An empty object means nothing, it won't work. 3 candles. Black or white, no colors like blue or red, no sense. No substitutions unless somebody you trust gave you a version of this with different rules. Otherwise, don't improvise. A mirror. Clean, whole, no cracks. Preferably a bathroom mirror. This is where it crosses. Running water. A steady, quiet flow from a sink or a tub. It must be close to the mirror. A black ball. You'll need to place this over the item when water is running over it. Total darkness. No light except candlelight. Cover windows, power them electronics down. The darker the better. Turn off every light in the house if you can. You want nothing glowing. When to begin? Between 1 and 3 a.m. The space between days. Alone or with one trusted person. Only one person can speak. The one who speaks is the one it will follow. Perform this on a Thursday or Sunday. Days associated with memory and spiritual return. Setting it up. Take everything into the bathroom. Turn off the lights, close the door. Place your item in the sink, directly, but pronounced correctly, which would sound like this. Directly under the faucet. Covered with a black bowl. Place 1 candle in front of the mirror, 1 on your left, 1 on your right, and light them. Turn on the faucet, wash your face, then leave just a slow, steady stream, barely enough to ripple. Face the mirror. Look into your own eyes. Don't look away. The chant. Whisper the following. Keep your voice steady and repeat it slowly for up to 33 minutes. If you need to pause, listen, but don't break focus for too long. Memini vos sub aqua venite, ostende voltum tuum, tolite vocem, memoriam meam edite, moriam meam edite, moriam meam edite. I remember you beneath the water. Come, show your face, take my voice, eat my memory, eat my memory, eat my memory. What happens next? If the ritual is working, you may notice the following. Knocking from the mirror or the walls, a voice whispering from the running water, One candle flaring or nearly going out. Your reflection moving wrong and delayed and twitchy. The lights flickering the rest of the house even if they're off. A change in temperature. Dampness, cold feelings. Outside from the wetness on your face. Hair on your skin standing tall. Goosebumps. Nothing happens in an hour and the ritual. Blow out the candles and leave silently. Do not speak, well, until you're out of the bathroom. You may have let something else in and don't want to anger anything unwanted. Try again another night. If you do get a sign, it's with you now and it's attached and it's not leaving. Dreams. That night or the next you'll begin to dream of her or it, and you'll see a pale girl in a torn white dress, long black hair hanging over her face, places you know but broken and flooded and faded and wrong. Her knocking on walls, windows, and pipes inside the dream. She doesn't speak clearly, and her voice is low, and you'll hear Latin or something close. Unfamiliar dialects or word reverse possibly. Mumbles that just crawl up your spine. You'll see objects and symbols you don't understand, and these are clues. They tell you what she wants. Each night she becomes more distorted, and her eyes vanish and her movements loop. Her voice may seem to glitch or stutter, and her surroundings seem to rot. Then the knocks begin in your dreams. It is imperative if you hear knocks in your dreams to try and find where she or it is by following the sounds. Although you can experience them outside of the dreams, as well as other phenomena. The first knock means she's asking. The second means time is nearly out. The third is the taking. If you haven't found it in your dreams by the third knock, she doesn't leave empty-handed. She takes something small, a piece of memory, a face, a name, a moment. This also continues to happen outside of your dreams if you do not find the significant item being sought after. You won't even notice it at first. Over time, the dreams fade. Then your memories begin to slip. When you have the item it wants, you must wrap it in a black cloth. Seal with wax from a candle you used during the ritual. Then bury the item somewhere cold, dark, and damp, like near a lake or something as described. Then follow the closing ritual to get rid of the entity. What it feels like to fail. You eventually stop dreaming altogether. You forget words in the middle of speaking. People seem familiar, but you don't know why. Old photos don't seem like yours anymore. You feel disconnected from yourself, and the worst part is you might not even realize it's happening. People around you will notice before you typically, like saying things like, "You've changed," and "You don't remember anything. You're not you anymore." Well, all that sounds a little bit relatable. How to end it, the reversal. As it is called, so must it be uncalled. What is bound in shadow must be returned to silence. You must undo it. You can't just ignore it and it won't go away. Do this. Go back to the same bathroom. Same candle, same object, same time, 1 to 3 a.m. Set it up just like before, but reversed, so candles reversed, bowl and object reversed, and yes, you will fill the bowl with water while object is in it. Turn on the water, light the candles. Stand in front of the mirror. If she gave you a name, say it. If not, stand in silence for 33 seconds. Then repeat this. Claudite aquam, salentium liquatur, emini mi ipse, vocem miem revoco, tu non es mia, tu non es mia. Close the water. Let silence speak. I remember myself. I reclaim my voice. You are not mine. You're not mine. Repeat this until the following happens. A candle extinguishes itself or attempts to. The faucet slows or shuts off on its own. Your reflection returns to perfect sync. You hear a breath, a knock, or a whisper. Lastly, turn off the water. Blow out the candles. Take the object, wrap it in a black cloth, drip wax from the candles onto the cloth to seal it, and repeat. Tu non es mia. You're not mine, another 3 times. Bury it or lock it away somewhere cold and silent. Do not destroy it, do not pass it on. Once it's sealed, your dream should return to normal. The presence will no longer be bound to you. And this isn't folklore. This isn't ancient scripture. There's no saints or demons here. It is the absence. The silent left when we forget something that once mattered. If you speak to it, it remembers you. Usually with these things, there's an upside and a downside, and I'm struggling to find the upside. Other than, well, stoking curiosity, of course. Was that Latin? I think I pissed something off at my mom's house. Context. Me and my younger brother were visiting my mom for the most recent Memorial Day. Her home is 2 stories in a nice suburban, I'm assuming neighborhood, not a car. She lives with her boyfriend and his daughter and son, plus my baby brother. I have 2 brothers. Everyone's bedroom is up on the 2nd floor, except for my stepsister's. For this trip, my brother had an air mattress in the baby brother's room, and I slept downstairs on a couch in the living room. As we've done many times before, really. The weekend was super fun, relaxed, and every night I slept peacefully and comfortably. Except for the last one. It was around 1 a.m. My mom had finished showing me the first episodes of Yellow Jackets, which she's obsessed with, by the way. That's factor 1. That show is creepy as hell, but by no means is it the worst I've seen. Factor 2, I also had smoked weed about 3 hours prior. Also relevant, but I want to convey that I'm no stranger to smoking, and know when it has worn off. I was definitely sober by the time we all headed to bed, but I want to cover all the facts. It is relevant. Everyone except me went upstairs. My stepsister was already in bed and had been asleep for a while. I showered, I packed my stuff because we were leaving the next morning. Laid down on the couch, to scroll on Pinterest and get sleepy. Right about here is where I began to feel this off feeling. The room felt emptier, like there was more space, like something was missing and I couldn't put my finger on it. It's not silent. There's fish and turtle tanks with active pumps in the room and a fan sitting on the coffee table behind my head pointing over me. It's pushing air away from me, and it's not dark. Some reptile lights in the room have night mode. The living room is also the reptile room, by the way. My point is it's not creepy, and I'm not at all alone. And this was the first time I had felt anything like this in this room, or in this house in general. Reminder, I had slept just fine the 3 previous nights. Anyway, I'm just laying there, scrolling on my phone, ignoring the off feeling, when suddenly I hear 3 distinct loud clicks come from the entranceway of the hallway leading to the garage. The best way I can describe it is the click somebody makes when trying to coax a cat to come to them, and I froze, fully expecting my sister to walk out of the hallway, leading, which is also leading to her room. But nothing happens. I then start running down options. What could have made that sound? A faulty light? There's no flickering. An animal? None of the reptiles present have that kind of capabilities. My sister, well, maybe, but what was she doing? Why didn't I hear her door? She's been asleep for hours, and she is a heavy sleeper. Machine? Maybe, but which one? I've never made that noise before. And I do want to stress that it sounded like a person clicking their tongue. Even if you spelled tongue wrong, I still think I know what you're saying. No gears or electricity, and even anything dropping because I looked. Context on myself and this house. I do believe in the paranormal, more so spiritual. It's cheesy to say I run through my options first before saying something is paranormal, but I do, and I'm a huge skeptic because I want to find real proof. That is, until it fucking happens to me. I now have 2 encounters that I can't explain and were fucking terrifying and not fun in the moment. This house is new for my mom. About 6 months she lived there. She's pretty spiritual too, and so far she says she's felt like there was an energy in the house. And there was one, but she hadn't felt it in a while. I bring this up as it's pretty relevant too. After I run out of explanations for the clicks, I start to remember my mom's account of the energy she sensed before. To me, the bill fits. The weird noise and the oppressive off feeling. The possibility I'm not alone is now running through my mind, but it hasn't hurt me this whole time, and I'm tired, so I just go back to scrolling my phone and try to ignore the paranoia. I lay there, my knees up to my blanket. I move from Pinterest to YouTube to watch one of my comfort content creators, because the uncomfortable feeling isn't going away. Couldn't really find safety in it because every time I would get too engrossed in the video, a hair would glide across my knee. I would reach for it and brush it away, then it would stop and then start up again. I get agitated and look for the hair, but I can't find it. This goes on for maybe 3 rounds of me feeling for the hair tickle and brushing it away, and it stops and then starts up again. All the while, this off feeling stays consistent. Not getting worse, not lessening, just staying still, making the room feel stuffy. I finally get pissed with the hair and I go for my blanket. Grab it and start to pull it over me. And there's this weird, vivid moment of me noticing that a portion of my blanket is draped over the crouch arm. It's hanging out of sight. And I'm suddenly scared to pull it because, well, I'm terrified it will maybe go taut like something has it snagged. Well, thankfully, that doesn't happen, and I pull it over and onto myself, getting comfortable again. Finally, I start feeling secure, and I'm engrossed in my video and starting to get sleepy, and I've pretty much calmed down, and the off-feeling goes to the back of my mind. It's not gone, it just seems to have lost interest, or so I thought. Next to the couch is a 2-level coffee table. On the lower level is some newspapers laying secure on some toys. My brother has been playing with it earlier that day. I'm laying there and I'm watching the video, when suddenly a sheet of the newspaper moves from the coffee table, drags across the floor towards me, fast. It only moves a couple of inches, but it's loud and it's sudden, and I have no fucking idea what caused it. I don't fucking stick around to ask either. I'm on my feet and my phone in hand because it's already there, and, well, scrambling over to the couch and to the stairs, which I just fly up because I'm so out of my mind scared, really. The next thing I know, I'm in my mom's room, standing over her, telling her what just happened, and, well, she's very sleepy. Just offers me to sleep with her, and her boyfriend's at work, so I crawl into bed without much of an option, really, and I wasn't about to go back downstairs. I'm in shock, laying there watching Seinfeld playing quietly on her TV. She doesn't start talking to me seriously until she sees that I'm still not calm after 10 minutes. We talk through it, and she just says it was yellow jackets and the weed, and listen. I would take that explanation for everything. Well, everything else. Except the newspaper. It drug toward me, against the airflow of the fan behind me. It was loud and the movement was violent. I don't know how else to explain it. 1 minute the room was silent, and then all hell broke loose. Furthermore, the torment didn't even stop after I went to sleep with Mom. The off feeling came back, and every time she would fall asleep, more shit would happen. The worst being me watching TV, and out of the corner of my eye, I see a white shirt in her closet move. I keep hearing my name. B. It's like harshly whispered. Like when I'm on the verge of falling asleep, promptly waking me up and not letting me rest. And yeah, this sounds a bit like classic paranoia, but I want to convey that I was pretty persistent throughout the whole night. Well, at least at hearing these things. And another person, my mother, didn't make it stop. I don't know, I just needed to share, and it was scary, and I kept getting this feeling like I was being punished by it. For what? Who knows, but I'm not a saint, and I had been fighting with my brother a lot this weekend, so look, I don't know. Whatever it was, paranoia or otherwise, tormented me the entire night. Maybe it was the weed, maybe it was the yellow jackets. Experienced everything that night, and it's not recorded. I have no proof, and it sounds like paranoia, and most likely is paranoia. Except what that newspaper did, and that was pretty much going to bother me because I can't explain it. In every whisper, in every chill down your spine, something is trying to reach you. At Paranormal M, we go where the veil is thin and the stories are raw. Subscribe, and don't be surprised if something follows you back. I saw an inanimate object move in my closet. I was playing a video game, building something on the screen. But, importantly, it was very quiet. I was wearing over-the-ear headphones for the game, but also I was wearing one earbud under them because I was on the phone. I was on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and we usually talk until she passes out while I watch TV or a game like we did tonight. It was late, so she was just drifting off to sleep, and her conversation was dead. I wasn't tired, because typically I went to bed at 4 a.m. Cringy sleep schedule, I know, but whatever, I was younger then. 1 a.m. wasn't that late. Definitely wasn't tired or needing sleep. Also important to note is I was in a very confident state of mind that ghosts didn't exist. I was more than confident that ghosts were just explainable misconceptions. I've seen white mist before at night while driving. It was just fog created by the sprinklers. I have heard strange pops and knocks and bangs at night before from the house, which could be the house settling, or the fridge making a noise, or maybe a cat or an animal jumping at the window. And I've watched ghost stories on TV, and I've also seen how they debunk them. Lens flares or glares, dust or lights, all are easily debunkable and debatable. And this is relevant because it shows how I'm not leaping to conclusions that it's a poltergeist or whatever it was that was in my closet. Actual story. I was laying stomach down on my bed gaming, and suddenly, to my left, I heard a loud bang and a knock. I had a clear view of half my closet because the sliding door was sort of open, and I saw what was on top of the shelf in my closet. An old Guitar Hero guitar piece was sliding off of something and falling to rest on top of the most shelf of the closet. So imagine a dead silent room at 1 a.m. and my girlfriend half asleep and my very silent game. And I hear this loud sound. Again, it's a knock or a bang or some deep noise of something hitting something very hard. So instinctually, when I heard it in my head, I turned toward the sound. I was more or less annoyed more than scared. My thought process initially was, oh wow, it's moving and falling. Now I'll have to reorganize my closet and fix whatever fell or broke or shifted, which was already well organized and neat, so it's a bit odd. But that was just the instinctual first thought I had. It changed after I processed what I saw. I saw the Guitar Hero guitar fall off from something, but it wasn't too scary or odd to see the sound being caused by something moving. It was just interesting and curious and, yeah, a bit odd. I knew there wasn't anything the guitar was next to that was higher than it, so it fell from nothing. So I obviously got up and inspected it right away, because I was super curious what and how this happened. I wasn't thinking of ghosts yet, I just figured I'd see a big box that I forgot about that fell to catapult the guitar into the wall to make the loud noise I heard. I looked all over the top shelves, nothing out of place. The creepy part was the Guitar Hero piece was sitting at rest at the highest most point in the closet afterwards. How does something fall onto the highest point? I saw it slide off of maybe 6 or 8 inches higher in the highest point. I saw it physically slide off of something. That's how it made the noise, and that's how it moved. Slipped and fell off something. But I'm certain it was thrown. Because trust me, I searched and wanted to find anything that fell below it. I felt creeped out because the logic stopped. It was funny that my girlfriend woke up to this noise. Over the earbuds, mind you. Well, she was half asleep too, and she said, "What are you doing?" Which is hilarious because she's thinking I'm moving furniture or throwing things this late at night. And this is further proof that what I heard was loud. Not just a cardboard box falling a few inches or a plastic guitar sliding into the wall. Also, I later woke up my mom, who's asleep. That's because I became genuinely freaked out after I couldn't find a logical or recreatable source of the sound and object movement. My mom also heard it. So, in total, me plus 2 other people heard the sound. I'd be more persuaded that I wasn't going crazy than having a ghost encounter if it wasn't for me being the only one hearing this, but she heard it too, and I'm that skeptical about ghosts. I'd rather claim I'm crazy than being ghosts because I like science and logic. Theory number 1. A rat or a pest climbed up in my closet, and the pest climbed up and shifted a box or something and created a catapult effect to, laterally throw the guitar. I just saw the end part of the event. Debunked because it would honestly have to be the size of a small raccoon to throw that much weight around in the extreme minimum. No cricket or moth or medium-sized mouse or rat could physically move objects of that weight like I saw. I reenacted the force, needed to recreate the sound, and I got chills. I had to throw it considerably, very hard into the wall to come close to the noise it made. I experimented with dropping it and pushing it into the wall and made like a tenth or less of the sound I heard. It was definitive, because it was the topmost shelf. Not enough space for things to catapult objects in my closet due to gravity to make that enough, that enough force and sound. That enough. Experimented afterwards with tons of worst-case scenarios for the guitar to fall off or slide off something. They all didn't even come close. That's the scary part. It didn't shift. There was nothing to fall from. Nothing could physically do this. If something fell from the top shelf to the floor, it would make a totally different set of noises. It would hit my sliding closet door and bounce its way down. I would hear more than a solid thunk and bang. Theory number 2 is I'm crazy. I heard the house settle and imagined the guitar moving. Especially because it's late at night and my eyes and brain can play tricks on me because I'm tired. Plus, it sounded louder because, it was quiet out. Well, debunked. I'm used to that hour of the night and I wasn't tired at all. I've never hallucinated before and I'm in pretty great health. Also, I'm more inclined to believe I'm crazy than say it's a ghost, to be honest. Plus, if I was crazy, I doubt I'd realize I'm crazy. Also, I had multiple other audible witnesses, and I recreated making the sound in equally quiet times of the day. Theory 3. Gravity caused items to shift and fall. If it's anything other than ghosts, I bet it's this theory. But debunked. Nothing large enough fell to cause any movement. The only thing up there are board game boxes and an old electric keyboard. Those things are heavy and flat. They don't slip or move around due to a shifting house foundation. Physically unrealistic. I feel more crazy believing it was a box magically shifting and falling to launch the guitar hard into the wall than it being a ghost because nothing was out of place. The topmost shelves are unused and they're just for storage. No one moves or needs that stuff ever. It's all neatly stacked, and I get it if the closet was crammed full of teetering boxes and messy, but it was just the opposite. So, I'm posting this to find holes in my debunking efforts. I'm being as open and honest as I can in my opinions, and if I had a reason to think I'm crazy, then I'm fine with that. If I had good reason to say it was a box falling or an animal tearing the closet apart, I'd prefer it to thinking that ghosts are real. But as it stands, I'm pretty stuck on it being a ghost or poltergeist. The thumping ghost. And no, I didn't see any ghost, I just saw an inanimate object move on its own, essentially. Thanks for reading if you got this far, and I don't want to hear any accusations that aren't realistic. But also I want to hear accusations that are accurate, so I was extremely thorough in my post. Plus, I think it's really cool it happened to me, so it's kind of fun to debate it and tell the story, and if you don't think it's a ghost, please say it. If it is a ghost, then say that. Side note, my next-door family friend neighbor committed suicide about a year prior. I'm not delving into dates to see if it's exactly a year anniversary type of thing, but it's give or take a month from when it happened. But it's not really useful information unless you believe in that stuff. I prefer scientific ideas, but it's kind of an odd coincidence. The Fey Trail, the Rising Tree, and the Whisper Shack. So the Fey Trail is what my buddy called it. I don't know what that is, but it's what he called it. But anyway, we were going for a hike around a lake that we'd lived near in about maybe an hour and a half in. He stops and looks into the woods. I ask what he's looking at, and he just points. I look where he's pointing, and there's a pretty damn near perfect gap in the forest, like trees just didn't grow in this 3 to 4 foot line going straight as an arrow into the forest. So I think it's cool as shit, and I start walking toward it, and he tries to pussy out, but I don't let him. We get to where the trail starts. He freaks out because there's mushrooms growing down the sides of the trail, like a border for it. That's cool. I keep walking, but he literally yanks me back to the normal trail by my backpack and refuses to talk about it for the rest of the hike. I went back a few days later, and I couldn't find it. I assumed I'd just missed it, but he says that it was a Fey trail, and that it's gone now. IDFK, what he's talking about. I don't fucking know. The standing tree happened right outside of my house, and had struck a tree about 200 feet from my front door and knocked it over. Not a big deal, I'll get rid of it on the weekend, I thought to myself. The storm stopped for a bit, then continued into the next day. I had to leave for work, and I saw the tree down as I opened my door, and when I turned to lock it, there's another strike near my house. I spin around to see if another tree fell, and the tree that was already down was back up at about 45 degrees. And as I stood there being, pretty soaked, it kept going up, and just stood up again. I feel like reattached would be a more accurate description. I was already going to be late, so I went to work, and when I got home, I checked out the tree. I knew it was the same tree because it had bits of bark blown off of it, and I'm 100% sure it was the same tree. It had cracks all along where it had broke, and there were still branches on the ground from where it fell. And after that, it just kept growing. In a few months, most of its branches were sprouting again, and it just acted like it didn't even fall. Those marks are still there, though. The tree's now dead, though. The Whisper Shack is probably the strangest of these stories. I could go on and on about it. I have some foggy memories of it and some really clear ones, too. First time I found it, I was just wandering around the woods looking for stuff to shoot with my new BB gun. Come to a small clearing I hadn't been to before. And there's this little shack that could have been there for God knows how long. It was all rotted out and had definitely seen better days. Figured there might be something inside I could use for targets. So I walked up to it. About 50 feet away from it I stopped, and I don't really know why, but I know I did, and I had to convince myself to get closer. About 20 feet away, I thought I heard somebody say my name. I look around, and there's no one there, and I keep walking, and I get to the door and knocked for some reason. From inside, I heard somebody say, "Who is it?" It sounded like they were right behind the door because it was really quiet. No more than a whisper. So I bolt and I get the fuck out of Dodge, because creepy dude in the forest is not gonna be how I died. As I get to the edge of the clearing, I look back and the door's open. Not all the way, but kinda half open, like somebody was peeking outside. I don't go looking for it again, but a few years later I'm walking in the woods doing some other kid shit in summer break. I don't really know exactly what, but I find the shack again. Not the clearing, but just the shack. Felt like it appeared there because I didn't notice it at all, and then I'm like 30 feet away from it. I walk up to the door and it's cracked open. I push it all the way open and it's damn near falling off its hinges. I go inside and it's empty, except for a table and chair, and there's an old candle on the table that must have been, like, huge from the amount of wax melted into the table. As soon as I cross the threshold, it feels like somebody's breathing down my neck, and I spin around and there isn't anyone there, probably just wind and nerves. I go in, I sit on the stool, and it was hot and I was tired. I decide to light the candle, because fuck fire safety. As I'm sitting there, somebody whispers in my ear, and I get up and I shut the door. I don't remember what I heard or why I shut the door, I just did. I then sat back down and watched the candle. It burned amazingly bright and lighting the whole shack with a flame that I remember as being really big. I remember sitting there and hearing some more whispers that I just can't remember what they said. But all my nerves were gone. I was just relaxing in the glow and warmth of the candle. And at some point, I remember getting up and sitting back down on the floor, still watching the candle. Then watching the shadows on the wall, and they seemed so alive, dancing in time with the flame. It seemed like I spent hours in there. Eventually, the whispers told me to get up, but I didn't want to. Sat there for a little longer, and they said something else, and I got up and grabbed my coat and stepped into a cold fall afternoon. I was halfway home before I realized that it was fall, and when I went, I was sure it was summer. I get home and everything's normal. My father hugged me when he got home, and he never really did that. I just kept living a normal life after that. My grades were really good for that trimester, and the next time I remembered the shack was in 8th grade. I'd gotten this book about how to set traps. I didn't know I needed a license to do it, so I went to set some deadfall traps and the like, and I happened upon the same shack again. I had remembered what happened last time, so I avoided it. A few days later, I'm checking those traps, and they weren't where I put them. I had about 10 to 15 set up. They're all arranged in a large circle kind of shape, and they weren't like that before. So I took them all down, and when I was looking for the last one, it was right next to the shack. I went inside again, and there was still the table and the stool. But there was no wax and an almost new candle, along with another stool. I remember the whispers coming again, and my nerves died down, and I sat in the same stool I did last time. The whispers wanted me to light the candle again, but I didn't. They just kept telling me to. I literally couldn't light the candle. Had my lighter in my hand, but I couldn't move to light the candle. The whispers stayed that soft and comforting tone, and wanted to light the candle, but I just couldn't, and they got angry with me. They stayed whispers, but it was like somebody trying to whisper when they're really angry, like my mother scolding me in public or something. Really wanted to light it, but I just couldn't do it. I sat in the corner and cried like really fucking hard, snot-nosed and bawling like a child. Well, I was a child, but just uncontrollably sobbing. The whispers wee quieter in that corner, but they were still angry at me, and I didn't know why. Must have been there in that corner for at least an hour and a half, maybe more. Once or twice I got up and tried to light the candle again, but I just couldn't, and I remember whenever I tried, they were nicer to me. When I couldn't, they got angry again. They told me things I didn't want to know, and they told me things about my parents and my friends and my teachers and stuff I didn't want to hear and stuff I shouldn't really have known. They told me about my parents' divorce, which came later that year, and they told me about my grandfather's death, which happened a year or two later. Many other things that I'd rather not remember much or mention. Eventually I stopped crying, got up, stumbled out of the door, and went home, and probably took me another 2 hours to get home, stopping to cry more every couple feet or so. My parents were out for a few days, and I didn't go to school. Nobody asked questions. No one changed. I blame a lot of things on that day, and most of it all changed me deeply. I'm a cold person now. I faced down so many situations that should have affected me without any expression, without any feeling. A demonic entity almost took my grandmother. This one's about my maternal grandmother, and honestly, it's probably the most intense story I've heard, firsthand from my family. There's a lot of backstory, but I feel like it's important to understand the main story. So here we go. My mother was born in a village that, as crazy as it may sound, was literally a dumping ground for dark entities before it became a village. Here in India, especially in older rural areas, exorcisms aren't always about banishing spirits. Most of the time, the priests or tantrics, occultists, just capture the spirit and leave it to bind into a remote place, hoping it doesn't harm anyone. That area my mother's village sits on was one of those places. A proper deep forest setup, flowing brooks and thick trees, almost no sunlight hitting the forest floor in some spots, and a reputation for being paranormally active for decades. Even today, it's considered secluded. You either have to walk 20 or 30 minutes from the main road through narrow trails, or take this inbuilt Kakcha road to the locals. It's full of loose stone and deep turns, impossible for normal cars to cross unless it's a tractor or a sturdy jeep. Now, my grandfather's mom, or my mom's dad's family, was one of the first 3 families that decided to settle in that region. And they were farmers, and they owned a chunk of unused forest land nearby. It was earlier used for wood collection or to gather grass for cattle. Their old home was falling apart and would have eventually led to property disputes. So the siblings split the land and built new houses there to avoid future issues. Once people saw someone settling, a few more families came too, but soon after then, really aggressive. Windows shattering at night and hearing laughing and crying in the forest, and illnesses after, any encounter with no medical cause, and cattle dying for no reason and blood stains outside homes. Random dead animal meat dumped near the doorstep or something. And something knocking on their door past midnight asking for food or screaming or crying or pleading, and all the families were terrified. They reached out to priests and spiritual people, but most of them backed out as soon as they learned the scale of it. It wasn't one entity, but possibly hundreds. Eventually, one respected priest agreed to help, suggested the best long-term solution: to bring a powerful deity into the area. Since the resources were tight, they couldn't build a full temple, so instead they carved an idol of Lord Hanuman in a sort of giant rock located in my grandfather's land. That same idol is still there today, and the priest and his group came and performed pran pratistha, a ritual where the energy and consciousness of a god is invoked and placed into the idol, turning it into a living deity. After the ritual was, done, things calmed down significantly. The darker forces were suppressed, and some minor stuff still happens occasionally, but that insane level of paranormal activity stopped. Years passed. My grandfather got married to my grandmother, and they had kids. Life was peaceful, until one night, roughly 35 to 40 years ago. My nanny stepped out of the middle of the night to relieve herself. Back then, homes in rural India didn't have indoor toilets. She was doing her business near the edge of the forest when she suddenly heard a laugh, a disturbing non-human laugh. Then a woman's voice. "Should I come there? Should I?" "Okay, I'll come," I'm coming." Before the voice could finish, my nanny ran like hell back into the house. She didn't tell anyone about it because my nana, my grandfather, wasn't home. He worked far away and only visited once every few months, and that night she slept scared alone with the kids. By morning, she still had a high fever. Nothing unusual showed up, but this intense fatigue, and she kept getting sicker day by day. My mom, who was the eldest kid in high school back then, ran around to call the local doctor, more of a local healer than a real doctor. They tried some meds and home remedies and nothing really worked, but by day 2, my mom wrote a letter to my nana explaining the situation and asking him to return. It took him a week to reach home, and by that time, Nanny was really sick and weak, and they took her to the hospital, tried different medicines and tests, and nothing worked. Even after trying multiple doctors and spending a lot of money, no one could explain what was happening. And eventually, Nana decided to take Nani with him to the city where he worked, so he could care for her full time. But this created a problem. All the kids were left alone, and someone had to manage the house and the fields and, well, cattle. That's when my mom stepped up. She dropped out of school to handle everything. She was maybe 15 or 16, because farming was their only income and there's no other option. Months passed, Nanny's condition only got worse. She stopped eating and lost weight rapidly, couldn't get up and couldn't talk much. My Nanny used to write letters, but also hid the seriousness of her condition from the kids. But word got around, and villagers who visited them in the city would come back and tell others how bad Nanny looked, how it seemed she wouldn't make it. That's when one acquaintance suggested to my Nana that this was not a medical issue, it was spiritual. He told him to go see a man who sat outside a very famous Hatman temple in the city, a well-known occultist. They did, and that man told my grandparents everything. But according to my Nanny, she hadn't told anybody about that forced encounter, not even my Nana, and had completely forgotten it until the priest brought it up. Like the memory had been wiped. He told her that the entity I'd heard that night had tried to reach her, but was stopped by Hatman himself, who had placed himself between her and the demon. He said the only reason you're still alive is because of him. He then gave Nanny a small packet of powder and told her to eat it immediately. Okay. Within minutes she started vomiting, but what came out wasn't normal. It was thick black tar-like vomit. She felt like 50 kilograms lighter and immediately regained strength, and on the way back home, while waiting for the bus, she told my Nana how hungry she was. She took her to a small stall nearby to get her curry rice, and she ate enough for 3 people after months that day. She recovered almost completely within a week, and they came back home soon after. My mom rejoined college after taking a year's gap. That idol, the one carved on stone, is now enclosed in a proper temple that his villagers later built together through donations. Still stands there. People worship there daily. My experience of paranormal activity. This whole thing started happening exactly 8 days before my 13th birthday. My birthday is on the 28th of September, so this started on the 20th of September. And every night for those 8 days I had nightmares. Nightmares would be sometimes normal and sometimes not. Usually my fears of being chased. Nothing special. But in all of those dreams, I'd still be living in my old house, from where we moved away when I was about 10 years old. Plus that in those dreams, sometimes the colors would go from normal colors to bright green, bright purple colors. On my birthday night, there wasn't any nightmare. The nightmares continued for maybe 3 to 4 days and then they stopped. A month later, November, I went to a concert. Nothing special. It really wasn't big, and just a regular concert. I got home and I couldn't sleep at all. I thought, okay, like I ate too much and drank too much and, well, it wasn't alcohol. I couldn't sleep. And ever since that night, I would wake up every single night at either 15 minutes before 3 or 2:45 a.m. or 3:21 or 22 a.m. I would wake up with such fear that sometimes I would skip school because I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep. There wasn't anything abnormal in my room. Nothing was happening. But the fear was so strong that those things continued, sometimes during the day. After I got home from school at 2 p.m., there would be 3 knocks at my door, and then it would stop for a few seconds. Start again. 3 knocks each time for 6 times. I think that explains why I instantly thought it was demons. 3 knocks to mock the Holy Trinity, and 6 as if the number 666. I would hear whispers, but I wouldn't remember what they were saying. Then I started forgetting like events that happened, like my birthday parties or anything really, even if it wasn't such a long time ago. The first thing that really scared me off was connected back to my family. My grandmother had her first child at 21 or so, and it was a girl. The girl died after being 21 days old. Mind you, this was in the 60s. She said that she was home alone with her daughter and suddenly heard her best friend's voice from outside calling her. She went to the doors to open it, and there was absolutely nobody. And a day later, my great-grandmother came to her, and my grandmother said, "What happened to her?" My great-grandmother said, "Because you answered, somebody will die in your family." Days later, the girl died, and there was absolutely no medical issue with the baby or anything. Now back to my story. My grandmother wasn't feeling well. It was February, I think. She was on the verge of death. Still alive next to me currently. Anyway, I'm in my room and I suddenly heard her yell my name from her room. I remembered her story and I didn't want to answer. But after a few moments, I got up and went to the hallway, and she was in the hallway, peeking out of the doors. She came back in, and I was like, "What did you want?" She said she heard somebody knock on the doors and call for her. I went back to my room after just sort of putting her to bed and all that, and I'm again sitting on the bed studying something when I hear her call my name again. This time, I went instantly to her room, and she was asleep. My brother said he didn't hear anything, and later that night, I was going somewhere with my mom, like a long car ride, and I told her what happened. For some reason, she got so scared, she was like, "Do not ever do that again. My grandmother's got better things." Or, excuse me, my grandmother got better, etc. Now it's March, and I'm asleep, when suddenly I got woken up, because it felt like something pulled my soul out of my body from under my bed. I felt like I was floating. Didn't open my eyes at first, and then when I did, whatever was there slammed me back down, and I could feel the way my soul jolted back in. A few days later, I get up in the morning, and my mom's already up, and we talk like, how's her work and all that. Normal talk. When all of a sudden, she said that at night, around midnight, she heard me speak while I was sleeping, and that there was a sound like my closet door being constantly slammed shut the hardest somebody could do it. She said she wanted to check to see what was happening, because sometimes when I'm in a deep sleep, I turn over really harshly in my bed, and I think she knew it wasn't me. Anyway, then she said, the moment she stopped in front of the door, everything stopped. She went back to bed, and after 15 minutes, she heard me talking in my sleep. She said that I was talking so fast she never believed like it would be humanly possible, and said that she couldn't catch a word of it. This is one of the signs of demonic possession. And that same night, I woke up at 3:22 sharply. And I was in my room, and there was this stench. Sulfur, burning, harsh, rotten smells. There wasn't any smoke or anything, but I did notice my lamp was turned the other way. Again, demonic activity. A month later, I get woken up because something fell on me, like directly onto my legs. I felt the pain so badly, but I don't remember really much because I was still half asleep. But again, I know that the lamp would turn the other way, and the last one that I got happened in May before my school trip. I woke up at 2:45 a.m. sharply again. Something was choking me, actually. It wasn't sleep paralysis or anything, and I never experienced it because I could move each time. I didn't feel anything other than being watched. I don't know if anybody can hear that crazy sound in my house, but it's happening. Where was I? Back to the story. Something was choking me, and I opened my eyes, and I think there was a person that went out of my doors, but I instantly went back to sleep. And in the morning, I asked my mom if she maybe came into my room. She told me she wasn't feeling well that night, and her blood pressure was 190 over 160. She was up all night with my father. She said no, and nothing happened after that. I asked ChatGPT what that might be, and it told me that I was in extremely deep and hard oppression that was basically like days before possession. ChatGPT. I forgot to add, during this time I felt extremely disconnected with God and pretty much everything religious. Couldn't stand anybody who was religious, and I started to get really angry whenever people talked too much about God or whenever I saw something like a crucifix. A lot of people are like that. Anyway, I never wish this on anyone, and it's extremely scary to experience something like this. Heard that some exorcists or whatever say that sometimes oppression is a lot harsher than an actual possession. I don't know for sure. What do you guys think? I want to know what's banging outside, or what is that? See ya. What did I encounter? And what can I do? A man was shot to death in 2007 while living in my home. Another man was shot to death in the home in 2012. In 2016, a man died in the home from naturally deemed causes. In 2021, a woman died after getting cancer and abruptly dying. Our records only go back to 1977. Fast forward, my wife, 4-year-old daughter, and I moved in February of 2024. And things started like any other home. It was old and renovated, and we were enjoying the new space. However, almost within weeks of moving into the home, I started experiencing mysterious illnesses. The doctors couldn't explain them. First, it was the gout. Well, that seems easy to explain. It inflamed both of my feet, and I'm 27 years old at the time, perfectly healthy. My doctor said there's no apparent cause, as my blood doesn't have enough acidic material to even come close to producing gout. All the while, I lose a local election, and I had good odds of winning. My tenants stop paying and destroying my property. My wife loses her job. I lose $15,000 in property damages. I get hit with a random tax bill for $10,000, and a DUI driver hits my car, destroying it while parked at our house. I also sell a company and don't get paid. Still, having all of that by 27 is pretty good, but within 6 months of living there, my entirety goes from 2,400,000 to 200,000. My bank goes from 130,000 to 5,000 tops. Hard time feeling bad for you, dude. Everything I had was lost. I have to get a job while I sue the people who took my business and its assets without paying myself and my partners. But I can't seem to keep a job. I'm tired because of cuts or random events removing my position. Typically within a month of working. And then it happens. My wife is scratched with a massive 3-scratch mark down her arm. It's so apparent that I wrote it off as her doing it in her sleep, maybe. Soon after, it was like every night a new smoke alarm would go off in the middle of the night. We replaced the batteries and they would still go off. We had disconnected every smoke detector in our home just to sleep. Meanwhile, my illnesses continue. I begin passing out and going to the hospital for stroke and heart attack-like symptoms. I even faint completely where my wife says that I was saying, "Look up, look up, look up," over and over again. We never understood it. And again, every time my doctors and, the emergency room, they're all saying there's nothing wrong. I couldn't have these symptoms. Eventually, I have to sell off all of my rental properties to survive. I'm losing money hand over fist, and we received about $26,000 after expenses, debts, and repairs. We decided to reinvest every dollar into our future. I sent my wife to school to get a certificate for a career. Couldn't get a job with it. I invested in a new property and lost all of the money. Put myself back in school for a license with the state as a general appraiser. And again, within a month I lose my job over "no fault of my own," in quotes. They can't use any of my certifications. Things get worse in the home. We start to notice things my wife's been noticing since we moved in. One night at 3 a.m, a massive crash wakes up the whole house. It's so loud we believe somebody tried to break down our door. I walk out to the living room and I see all of her photos and canvas on the floor. It was shocking and scary. For the first time in the home, I felt scared. The photos were on all 4 walls in the living room, and the only place we had photos. All 4 walls of photos down, and hooks and nails were still in the wall. I was shook and I couldn't sleep, and I tried to put it behind me, but I can't seem to explain what happened. At this point, we had had another daughter in the home, just a baby. We're about 14 months into living there. When we moved, my wife's younger 14-year-old sister, we moved her into the home for the summer. And she's immediately scratched night 1 in the home. I once again don't believe it, and I'm also feeling very depressed, financially drained, and emotionally. Drained and quick to get angry. I'm unable to sleep most nights, and I'm constantly tired. My back is in pain, my body and head hurt every day. The week before the main event happens, I attempt suicide by hanging. A soft attempt, but I didn't feel like myself when I did it. I had my kids in the other room, and I had almost no feelings at all. I prayed with the belt around my neck, and it was like a wave of emotion came over me, and things intensified. Cabinets started slamming, doors opening on their own, loud footsteps clearly as they sound, scratching sounds at night like animals. Then kneeling night, my head started hurting. Then kneeling night, whatever. I start feeling faint again, and my wife walks in and looks at my face and is scared, and she said, "You look really flush. Like there's not color. Are you okay?" I said, "I don't feel well." I go to sit on the porch, and I start feeling numb. My whole body goes numb, and I start getting really angry with my wife for no reason. I see her face, and I'm so mad I can't see. I see my daughters, and I have no emotion whatsoever. My wife sees me outside and almost screams, and she says, "My face, what's wrong with my face?" My eyes were blank as if it wasn't there, and I tell her that I need to leave now. We pack up a couple of bags and leave. While driving away, I start feeling normal, and I start dry heaving. We called a paranormal nonprofit and had them come in and investigate. They were there for about an hour, and one lady was scratched, walking sounds recorded, and the voices caught on audio and knocks were recorded from an entity. Also had random EMF spikes. The psychic medium said there were several spirits in the home. Several dark, several not. But one was particularly dark and powerful, like not human. And it's been haunting this home for a long time, apparently. Our records show that no one stays in the home longer than 2 years. We presented this evidence to the landlord after we left. They told us not to contact them, and they resisted the home for rent. This whole experience, and more than what I can fit on here, has been traumatizing and eye-opening. But what can we do to help future people, and what do you believe we encountered? I was a skeptic turned believer, and I need to know why this happened. My mom and I both heard each other's voice call our names. Still freaks us out years later. This happened 4 years ago in the last house my family owned. I'll preface by saying it wasn't the first strange experience that we had in that house, but it was definitely the most unsettling. I recently read a similar story and wondering if anybody has thoughts. The house we lived in was pretty unassuming, the oldest in our neighborhood, but not necessarily old by most standards. We moved in about 15 years earlier, and my brother and I lived there until we went off to university. And over the years, my mother and I had several strange experiences, but couldn't explain them. But neither my father nor younger brother experienced much. They tended to make fun of us for what we did experience. It says Dia, but did, I'm guessing. The incidents were never consistent, and it wasn't like the same thing kept happening. They were occurring randomly, and sometimes months or even years apart, so if you never connected them, they could all feel like one-offs. And sometimes it was just my mom experiencing it, sometimes it was just me, and occasionally both of us at the same time. Our cat, who we got about 6 years after moving in, also would occasionally just puff up and hiss at our staircase out of nowhere. Sometimes at other spots in the house, but most often the stairs for really no reason at all. So I heartedly believed that maybe we just had a weird little ghost that never wanted to show its face to the guys. Up until this last experience, which had me second-guessing what it was. My experience. When this last incident happened, we were in the middle of packing to move, and I'd come home to help as my parents sold their house during COVID, and I had an incredibly quick closing date. Left them just 14 days to pack up 3 levels of a house, and we'd lived in it for 15 years. We'd all gone to bed around 11, and as I usually need some time to decompress, I stayed up in bed to read. And around 12:30, I distinctly heard my mom's voice loudly call my name. It wasn't frantic, but it was enough to get me up and opening my door pretty quickly. As I opened the door down the hall at the other end of my house, my mom opened her door, looking clearly, sleep-mused or mussed. And irritated, and she asked, "What?" A little taken aback, I said to her, "What do you mean, what? You just called me." She looked at me a bit confused and said, "What are you talking about? You just woke me up out of a dead sleep because you called out Mom." And what followed was an irritable minute or two of bickering. "No, you called me. No, I heard you call me. I was asleep. Why would I call you?" "I don't know. That's why I opened the door." We'd both heard our own names being called, and the voice being distinctly each other's. It hit us pretty quickly that neither of us could explain it. I just told her it sounded like her voice, and it had come from downstairs on our main level. My mom agreed that it sounded that way for her, too. We literally scoured the entire house for anything that could have made noise. But nothing was on. No one was around, no one was outside. We lived in a detached house in a very quite rural and small neighborhood. Hardly even heard neighbors talking outside, let alone something like this, which clearly sounded like it was coming from within our house. After checking out the house, we decided to try and let it go for the night. Talked the next day. Went back to my room to try and continue to read, but I found myself a bit preoccupied, for obvious reasons. About 20 minutes after, I had settled back into bed and something just crashed in the bedroom, which scared the shit out of an already unnerved me, let me tell you. So while I was home, I had been sleeping in my brother's old childhood bedroom. This room had a wall of shelving that held his childhood toys. When I went to investigate, I noticed one of his toys had fallen off the top shelf out of nowhere. It crashed down behind a desk. The shelves hadn't been touched in years, and while we were in the process of packing, I hadn't even begun to touch his bedroom yet. None of those toys were precariously placed, and I had been stationary in bed for almost a half hour. I immediately rolled over and tried to force my brain into believing nothing was happening to trick and go to sleep. And even though I was kind of shitting a brick, over the last few years, my mom and I have talked about it a few times, and we're still completely stumped. While we'd had a number of experiences in the house before, we'd never heard voices, or at least not that we were aware of. And the fact that both of us heard it means that it, couldn't have been some kind of fatigue-related auditory hallucination. Like I mentioned earlier, we've had some pretty odd experiences in the house in the past. Heard something running through the upstairs hallway once, sounded like a child or an animal. Constant feelings of something smallish jump onto the bed, but what we assumed was our cat was never the case. He was either already on the bed or somewhere else in the house, and with no cat in sight. I heard our dining room chair moving downstairs one night, across our kitchen tiles, and this was pre-cat, so not even a possibility of it being him. And all of our doors and windows were locked. I always felt uneasy in the basement house. Well, the basement of the house. It was a normal finished basement, but I never got rid of the eerie feeling. I felt that while I was down there. There's definitely more of that happening, but wanted to give at least a few other instances for some context, because as weird and unsettling as some of these felt in the moment, never felt unnerved as I really did during this specific night. Something about this experience, my mom's voice, really got to me in a way that no other experience ever did. And to this day, it's the only experience I ever had that truly made me feel genuinely scared. We always joked that we had a ghost cat or something since it seemed small, but after this night, I think my mom and I both lost that feeling, and the comfort that went along with it. I felt it could be something not quite as innocent. Some people we've told have said it could be a mimic, but wouldn't we have heard the same voice and not completely different words in each other's voice? You found Paranormal M for a reason. Something in you wants to know the truth, the uncomfortable, the unexplainable, the terrifying truth. Subscribe now. Fear isn't just a feeling. It's real, and it's here. I need help identifying a ghost. This happened a few months ago, but I think about it every day because it felt so real. And I've never experienced something like this before, or since this happened. And everybody I've told about this has thought of every possibility, but we're totally lost on what or who it could have been. So I'm seeing if anybody else could come up with any other ideas, or just let me know what you think. One night I was home alone, which I don't tend to be often, since my girlfriend and I usually spend the night together. But that night, she was out with some friends, so I'm just hanging out having some alone time for the first time in a while. I watched some movies, had some dinner, and snuggled with my cat, and eventually started to get tired. I decided to put on a show to fall asleep to. Turned off the lights, tucked myself into bed, and got all comfy. Turned onto my side where I was facing the wall. My bed's in the corner one, just against a wall, and the way I was laying, my back was to the rest of my room. When I fall asleep, I tend to still be aware of what's going on around me, being able to think and talk if somebody talks to me. But I usually don't make any sense, and I'm not really able to move around. I probably could if I really wanted to, but I couldn't be bothered. Just a little bit conscious, but about to conk out any second. In the kind of asleep, kind of awake zone, sort of listening to the show and on the verge of drifting off, like I kid you not. One more minute and I would have been out. Then I felt a hand place itself and then slowly run up from about halfway up my back on the left side to my shoulder. like someone was rubbing my back. It was somehow lightly touching me and also firm at the same time, like a little tickly feeling. But also felt firm enough like it was a real hand. It also didn't feel super cold or warm, just a room temperature hand. I felt the fingers and palm and everything. Then it kind of held my shoulder, and then it kind of squeezed my shoulder in a very nice, loving way. I was more awake now because I wasn't expecting it, but I felt very calm and just stayed still. I was just laying there because I was very comfortable and I didn't feel freaked out or scared at all. I just assumed it was my girlfriend coming home. I then remembered she wasn't supposed to be home that night, so I got worried something had happened. She had come home or something like that. I opened my eyes, still laying in the same way I had been the entire time, and right when I did, I felt the hand gently let go of my shoulder, and while still touching me, it slowly slid off like I knew I opened my eyes, but I was still facing and looking at the wall. I sat up and looked around, expecting to see my girlfriend or literally anybody because I just felt a hand on me. And it felt like somebody was right behind me or in the middle of the room the entire time since I had felt the hand on me. But when I turned around, it felt like I was alone again. No more presence of any kind. And when my eyes adjusted to the dark parts of my room that weren't being lit up by the TV, I saw there was no one there. Not in my room or the rest of the house. I texted my girlfriend to tell her about it since I thought it was her and to check on since I had that feeling there. Could be wrong. Maybe she said that she was thinking about me and was missing me. She thinks maybe it was her somehow. Thought that was kind of sweet, but I laughed a little bit, imagining her somehow spiritually leaving her friends to come rub my back, but the presence didn't feel like it was her. I was just half asleep and assumed because that's the only person it could have been. After I texted my girlfriend goodnight, I went back to bed and nothing weird happened again. I told my mom a few days later, and she just thought it was interesting. She's a believer in the paranormal. Has a ton of ghost stories herself. Well, ones that my brother and I grew up hearing. And I am a believer as well. I do love paranormal shows and YouTube videos, but I haven't had a ton of experiences for myself. Just a small handful, enough to make myself not super skeptic. I've always had a pretty good intuition and, well, feelings for paranormal stuff, I guess. Or just energies. Part of me always knows if something is up before I do, if that makes sense. I also tend to see people or animals out of the corner of my eye, even when no one's there. Wouldn't call them shadow figures because I, can kind of see in my mind what the person looks like. If I look over there, there's no one there. Nothing spooky or odd has happened to me since, and I haven't been super afraid to go to sleep or be by myself in my house or room because the presence felt nice. And like I knew them, I just had no idea who or what it was. Here are some of the things I thought it could have been and ultimately ruled out. I highly doubt it could be my cat because what I felt was way too big to have been a paw, and my cat has tiny feet. And I felt the entire hand and fingers and everything. My room is also very open. I don't have much clutter or furniture, nothing that could have fallen onto my back or shoulder or anything that would have made any contact with me. I was half asleep before it happened, but I woke back up a little bit when I felt it, so I don't think it could have been a dream or I maybe imagined it. I don't really think it could have been sleep paralysis. I sleep very well through the whole night every night. I can't stay up too late even if I wanted to have a very strict bedtime, whether I wanted to or not. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper unless I'm about to fall asleep, and I can still wake up and actually be awake. But once I'm out until morning. Not sure if it was a late family member, but I only have, I think, 3 family members that have passed. 2 I wasn't really old enough to know that well, and unfortunately don't remember very well, and the 3rd was super close, but she passed a while ago. I'm very close to my grandma, and when I woke up the next morning, I texted her just to make sure it wasn't her coming to say bye because something happened to her or anything, and thankfully it was not her. She's all good and very healthy. The rest of my family is okay as well. Don't have any friends that have passed on in the past recently, and I haven't heard of any extended family or old friends passing. So I'm at a loss, really, of who it could have been, and if it was somebody I knew coming to say hi. I have some other paranormal stories, but none I have felt such a strong presence like that or been touched at all. It's like I saw someone run past me and then disappeared into thin air, yada yada. Other paranormal or unexplainable experience I've had, I've always been a little bit scared or left speechless or shocked about whatever it was. But this time, I was just calm the whole time. I do believe it was something paranormal, not like anything like sleep paralysis or schizophrenia, because I have neither, but let me know what you think. Been trying to figure it out for a long time now. New build. Around 2008 and 2009, when I was 13 or 14, I had just started a new habit of staying up very late. I'd sit in my room with the clock radio playing some tunes while I sat in bed doodling all night. Can't pinpoint exactly when it started, but one of those nights my radio just began making this jacked up noise, like a distorted, terrible noise over the faint sound of music struggling to be heard. I immediately hated it, but changing the station did nothing. This went on for a few minutes and just stopped. I quickly shrugged it off. Then it kept happening. Every night. For a few minutes, the radio would go nuts. If I wasn't being lazy, I'd get up and turn it down for a while. Most nights, regardless of how much it bothered me, I'd usually just suffer through it. And it occurred to me that it seemed to always happen around the same time, so curiously, I paid attention one evening at 3:30 exactly. On this little clock, it started, and it didn't stop until the turn of 3:34. So for a solid 3 minutes, it would just go on. I was aware there was some sort of significance to 3 a.m., and I wasn't the type of person to believe in that kind of thing, but still, it made me feel really uneasy. It felt so intentional. So I paid attention more nights. Every single night, 3:30 to 3:34 would happen. I tried telling my family. Nobody believed me or bothered to listen to my off-putting rants. You know how in horror movies the adults never listen to the kids blatantly calling things out? Ever thought that was unrealistic? Well, it isn't. Everyone else in my house was asleep by 3. Until finally, one night my older brother and his best friend were awake long enough for me to convince one of them, the friend, to please come check this out. He acknowledged the strange sound and literally said, "I'm not fucking with that," and left. I started just turning the radio off and hanging out in the game room, but every time 3:30 rolled around, I was on edge. One night, once again alone, I was sitting at the desktop computer, trolling or whatever. That's when I hear what sounded like an avalanche falling in my kitchen right below me. The game room was upstairs and overlooked the living room, which connected into the kitchen. It was a completely open space. I heard what I assumed was every pot and pan in our kitchen simultaneously falling out of the cabinets. My first assumption was our cat was up to no good and knocked something over. But as I descended down the stairs in the pitch-black abyss on the ground floor, I thought, what if someone's breaking in? I run to switch on the light, but nothing. No cat, no pans, no mess. Everything's perfectly fine. I was so confused I even looked around to make sure, but I had zero explanation, and I knew for a fact the kitchen was the source of this noise. The last minor thing I can recall was an incident where I was on the phone with my best friend, and mid-call the phone went absolutely nuts. The call cut out and just screeched and gargled, and can't quite describe it, but I've never stared at something in pure terror like that before. It was a landline, and it's not like something similar hasn't occurred before, but this was different and awful. I didn't even call her back. I just left, walked down the street to her house, and said, "Fuck this shit." Finally, the kitchen again. It's a Saturday evening. Previously mentioned, best friend was over at my place. My mom was on a date, and it's probably important to mention that my dad had died in 2007. It's around 7 or 8, and we're making snacks, and we hear my mom's car pull up. Keep in mind, we've been hanging out in the kitchen for at least 20 minutes, and we had slightly tan tile. We go to meet them at the door. We're all heading to the kitchen, my best friend and I, highly anticipating the leftovers we were about to steal. And upon entering the kitchen, we all noticed spots of blood on the floor. 20 or so nickel-sized spots of blood sporadically in the ground, all contained around the general area in front of the stove. My mom, being a mom, says, "Check your feet, it looks like one of you are bleeding." My friend was still in her socks, no blood. I check my feet, perfectly unbothered. My mom looks for the cat, and it's asleep in the couch. Probably hadn't moved in hours. We couldn't find the source. We even looked up at the ceiling, just in case. My mom's boyfriend wiped some up on a paper towel and sniffed it. "This is definitely blood," he said. Mom just cleaned it up, and she even made some remark about how we were probably just trying to scare them. And to this day, my friend, who we're still very close, brings it up like, "Yo, you remember that time when there was all that blood all over the kitchen? Like, seriously, what the fuck was that? Your house was haunted, dude." On top of these things, I just felt awful. I was already depressed and dead dad and shit, and I started having terribly vivid nightmares almost every night. I now know I have a sleep disorder, and I think these were the first instances of it developing, but that's kind of irrelevant here. I no longer slept in my bed. I created a sort of safe haven in my closet. After everybody went to bed for the night, I was always on edge. Another night of me snuggled up in my closet, I'm listening to my radio, and time somehow escaped me. The radio did its thing, and I was done. I felt terrorized and targeted and afraid. I just started crying, and I hated it. Whatever it was, I just absolutely despised it. I begged it to stop, and I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was along the lines of, stop, please stop, for fuck's sake, leave me alone, please." And it did. 3:32, I'll never forget. Radio went back to singing clearly. If anything strange happened after that, and I didn't even bother noticing. A while later, when my mom was in her messier stage of grieving, after distracting herself with dating and working failed, she was drinking herself to death on the couch again and brought up the blood in the kitchen to me. "You remember when we saw that blood in the kitchen? You know what it reminded me of? Your dad. When he was almost gone and the diabetes was taking him, his feet would split and bleed, and I'd have to clean up the little spots of blood he'd leave behind. What a terrible time for us." The man of the house. Real experience. Now that he's gone, I can say I never thought I would miss, living in a haunted house. To be perfectly cliche, it all began one assuming October evening. I was carving pumpkins with my mother and had set the top of mine back on the counter with mindful precision to prevent it from rolling into the floor. I set off to the sink to rinse my hands, and as soon as I did, I heard like a loud thud from behind me. The pumpkin top was no longer where I'd left it. It was now sitting smugly on the floor in front of the refrigerator. According to my mother's report, the second I turned my back to it, the top of the pumpkin skidded across the counter on its own and slammed forcefully against the refrigerator door. That's the night we met Clark. Clark was a private sort of spirit. My mother and I never felt threatened by him, but he didn't care much for us making his presence known. We talked about recent episodes with friends and family, but mostly excitedly relaying them between ourselves. And after years of learning to live with him and his quirks, I headed to the library one afternoon to find a slice of solace. By pure serendipity, I met a friend of a friend amongst the stacks who invited me to her first meeting of her local paranormal investigation team. All I had to do was accept and just pop on into study room number 2 in a few minutes. Excitedly, I began to tell her when I'd actually lived down the road with an active spirit. His name is, just a second, I need to step out. I blanked. Distressed by the sudden amnesia, My face began to heat to boiling as I threw on my coat, pushed in the chair, and rushed past the help desk, down the stairs and out the front door. All the while, I tried over and over to remember his name. And as the cool winter air hit my face, my memory returned in an instant. Clark, his name is Clark. I didn't go to the meeting, and I never called the acquaintance. I didn't feel stifled by Clark's possessiveness, but rather protected. One day, I had to be driven to work because despite turning the house upside down, my keys could not be found anywhere. Eventually, they were located in the further corner of the hall closet on the floor. Perhaps Clark knew something that we didn't and was keeping me safe from an untimely fate. Once, when I was reading a book of ghost stories, right next to my head I heard what sounded like fingernails dancing along the wall almost playfully. I wasn't scared, I just smiled to myself and continued reading. Everything was fine, until the altar incident. I was practicing witch, or I was a practicing witch at the time, and had a spread of small candles laid out as part of an ongoing ritual. I came home one day to find one of them not only out of place, but teetering on the very edge of the table I kept them on. Around the same time, I came home to find a Hello Kitty doll lying in the middle of my altar, like some perverse sacrifice or glaring mockery of my practice. These incidents made me feel uneasy, and they felt invasive and bordering on malicious. Clark no longer felt like a friend, if it even was Clark. Enter Diane. I had started exchanging emails with the local medium. Given that these events were occurring in rural Maine town in mid-2010s, she may have been the only one. Diane agreed to come visit her apartment to tell us what she had sensed, and whether it warranted a return visit for a proper investigation with the bells and whistles. She described a hunched-over elderly woman with a tight knot of hair on the top of her head. My mother and I exchanged a look, and Diane, of course, was describing Bees, the former landowner. They had lived on the ground floor apartment and who had passed away a few years ago. We were taken aback by this assessment because we were so confident it was always her husband Clark that we were contending with. Diane continued to make her way through the house as we exchanged stories for insight. Nothing really stands out from the visit as I look back, except one occurrence after Diane's departure. The toilet seat was up and neither of us had used the bathroom since Diane had arrived. It was just the two of us in the house. To us, the message was clear. I'm not Bess. So our spirit was a man. What made us so certain it was Clark in particular? A very easy question to answer, because shortly before the inaugural incident in October, the attic space in the adjacent apartment began intensive renovations. The attic space belonged to the ground floor apartment where Bess had lived. Oh, I thought they called her Bees. Bess makes more sense. It's where she used to live with Clark, and the attic space is also where Clark killed himself. And I've always been rather skeptical of anything that can't be proven, so the theory that ghosts will act out when the physical space they spent their last moments in is disturbed was nothing more than just that to me. A theory. In this case, it makes sense. A man of staunch Catholic faith when he was living. It's understandable that he would do things like smack pumpkin tops off tables and place toys into pagan altars. Once we even watched as a stack of books toppled themselves off the coffee table. Amongst those that went flying was one about ghosts, one about aliens. But the one that remained perfectly placed was one called Conversations with God. Clark's shenanigans continued to brighten the monotony of basically every day living, as having him around became pretty normal as a dirty dish in a sink, or a floor that needed sweeping. The only thing that changed after Diane's visit was me telling him firmly and often that he was not to mess with my things. And to my relief, he stopped. Eventually we moved, but whenever I drive by that old converted farmhouse on New Bridgeton Road, I wonder whether the current residents enjoy their Halloween season. Inexplicable incident. I've been encouraged to share an experience my wife and I had a few years ago. It's always haunted me, because there's no logical explanation to it. And I want to start off by confessing that I'm an atheist and I don't believe in ghosts and or the supernatural. I also don't believe in demons or angels. My wife, however, does, and she was born a Christian, is still a believer, and while she doesn't go to church, her parents are active churchgoers. From time to time, we both attend for special occasions. Despite being atheist, I'm not anti-religion. I want to point that out because in the context of what I'm about to share, I think it's relevant and also good for you to know. Like, I'm not somebody who points towards an experience as paranormal without a good reason. Also, my wife is very much into horror. She loves horror movies and horror books and runs a business creating horror curiosities, Ouija boards, as well as Victorian fairground-themed dolls. And again, this provides added context to what I'm about to share. So back in 2016, we moved into a house in South Staffordshire, England. The house was roughly 100 years old at the time, and a few weeks in, we started noticing bizarre things happening. We'd be sitting in the front room watching TV. We'd hear footsteps or what sounded like footsteps coming from upstairs. It was so loud we'd stop the TV or whatever we were doing, listening out, and we'd hear it again. I'd go and investigate, only for there to be nothing and no one upstairs, of course. There could only be floorboards creaking. That's the only logical conclusion. It's an old house, and floorboards are going to creak. Then we'd wake up and picture frames would be crooked, and the lid of the bin would be loose or even off. Lights would be on. Again, you could argue there are logical explanations for all these things. Anything could have caused a picture frame to move. Maybe one of us left the lid off the bin loose or not secure. Leaving a light on without realizing really isn't uncommon. Then there were the night terrors. My wife would wake up in the middle of the night, screaming, adamant she'd seen someone in the room or even floating above her head. But again, it could be argued she was dreaming vividly, so much she was convinced it was all real. And I could go on, but the point here is every paranormal-like activity in the house, there wasn't really always an argument to rationalize what was happening. And the likelihood is the logical explanation would be the accurate one. So, here comes the inexplicable thing. In our dining room, we had an old-fashioned bureau, and on the bureau was a sculpture of a hand. We'd put mail for one another in between the fingers, or if we received a card for a birthday or whatever, it would go in between the fingers for a while, and to be honest, most of the time I wouldn't even notice. One evening, my wife asked if I'd seen the card I got for her, for when she got her master's degree. She said she'd had it on the hand sculpture, but it's not there anymore. And had I moved it? And like I said, I hardly noticed it, and I never even knew she'd put the card there. So we searched the entire room. I even lifted the bureau so my wife could look underneath. It was gone, nowhere to be seen. I joked because I said something along the lines of maybe a ghost took it. And this became a running joke, and whenever anything happened, we'd blame it on the ghost. But anyway, we moved on and agreed the card would have to show up at some point. Weeks passed, and nothing. The card wasn't anywhere to be seen. I'd even forgotten about it. So, it's coming up to my wife's birthday. And part of her gift being the horror obsessive that she is, I got us tickets to a ghost hunt at an old haunted pub. We've been to a few of these ghost hunts. Most of the time, it's a load of nonsense, but it's a laugh, and we meet some nice, if somewhat eccentric people there. And overall, it's a good experience. Even if we're standing in the dark for most of the time, calling out for a ghost that isn't really there. So we go to this ghost hunt, and a few things go on, and then we're all split into groups, and we have to use a Ouija board. I'm dubious, and I've done these on ghost hunts before, and because everybody wants to get spooked or experience something, it always felt like the glass was being moved on purpose, and I felt no difference this time, even when the glass came to me. When we'd asked, who does the spirit want to speak to? So I asked silly questions. Can't even remember what I'd asked, but until my wife said, "Ask if our house is haunted." So I did. "Is our house haunted?" The glass moved to yes. "Is it a friendly ghost?" The glass moved to yes. Then I had an idea. "Did this ghost steal my wife's card?" The glass moved to yes. "Can I have the card back, please?" The glass moved to yes. "Can I have it back tonight, please?" The glass moved to yes yet again. And I swear on my mother's life, we came home and a few hours later, in the middle of the dining room on the floor was my wife's card. And this is weeks and weeks after it was lost. So the floor had been swept and hoovered, and despite that, we searched so thoroughly for it that we would have noticed, or my wife would have definitely noticed for sure. This was about 7 or 8 years ago now, and we moved and we bought a cottage that's over 150 years old. But there's been zero activity, thankfully. But I can't explain or find a logical or rational explanation for what happened that night. It was really bizarre. I'm sharing this here because I'm curious as to what others think, or if anybody has had a similar experience. This happened to me. I don't know what it was. Hello, I'm here to share something that has haunted me since I was 5 years old. It's a true story that followed me across 3 homes and nearly a decade of my childhood. I stayed silent about it for years because no one believed me, and also because I was too terrified to speak. When I was about 5, we moved into a 1-floor house above a bungalow. My dad worked in another city, and only visited once or twice a week, and sometimes not so. It was just me and my mom most of the time. We slept in the TV room for a while, because the bedroom was under repair, and that's when I started hearing unexplainable sounds at night, like someone walking or whispering. Thought it was just my imagination. Later, when we moved into the bedroom, the sound didn't stop. One night, I had a dream where something, I'm not really sure what it is, but something was chasing me. I tripped and fell and suddenly woke up and I saw my mom lying next to me. But something was wrong. She had wide open staring eyes, a creepy, unnatural smile, and a burnt-looking face. I told myself I must just have the dark playing tricks on me. But I was terrified, and I reached over to hug her in my sleep, and she pushed my legs away over and over. The next morning, I asked my mom why she was smiling like that. She looked confused, and she hadn't done anything. She said that she was talking to the guard's wife that morning, like everything was normal. That's when I started wondering, was that really my mom beside me? Fear becomes my routine. I told my classmates about the sounds I was hearing at night. They just laughed, and I never mentioned the ghost or the burned face. I figured that if they didn't believe the sounds, how would they believe this? And from then on, I grew distant from my mom, and I became quiet and angry and paranoid. I would sleep without a thick blanket, even in South India's 50 degrees centigrade summer heat. I was drenched in sweat, but it was better than being exposed. Every night she would come, even when my dad was home. Every night I would feel her and hear her. I never told anyone, not a soul. And after 2 years of this, we moved to a new house, also above a bungalow, but this one had a neighboring room too. I was hopeful that things would be better. For the first few days, they were, but then the same heavy, unshakable feeling returned. The dreams came back and the fear came back. The whispers came back. We left that house in just a few months due to termites, moved into a new apartment and the one I still live in now. And I was 7.5 years old when we moved in. My dad and I slept in one room while my mom and the maid was unpacking some things in the lounge. And that night, the feeling returned, the one I had the first time, and I tried to ignore it. But after a few months, the sounds came back, only this time the whispers were right in my ears. Whenever I slept beside my mom or somebody and reached out in my sleep, the same thing would happen. My legs and arms would get pushed away, and I never looked. I didn't want to see who or what was lying next to me. I only slept to my left of my mom, but that didn't mean it was her, and I didn't dare check. But I'm sure that it wasn't my mom, and something that is unbelievable. But it never left the house and never followed me outside. During COVID, my mom had to stay in the hospital for surgery. I left at my neighbor's house and nothing happened, no whispers, no fear. But the moment I was back home and sleeping beside somebody, it began again. After my mom is back, I slept alone in my room, and for the first time in years, nothing happened. No whispers, no shadows, no pushing. Even after she returned and slept in another room, I slept alone and was safe. Then one day, my grandma visited and started sleeping beside me, and that feeling came back. And that's when I realized the ghost only came when I wasn't alone. I stopped reacting. I never opened my eyes. I just let it happen. Then one night, after my cousin moved in with us for school, maybe 8th grade and she was in 12th, we slept side by side. My mom was in another room. And suddenly I woke up in the middle of the night totally frozen. Sleep paralysis. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. And hovering beside me was a massive black figure floating in the air. It wasn't a shadow, it was real, and it whispered straight into my ears. And then it began to press down on my neck, and I couldn't scream and I couldn't breathe. But somehow, my cousin woke up and she called my name. My mom came running, and in an instant, everything vanished. They found me, soaked in sweat, shivering in fear. And the next morning, I told them everything. Years of terror poured out in the dreams and the whispers and the pushing in the face. My mom contacted a priest, and he said, "There's a middle-aged woman who's been with your child since childhood." I couldn't believe it, and I still ask myself, why me? Why only me? The end or just a pause? In 2021 it stopped. No whispers, no paralysis, no ghost. But even now, the fear lingers and the memory still follows me. I don't believe in paranormal activities, and I'm an atheist, but what I experienced felt completely real. It wasn't my imagination or an illusion. I could feel everything that happened to me. But now I'm okay, and nothing's happened since 2021. White Orb Visit. I don't know how old I was back then, but I think I was probably around the age that you'd be in 5th grade, and all I know is that I was still not in high school back then. It was the middle of the night. My mom and younger brother and me slept in one big bed on the 2nd floor of her house. There was a window across from us. It had no glass, just basically a square hole that we call a window. and attached a dirty cloth that we called a curtain to block the outside and close the window when it's nighttime. Everyone except me was asleep because I have this tradition where I don't sleep until I pray. Because when I was even younger back then, I was always afraid to go to sleep for some reason. My mom and dad told me that if you pray, God will protect you from all the bad creatures while you're asleep and you won't have nightmares and whatnot. It eventually became a habit of mine, though whenever I go to sleep, I pray, and my prayers back then were so long, I kid you not, that even I was annoyed by it. It usually takes around when everyone is finally asleep, except me, to actually force myself to start praying and finally go to sleep. Alrighty then. Like I said, it was probably midnight when it happened, and I was about near finished praying when I feared this cold breeze I've never felt before, even till now. It wasn't like any cold wind or ordinary electric fan wind. Might even say colder than an aircon wind. The breeze or wind passed by me, and that's when I opened my eyes from the praying and I looked at the window where a wind from outside swept the curtains away to make an opening for this white shining orb that came floating in. I was dumbstruck, to be honest. Then it came floating toward me. And that's when my already fast-beating heart, I beat it more harder and faster, and I could literally feel it beating in my chest. When it was halfway toward me, I hid in the blankets and closed my eyes and kept praying so I could finish my prayer. Finally slept when I was done, and I opened my eyes again and I saw through the fabrics of my blanket and saw that it was circling on top of my head. Or maybe face, and it wasn't very close to me, just floating up on top, barely in hand's reach if you reach hard enough. I just closed my eyes and forced myself to sleep. The next day I didn't tell anybody because I just thought of it as my imagination, just a dream I mixed with reality. Maybe, I don't know, just me going crazy. Well, nobody kept thinking it was just my imagination if it didn't happen again. It actually creeps me out, because when it happened for a second and last time, it was the exact same setting. Exactly the same. Same spot on the bed my brother, mom, and me took. Looked as if it were somewhere on the same time of night, and everyone was asleep except for me because I was too lazy to pray again like any other night. I don't think the blanket was the same, though. But maybe it was, because I don't really remember. I was on the part of my prayer where I was nearly finished, and I felt that weird cold breeze again. Looked at the window. Another wind pulled away the curtain to make an opening. The orb kind of came in, but this time it was flickering. I think it shone more brightly and was more white, if that makes sense. But I think it was also kind of like it was weakening because of the constant flickering. I ducked on my blanket like last time, finished my prayer, opened my eyes again. It was doing what it was doing last time in the same spot. But I think the way it circled grew bigger than the last time, and it was flickering so much now too, disappearing and reappearing again and again. Forced myself to sleep like last time. This time I told my mom, who was with my aunt when I told her. They told me that it was just my imagination, and I told them how could it be my imagination, though? Can't it just be my imagination? I felt the cold, weird wind when it wasn't even windy, and our electric fan was pointing at my lower area. Couldn't have gotten my whole body, nor could it be that cold out of nowhere, and the curtain physically moved when the wind, I even heard the swoosh of the wind. The orb, too, it can't be my imagination, because even when I closed my eyes and ducked underneath my blanket, it was still there. It can't be my imagination because, if it is, then That means that my touch, the cold wind, and the sight of the cold curtain moving, and the orb, and even my hearing, the swoosh of the wind. Maybe I imagined it all, and also forgot to add those 2 nights and wasn't raining or was windy at all. Just my normal weatherless night. I honestly believe those weren't ordinary winds, because the way it moved the curtain was as if to make way for that orb, and the cold, weird wind that I felt, feels as if it was something to grab my attention. Now, when I tell this story to people, most of them think either that that's creepy or weird, or trying to explain it with something ordinary, or with science or logic. They can never explain all the incidents happening together. The most bizarre ones were maybe it was God or Jesus or the guardian angel testing you, because you were praying. And I seriously think that's not the case, because to be honest, come on. One that made me feel bad was that my grandma said that maybe it was a lost soul or ghost trying to ask help for something. Along with those lines, because it's known in some of my family members that I've seen some things. Help me make sense of the paranormal history of my late grandmother's house. So without further ado, whether you're looking for a ghost story or looking to debunk some stuff, I'll start my account. I am a 20-year-old male, and this all started before I was born. I'll do my best to state the order of events chronologically. But these stories all come from different people in my family, so it might be a bit messy. My grandma has owned a trailer in Broomfield, Colorado for nearly 40 years. My father, his 2 brothers, and his 2 sisters grew up in this house. And me and my father also lived in this house with my grandma and grandpa later down the road. I'll give each story an account, a name, and an approximate date, as well as say who told me the story. 1985, 3-fingered lady. This one comes from my grandma, and at a separate point in time, my dad as well. My eldest uncle Ryan, when he was young, was just about 10 or 11. Had just got his own room, and he would tell my grandma about a 3-fingered lady in his closet that would talk to him at night. And one night, my grandma heard banging on her door in the middle of the night and screaming. Opening the door, she found Ryan, who was screaming and crying with blood coming out of his leg. He told her the 3-fingered lady tried to drag me into the bed, tried to take me to hell. And after that night, they never heard about her again. Well, that's good. This one, at least, is a kind of distant layer of truth to it, because after his passing in the hospital 30 years later, I saw a scar in his leg and 3 lines going down to his calf. 1990. My favorite year. Open the door. This one comes from my grandpa. My grandma was a nurse, so she used to get home really late. And one night, my grandpa woke up to the doorknob on his bedroom door jiggling. He could hear my grandma saying, "John, let me in, the door's stuck." But when he opened it, my grandma wasn't on the other side. He looked down the hallway and didn't see my grandma anywhere. Coming back to bed, he said that my grandma was asleep next to him already. Year 2000. The man in the corner. This one also comes from my grandpa and my great-uncle Rick. It was late night, and Rick and John, my grandpa, were up late watching cable. John went to grab a beer, Rick went to take a piss, and on his way down the hallway after pissing, Rick passed who he thought was his grandpa, standing in the hall. He said, "The fuck are you doing, John?" Before continuing to the living room where John was drinking his beer. John said, "Who are you talking to?" Then they searched the whole house, but nobody was inside except the kids and my grandma, all a bit asleep. The year 2000 again. Moving furniture. This one comes from my dad and my youngest aunt Jamie. Once every couple of months, upon returning home from days out, The family would find rooms, and one time the TV was knocked off the entertainment center broken. In 2005, The Face. From my brother's twin Aaron, I'd like to note that I was born this year, and I was the first grandchild of my family. My grandma once said that I was having grandchildren made the devil angry, or having grandchildren made the devil angry, because things got worse in the house after I was born. My uncle was homeless at the time, and my grandma let him stay on the couch, and apparently kept hearing breathing. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see a face looking at him. 2007, The Seance. I've seen a video recording of this one, actually, and I'll be honest, I have no idea what's happening in the video. The recording's on a camcorder somewhere. My whole family decided to do a seance where they read the Bible and try to get rid of the demon in the house. In the video, you can see my family reading the Bible into a dark room, and I swear to God, you can hear growling come from the video. It's really weird, but maybe one of my family members made the noise, I don't know. A plate fell off a shelf in the video and breaks as well. 2007 and onward. Crosses fall off walls, people see things out of the corner of their eyes. People feel like stuff is clinging to their backs. Things move slightly and stuff breaks randomly. And my own personal experience. I've never seen anything overtly sinister happen in this house, but something strange has happened to me, and I rarely dream, almost never. When I do, it's always good. But there has never ever been a night that I stayed in that house that I didn't have a nightmare. They started when I was about 6. From then on, they only came back when I slept in that house. Also, I fully believe that my family believes that that house is haunted. Since I was a baby, I've been taught that, well, honesty is a core value, and my father's number one peeve is when, well, pretty much when I lie. I can't see my family lying about the stuff and keeping the lie up for decades, even though bad fallouts and arguments and everybody agreed that house was evil. I'm making that post because my grandma passed recently, and in her final hour she told us to take her somewhere else. She didn't want to die in that house. She refused. It's strange, but I'm sure it can be explained. If you have any questions or theories, please tell me. I want everything to be finally debunked. If you have nothing, enjoy the stories, I guess. See ya. Nine and 20 miles today. My ancestors were of Egyptian and Native American descent. They immigrated to the U.S. from Mexico, where my grandfather was born. They eventually settled in a small country town in Texas. My grandmother came from a large family, which included her mother, father, and 4 brothers. Growing up, she often told me about waking up with mysterious bruises on her body, with no memory of how they got there. And no one ever had an explanation. One time, while playing outside with some of her relatives, something strange happened. Her cousin suddenly appeared at the door on the other side of the house, as if he had teleported. Her father, my great-grandfather, worked long days in the fields, and one evening he came home, laid down to rest, and passed away in his sleep. There was no explanation. He had been healthy and wasn't sick. My grandmother used to say he kept a rope with him to catch witches and aliens he believed roamed the ranch at night. After his death, my grandmother left that house and the whole town behind. In 1968, she gave birth to my father. From an early age, he was unusually advanced. By the time he was 5, he was already winning awards, and at 6 he had developed a strange ability to manipulate situations, even talking his way out of trouble with adults and authority figures. In 1986, my father and his friend were walking to the nearby KFC. They were on Main Street, but somehow ended up back at the same stop sign they had passed 30 minutes earlier. Never spoke about it again. My grandmother was once visiting a friend in jail, and while driving down a rural road, she and her companions experienced something unexplainable. A beam of light appeared above them. She claimed it lifted their car off the ground. She never spoke about it until my sister asked her. One night in October, during the late 1970s, my dad came home and suddenly began slurring his words. He claimed he was able to crawl along the walls as if something had taken control over his body. His eyes rolled back into his head, and my grandmother stood frozen and paralyzed, unable to move or process what she was witnessing. Then his neck twisted all the way back in a way no human body should ever be able to move. Once again, he never spoke about it. In the 1990s, my mom had trouble having my sister. Then one day, she said my sister was just born, almost as if it happened without explanation. I'm sure that's not the case. Both my sister and brother were born sometime in the 90s, yet there's no baby pictures or hospital records or clear timelines, only their presence, and probably a C-section. In 2001, my mom became very sick. She couldn't get out of bed, and no one knew exactly what was wrong. Miraculously, my sister and brother healed her simply by patting her head and hugging her. In 2003, my grandma woke up with mysterious bite marks all over her body. There's no explanation. The year 2008 arrived and I was born. My mom said it took 8 years for me to come into this world. I was born on a Sunday, and outside rain poured down with thunder rumbling throughout the sky. When I was brought home, my mother was immediately scared because I was able to pinch and grab my great-grandmother. I wasn't even close to 1 year old, yet I was already potty trained and could talk like an 8-year-old. In school, I was ahead of the other kids. And here I am, I just peed on the doctor. I was 5 years old when I began to see witches and aliens. One of the witches resembled my mother, tall with a cystic smile and very sharp nails. Cystic? The aliens I saw were as tall as the ceiling, with black skin and faces that seemed to drip downward like melting shadows. I just stared at them, and they always held out their hands, and after seeing them, my life was never the same. Every kid who messed with me suddenly found their arms broken or believed to be cursed for the rest of their lives. One night in high school, I couldn't sleep, and I remember waking up to find myself levitating in the air, my arms crossed tightly over my chest. Ran to my parents' room scared, but they were too sleepy to understand what was happening. The next day, my dad told me he had experienced the same thing when he was a teenager. One night in high school. I'm a little bit confused. I've always been extremely beautiful, and I've had the gift of being a guardian angel to people I've befriended. One night before Christmas, while my family was sick, a red and green light shaped like a large disc appeared outside. The very next day, my family was mysteriously cured. My cousin was sentenced to 10 years in jail, but was released the very next year. No one ever explained how he got out. At school, I wasn't so lucky, and out of nowhere I met one of my cousins. Didn't even know we were related, and it kind of scared me. But he protected me through everything. When I'm alone, my mouth begins to snarl for no reason. Sounds like some kind of alien. What? I'm 16 years old today, and sometimes I wonder, what am I really? I never know you, and you'll never know me. We will never meet. And with time will come experience and wisdom and knowledge, and hopefully more understanding. Everything has been true so far. In December of 2018, I was visiting some friends in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and staying with them. I was traveling with my Portuguese girlfriend. One of the roommates, Hannah, came into the front room where we would sleep and started a conversation with us. She started talking about fortune tellers, psychics, and mediums. People who could see people's futures and past. At the end of the conversation, I told Hannah that it's interesting how she told all of us this. One day before I was going to one for the first time. Another friend had planned for me to visit one the next day in another part of Nova Scotia. I didn't tell anyone about it, not even my girlfriend. Hannah told me a few things in that conversation. Namely, how she wouldn't want to know anything about her current relationship because it would be really shitty if we were with somebody that were then told it wouldn't last. That would be depressing. She also mentioned dragonflies being a sign of hers, and maybe the sign of her friend who had told her some stories. The day comes, and my good friend Laura took me to see a spirit guide. Nobody paid for anything. This was just some kind of destiny. Her name was Julie. Never met her before. And she wouldn't know anything about me or my girlfriend, but she did. We were invited into her home, and it was cozy. I came in with an open mind, and I don't believe in anything, really. But there's no way all of this is a string of endless coincidences. She started reading me. She gazed into my soul and looked away while I sat on the bar stool in her own kitchen. I felt that looking into her eyes for however long would be pretty awkward, especially for posture. She started talking so fast she wouldn't even pause for a moment, and I didn't say a single word for the entire duration. I just listened. You are followed and protected by 4 spirits, 2 of which you don't know are dead. And when I was 4 years old, my grandfather died. I also lost a friend who was the son of Laura, who took me to see the spirit guide. Aside from that, I haven't lost any other friends or family. But my lifestyle has been one where people come and go, and I meet many people and made lots of friends for life, but had to part ways. Made sense. Not to get over analytical, but 4 has always been my favorite number and my magic number. You're going to have a change of transportation. This one was random and confused me the most, but because of all my traveling in life, I've never had really one change of plans. Well, fuck me. Next day it happened. I was supposed to hire a car and drive to Montreal, but the car hire wasn't accepting her license because her country has a very specific restriction of driving in Canada. Never heard of such a thing. We had to abandon that and had to catch buses the next day instead. That's not all. We need about 5 or 6 buses and 25 hours to Montreal. First bus broke down on the highway within an hour, in the snow. 2 changes of transportation, right after the day we were told. Syria. Something happened in Syria. Every time I thought about it since, it gets creepier and creepier. My girlfriend's brother was in Portuguese Air Force and went to Syria to fight ISIS. ISIS captured him and cut his head off, and there's a documentary about this. Never found it. My girlfriend didn't tell me this until we left, and Julie didn't know my girlfriend, not even her name or anything about her in advance. Even so, this isn't something you could search for. You lost an important necklace. When Julie was reading my girlfriend, she said this, and no more than 7 days earlier she lost the necklace her aunt gave her. Her aunt died. She told me this 2 to 4 days before we met Julie. So we were both shocked to hear this because my girlfriend about it that week. There were also so many obscure things from my past that I hadn't even thought about for 10 or 15 years. You just couldn't make it up. I couldn't even tell you, but it was real. He wants to tell you, comrade. My friend that died in 2015 knew me for a few years, and we would address each other as comrade because we were game developers that ran a very famous military genre gaming community. I completely forgot about this one. It was a reminder. Don't worry about money, it'll come. I wasn't sure what she meant at the time because my finances were always the same and stable. But a few months later, things became complicated, but I handled it. Then I had a golden opportunity to earn 6 figures on a project for May 2020. The person offering this deal was very nice, but something inside me told me to wait. And 2 weeks later, borders, airports, and stores all over the world shut down because of the coronavirus. And right now, this is still happening, but if this is also true, then perhaps whatever mess this virus could put me in, I'll be okay in the end, even with 2 new more mouths to feed. You have a question about your relationship, she said to both of us. There was literally not a word more on the subject of relationships, and as Hannah said, that would sort of suck the future. I immediately knew what Julie meant, and she was my girlfriend, and I was her boyfriend. But we never defined it, and we met casually and just kept seeing each other. Never said I love you, we just existed side by side, and we get along well, but we never actually talked about our relationship. A few months later, we broke up and haven't seen each other since. Didn't even have a relationship status on Facebook. Ever since that day, for many months I kept seeing dragonflies, all because Hannah told me that she or her friend kept seeing dragonflies as well. I saw a real alive dragonfly for the first time in years shortly after this experience, and I saw decorations of it in stores and everywhere. So many more things I wish I could remember. Not all places are empty when the doors are locked. At Paranormal M, we go where others refuse. To abandoned buildings, cursed woods, and forgotten graveyards. Subscribe and take the journey with us if you can handle what's waiting. I need an explanation. Everything I'm going to say is real. I've always been able to see shadows, the kind that can only be seen out of the corner of my eye. I always thought it was my imagination. But in this last month, everything changed. I'd already gotten used to seeing those shadows, so I no longer gave them importance. It's just my imagination, I told myself. But about a month and a half ago, I was sleeping in my room. I always sleep with my door open because if I don't really feel like it, I'm like suffocating if I don't, basically. It was about 11 p.m. and my sister woke up to go to the bathroom. And when she passed by my room, she swore she saw a huge shadow right at the door of my room. But the shadow didn't see her. It seemed like her attention was on me. She didn't see it. She told me because she was afraid that that thing knew that she could see it. She went to look for my mom, and they searched the internet for something to sort of, make that thing move away from me. All this without me knowing, by the way. They did everything from burning sage all over the house, and they even put a circle of salt that surrounds my entire room. I think that only made it worse. Since the day they found out about the grained salt inside my room, I had a recurring nightmare. It's always the same. The dream begins in my room. I'm lying in my bed, and I have that feeling that someone is staring at me. And that scares me very much. I always get up and leave my house and toward the street, but everything outside looks very different. It's as if it were in ruins. I run because something is chasing me. And every time I try to hide, it finds me. But I had not been able to see what it really looked like until last night. The whole dream happened exactly the same as the previous days, but this time when I finally managed to hide from him, I simply woke up. It was still early morning because it was very dark and I could barely see. I felt a strange humming sound, as if the walls were vibrating, and that feeling again, that feeling that someone was watching me. I just turned my eyes toward the door of my room. There he was. At first, he only showed his head and one of his hands through the doorframe. It was very scary because that was definitely not a human. His face had no eyes or nose, only a very big and disgusting mouth with many rotten teeth. His hand was very skinny and long. I thought he was still sleeping. I was just trying to think of something else so that way maybe my mind would simply change the scene. Didn't work. I think he realized that I was awake. He started to enter my room while he was singing a song with a slightly distorted voice and in a mocking tone. The lyrics were something like, "If you see a bow tie, it means I'm already here. If you see my bow tie, it means that I came for you." His voice was heard very close, as if it were, maybe sung directly into my ear. It kept coming in. My survival instinct was activated. Jumped up from my bed and tried to find my cell phone to call my mom, but I was shaking so much that I couldn't even unlock my cell phone. That's when that thing completely entered my room and I managed to see it completely. It was very tall. Even when I was in my room, I couldn't stand up. It was like it was, well, I'm sure it couldn't stand up. It was like a hunchback, very close to the ceiling. I only saw its long, skinny arm stretch out toward me. I felt myself fainting. The only thing I could do at that moment was shrink in the corner of my room as if in a fetal position. I tried to hit the wall and the floor so that someone would maybe hear me and wake up to help me, but it didn't work. That thing was slowly approaching, while somewhat faint laughter could be heard until it was in the front of me. I couldn't help but raise my head, and it was as if it forced me to do so. It was less than a meter away from me. Its skin was very pale gray and shiny, as if I was surrounded by slime. I couldn't move. I don't know if it was because of, the fear, or because I was under the control of that creature. I felt a horrible cold all over my body, and I only saw how, its face got closer to me until it was centimeters away from me. I managed to lower my head and screamed like I'd never done before. A few seconds later, I saw how the lights in the living room turned on and my mother entered my room, and I saw me there in the corner of my room in a fetal position looking at the floor, covered in sweat. I couldn't sleep again, and I was awake until dawn. When it was already morning, I went into my room to look for my phone, and I found it underneath the bed, and when I looked for it, I realized that the circle of salt that surrounded my room was no longer there. Just a completely solid accumulation of salt came from the corners of my room. Since yesterday morning, I've been very nauseous. Can't eat or drink anything. And it's because I vomited. And although everything seems to be normal around me, I feel out of place, as if not belonging here. My teenage home was creepy, and probably my fault. My parents decided to leave Texas in the mid-'80s. My dad couldn't find work, so it was a toss-up between California or Florida. My parents chose Florida. Fast forward, and my parents find a great house to rent in a very religious family. Well, from a very religious family that lived behind us and across the street. And after renting the home from the family for about 2 or 3 years, the family suffered some personal stuff that I'm not going to go into, but the father tried to kill himself in the garage. The family moved out and asked if we would like to purchase their house. The home that we were living in at the time was going to be sold to help the family financially for a while. My parents said, yeah. So we moved from the 3-bedroom rental to a 4-bedroom and ownership. My grandmother, who lived with us, got a room, and my sister and I got our own instead of having to share one. Anyway, even though I was younger, I got the biggest room because my older sister was never really at home, and I am an introvert, so I was always there, and well, I got the biggest room besides the master suite. My sister only partly complained, but also realized that, yeah, she was never home, so why does it matter how big her room was? My friend always wanted to come into my home because it's big and your parents don't bother you. And I have great parents, but my sister and I have always been very independent and capable and never really had to worry about us. We also had a pool. So anyway, sounds like the same person as before. My first few nights in my own room, I would hear a tap noise here and there, no big deal. It's hot in Florida, and wood expands and contracts. New house, new noises. I want to mention that we had a huge power line that went by the house. My friends and I were very much into the magic arts. Never did anything mean or anything evil, it just kind of felt right. We would play the Ouija board in my room, and I always had an attachment, but I didn't know what it was at the time. After a year or two, my friends and I had experienced many things. I soon realized that the tapping that I heard was not the wood contracting, but something else. I would prove that my room was haunted by requesting the spirits tap a certain number of times. Some people reacted with surprise, and some thought I was doing it to somehow, even though they never found anything in my closet when I told them to look. One day, one of my best friends was stopping by after flag practice and brought 3 of her flag corps group over so she could grab a gift I bought her. As they came in, she warned them that the house was weird and very haunted. Well, they didn't believe her and said, yeah, sure. I knew them, of course, as we all went to school together. One of the girls needed to use my bathroom. My friend takes her there because the bathroom is near my room, and that was where the gift was. The thought comes into my head as I'm talking to the other 2 girls. She's going to compliment you on your toilet paper. Nice. A few minutes pass, my friend calls to me, and I leave the other 2 girls for a moment standing in the kitchen next to the laundry room and garage door. Turns out I was out of TP. The girl in the potty needed a roll, so I handed her some and went back to the other 2. The 2 girls are looking at me with these huge eyes, and they say, I think your dad's home and he sounds mad. The other said, he's yelling, should we leave? My dad? No, he doesn't yell, he doesn't have to. I walk to the garage, I open the door, and I show them, and no one's there. Suddenly the girl that needed to use the bathroom comes back and says, your 2-ply is awesome. And I smile. The other girls are freaking, and my friend comes from my room with her gift. The others swear that they heard a man yelling in the garage. And again, I say no one's here but us, and they left and just turned around and walked out. They told my friend that they now believe and never want to go in there again. My house, in about 10 minutes, turned 2 skeptics into believers. And I have a theory of what these girls heard. That summer, I was outside washing and fixing my bike as me and my best friend, who was a male friend, were going to ride our bikes to the comic book store. And yeah, I'm a nerd. Suddenly, a man stops his truck and gets out of it and walks up to me. He was frantic and crying as he spoke to me. I'm about 15 at the time. His son was just killed by a huge entertainment center that had fallen on him, and he needed a place to put the damn thing, as he said. I ran into the house and called for my dad, and he came running out, and the man explained to my dad that he couldn't bear to look at it, but they couldn't just throw it out as they needed it for the investigation. So, of course, my dad said yes, and together they lifted this huge cabinet off the bed of the truck and stayed there until it was no longer needed, maybe a week. Ugh, that sucks. I went out later that night and looked at it, and I still had all the child's blood on it, and I just lost it, and I started to cry. That poor child. That poor family. I believe some of that tragic energy sort of stayed in my garage, and the girls, maybe heard a playback or a residual sound from that day, or from the previous family. The father did try to kill himself in there after all. A demon passed on by telling a story. So I want to clarify that this experience happened before my little footstep story. This happened when I was in middle school, so roughly 2002 to 2004. Not sure exactly when, but I was a bit younger. Also happened in the same house. This house I grew up in from grade 3 to graduation in high school, so plenty of stories to tell. Okay, now I will tell the story that I was told. The experience my at-current middle school boyfriend crush had happened to him. He had this happen to him because his friend told him their story, and now it was his turn to tell me his. So my friend told me that this cat, or what seemed like a cat, was in his room one night. He didn't own any cats, so it was confusing. But funny enough, when he got a good look at it, didn't have fur and definitely had red eyes. Well, last night I had an experience that I will never really think I'd have happen to me. My cat Larry was a black female cat, was in my closet and just kind of sitting there staring out. He told me the eyes were like Larry's, yellowish green. So it was getting close to bedtime, and I know she likes to cuddle with me, so I went to pick her up. I called her name, did the whole pss, 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 pss. But she seemed comfortable where she was. But I wanted to cuddle her, so I reached out to pick her up, and she took a swing at me. And Larry wasn't an aggressive kitty, mind you. He had taken a breather, and he was quite shook as one would be if their cat suddenly took a full clawed swing at them. But I don't think it was Larry. When she swung at me, the paw was larger than the claws. There was only 3, and they were big and jet black. Yeah, I know she is black too, but it wasn't fur I saw. Looked more like leather or hairless. Definitely not my girl. Anyways, I'd pulled my hand away fast, or I thought I did, but I got scratched before seeing one of the claws strike the floor. A little mad, I got up and went to bed, and I honestly thought I was dreaming. Didn't feel real. Well, come morning, when I was getting ready for school, I saw the scratch in my hand, and then last night came back to me. Checked my closet, and there was a small hole in the floor. Carpet bits beside it. But Larry wasn't in the closet. Apparently, she was sleeping with my parents, so I think I now know what it was. So he told me his friend's story after his, and I was highly intrigued by it all. But I clung in slowly, as I was now told a story about his cat creature and perhaps a demon. I mean, leatherish skin, 3 thick-toed claws, and color-changing eyes. And apparently, the tail was long and slender, much like a lizard's would maybe be. Some details are still fuzzy, but of course I remembered the story aspect. Kinda sticks with you. But hey, I've told this story many times, and so far it hasn't happened to anyone else. So now, I'll tell my part of the story for you. So after my friend told me all of this, it was a few days before I had my own experience with this creature. Now I lived with my parents, my brother, and we had 1 cat. 1 black one who was more my parents' cat than anything. So one night I'm asleep in bed when I hear a little growl. Now our cat didn't really growl at anything, so I stirred a bit hearing it, but a bit louder. Slowly walking, I sat up a bit and leaned over, reaching out to try to coax our cat over. And his name was Bandit. Bandit would always come when called, but this kitty, or what I thought was a kitty, didn't come. It was pitch black in the house, and all I saw was a faint outline from the outside light peeking underneath my window curtain. And this creature was larger, but not much bigger than a normal cat. Its eyes were staring at me, bright yellow with a tinge of red as it growled once more at me. Its tail thumped and then it hissed at me. I don't remember the sound it made exactly, but it definitely wasn't a normal cat's hiss. Fed up, I just told the cat to go away, as I thought I, too, was just dreaming and seeing stuff. I fell back asleep till morning. But crazy enough, this I remember. After I pulled my blanket back up and rolled over, I felt something jump onto my bed and lay down. Okay, so yeah, I know this sounds crazy and possibly made up, but no, all of it's true. When I woke up the next morning, I asked my mom if she heard the growling sounds, and she did. I asked if Bandit was with her all night, and she said yes again. I left it at that, knowing it was real and not a dream or hallucination. Well, I told a friend the same story. She then had an experience. I don't know what happened after that, so far from time to time, till this day, I'll still feel a phantom cat jumping up where I'm sleeping and lay down next to my feet. Hope you enjoyed my story. Don't worry, I don't think this demon kitty follows anyone anymore. I used to hang out with the ghost of a girl when I was a kid. Not a fiction story. When I was around 3 or 4 years old, circa 2004, 2005 at most, I lived in a house with my mom, and I don't have any brothers or sisters, so I always wanted one to play with because I felt lonely sometimes. So I remember that some days I used to play in between a wall and the door of my bedroom with a little girl. You know, when you open the door slightly and an angle is formed between the door and the wall. I always thought that it was my imaginary friend, because I'd often hear about them in movies and TV shows. I remember my mom asking about my imaginary friend, and I told her that she had her face covered in some sort of mud or dirt. I could only see her eyes. I told my mom that she was my neighbor, but that she had fallen in the street, and that's why her face was like that. I still remember her face so vividly this day, and I'm 22 at the moment. I remember that some days my mom used to have people with her in her house, and they'd often stay at the living room talking about stuff. My mom always told me to stay in her bedroom until they were gone. Some other strange things that happened in that time period were that my mom would often visit the grave of a friend of hers that had recently passed away at the time. She would often cry a lot at this grave, saying things like, "Take me with you and I can't do this anymore," and stuff like that. I never thought about it because I was so little and I didn't understand much about what was going on at the time. Fast forward a couple of years. 2015 or 2016. My mom was getting married and the photographer of the wedding was a friend of hers. I'm going to call the photographer Laura. So before the photo session, we went to Laura's house and they started talking about random stuff. And then something pops out of me. Laura asked my mom if our house was still haunted, and something clicked with me, and I started asking questions to both my mom and Laura. Laura told me that one time she went to our house, but there was nobody there, and because of that, she wrote something in a post-it note, on a post-it note, and stick it on our front door. But when she was doing so, she saw the curtains started to move, as if somebody had sticked his head to look outside. Stuck. She found that quite strange and asked my mom about it, and my mom told her the story about what was going on. I started questioning my mom about what happened at that time, and she told me the whole story. My mom's side of the story. Apparently in 2004-2005, my mom used to work in the same place with a neighbor, a girl about the same age as my mom. I'm going to call her Abigail. They were never friends, but they got along fine. Abigail's mom used to sell paintings, and my mom asked to buy one that had a couple of angels and Bible verse. It's worth mentioning that I don't remember this painting at all, by the way. So when my mom got the painting stuff, and, well, strange things started happening in her home, and she would often see a woman and a little girl. She always was in a bad mood, and sometimes her house would start to freeze in some rooms. Where we lived, the average temperature is around 104 in the summer, so my mom started looking for help and called a church group to pray in her home. The group of quote-unquote friends that I mentioned earlier. But she didn't see any improvements in the situation, so she and my grandma went to see some sort of medium or witch. Really don't know what this lady was. My mom started talking about what was happening in her house at the time. She would often be on a pretty bad mood, and she would often visit her friend's grave and cry for help. The medium told my mom that when she went to visit her friend's grave, she wasn't asking for her friend. She was speaking to something or someone else, and then the medium said that her house had some spirits that came from something inside her home. She asked if my mom was given some present or if she bought something or maybe brought something. But everything started to happen, and if she knew somebody that could be jealous about my mom's life. We didn't have much money or anything crazy. My mom told her about the story of the painting and Abigail, and the medium told her to burn the painting because it could be what was causing everything. So my mom called her brothers and tried to burn the painting, but didn't catch fire at all. My mom went back to the medium some days later. The medium helped her burn the painting, but the medium told my mom that she had to make sure nothing wrong happened to Abigail, because every bad thing that the painting had would come back to Abigail, but if something happened to Abigail, my mom would keep the bad stuff on her. After that, everything came back to normal, and we moved cities and started using the house as a storage unit to keep our old furniture and boxes there. But one day I went back to my old city, just to visit some family. I was staying at my grandparents' house, but there was a thunderstorm that cut the entire block's electricity off. So we had the idea to go to my childhood home and stay there for the night. We went to my old house and tried to unlock the front door, no success. I tried unlocking the back door with no success either. My grandma told me to leave, and the house didn't want us there that night. The house can hear us. Some background. For the past 5 years, I've been living in a 140-year-old apartment building. It's somewhere in eastern Massachusetts. As you can imagine, the building has seen its fair share of tragedy and death, up to and including murders. The building seems to attract the downtrodden and vulnerable, and for some reason, and once here, most begin to unravel and degenerate into a shell of what they once were when they first moved in, but I seem to be one of the lucky ones, knock on wood. The type of activity people encounter here seem to depend upon the individuals themselves. It's almost like something here is using people's vulnerabilities against them. Sometimes purely to torture them. Sometimes for more sinister purposes. I've always been scientific, and I try to debunk and find rational explanations. But living here over the years, I've come to rationalize and realize some things are beyond reason and rationale. Still amazes me that I'm saying this, but I've come to accept that this house has many entities, some not human. I've seen a disembodied female arm. I've felt the presence of a woman and smelled perfume when no one's there, and my gas stove's 4-spark igniters have the oddest habit of turning on by themselves. Then they continuously click in unison, and those are just my experiences. Most people experience activity that's much more intense and even physical. Unexplained bruises and cuts and black masses enveloping them at night. Red eyes in the dark, and I can always tell when the darker entities are messing with me because I begin to feel sickly and aggressive and, well, darkly strong. What does that mean? Like something wants to use me to hurt others. I've never experienced this until I moved here. Luckily, I've always had a guardian of good watching out for me. So the more darker entities usually know to stay away. Although that doesn't stop them from trying. Anyway, a few years ago, I decided to leave an audio recorder in the attic for about an hour at around 2:30 a.m. The attic has always been a hotspot for activity, but I still didn't expect to capture much. Upon playback, I was surprised to discover some strange anomalies. For a few minutes, I heard what sounded like a whispered, unintelligible conversation between two people. Some footsteps, and then a curious clicking sound that seemed to be moving around the attic. The clicking and popping sounded almost like a lighter being flicked or somebody snapping their fingers. I remarked at how odd this all was, and then just left it at that. I didn't think much of it until, like a few months ago. It's when I'd just gotten home after being away for 3 weeks. Almost immediately, I began to hear the popping. That popping I heard in the attic recording. Except this time, it was in my apartment and I'd be doing something and suddenly I would hear a pop in the next room. It would only be 2 or 3 pops at a time and always just out of sight or right behind me. I began to feel like the popping was something trying to test me or daring me to notice it. I figured although it was kind of obvious and odd, it still could all be in my head, at least that's what I hoped. Last night I was talking to my neighbor about how old this building was, and he happens to mention that he's been hearing strange clicking and popping sounds around the apartment. "Wait, you heard what?" I asked. I was shocked to hear him describe the exact same thing I'd been experiencing. I admitted that I'd been hearing the sound myself and that I'd also caught it on tape in the attic. We talked for a while and concluded that the sound has specific characteristics. It's always subtle and it's always in the next room just out of sight. And during each occurrence, no two pops ever happen in the same spot. After this discussion, I went back inside my place and almost immediately began hearing the popping. Except this time it was different. Like it knew we were talking about it and was once again daring me to acknowledge it. Distressed, I then pretended to hear nothing. Totally ignoring it made me feel better, and after a few more pops, it stopped. But for now, that's what prompted me to post my experience here today, as well as the worrying reality that the activity seemed to be increasing. I could go on and on about the popping sounds and all the other occurrences here, and many I've actually documented. But this post is getting wicked long, so I'll wrap it up. If anybody else has a similar experience or comments, I'd love to hear them. And if anybody's interested, I have uploaded some of the video evidence I've captured thus far, and currently working on uploading the audio evidence, or as they wrote, eviscence. A wild story with a ghostly ending. My neighbor was a woman who drank a lot, did a lot of drugs, and had a lot of money. For purposes of anonymity, let's call her Jane. I wasn't too close with her, but sometimes she'd want company and I'd get high with her, or she would want company and go to the store. They would buy me whatever. One day, she comes to my door after recently being discharged from the psych hospital. Jane was already high and drunk and basically tells me that we're going out and we're going to party. I agreed, and long story short, after going to a bar and drinking, she wanted some cocaine. We just kept talking about it. I, at the time, was an addict and mostly abstaining from street drug use, but was taking methadone and was familiar with the drug spots, and since she was going to spend hundreds and give me a bunch of money for myself, I told her that while I can't get coke, I can get crack. She was okay with that, so we went to the west side of Chicago. On the way, her BMW security system activated because earlier she left keys in the car and climbed through the sunroof to unlock the car and retrieve the keys. And out of nowhere, the wheel locked and we had this whole ordeal. The panic of that instant transformed Jane into a fun-loving drunk to a violent, belligerent one. She went from being sweet to being like the Exorcist. And this transformation occurred as we were in the hood a mile from the open-air drug market. Somehow I managed to make the deal go down without her creating a scene or drawing attention from police. I picked up like $100 in crack and $100 in heroin. We got in the car and she started speeding and talking about suicide. Jeez. I was so freaked because I couldn't persuade her out of the insanity, so I pulled out the drugs so I could at least calm my nerves with opiates before the inevitable crash and arrest. Jane demanded to use when she saw me pull out the bag. I tried to explain to her that we had no crack pipe, and we couldn't use it yet. None of that could go through to her, and she ripped the bag out of my hand, and unknowingly she grabbed a bag of heroin, ripped the stop with her teeth, and snorted it. Shortly after, we finally crashed when she failed to stop at a light and rear-ended a young black man in the heart of the ghetto. The crash snapped her out of her insanity, and she rushed over and gave the man $50 and some weed. His car wasn't damaged, and he understood by our dialogue that we had drugs on us and needed to dip, so he accepted what she gave him, and he even helped calm her down and bring her to her car. After that, I was allowed to drive, and I could see the drugs were taking effect, and she was falling into a blissful but conscious state. When we arrived back home, I walked her and just left all the drugs, knowing that she had too much. And at this point, she was still conscious, and as far as I knew, she had none of the hard drugs we just picked up, but did have alcohol and Xanax that she was prescribed. After that night, I hadn't seen her for about a week, and I was nervous something had happened to her. I Googled her name and found out that she died last night. It hit me so hard, and after that I started regularly using again. One day I was smoking outside, weeks after this happened, and 2 police detectives arrived at my place. They knew we were together because they got access to the ATM camera where I withdrew money from her card. I told them pretty much everything, but left out the part where she grabbed the heroin from me and snorted whatever. Well, snorted whatever while she was, speeding down the road, raging on about suicide. The detectives left and told me that they'd get back in touch after they got toxicology reports and do further investigations. A few days after that, I was smoking a black and mild cigar and filming myself blowing O's. At the time I recorded myself, I was completely alone in my patio and it was totally silent. I didn't immediately rewatch the video, but when I did, I noticed the sound of a woman's voice whispering closely to the mic saying, "Hurry up and say it." It took no time at all for me to realize whose voice that was and what she wanted. She wasn't a heroin user and only used accidentally while drunk and raging. When detectives returned a few weeks later, I made a point of telling them. They recorded a video of me telling all that happened to her family, and the overdose and the heroin was used as an open question and confusing them, so it all fit in with my intuition and the words captured on video. I live in an apartment complex and she lived above me, and since then things fall over all the time and lights turn on by themselves. The weirdest incident was I walked in the bathroom and the shower curtain was rapidly shaking. I ran out thinking a rat was in the bathtub, but nothing was there. Sounds of footsteps are ever present late at night. I warn friends about it when they stay the night, and every time every friend that stays will say that they did hear strange noises and footsteps. I put the ghost voice video on YouTube, which I have linked, but listen closely, and you'll hear a woman whisper, "Hurry up and say it." How I Met the Demon Who Watched Me Sleep. When I was a kid, about 6 or 7, I experienced some kind of entity. I was with my best friend. Based on what I know now as an adult, I'm pretty sure it was a demon. My first experience with it was when I went to my friend's house for a playdate. When I got to her house, I went to her bedroom to look for her. The light in the room was off, but the one in the closet was on. So I looked there, and that's where she was. She was sitting on the ground talking as though she was playing pretend. I asked her what she was playing, in which she responded that she wasn't playing at all, but rather talking to another person in the closet. I remember she had a Barbie poster in her closet, so I asked if that's who she was pretending to talk to. She got kind of annoyed and said no again, and then we got up and walked out of the closet, turned around and asked me why I was in there. It was like she didn't know of anything that had just happened. And this was strange behavior for her because she's, at least usually, extremely sweet. More thoughtful and caring than the average kid our age. She wasn't one to lie or try to hurt others' feelings. The next time we encountered something was when we were in her playroom. There was a bunk bed in there, and we would just in there, and we would a fort by hanging a blanket around the bottom bunk. Alrighty then. We'd also turn the lights off to create atmosphere for a game of dolls and whatever we were playing. The door of the room is closed and not locked, and we're sitting there playing, and I happen to look up and see the shadow of a person move between the crack of the hung blanket behind my friend. I thought her mom had come into the room to talk to us. I told my friend, and she got this scared look on her face and asked me to turn on the light. So I got up to turn it on, and I noticed her mom wasn't in the room like I thought. My kid brain didn't think ghosts, but also didn't think anything of it at all. I flicked on the light as my friend watched from her fort, and as soon as I did, the doorknob next to me started turning back and forth, completely one way, then completely the other. And it was turning quickly and loudly, like somebody was playing with it. And if they wanted to push it open, they could, and the door was unlocked after all. I remember waiting there for a minute, just watching it in confusion and wondering if maybe her mom wanted to do this instead of knocking on the door for permission to come in. So I grabbed the knob while it was still going and pulled it open. And of course, I'm sure you can gather that there's no one on the other side. Went to the hall closet nearby to see if somebody had hidden in there. Maybe one of my friend's siblings. My friend ran out of the room while I did that and sat down the L-shaped hallway to her mom. I went after her and I listened to her explain to her mom what had happened, and I added that it was true and she wasn't pretending. Her mom chalked it up to us being kids and making it up. And we also checked and neither of her siblings were home that day. This was the last experience I vividly remember, but not the end of the story. A couple of years after it happened, my family moved away. I lost touch with my friend. We never talked about the incident. Half because she didn't want to, and half because other things really took precedent in my kid brain, I guess. Fast forward about 17-ish years. My friend and I are adults now. She moves out of the town I live in. We agreed to meet in Cap. I'm pretty forward, so I didn't wait long to ask her about the things that happened. Through the years, I realized more and more how wild the experience was and told friends and family about it. I also looked up things like the doorknob thing moving. Never found any explanation. But anyways, my friend answered my question with a simple, "Yeah, I remember that. I was actually going to bring it up because there was a part of it that you didn't know, but I wasn't sure if you'd be too scared to hear it." Well, I insisted that I was fine. She told me that when we'd have a sleepover at her house, she woke up in the middle of the night every time and saw a shadowy woman with deep red eyes and something on her head, either a hat or a large bun hairstyle. She never ran to get her parents or screamed, and she still doesn't know why. She says she just pulled the blanket just over... falling over myself. She says she just put the blanket over her head and tried to fall back to sleep. She said that when I moved away, the lady stopped showing up. When her brother moved out to go to college, she took over his room in the basement, and she uncovered a Ouija board in his closet while clearing out his old things, so she suspects that this is what caused the activity. I think she was worried the lady had attached to me and followed me out of the state. Luckily, I'd never had an experience as intense as that one ever again. And I sometimes experienced waking up in the middle of the night and being touched or seeing shadows. Not sleep paralysis, because I could still move during these times, but definitely something that chalked up to me being half asleep and possibly still dreaming a little bit. Past grandmother came in my dreams. Back in December of 2020, my grandma suddenly passed a brain aneurysm. She was otherwise very healthy, so we didn't expect it. Since it was during the pandemic, I couldn't be there for her final moments. I saw her healthy one day. The next time I saw her was her funeral. Needless to say, I had a hard time processing that she had actually passed. This dream requires a little backstory to understand. Shortly before she passed, she would make slight comments that were strange. When we went out to the condo that she rents for a month every year, she said, "It's sad, it's probably our last time here." I kind of brushed it off because I assumed she was talking about my, grandfather whose dementia was worsening. Then, a couple of weeks before she died, she came to my house to meet my new cat, and she said, "I probably won't see him again." I once again brushed it off, thinking she was joking about the pandemic keeping us all inside. She also was extremely eager to see her family out of town, randomly one day. So we all went. She never was like that. She usually only wanted to make that long drive for holidays. Then the night she had passed, I walked up to her house, and by the way, she lives 2 houses down from me. I went into her room alone to get away from all the crying downstairs. Well, I was incredibly shocked and I was overwhelmed. Wanted to just sit in her bed and think about her. After sitting there for a while, I went back downstairs. My dad told me if I wanted to, I should go pick out what clothes she'll be buried in. I agreed because nobody wanted to go upstairs to her room, and they were too sad. I went upstairs, and I was about to walk into her room when I saw a cup that was on her nightstand. Suddenly, in the middle of the doorway, I was confused, so I went to ask everybody who went upstairs and moved that cup to the middle of the doorway. Everyone told me nobody had gone up but me. My grandfather then said, "She used to do that when the air conditioner would come on so the door didn't close. And suddenly, like a fucking movie, the air turns on." A couple of months later, I went to sleep in my dream and I started at my... Sorry. A couple of months later, I went to sleep, and my dream started at my grandmother's house, who's still living, my other grandma. Nobody was in the house, so I started walking around looking for my living grandmother. When suddenly, I opened a door, and sitting at the desk of my guest bedroom was my grandma who had just died. I could literally feel her energy like she was living. It felt very real, like she was actually there. I knew instantly in the dream that she died, and I was shocked I was seeing her. I asked her if she knows she passed, and she kind of laughed and said yeah. I told her I love her and asked her if she was okay. She said she's doing just fine and started to get used to it. I jokingly asked her if she found out if aliens are real. She was a big fan of aliens, I guess. Her eyes lit up and she seemed excited to finally tell me that they're real. We both laughed together and I asked her if she knew that she was going to die because of those comments she made. She said that she knew a little bit beforehand that she was going to die soon, and I asked her how she knew. She said that I'll know when my time comes and that she can't tell me that. She was very religious, so I asked her if heaven and hell are real. The question seemed to shake her a bit, and she kind of teared up. She just looked at me dead in the eyes and said, "No." I didn't really know what to say, knowing how religious she was. So I asked her, "Is it okay where you are?" She said, "Yes, I'm just with you guys." She then said that she didn't have much time left. She couldn't stay for long. Well, I hugged her and told her I loved her and miss her, and I told her to visit me again. She said she would, and I started walking toward the door of the room, and I looked back at her one more time. And I asked, "Did you move that cup?" She laughed and said, "I told you I'll haunt you when I die." And we laughed together, and then the moment I walked out of the door of that bedroom, I woke up, and this dream is something I think about all the time. It's almost changed my perspective completely on religion. I used to be very religious as a kid, but not so much anymore. Started wondering if that wasn't really my grandma in the dream. I think I know deep down it really was. I had other dreams about her, but in those dreams I didn't know she was gone and they weren't as vivid, and this one felt like it was real. Probably the most vivid dream I've ever had. I want more of these dreams. I want to talk to her again like that. But I haven't had a dream like it since. Just small dreams where she's there, but not vivid ones where I remember the conversation. Has this happened to anyone else? Don't know why that one gave me chills. Mom, sister, and I all saw the same ghost on different occasions in her house. All of us, this happened years ago. Can't remember exactly when, but I know that I was around 8 or 9 years old when this stuff happened, and I'm 26 now. So my mother, my sister, and myself all experienced some weird stuff with a figure that looked like me and my sister. We're a couple of years apart, but everybody always thought that we were twins. We looked pretty similar. I'll start with my experience because it happened first, if I can recall correctly. For some unnecessary context. I do love some unnecessary context. When I lived in my old house, my grandma, my mom's mom, lived right next door to us. Like it would take less than 30 seconds to walk to my grandma's house from ours. We would frequently walk over there just to see her and hang out, and go over there to play games on her computer. Anyways. One day I'm cleaning the house, and I was deeply focused on wiping something. But I heard my sister in the bathroom. She flushed the toilet. Then I saw, like, the bathroom light turn off. I saw her walk from the bathroom into our shared bedroom out of my peripheral vision. A couple of minutes went by, and I needed her for something, so I yelled for her. She didn't answer. I yelled for her again, with no answer. Finally, I went into her room, and it was empty. At first, I figured she had come back out of the bedroom, and I just didn't see her. So I went to my mom's room to ask her where my sister was. My heart sank when she said, "She's at your Grammy's house. Why?" I asked how long she'd been there, and she said she'd been there for probably an hour now. It definitely hadn't been an hour since I saw her walk into her room, and I then asked my mom if my mom, was just in mine and my sister's bathroom, which would have been weird because she has her own bathroom in her own room, but she said no. I immediately started crying after that. The next encounter was my sister's. I'm going to try and explain it kind of from her experience. She was playing in her toy room by herself, and I had walked into the room, and she didn't turn around, but saw me walk in through the reflection of the mirror she was facing. I grabbed something out of the dresser, and she asked me if I wanted to play with her, and I said, "Yeah, but I have to do something first." She says, "Okay," and continued playing. A long time had passed, and I hadn't come back, so she went to look for me, and she found me asleep next to my mom in her bed. She got upset and said something like, "You said you would come play with me. Why did she come in here and go to sleep?" My mom was kind of confused and said, "When did she say that?" My sister said, "I don't know, a little bit ago." My mom nonchalantly said, "Well, I don't know when she would have said that, baby. She's been asleep in here for hours, and she doesn't feel good, remember?" She then argued with my mom back and forth until she was blue in the face. Then I'd come into her playroom and grabbed something out of the dresser and told her I was going to play with her, although I'd actually been asleep in the bed with my mom for hours because I was sick. A couple of weeks later, she couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, so she decided to look in the dresser to see if anything was missing. She couldn't remember 100%, but she could have sworn a specific picture of the three of us was in that drawer. We all looked everywhere for that picture, and we never found it. Finally, my mom's experience. This is the creepiest one in my opinion because of the eeriness and the circumstances of it all. One day, my sister and I were playing in the living room with my mom. She went to use her bathroom. She was in there for a minute, and while we were playing on the floor, we heard her say our names, and she said, "Stop it." And while laughing a little bit, we looked at each other confused and yelled to her, "Stop what?" She responded with, "I can see you messing with me, stop it." And again, lighthearted and laughing, we were still confused, so we asked her what she was talking about, since we were literally sitting in the living room playing on the floor together. She called back, "Get off the chair." So right next to the entrance of mine and my sister's bathroom, there was a chair that was like a long seat that you could put your feet up on. Sometimes, when my mom would use her bathroom, my sister and I would stand on the arm of the chair and poke our heads into the bathroom door to mess with her. So it looked like our heads were floating up, Scooby-Doo style. We would mess with her and scare her by doing this sometimes, but we weren't doing it this time. We were both sitting next to each other in the floor, probably on it. We walked over to the bathroom and told her that we were standing on the chair. She told us she 100% saw one of us poking our heads into the frame of the door multiple times to try and scare her. We promised we'd been sitting on the living room floor the entire time, and my mom freaked. All three of us talked about these experiences, like once my sister and I became adults. We reminisced and relived the stories multiple times. The stories were all the same every time. Once we were older, we concluded that there was either a spirit that was a mimic that could not only sound like my sister and me, but could also take on the form of our bodies. Or it was the spirit of a miscarried child that my mom never had, and she was just growing up alongside of us. What do you guys think? Sweet dreams. The Lost X-Files episode, and A Man in White. Paranormal encounter that shook my reality. Complete summary of my unknown X-Files episode. One evening while watching TV, I came across a very strange episode of The X-Files. This episode was presented as a special, which immediately caught my attention. What was particularly odd was that it seemed to be linked to the Twilight Zone, a crossover that never actually existed. The episode began with an aerial shot of a deserted road, surrounded only with electric pylons, filmed as if by a drone. The camera slowly advanced down the road and a man's voice began to speak. Welcome to a special episode of The X-Files, linked to the fourth dimension. Tonight you will enter another dimension, an unknown and unexplained world filled with inexplicable phenomena. This episode is unique and special, and it will only be broadcast on this channel, nowhere else. Settle in and enjoy. Tonight, welcome to the fourth dimension, in connection with The X-Files. The atmosphere was already unsettling, and this feeling of strangeness intensified. The camera then rose to reveal a small town isolated in the middle of a desert. In the next scene, Scully arrived in this deserted town. She parked in the town center and got out of her car. It was nearby. And there was another car parked as well, carrying a family. A father, a mother, a boy about 9, and a 7-year-old girl. The family seemed disturbed, especially the father, who was telling his son to calm down. The family headed toward a store across from the phone booth where Scully was making a call to Mulder. During the call, Scully explained to Mulder that she had stopped in this small town for dinner and would return late that evening. Mulder talked about a recent case that they had investigated, but Scully has always remained skeptical about the paranormal conclusions. Mulder tried to convince her to be more open-minded. While on the phone, Scully noticed something odd. The family inside the store was acting strangely. She saw the father, and then in an instant he vanished. The mother then hurriedly exited the store with her children, but without the father. Intrigued, Scully cut off her conversation with Mulder and rushed toward the mother, asking her where her husband had gone. The mother, nervous, asked Scully to leave them alone. But as she placed her hands on Scully's shoulder, she suddenly whispered desperately, "Help us, please." Before she could say more, the boy insisted that they get back in the car. Scully got into her own car and decided to follow them discreetly. After about 15 minutes of driving, Scully arrived at the family's house. She got out of her car and knocked on the door. The mother opened it. Scully showed her FBI badge and explained that she was investigating paranormal phenomena. The mother, frightened, replied that everything was fine, and that Scully was just an old friend, to avoid alarming her son, who was watching from the doorway. But as soon as the door closed, the mother panicked and quickly whispered to Scully that her son wasn't normal, that he had terrifying powers. He confided that the boy had made his father disappear, and that she feared for her life and that of her daughters. The conversation took a dramatic turn when the boy suddenly appeared at the door and said to his mother, "That's not your friend, Mom. It's the lady we saw earlier." In a chilling tone, he ordered his mother to go inside the house, and instantly she obeyed as if controlled by an invisible force, while the boy added, "You lied to me. You will be punished." With a wave of his hand, he made his mother's mouth disappear, preventing her from speaking. Shocked, Scully tried to reason with the boy, but he forced her into the house. What followed was a disturbing scene. The boy's sister concerned asked what was happening, and furious, the boy made his little sister disappear with a snap of his fingers. The mother, in a panic, attempted to grab a weapon of some kind, probably to attack her own son, but before she could do anything, she also disappeared. Scully suddenly found herself transported to the boy's bedroom. He was sitting on his bed crying and confessing that he didn't want to hurt his family, but that he always felt rejected and unloved, and Scully tried to comfort him, explaining that his powers were extraordinary, but that he needed to use them for good. Finally, the boy stood up and opened a door that led to infinity, as if it opened to the universe itself. He stepped inside, leaving Scully alone in the room, and everything returned to normal. The house, the town, and everything around seemed restored as if nothing had happened. But the family had completely disappeared. Scully, still shaken and troubled, got back into her car, resumed her journey, and the episode ended. Well, that certainly was a description of an episode, and I almost remember that. I'm a little bit confused, though. Not everything stays dead. At Paranormal M, we uncover stories of spirits that linger, energies that remain, and encounters that defy logic. Subscribe and keep your mind open, and your light's on. I had a crazy run-in with a vampire. I wanted to start off by saying I do not believe in vampires, the immortal creature that rises from the dead with fangs and drinks blood. I do, however, believe in people who call themselves vampires and do, well, whatever the hell they do. One day I get a call from my best friend and coven sister. I'll call her Carrie. Carrie said she was coming over to get me. She asked me how much do I know about vampires. I explained the above to her. I told Carrie that there are people who follow the vampire culture, and some have volunteers who offer their blood, and some claim to be a psychic and use to take energy from others or something. Carrie arrives, and I jump in the car. She then starts explaining to me that her sister-in-law, I'm going to call her Jess, had met someone online. He claimed to be a vampire and had a clan. Things were going well, till one day he started describing her room. Asked if she liked her lunch and accurately described what she ate that day. She freaked out, thinking that she had some kind of a stalker. Well, yeah. Jess and her brother searched around the house for any footprints or signs of a break, but found nothing. Jess made sure her windows stayed locked and put up thicker curtains. Still, he would describe what she was wearing and what she ate, and even asking about personal conversations she had with the other people. And as you can imagine, this really got to Jess. So she asked him how he knew all of this, and he replied that he could see her. She asked him how. He didn't really elaborate, just, "My sire taught me." Then he asked about my coven sister Carrie, and he asked if Carrie was a witch because he wasn't allowed to talk to witches. His sire said that a coven of witches, they could be their end. And he said his sire commanded him to stop talking to Jess, but he didn't want to. He really liked Jess and wanted to keep talking to her. One night, Jess was in her room, when suddenly the room began to become darker and darker. The light was still on, but it didn't seem to matter. She felt like something was in the room with her, and it didn't seem to like her at all. She got so freaked out she ran out of the room to get her brother. They went in, all was normal, no darkness, and then it happened again the next night, only it seemed even more pissed off than the night before. So she left the room and got Carrie to come over. Carrie immediately felt a presence, told Jess to just come and stay with her for that night. This is when Jess explained what was happening, that she would try to block the vampire guy by thinking of random things to keep him out of her head. Next day, they both go back to Jess's house. Carrie says she needed to ask her vampire buddy what the fuck's going on. He explained that it wasn't him. It was his sire trying to frighten and hurt her because he refused to obey. So Jess said, "How about you just obey then, because this is getting out of control?" He told her no. Carrie at that moment called me, and well, that's why I was being brought over. And I said, okay, sure. Truly thought maybe Jess was having some kind of delusions because she was very stressed about her mom dying. We get there and Jess explains a few more things to me, how his sire has been attacking her. We even sit in a small room built in the garage because she didn't want to be in her room, and I ask, is he here now? Both said that he was not. Are you sure? Because I was getting a feeling like he was. I can't really explain it, but I felt him. I sat down in the center of the room and let my feelers, and I had him. I stood up and walked to the corner of the room and said, if your sire is worried about witches destroying her clan, she shouldn't start shit. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Then boom, sent out my push and he was gone. I explained to Carrie and Jess that he was there and was listening, but he's gone for now, and both were wide-eyed and just nodded. I was taken back home. The next day, Carrie came over and asked if I wanted to go shopping with her and run some errands. I said, sure. Carrie told me that whatever I did scared the shit out of him. He said I had looked right at him and he heard what I had said, was thrown back into his body with such force he was knocked into a wall. He said he would stop talking to her and he was sorry, and he said that witch is scary. Never spoke to her again, or no more attacks from the sire, I guess we're calling him. And peace came back to her home, and Carrie was so impressed and asked how I did what I did, and honestly, I have no idea. What I believe this guy was just a dude that was taught how to astrally project. That's my theory. Also, if you don't believe me, dude, that's cool, I don't care. If I heard this story, I don't think I'd believe it myself. Has anybody run into a vampire? And tell me your story or thoughts on this. Demon Creek, an event in Turkey. The year is 1986. There's no electricity or road in the village, and villagers had to go to Elazig, a city of Turkey, to meet their needs. The road to the center was 2 or 3 kilometers from the village, and it was necessary to be on this road at 4:30 a.m. to reach Elazig. There's only one car that goes to Elazig. The car was coming back like noon, and the road used to go to Elazig was called Sindarisi, or Demon Creek, by the villagers. They thought that strange events were happening there, and that it wasn't auspicious. Me and 2 of my friends started preparing at 3 p.m. to hit the road. The road we had to cross, that included the Demon Creek to reach Elazig, was on our minds. First, we planned to cross the Ridgeway, then the Demon Creek, and enter the highway that leads to Elazig. Afterwards, we hit the road. We lit our cigarettes while being in deep conversation. It was utter darkness. There wasn't even moonlight. We were slowly encouraging ourselves to cross the Demon Creek and thinking about that moment, well, getting close to the Demon Creek, but first we had to cross the Ridgeway. The path was so narrow that 2 people could not walk side by side, and it was filled with big bushes. We were moving in a single line. I was the last one in the row, and the first guy in the row, named Kamal, suddenly stopped in and mentioned there was a black dog watching us without moving on the way. Well, I thought to myself, it's one of our village dogs. My friends were very nervous and were getting more scared of the stories that we heard since our childhood, and I was scared and started reciting Bismillah, a Muslim prayer. The dog suddenly got out of the way and disappeared after moving a few meters away in the bushes. After the dog had disappeared, we thought to ourselves what the dog was doing there, and continued to walk. After walking for 1 or 2 minutes, Kamal suddenly stopped again and yelled, "It's the same dog again, Hassan," before moving a few steps back. 3 of us didn't know what to do because of confusion and fear. The dog was looking at us again, and I recited Bismillah again. The dog stood up and vanished again at the bushes. The dog stood up, huh? My friend said, "Hassan, let's go back and don't go there." I said, "We need to cross this road, and if we don't, we'll have to be here tomorrow. We'll use this road for shopping." Calmed them down, and then we continued on our path. My friends were scared, and course, do I. Totally. And we were talking about why did the dog appear at us again, and I tried to calm them down by saying it's just a common dog and following us. We continued to our path, and we couldn't believe our eyes what we had seen after 3 to 5 minutes. A cold black goat was standing in the road, like blocking the way. We were so scared we started to pray and recite Bismillah. The goat suddenly disappeared, and disappearing of the goat made me comprehend these events weren't ordinary at all. We got scared, and seriously, but going back was unnecessary. I calmed my nerves and went to the first row of the line, and I backed my friends, and I was both praying and continuing our route. There was only a sharp corner left for the Demon Creek. We were shocked when we were finishing crossing the sharp corner. What we had seen was indescribable. Long, white as snow, shining silhouette, shape, mass, whatever. It was obvious that it had arms and legs, but its face was ambiguous. So it started to create sounds of rumbles and screams and crying. We closed our ears with our hands. We're throwing ourselves out of fear and flapping on the ground, and at the same time there was blindly shining lights. I started to recite my own prayers. My friends were yelling and cursing. They didn't know what they were doing. I was thinking about how to escape the situation and stay calm. I dragged my friends out of the incident. The screaming voices turned into laughter while we were escaping from there, and laughter echoed in our minds. We head back to the village, but we didn't know how we could come back, and at the entrance of the village there was the house of Kamal. When Kamal's parents saw us, they couldn't believe their eyes. They said, "What's the matter with you? You've paleness in your face." We couldn't speak, trembling and continuously making noises like dummies. They informed our relatives they also came here. They tried to grasp with the mind of the situation, and I rested for a while and drank some water and told them the story. The villagers were stunned. They told us to thank God that they could come in one piece, and we thought that they saved ourselves, but from sunrise to sunset for 40 days we had heavy headaches and skin rashes and huge herpes on our lips. Alrighty then. My haunted apartment building. The story of Ali. Our wing of the apartment building. It's in a C shape. My apartment is at the very end, with no apartment above me. My neighbors are in the center of the C, with an apartment above them, and directly opposite my front door is in front of the door of Paul's apartment, with an apartment above hers. Well, I guess we're switching Paul to Pauline, but anyway. My apartment used to be a garage, so it's generally cold and it has a tin roof. It's out of the way. When I moved into the apartment, the landlord explained to me that her brother-in-law had been living there before us, and that he had passed away in the hospital of an illness. Didn't say what kind, and I didn't really care. I loved the apartment, I just wanted to live there. About a month after moving in, the sheriff knocked on my door. He needed to speak to Pauline about the man's death, but had the wrong apartment. I thought that was strange for somebody who passed away in the hospital due to an illness. A few weird things happened. Items missing and reappearing. I am quite a stressed out person, so I figured I was tired and it was nothing. A few years later, I recorded those EVPs. They creeped me out for a few weeks and I forgot about it and I moved on. Then the next door apartment became vacant. I would hear shuffling and bumping against that wall, sometimes so loud that it would make me jump. I was too afraid to ask the other neighbors about it because, well, I'm tired of people calling me weird and laughing at me. I also didn't want them to think that I'm nuts. The bumping and shuffling continued. Months later, new tenants moved in. I forgot all about it. A few years later, the apartment upstairs from them became vacant. exactly the same thing started happening. Except this time, the neighbor upstairs from P mentioned it, and we called the landlord to come up and just open up. We were worried that somebody might be squatting there, or that an animal was moving around. He opened up, and nothing had been touched, not even a speck of dirt on anything. That evening, I stayed up all night in the neighboring apartment to listen. I caught some more EVPs, talking and footsteps. And the following night, I woke up from a bang on the burglar bars, the steel bars outside of the window. And there were 3 loud thuds on the tin roof, running from one end to the other. A few seconds later, the lady from the apartment next to the empty one sent me a message to say that she can hear the thuds and footsteps again. Again, we called the landlord and found nothing. A few months later now, and that apartment is still vacant, locked down. The apartment next to it is also vacant now. The past few nights, I've heard knocking at the door of the newly vacant apartment at the early hours of the morning, as well as further bumps and shuffling. After a bunch of the weird activity, I attempted to get the name of the man that lived in my apartment before me, the one that had passed away. I tried to ask the family by telling them I had, mailed the address to them, and they wouldn't give me a name. I looked through all the Facebook profiles, and he was not in any family event, no birthday party, no messages. Nothing. I decided to narrow the search down to the year and a few months prior to me moving in. I found one single post that basically read something along the lines of, "Ali passed away today at 74 years old, in 4 months." This struck me as particularly odd, as the family regularly posted about what everybody was up to, and where they were and who they were with. There was one photo of Ali fishing with his family. You only see the back of him, and he's sitting further away, separated from his family. Made me kind of sad. I recently rescued a cat named Olive, who I, without much thought, started calling Ollie. A few nights ago, during one of our scheduled blackouts, third world countries at the best, I was calling my cat, going, "Ollie, come hang in here." "Where are you? Ollie? Ollie?" Which is kind of how I talk to my cat. When she came into the room, she immediately fixated on one corner of the room and started growling like mad. None of my cats had ever done that in this apartment. She wouldn't take her eyes off of that corner. I had enough candles that it was lit well enough for me to see that there is absolutely nothing in the room. Made me wonder if the spirit of Ollie still lingers there all this time, and if he perhaps thought I was calling him to come and hang out. Things keep going missing daily. That my fiancée and I have acknowledged it, and given her energy. We both always thought we each had some sort of attachment. I've had a couple of paranormal experiences in my childhood. My fiancée has had some growing up too. The one I had, where there were numerous witnesses, was I was around 12, and all the TVs were off, and my mom and brother and his wife, and my best friend, and her little sister, and I. We were the only ones at my house, all standing in the kitchen talking, and out of nowhere, we hear loud banging, like somebody pounding on a door from upstairs and a male voice yelling something. I'm diagnosed with schizoaffective bipolar, so that's what makes this tricky. When I've experienced things on my own, maybe that's explainable. But when everybody stopped talking and looked wide-eyed at each other and we all heard it, even my adult brother and his wife and my mom were anxious to go check things, but quickly got it together and did, and found no one and found nothing. I've had other experiences, but I was alone, so those have always felt invalid to me. My fiancée growing up lived in this one house. It's a house that he and his family have said they all experienced crazy paranormal stuff in. Levitating heavy objects that his mom has even witnessed. A neighbor calling them when they were all on vacation, once asking if the old man that had been standing in the window for hours was okay, when no old man lived with them. His family used to always see my fiancé in rooms that he wasn't in, like he'd be asleep in his room and they'd see him in the living room. Couldn't have been him, I mean. I also experienced this once. I'd fallen asleep for a nap and woke up to him leaving the room to go to the kitchen, he told me. I drifted back to sleep, and then my eyes shot open and I was paralyzed, looking at him sitting next to me on the floor, just staring straight forward. But I knew he just went to the kitchen, and I could hear him out there, and I could move, and I tried to yell for him, and I couldn't. I was terrified, and I never experienced sleep paralysis before this incident or since then. I finally gained enough motor function to shut my eyes and turn my head away. And I just kept my eyes shut until I heard him come back in. Then I was able to move and tell him. I might not have an attachment, but I wonder if my energy has something to do with my experiences. Because I have very insane intuition and pick up on energy, and I'm very sensitive to it all. A few years ago, I went out into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get a snack. I was eating it by the fridge, and all of a sudden, 3 thick, empty glass wine bottles that were Halloween decorations, they just sort of rattled and flew off in the middle of the bar on the opposite end of the kitchen. Crashed to the floor, but didn't break. His sister was sleeping in the room and witnessed this with me. And his other siblings, they've talked about countless paranormal-type things that have happened over the years. And we're in the same room to witness or hear them. None of us are, super into the whole paranormal stuff, and we always look for explanations on things because of still being some degree of skeptics. Okay, current day now. Things go missing out of their exact spots in our room on a day. We've both dealt with this type of thing here, but nothing to the degree of every single day. I'm wondering if it's happening to this degree because the first time it happened recently, we acknowledged it more than normal. We talked about it for a while. I started looking stuff up about it. It started with a gray lighter I put in the same spot always, and he had to watch me put it there. 5 minutes later, it's nowhere to be found, just to then reappear right where I originally put it, where it disappeared from 20 minutes or so later. So that got us talking about it, being that we both witnessed this and had no explanation. Started looking stuff up and talking about it. Now it won't stop happening with numerous things. Our DAP container that was sitting on the bed vanished, and we looked everywhere and still haven't found it. It's been a few days. Gray lighter that disappeared and reappeared and disappeared again just to turn up buried underneath stuff between our wall and mattress. Now this bag and his wallet is gone today after I watched him put it in the normal spot, and he always does this, like last night before bed, and we can't find it anywhere. So 2 things that are currently still missing. Why is this happening daily now that we've given this type of occurrence more acknowledgement than ever before? It might have something to do with one of the things that you lost there. Maybe, maybe not. Real paranormal encounter. My first memory of anything really paranormal was me walking in the pitch black at 7 years old. And I was scared of the dark. I would never consciously do this. Going down the stairs in my mom's house, looking to the left and seeing a white spirit in front of the refrigerator with the fridge being open. And that's all I remember. Nothing afterward, and I to this day cannot remember if it was a dream or real. Second experience. I'm 13 at a continuation school with gang members and druggies. They make a fake Ouija board out of paper and I play along. That night I woke up from a nightmare about a demonic goat and a pentagram. It's 3 a.m. and my TV's on, the stereotypical static like in horror movies. The remote was on my bed right in front of my face, aimed at me perfectly. I always turn the TV off and put my remote on the floor next to my bed routinely because, well, I'll stay up all night if I don't decide to go to sleep. I brushed it off and went to bed a little bit scared, but that morning the paper we played with was ripped up and scattered in the lawn. This could have just been the kids playing a trick, though. Third story. Because of the second story, I had my room set up like I had OCD, so I would know if anything moved. I had my door propped up with my laundry basket. I didn't have hinges on the door at the time, and everything was in its correct place and the lights off with the door closed. I do close the door with no hinges. I remember waking up to something trying to get my attention, not verbally, but like telepathically, like when somebody's watching you and you can feel it. I opened my eyes, and I'm pretty sure this was me still in the dream, but I saw an all-black face staring at me like somebody peeking into my room. Only saw the face, no body, like it was floating, like it was bent over, creeping in. I then become fully awake, and just like in my dream, my door was open, but I didn't see the face like I did in my very first memory or dream. I look around, and the hallway light is on, like my vision, but no face. My light and ceiling fan are on, and my fucking office chair that's always perfectly parked in front of my desk was rolled all the way to my bed. It was to where it was touching my bed. I'm frozen in fear, and I'm waiting for something to pop out at me or to hear something or for me to hopefully still be dreaming. But it was real, and I was losing my mind in fear. And this all happened at 6 a.m. this time. 2 minutes go by, and I hear my mom go to the bathroom. I muster enough courage to get up and go to her. I ask her if she's at my door trying to get my attention. She said she just woke up. My heart dropped like a fucking anchor. I have no history of sleepwalking, just a FYI. I tell her what happened, and she shook too. She had her own experiences, and I told her to tell me because I was too afraid to want to hear about it. Or told her not to tell me. I'll get to that soon. I end up going back to my room, and when I walk past my 3-year-old little brother's room, at least 3 of his toys start going off. I can't make this up. Then nothing happened. I just went to school real confused and scared, not trying to explain what the fuck I just encountered. Nothing really happened since the third story when I was 16, but it doesn't end there. Like I said, I told my mom and sister to never tell me what happens. But fast forward to a few months ago when I'm 25. I finally asked Mom what she's been seeing. So let's get into my mom and sister's encounters. The first thing my mom tells me is there's 4 ghosts in the house. And of course, the first one she says is a white ghost that's not evil in the kitchen. I've never told my mom about the dream of me seeing a white ghost in the kitchen. Then she says there's a baby in my little brother's, the toys going off by themselves. Another toddler in the hallway, which my mom and sister claim to have seen. They said he has a striped shirt, and then she says there's a tall, big, very evil entity in my room. She then says she's seen the big eyes, and one spying on her out of the corner of her eye, and then my sister saw it too downstairs in the couch, and the big evil one was on the staircase peeking around the corner. My sister said she felt a hand touching her back when she was laying on the couch downstairs when she was younger. She also said she one time went to the bathroom at 3, seen a big shadow guy in my chair just staring down or like focused on her in the dark. This is where it gets real crazy. My little brother told my mom about a nightmare about a nightmare B had of someone sitting in my chair, like I said. I have no reason to lie, and this shit's crazy. Luckily, nothing's really happened besides hearing something thrown at a wall when I was home. Are possibly malicious entities targeting me? Okay, for some context, I'm 17. My parents have split up since I was around 4. My mother lives in town right next to my school, so I stayed at her house during the week and go to my dad's house on the weekends. Now that summer, it started that I'm at my dad's a lot more, and I'm starting to notice these instances happening more frequently. To give some background, my dad lives about 20 minutes outside of town in the middle of nowhere. Like I'm talking, we're the only house on our street. He bought this house around 2 years ago. We had an interesting experience. Quite literally the day he moved in. The house is outside of a very small town with only one restaurant. So the day we moved in, we thought to go and try it, as it would be the only place to get some takeout in the area. The second we go in and sit down, our waitress somehow clocks that we're new to the area and asks what brings us to town. We told her that we had just moved into the place nearby and gave her the road number. She immediately said, "Oh, the old red house," and says the address. Shocked, we tell her yeah and asked how she knew. She said that she'd been used to live in that same house a while back with her husband, but sadly, he had lost his battle with depression and she had to move out. We gave her condolences and ordered her food. Later, when she came back to the table, she mentioned that near the end of her husband's life, when things had gotten bad, she would leave little notes around the house to remind him that she loved him. We thought it was sweet and carried on a short conversation with her, ate her food, and then left. When we got back to the house, I started to look around to get used to the place, and when I walked out into the shop in the back of the garage, I noticed a little heart drawn on the door with the words, "Jack and Jody," written inside it. I showed my dad, and he took a picture of it. We drove back to the restaurant, showed it to her, and assured her that we would leave it alone and wouldn't get rid of it. She started crying and gave my dad a hug, and that was that. After that, we went back to the restaurant plenty of times and quite literally never saw her again. Whether it was a chance encounter or something else, I'm not sure, but that is the most tame experience to come out of moving into this house. Now, to clarify, the inside of the house isn't the problem, it's the outside. My dad and I have both mentioned that we feel a presence in the house. It's not anything scary or malicious, and matter of fact, it's a calming presence and seems to be protective of the house. Whereas outside of the house is actually terrifying. I began to notice I would get really bad gut feelings, like any time I was out there alone during the nighttime, which is a lot given my dad works from 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. And there are 2 windows in the house that don't have drapes, and whenever I'd be near them, I could feel eyes on me. But I didn't start seriously worrying about these feelings until one day around 8 p.m. while my dad was at work. I was home alone watching TV with the dog like usual, until she jolted up off the sofa and began barking like crazy. I followed her to see what the deal was, and she ran straight to the door and started losing it, quite literally shaking and foaming at the mouth. And my dog is very friendly and chill, so I was really confused as to what her problem was. But then I heard knocking, loud intentional knocking. We live in a place that's so secluded it's impossible to accidentally stumble upon her house. I was confused about who would be at her house at this hour, given my dad's next time, and then I heard talking. Something that sounded exactly like me began to talk as it continued to knock on the door. "Hey dude, it's me, let me in. I don't know where my key is. Man, open the door." And I've never been more horrified in my entire life. Hearing my own voice call out to me shook me to my core. Stood there frozen for a solid 30 seconds before grabbing the dog and literally dragging her away from the door. I hid in my room with the volume on my TV all the way up until it stopped, and even then, I didn't leave my room. This was just one more severe instance. On the more tame end of things, it's common to hear tapping on windows and random thumping outside. The odd vocal-sounding noises once it's gotten dark out. It feels like whatever is out there is desperately trying to find a way inside the house. I consulted a friend of mine who worked at a holistic store, and she recommended I put selenite on top of each doorway that leads outside of the house and black tourmaline in all 4 corners of the house. Well, I did both, and I still hear things like this outside and have heard knocking on the door since then, but never anything inside the house. Does anybody know what this might be or how to handle it? I would have been happy to have a friend that gets me. What tried to kill me that day? I'm a female, and this story happened just a year ago on the day I'm posting this. And for reference, I would be 15 at this time and deep into the paranormal. I'm a medium and always seen spirits from a young age. And I believe I was given this ability, as when I was 3, I died for a couple of minutes and was brought back. I was a very sick child, and the doctors couldn't figure out why. Ever since then, my parents remember me talking about kids or adults that aren't ever there, and believed it was my imagination. But as I got older and kept seeing them, I knew it wasn't just my head. I know many people don't believe in mediums, but I swear I see people that aren't really there. The night before this story, I had a dream of an older woman come in and tell me to wake up many, many times. I did used to get sleep paralysis. I believed it was that until she told me to wake up as the gas wheel's still on. This caused me to wake up in a panic, go into the kitchen to find no one but all of our gas stove on. This was the first time I had seen her, and hasn't been the last. I think of her as my guardian. The next day, me and my friends were going to explore an abandoned tax building, as we were big fans of Sam and Colby. We wanted to see what all the fun was about, and now, deep down, I regret every decision made that day. As we were going, we were planning on staying all day, so we packed food, water, and chargers, flashlights, everything you would need basically, and our parents thought we were sleeping at a different friend's house. They always covered for us, as we were going to hopefully stay the night. As we made our way toward the building, my friends were Googling the history on it, and we soon found out it was forced to close due to one guy killing his coworker and assaulting her in front of his colleagues. Not only did he kill one, he killed 4 others, 5 total. We all became freaked out but didn't want to chicken out, and knew the only thing we were risking was the chance of squatters. As we entered the building, I felt as if the air in my lungs was being squeezed out of me while everyone else was fine. It was almost whatever was there knew that I was the only one that could sense them or see them. As we explored for like an hour or so, we heard the usual building noises. Till I heard a scream. Think of a bloody murder scream from a woman. I remember asking my 2 friends at the time if they heard it, and they both said no, so we continued exploring. An ant on my face? What is this? After being there for about 3 hours, I decided to wander off alone, knowing I'd seen a ghostly figure of a woman and seen her enter a room. As I went into the one room alone, that's when I seen something move. I assumed it was a woman at the time. The next thing I saw was blood on the walls and blood on the floor. It was dry in some places and wet in others, and this confused me as the murders were years ago, meaning something else happened here. As I stood up, I seen the thing move again, and I called out to it saying how I can see it, and I was willing to talk, and the next thing I knew I was pushed against a wall and felt like I was being choked, but nothing was there. Soon my friends came running in and seen this and all started screaming. We decided to leave, but before we left, I seen a little boy and went over to speak to him, thinking he was an actual child. My friends were confused and we were calling out to me. But I continued. As I spoke to this little boy, he said my presence being there had angered him, and I was confused on who him was and why I wasn't able to see him, but I couldn't see the others in that haunted place. Or rather, hunted. We decided it was unsafe to stay, as I explained everything that had happened. The same night, we ended up really sleeping over at her house, and that night I felt as if something attached to it myself. Oh. I felt as if something attached it. Okay, I read that right. The night I didn't sleep and only walk up to a mirror and bruises in the shape of handprints on my neck, and I googled how the man killed the woman, and it was from none other than strangulation. It's not who did I see, it's what did I see. Ever since that night, more paranormal things have been happening to me. And I'm always willing to share those stories, but I believe whatever was there wanted me dead, as I knew I could sense it there and others couldn't, afraid I would be able to tell the truth of what really happened that day. Camera, ugh. Really? My comment, I say things wrong? What I meant to say was commas. Oh no. Now I can't think of words. Hold on, I'm going to come up with it. Yes, commas favor neither gender. That's what I wanted to say. At least right now. Forge Lane. So I've always considered myself to be calm, rational, and a logical person. And when it came to the paranormal, I was always on the fence. That is until this day occurred. The incident happened about 4 years ago in August of 2016. I'm driving to go meet up with my girlfriend and get some food. One thing I will never forget is glancing down at the clock to notice that the time was 8:30 p.m. with the sun beginning to set. For some unknown reason, I stupidly decide to take a shortcut and drive through a notoriously haunted road. Background information. This road is situated exactly between a huge cemetery, many of my family are buried here, and a crematorium. I personally know 2 people that have died in a car crash around here. However, I have actually been down this road many times over the years. Never experienced anything even remotely paranormal until now. These 2 adjoined long stretches of roads, Forge Lane and Park Lane, they used to be national speed limit roads. This means that in the UK you're legal to drive up to speeds of 60 miles an hour. The limits on these particular roads have been changed and lowered since. Therefore, that should make you aware that I'm focused, alert, and have my wits about me. And in addition to this, these roads have absolutely no streetlights. The only form of lights are the small cat-eye reflectors that are built into the middle of the road to reflect car headlights and show the path. Lastly, there are no pavements or sidewalks on these roads. Important for later. I'm cautiously driving at a high speed and in tune with my surroundings. We continue moving along and quickly end up reaching halfway between these 2 connected roads. It's a point where the trees on each side of the road form into a sort of tunnel. It's only added to the eeriness of the surrounding environment, unfortunately. As I go through and I'm heading toward the end of the tunnel, I suddenly notice a masculine figure up ahead, maybe 50, 100 yards. So, as any sane driver would do when they see a person in the middle of the road, I instinctively took my foot off the gas and the acceleration. But it's at that exact moment that I quickly realize there's no pavement and sidewalks for pedestrians to walk on. And on top of that, it's a 60-mile-an-hour road. My mind instantly went into overload. Started to go through a series of questions in my head. At the same time as this, I feel an absolute flood of emotions and an impending sense of dread begin to creep in. But I quickly remind myself that I need to remain calm, and driving on this is very dangerous. As I get closer to within less than 50 yards, I can finally make out a bit more detail. It's now that my emotions really start to run wild, and my hands are shaking and tears are rolling down my face, and I'm beginning to sweat profusely. Eventually, I start coming to terms with what's in front of me, and trying to quickly debunk this whole scenario in my head, couldn't come up with a clear, logical answer. I'm in a state of pure shock and disbelief with what I'm seeing in front of me. I see a brown-robed, hooded figure, no face, no feet. He's there in the middle of the road, just hovering. Then, almost as if he sensed that I was coming closer, like now less than 10 yards and within the distance of hitting him, he literally drifts to the side of the road into some nearby bushes and then completely vanishes. I barely maintain my composure long enough to drive to the end of the road where I park up. I was speechless, My face had gone so pale and I was drenched in sweat with tears still coming out of my eyes. And for the next few minutes, I literally sat there in shock, just trying my hardest to comprehend what I'd just seen. But the truth is, there were no streetlights or anything that could have somehow caused a visual misinterpretation. There were no paths for a random person to enter the section of road. Definitely wasn't any interference from other external sources, and no headlamps from any cars coming in the opposite direction whatsoever. I eventually, after what seemed like an eternity, began processing in my mind that the only thing I could come up with was that I had just witnessed a full-body apparition of a brown-robed Benedictine monk. You know, the funniest thing about all this is my girlfriend was there for the journey, but she was looking down at her phone the whole time. Figures. Since it all happened so fast, and with me being gobsmacked at the time, I couldn't even open my mouth in time to tell her what just happened in front of us. However, she did end up having her own experience another time, nearer to the crematorium, after I drove down the same road again a few weeks later. Do you feel it? The cold air, the invisible weight. You're not imagining it. At Paranormal M, we document what you thought wasn't real. Subscribe and see for yourself. Multiple paranormal encounters in the same house. Experience 1. It all started when my sibling had come over and my family and I were eating lunch. We were eating, and then we stopped by the doorbell. It rang a couple of times, and my dad walks over to check it out. He opens the door, and nothing. We let it go as just a ding-dong ditch. Then, a few minutes later, it rings again. This time, the ring got faster by the second. It started out slow, but then sped up and got faster and faster. It kept ringing as my dad was walking toward the door, and at this point, there was no time for the ding-dong ditcher to leave, and as soon as my dad opened the door, it stopped. We all thought this was so bizarre, and my sister even mentioned how could he have let a ghost in. But we all wrote it off as maybe the doorbell going bad or the house being old. Experience 2. This one happened over a few years, multiple times, and is by far the most explainable, not to be paranormal. But anyways, I lived in a bedroom that was connected to another room via a Jack and Jill bathroom. And on many different occasions, as I would close one door to the bathroom, the other door would open. And as I would open another door, the other one would close. This might be explainable by wind, maybe created vacuum. Honestly, not too sure on the science, but if it really was a ghost, this led me to believe it was a kid, maybe, being very playful with me. Absolutely a vacuum. Experience 3. This one is by far the scariest experience of them all, at least for me. So while living in this house, I was constantly tired and was always taking naps throughout the day. One time, falling asleep in my bed, and then I just hear the loudest exhale directly into my ear. Not far away, not close by, but directly into my ear. I immediately jolted up and looked around for my parents or somebody playing a prank on me. No one was there. Experience 4. This one happened another time when I was falling asleep. But this time it was at night. I'm drifting away, but then I hear my door handle being creaked open. So I'm thinking maybe someone's just coming into my room. So I lay there waiting for them to just, tell me something. Then I partially sit up and see the door handle kind of wobbling, like somebody was playing with it, and I still hear the sound. Then I sat up all the way, and then it immediately stopped, which is weird. Then I saw the motion light in the balcony outside my room go off right after the handle stopped. This was truly creepy to me, and I have no idea why, but this really felt like a little kid. It was almost just like a gut feeling. Experience 5. This experience is another reason why I thought this kid was always trying to play with me. I had this graduation balloon for like a couple of months in one room connected to my bedroom, and it just sat there deflating for a while. I didn't do anything about it. Then it got to the point where it was not really all the way down, but definitely a foot or two above the ground. Now I was in the bathroom with the two connecting doors open. There was this other small shower and toilet room in the bathroom, and that's where I was. So this balloon that was in the connecting room turned the corner into the bathroom, traveled 2 rooms to where I was in. I kept pushing it into the sink room. It just kept coming back to me. And then after like 5 minutes of this, I realized this might have been this kid. So I said, "Please stop with this. I don't want to be bothered right now," or something to that effect. Then I pushed it away a couple more times and it stopped, and there was no AC happening at the time because I just checked as to what could be moving the balloon, and it was nothing. Experience 6. This one is the most convincing that I wasn't going crazy. So it was just around 11 p.m. I was downstairs getting a glass of water, and then all of a sudden I hear footsteps running down the stairs like it's an emergency. I was shocked, and I had waited a few seconds for my dad to come out and tell me something horrible happened or something was wrong. I waited another 5 seconds and nothing. I walk over, look up the stairs, and no one's there. Both my dogs were sleeping, so it couldn't be them. Everyone in my house was asleep except my dad, so I go to his room and I say, "Did you just run downstairs?" He replied that he didn't, but he had heard the running too. This was the most convincing to me that I wasn't crazy, because my dad had heard it as well. Very strange experience that occurred some months ago. So this happened sometime in February, I want to say the middle of it. It was still fairly cold out, and I recently got out of a psych ward a few days prior to this story taking place. But there's this house on this hill, and it's an absolutely gorgeous house. Around 3,000 square feet, I'd say, basement and an attic. So around 4 floors. One day I was bored, and I decided to go on a walk over to this hill, and now at the time I didn't even know where this house was situated. I just knew the hill and wanted to go on a walk. So I'm walking, and not much happens between my house and the hill, besides seeing some shifty guy, which doesn't really contribute to the story. So I get to the hill, and I just see how fucking steep it is, and I groan, but I go up. Now this hill isn't that bad to walk up, but at the time I assumed it'd be horrible. So I'm walking up this hill, and it's forested on the right side, and the left side had a bunch of houses. So I'm walking up the hill on the right side, and it's night by this point, like pitch black. And as I'm walking, I'm just looking around, not seeing the whole lot, and eventually I reached the house and almost walked past it. Couldn't see it at first, and proceeded to say, "I remember when this was being built and when people lived in it." And now I'm a huge fan, I guess you could say, of urban exploration and exploring super abandoned places. So I saunter on in, just driven by curiosity. I'm curious by nature, just as I am science-based and logical and analytical for the most part. It looks like a bomb went off, like floors are rotten and piles of debris and a bunch of other shit. I think the owners left a bunch of their mail, and I'd eventually find a Peppa Pig plushie in this Thomas the Tank Engine wheel. But it looked like they panicked and left their shit and left. The attic had a bunch of trash and suitcases as well. But fast forward maybe a week and I return to this house, and quite a few things happen. I'm just gonna jump into it. As I'm walking around, I eventually reach the living room, and there's this green plastic lawn chair, like the ones you'd see in movies, the white ones. It was noticeably colder than everything else. Keep in mind, it's maybe 50 degrees Fahrenheit out, and this house felt like someone was blasting the air conditioning at max for hours, whereas outside it felt like stepping into a swamp. I didn't think much of that. As I stand up, I heard this metallic clang, like a pipe or something. So I try to recreate it. I kicked this piece of metal near me and it made a totally different sound. So it wasn't me accidentally kicking something. But ultimately, couldn't debunk it, so I moved on. And I eventually heard footsteps from the attic, like somebody wearing heavy mud boots. Like 3 or 4 thumps. Now, mind you, there's nothing in the attic that can make any sort of sound. Same as the basement. And upon hearing this, I was beyond interested and even went up to go to the top and check it out. Obviously, I found nothing. So, I couldn't debunk that either, so eventually I left like an hour later. After hearing only one other thing happen, it sounded like tapping against a metal pipe, either that or dripping water. Which is weird, because the house obviously didn't have any utilities. But I leave, and as I'm walking down the hill, I see this large white mass move very and alarmingly quick off to my left. Now it's super pitch black, but I snap my head to it before anything can happen, and all I get was the feeling of being watched, which had happened in the house, and I was in the kitchen. I felt watched from over by, I assume, the son's bedroom, but not a child's gaze, an adult. But me and this white mass more or less make eye contact for a few seconds. Then I just decide to cross the street and leave. I did some digging on that property, and every owner only lived there for 2 to 4 years before leaving. The 2 most recent seem to have vanished off the site's database. No contact information, no new address, and nothing. Recently, when I went in there alone, there was a painting of something, and it was hard to make out what it was of, and there was a Curious George book on the counter. Then me and a friend went up to the house to hang out in their car, just so we could be kind of tucked away, and they said to me that they saw this shadow figure coming straight at them when they went to go take a piss. And the garage light was on, when it previously wasn't, so we assumed it was the motion light, but refused to turn it off. A soldier's paranormal experience. About 14 years ago, I was an active duty soldier with the 4th Infantry Division. I was serving out of a well-known and very old army base in central Colorado. My unit had recently redeployed back stateside from Iraq. So when my squad was put on ammo detail. This was a relatively simple detail that involved us taking shifts guarding the ammo supply on post for a few days. Our shifts were 6 hours on, 6 hours off. Our off hours were to be spent at our battalion headquarters basement, which consisted of a hallway with some small rooms on either side. Our battalion headquarters building was very old and had once been used to interrogate and hold German POWs, which are prisoners of war, during World War II. There were rumors among the soldiers who worked there that our battalion building's basement was haunted, and that a child can be heard laughing and running up and down the hallway late at night. I've always been interested in history and ghost stories, so these rumors intrigued me, but I didn't give them much thought. Since there were only around 7 or 8 of us that were off at the time during this detail, we simply took out a few army cots and set them up in a small room in the battalion basement. That way we could grab a few hours of sleep while waiting for our next shift rotation. I had been in the basement many times, but this was the first time I had been in one of those side rooms, and was vaguely surprised to see that there was a jail cell in the back, complete with old metal bars, and a metal ring on the floor which was used to chain POWs down during holding. I was tired and I wanted to sleep for a while. Everybody else had taken the good spots in the room, so I set up my rucksack against the jail cell bars and sat down to get some sleep. The room wasn't that big, about the size of a small office, and the only light was from the buzzing fluorescent lights out in the hallway. From my spot against the jail cell bars, I could see directly out into the hallway. I noticed that everyone was sleeping already, so I sat down and tried to get some sleep myself. A few minutes later, I became aware that buzzing from the lights in the hallway was slowly getting louder. I figured it was just me, but as the buzzing became absurdly loud, I decided to open my eyes to check if anyone else was hearing this. As I opened my eyes, I got this incredibly odd feeling that something was very wrong, like the air was extremely heavy and dark. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over me. My eyes darted to the open door looking out into the hall. I was completely dumbfounded as to what could be happening. The buzzing had become almost unbearably loud by now. I opened my mouth to say something to wake the other guys, and I felt two hands grab me from the dark, empty jail cell behind me. The hands were holding me so firmly against the bars that I couldn't move and I couldn't get up. I was in shock, not knowing what to do, and when I suddenly noticed a huge dark figure was slowly coming into view from around the doorway. It was all black, and it was so tall that its head touched the top of the doorframe, blocking out the light from the hall. The buzzing had become deafening at this point. I was on the verge of panicking. I tried with all my might to break free from whatever was behind me, holding me down. With one last jerk of my body, I broke free, falling forward into my own lap. That was when the buzzing lights went back to their normal volume. The figure had disappeared. Whatever was holding me had let go. I looked back into the jail cell. It was as empty as it was when I'd sat down. Everything was back to normal. Breathing heavily, I glanced around my squad, still sleeping next to me. They hadn't woken nor moved an inch. Whatever had just happened apparently only happened to me. I sat there for a while, breathing and marveling over this remarkably scary encounter I just had. Finally decided to keep this to myself, carry on like nothing happened. Didn't want my soldiers to think their sergeant was crazy. And after all, we did just get home from a deployment. I still wonder what exactly it was down there that I had seen. Perhaps it was dark energy left over from World War II POW interrogations, or perhaps it was something more. I'll never know. But one thing I do know is that I'll never forget this experience for as long as I live. My experience in Monterrey, Mexico. Through my younger years, 7 to 12, my mother dated a guy very on and off, which I think mostly had to do with him being in the Army and staying with his family in Laredo, Texas whenever he was home. Either way, he invited us to visit his cousin's summer cabin in Monterrey, Mexico for the weekend, so we did. The cabin was very ranch style, longer in one dimension and shorter than the other, so it was built like an architectural rectangle. On one far side of the building, think of this as like an aerial view, it was the kitchen. Next to that was the living room. Attached to the living room was a long, slender hallway connected to bedrooms on each side and a bathroom on one of the sides. The quote-unquote backyard was only accessible through the living room. That's by a sliding door. And what started as a bit of the desert floor met a forest's tree line of dead and dying Monterey cypress trees. Meeting the tree line was an elevated hunting tower, which had its platform meeting the top of the vertical tree line. I'm prefacing my experience with the following information, because I believe in being open-minded in every aspect, and want to tell my story rather than sell my story. On our way to the cabin, my mom's boyfriend was telling us about a cursed legend of the witches of Monterey. Apparently, they had been haunting the mountainous area for generations, and were his childhood version of La Llorona. Clearly, he's trying to scare us from the get-go, and me being so young, I was eating this shit up like candy. We got to the cabin late evening. We decided to stay in for the night and watch watch M. Night Shyamalan's The Lady in the Water. After the movie, my mom's boyfriend asked me to go get something from the bedroom for him, and I was halfway down the hallway and he turned the lights off on me. And let me remind you, this is a very rural part of Mexico. So the dark was dark, with all the scary stories and, well, at the time for me, scary movie. I was spooked and I was frozen. My mom's boyfriend began to make your stereotypical ghost noises and taunted me to go deeper into the dark hallway. But I was so petrified, I remember just standing there frozen in fear. Longer story short, my mother got on him and turned the lights back on and they comforted me. And after a few apologies, we all went to bed, and can't remember how I slept that night, but honestly wish I did. The next day we did pretty basic tourist shit. Went to a bazaar, embraced the city's beautiful mountain range, which seemed to hug the city. Ate authentic Mexican food and visited the main hub of the city. When all that was all done, we decided to call it. Went back to the cabin. And this is important to me because I remember the night before so vividly, and I can't remember anything else about this night, other than what I'm going to write about. I was in the living room of the cabin. I remembered my mom's boyfriend was there with me. He asked if I wanted to go up into the hunting tower out back with him, and I innocently said yeah. I remember following him through the back door of the living room, and I remember him walking ahead and turning back to wave me towards him. I take it as he was trying to help me keep up with him and follow him. I watched him climb the ladder of the hunting tower, and I heard a voice behind me. "Hey, where are you going?" It was my mom's boyfriend behind me asking where I was going. I turned back around to look at the hunting tower along the tree line, and no one was there. Nothing was. Not an animal, not my mother, not her, but nothing. Fast forward to a few years ago. My now wife and I were still dating at the time and sharing ghost experiences with each other. Yes, I do have one other ghost experience in my life that I believe to be genuine as well. I told her about this experience, and Monterey, and I'll never forget the pale look on her face when I told her. And she's from a Mexican family as well, and this legend of the witches of Monterey is a very real thing for her as well. The scary part is I was telling her this story on a Friday. According to what her family told her growing up, Friday is a forbidden day to talk about them. That's because it's one day of the week that they're most powerful. Apparently, they never forget their prey, and use that day as a lure towards what was lost. Initially, I thought bullshit, but I can't begin to express how many Fridays my wife had to stop me because I had randomly brought the story up on a Friday. Maybe it was self-conscious. I don't know. Central Florida Cryptid. Hey, in parentheses name, it's me in parentheses name. Age 35 at in parentheses address. I'm writing this to make sure you don't forget that unnatural thing you saw that night, and to confirm it was real, right in front of your car. You, and in parentheses wife, were driving home from a get-together at parentheses friend's house back in August 2024. It was about 2 or 2:30 a.m., very late, and by the time you made it back to, in parentheses neighborhood, both you and in parentheses wife were very tired. As you turned to the entrance, after the first couple bends with the overhung trees, across from the first house, I saw a figure on the right shoulder of the road. It was visible for less than a second by the time you passed it, almost in your peripheral vision, but enough for you to get a split-second clear view. Wife had a better angle and can confirm and clarify any details. The thing I saw was not natural, and it seared into my memory. As best as I can describe it, looked like a deer with long, clawed forelegs, standing on all fours like a gorilla. Seemed to be about 4, maybe 5 feet tall in that posture. It was skinless, with exposed red tattered muscle and bone visible all over. Its eye sockets were vacant, and it had sharp canine teeth. We didn't make eye contact, so couldn't tell if it was looking at us or straight ahead. I'm glad for the window tint in the car, since we were about 20 feet away from it. "Did you see that?" I exclaimed to your wife as we whipped past, and she affirmed yes, and me stupidly, "Should we stop to check on it?" And the wife emphatically said, "No, keep driving." We got back to the house, and I'm not sure if it was from being tired or some other external influence, but we dismissed what we saw and fell asleep in bed right away. I had drank mildly several hours earlier, not taken any other substances. The wife didn't drink at all. The memory of what happened faded into obscurity almost immediately. We didn't even think to bring it up to each other. About a month later, my memory was nudged somehow about it while standing in the kitchen. Came back to the front of my thoughts. I said to, in parentheses, wife, "Hey, do you remember that night coming back from the Friends a few weeks back? Am I just imagining things, or did we see something really weird, like some kind of animal?" She confirmed it. We spent an hour reviewing the timeline leading up to it. What we saw and what it could have been, and why we had almost subconsciously forgotten about it. Kind of hand-waved the notion of it away. We've done some research on this entity, have narrowed it down to two options. It seems to either be a Nahual or a Skinwalker, or a Wendigo. Visually, it appeared to be more similar to a Wendigo with the reference images, but Wendigos are apparently hostile on sight and likely would have chased us if that's what it was. I'm leaning towards it being a Nahual variant, as they're not necessarily malevolent, depending on their human anchor, as they call it. There also isn't a history of violent crime in the area going back some decades, nor any new reported incidents. So to wrap things up, I could go on and on about all the ways we tried to rationalize this sighting. Someone in a costume, or delirium, or hallucinations, or deer with mange, or some weird hunter's kill display. None of them track right. Trust what your eyes saw and your memory. Trust the wife's confirmation of it. Both of you saw the same exact creature, verified with each other down to the details. This thing exists, and be careful outside at night. And since this creature exists, it's likely other cryptids are out there. What else is actually real, but simply disregarded as old superstition or fireside ghost stories? Are vampires real? Is Bigfoot real? Is the Chupacabra real? Keep an open mind and don't ignore somebody's eyewitness account just because it's crazy. What I saw wasn't possible, yet I'm not crazy. So that means it is real. Also keep in mind, an entire funeral home. An entire old folks' home called the cops on me for pretending to be Sasquatch for my own personal video when I was a kid. So don't completely disregard the costume thing, because I have been that person before. And luckily the only thing on me was Pop-Tarts, so I got off scot-free. Djinns under the fig tree. I live in a village in Zonguldak, and my name is Delaver, a male name used in Turkey. When I was a kid, the women in my village usually gathered in a house right at night and told horror stories about djinns. Thus, they unnecessarily scared themselves. Since I was a kid, I used to go to these meetings with my mother, listen to the stories, and be influenced by them. Our village is an old mountain village, which is neglected and secluded. The entire village is on a slope. There's no single flat road here. There's no lighting in the streets either, but there is a mill at the entrance of the village. My mother and her friends used to go to the mill in the morning, make cornmeal until the evening. There were cherry, laurel, and fig trees around the mill. One day I went to the mill with my mother. The day had not dawned yet, and it could be considered nighttime. We put sacks of corn in the mill to grind and make flour. And I had to pee, and the mill did not have any toilet. I had to pee under a fig tree. After I peed, I went back to the mill again. While I was working in the mill, my mother told me, "I'll go to the house and come back soon. Don't go anywhere." I don't know if it's a psychological thing, but once I was alone, I started to hear someone calling me by saying, "Hey, hey!" And I panicked when the door of the mill suddenly opened. I got out of the mill to check whether there was someone outside, and once I got out, I think I saw someone under the fig tree. The light of the mill was not lighting that area much. Maybe this is because I believed the shade I saw was looking at me. Suddenly I thought, I hope that is not a djinn. I shuddered with this thought. I went back into the mill and closed the door. However, it opened again. I panicked when the door suddenly and harshly opened again, and I didn't know what to do. Instinctively, I wanted to get out and run as fast as I could, but when I got out to do this, I saw dozens of shades around the mill in front of me. I went back in, entered the mill, and sat down. I started to say prayers, I remember, while crying. I lost myself with fear. During this time, my mother arrived and took me home. I bruised the arms of my mother with my nails. Didn't even realize it. When I returned to normal at home, my mother, father, and other members of my family asked me what had happened and why I was so scared. I couldn't tell what I saw to anyone, just because I may feel the same fear again while telling it. In the following days, I wanted to forget the shades I've seen, but my nightmares didn't allow me to do so. In my nightmares, someone was consistently trying to strangle me, and these dreams were so real that I usually woke up out of breath. I had these nightmares every night when I went to bed without ablution. Ablution? My family, who noticed that I lost mentally, took me to the imam of the village mosque. They told him about me. However, the imam didn't see any problems in me. He told me that I'm okay, and probably I suffer the problems that I suffer from could be psychological. However, I'm not crazy, and my family thought mosque imams might not understand such things. They took me to another Hoja, and this Hoja was experienced in jinn haunting and reversing spells. This Hoja put a bowl of water in front of me when we went to meet him, and he said, "Now look at this water carefully. If you see anything in the water, tell me what you see." And I swear I saw the ones who strangled me. I told what I saw to Hoja, and I answered the questions of Hoja. In the end, the Hoja gave me a vefk. He said, "You have to carry this vefk on you. Jinns cannot approach you as long as you carry this, and they cannot harm you. However, if you take it off or lose it, they will haunt you, and they can even kill you." Well, I've been wearing that vefk for years as a necklace. And after that day, I have no problems with jinns. However, the problem is I lost that vefk a few days ago, and I don't know what to do. Go find that vefk, I guess. Are others having, or have had, contact with shape-shifting, intelligent beings? Here's my experience. This is something I've never been able to fully explain. I'm posting here in hopes that somebody else has experienced something even remotely similar. I know how it sounds, but I was completely awake, and this was not a dream. I'm 100% certain of that. It happened around March of this year, 2025. I'm sleeping in my room like any normal night, and I usually set an alarm for 8 a.m. And I'm a heavy sleeper, so I almost never wake up before that. But this day, I was suddenly and unusually awoken. No noise, no dream ending, just snapped awake. It was early, probably 6 or 7, judging by how bright it already was. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw an effing figure hovering above my legs. The fear hit me instantly, like a shockwave, and I just froze. The being didn't look like the cliché alien or monster. It wasn't really even scary in appearance. But the experience itself was so foreign and overwhelming that it basically paralyzed me. The best way I can describe it is, It had an hourglass-like shape, but the top part was small and the bottom part was wide, maybe 2 feet tall and 1 foot wide. It was floating about 3 or 4 feet above my bed, and it wasn't fully solid. It was morphing. It was like its skin was made of liquid or gel, constantly shifting in slow motion like it was suspended in zero gravity. After a few seconds, a single rectangular limb extended from the center of its mass, as if it were reaching toward me, and then it just vanished. The entire encounter lasted maybe 5 seconds, but it shook me to my core and I sat up in bed, heart pounding, freaked out. But strangely, a few minutes later I started laughing. Not because it was funny, but because something had really shown itself to me. It felt surreal and unique, like I had witnessed something few people ever do. Then 2 days later it happened again. Same time of day, I guess you could call it the same sudden awakening. But this time it was different. At least the entity was different. Right in front of me was something I can only describe as a jellyfish-spider hybrid. It had multiple limbs or tentacles, and just like the first being, it was translucent, almost like it hadn't fully loaded into our reality yet. Once again I froze. But before I could even process what I was seeing, it suddenly launched itself toward my face, and I flinched hard so violently I nearly hurt my neck. And this is the part that confirmed everything for me. When I moved, it hit my pillow instead. I could both hear and feel its limbs tapping against it. The sensation was clear and terrifying. Those are like dozens of soft, rapid taps, almost like the feet of a large spider brushing against fabric. It wasn't violent, just precise and unmistakably real. The physicality of it gave me chills. And let's be clear, I was not dreaming. I know the difference. I was wide awake and I could move and see and think and feel everything with full clarity, just like any normal morning. That alone makes it even stranger. Why did they choose to show themselves to me at the very edge of waking instead of when I'd be fully lucid? Snow masking. Has anybody else experienced fully waking contact with something intelligent, morphing, or non-human? Something that appears real, even physical, not a dream. I've had other experiences over the years, but these two stand out as the most tactile and visual and real. I've kept this to myself, but I'm starting to feel like I'm not the only one due to, the amount of encounters on social media I see. I realize this sounds completely made up, and I understand if you don't believe me. I'm just hoping that others find this and are motivated to share similar or any experiences of this nature that they've had. Living in a house, 1909, with a residual haunt. In parentheses, long. When we bought our house, I specifically asked if it were haunted, or there were any graves on the property. I didn't ask at our previous home, only to discover about a year after talking to the neighbors that our house had been built on an old cemetery. Ah, la, poltergeist. End parenthesis. That house wasn't haunted, but it was unnerving to know the history of the land. We never noticed that the fenced area at the end of the block contained a dozen or so graves, pre-Civil War era, of people who no longer had living relatives to consent to moving the graves. We were also told by neighbors that they definitely got all the bodies in our block because it was the white part of the cemetery. The black part of the cemetery was down the hill and would flood when it rained, and many of the graves weren't marked. So, not being haunted or having the potential of dead bodies was on my list of home buying issues. We were told the house wasn't haunted as far as the owner knew, but he never lived in the house. He bought it as a foreclosure, or as they put it, as a foreclosed. My sister and best friends are quote-unquote sensitive. Each one stopped at the same spot in the house, turned around, and walked right back outside. They declared the house haunted. I rolled my eyes and declared it was mildewy, gross carpet causing them an upset stomach. We ripped out the carpet and, as typical for our faith, gave the house a blessing. Not to banish ghosts, but to make it a happy place for our family. And after the blessing, both said whatever menacing presence was gone, but there was something else hanging around. I don't remember exactly when the weird started. I always dismissed the noises and creaking to old house things or the cat. But when I was home alone and the cat was on my lap and I heard footsteps clearly, or when I felt something at the end of the bed, it got a bit harder to dismiss. Then my kids started talking about the footsteps in their rooms. The ones I was hearing downstairs sounded in their rooms. The most common occurrence in the house is to hear the front door slam shut, even though it's locked. My husband is a major non-believer in ghosts. One evening, we're all watching TV when slam! The front entryway shook with the sound of the door shutting. My husband sits straight up. I thought I locked the door. He got up to check, and sure enough, the front door was locked. My children have also reported seeing floating lights in their doorways. I dismiss the hot and cold spots because our house doesn't have any insulation and is drafty as fuck. Creepiest thing so far was I was in the kitchen and I was home alone. I heard a child's voice call out hello. My dog is hacking something up. Sir, are you okay? Go lay down. Go lay down. What is in your ear? When I mentioned this at a neighborhood gathering, several others on my street said they also heard the small child calling out hello. Our neighborhood used to be a plantation. And surprise, surprise, not being from the South, I didn't think or to ask about, that part of the history of the land. Our part of the neighborhood contained the slave quarters, and I started attending the neighborhood association meetings and was informed by the neighborhood historian. We live in a historic district. That our house is one of the most actively haunted in the neighborhood. Can't catch a break on houses. One of my next-door neighbors passed away about 4 years ago, and a year and a half after her death, I heard her very distinct voice calling for her cats. She was a cat hoarder. The house on the other side of me has its third owner since we've lived here. Previous two owners, independent from each other, told me about the woman in white who appears in the house. She doesn't do anything besides appear to check out the new owners and leaves. I will be interested to hear if she appears to the new owner. I am 99% sure our house used to be haunted. My parents separated 10 years ago when I was still a minor. We sold our house the same year, and oh boy, none of us was mad about it. The funniest part is that my mom and me only talked about it after the house was sold, because we both felt crazy for believing that there was something wrong with the house itself. Now, this isn't the typical we saw ghosts story, because, we didn't. It started very tame, actually. Of course, the house was built right next to a small forest, but it wasn't exactly in the middle of nowhere. Imagine a small town with a path that leads to the forest, but there are houses built on one side of the path, and the forest starts growing on the other side. During our very first year living there, we already had to deal with all three: fire, water, storm. Our neighbor had left on the grill. One of the trees in his garden caught fire, and the flames reached over into our garden. Luckily, my dad was a night owl and noticed that his garage was burning. Nothing happened to us, and he even managed to save his car, but having to deal with a fire so early certainly left an impression. A few months later, our entire basement got flooded. No, there wasn't a flood, it simply rained very heavily. My parents figured out afterwards how to deal with the rain, but the water was an issue until we sold the house. During a storm toward the end of the year, a tree on our property fell into the roof of our house. And again, nothing happened to us, but at this point, my parents were already very much done mentally. Oh my God, leg cramp. Oh no. The older I got, the more I noticed that my parents changed as well. My dad got depressed and my mom developed paranoia. She was barely able to sleep throughout the night, and the tiniest sound would wake her up and send her over the edge, and I too got paranoid. Both my parents worked full-time, so I was usually home alone during the day. Normally, as a teenager, that sounds absolutely fantastic, but I hated it because truth is I never actually felt alone. When I came home, I would start checking every single room in the house, including my parents' bedroom, and then I would turn on the TV to make sure I wasn't able to hear anything scary. Not that I'd ever heard anything scary, but I was so sure that there was something else with me, other than the leg cramp. To this day, I don't know how to properly explain why I felt what I felt, and usually I would simply do my thing at one point, but this eerie feeling started creeping up on me like a cramp in my leg trying to kill me. My heart began beating really fast, and I started shaking. Sometimes, I'd even lock myself up in my room and urge like a plan to escape through the window if I ever needed one. Mind you, I was maybe at the time 14 or 15. There was one incident that really made me believe in ghosts. We had a regular entrance door, and there were 2 more doors, and it was a bit weird, but anyway. The second door was the only door that was made out of metal, and it was a really heavy door. We needed some force to open it, and it would always make this distinctive screeching sound. One evening, I was playing some games on my mom's PC in the living room. My dad was on his PC next to mine, and my mom was asleep, and suddenly I heard how the metal door opened, and I turned to my dad and asked, "Why is Mom leaving the house this time?" Ow! My dad was confused, and he asked what I meant, and I explained that I just heard the door opening, and my dad went and checked, and the door was closed. My mom was sleeping in her bed peacefully. Well, needless to say, I wasn't sleeping peacefully for a few nights to come. There were a bunch of other things that happened while living there. My mom developed asthma, and when we moved out, we realized that there was mold behind almost every piece of furniture. Yeah. Our neighbor decided to pass on her own terms, and another neighbor found her. When her husband moved out and another couple moved in, one of their trees crashed into her fence. And literally a month after they moved in, when we discovered that the fence was made of asbestos. Jesus. A fence made of asbestos. Okay, whatever. I could go on and on, so after we sold the house, my mom summed it up perfectly. I always felt like this house simply did not want us there. Okay, now you just gotta not speak. All the sound of that, it will go away with my automatic filter, but the speaking it'll pick up purposely. Still not sure what was wrong with that house. As a kid, 1 to 9 years old, I lived in a large log house in rural Texas. My sibling wasn't born until I was 7 years old, so it was just me and my parents in the house. My parents considered it to be their dream house, but in reality it had a lot of issues, like poor insulation leading to cracks between the logs. There were a couple of spots you could literally see outside through. The house sat on a lot of land, but had been built in the mid-'80s, so it wasn't very old when we moved in around 1994. The house was 2 stories, with a large, open living room, a kitchen and dining room area, and a hallway that led to my parents' master bedroom. And then a stairwell that led to 2 large bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. The first few things I can remember happened when I was really young. Maybe 4 or 5. I wouldn't look down the hallway to my parents' room because I would see the figure of a little boy standing about halfway down the hallway with a shaggy dog. He was never there for long, and it seemed like he showed up more frequently after my sibling was born. I didn't feel threatened by the boy and the dog, but I didn't really like to look right at them. My bedroom was up the stairs to the right, and I hated going up there by myself at any time of the day, but especially at night. I felt watched, and at night I would hear footsteps coming up the stairs. The footsteps never got closer. They always just sounded like they were the same distance away, if that makes sense. I hated going to bed in that bedroom, and I would beg my parents to stay a little longer or maybe read me one more book. They still joke about this. I had horrible, graphic nightmares up until a few years after we moved out of that house. The worst was the man who would stand by my mom's side of the bed, and that was when I was brushing my teeth at night. You could see into my parents' bedroom from their bathroom vanity mirror, and I always brushed my teeth and got ready for bed from their bathroom. There'd be a tall man wearing a wide-brimmed hat. They stood and stared at me from their bedroom. Later, I realized he fit the description of a shadow person. He didn't have any features, but I could tell he was looking at me. He's still one of my worst memories from that house. Maybe just because of how frequently he was there. By far, the creepiest memory I have of this time is like I was sick and maybe with the flu or something. My mom had to go into work for half a day, and I know I should have been home alone around 8 by myself. But it was like 2001. I was laying on the couch watching TV, and I started to hear something calling my name in a sing-song voice from the stairwell. I remember being so scared that I couldn't move, and I wondered if that was sleep paralysis. I'd never had it before or since then, if it was. I have a few family members who refused to be in our house by themselves, especially one aunt who would never be left alone there even for a few minutes. I didn't tell my parents anything about the house, until after we'd moved out anyway. I always just told them I'm scared, but never elaborated on why. Years later, I was about 13. We were on a family vacation, and I finally told my mother. She told me she had experienced some of the same things, like hearing her name called from somewhere else in the house and having weird dreams. When I was an adult, I asked my dad if he had ever seen or heard anything, and he said, "There's something horrible about that damn bathroom." I always thought someone was walking past the door, and there were a few times that I called out for your mom, and that was because I thought I just saw someone out of the corner of my eye. That's what he said. He went on to tell me he also hated the way the staircase felt, and said that even in the middle of the day, the stairs were just spooky for no reason. I've been seeing a white figure once a year for 11 years, and I'm not the only one. Since I was 10 years old, I've been seeing the same white figure just once a year, always in June. She never stays long, just a few seconds, and I've seen her in different places, the home, in different apartments, and even on vacation. She follows me, not the location. The first time I saw her was the same day I opened one of those creepy chain emails. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it was because of that, but it freaks me out how the timing lined up exactly. And she's always the same. A white silhouette, no facial features, no clothes. No movement, just standing there still. I've never gotten an evil feeling from her, but the fact that this has been happening for 11 years is deeply unsettling. I've moved houses multiple times, and she's always just reappearing. One year I didn't see her, but my ex-boyfriend, who doesn't believe in anything paranormal, and who I never told about her, casually told me the next morning. I went to the bathroom, and in the middle of the night, it looked like there was this white figure sitting on top of you while you slept. He described her exactly as I see her, and I hadn't said a word to him about it. And now, this year, something changed. A few days ago, again in June, I didn't see her, but I heard her. I was on a video call with my boyfriend, and out of nowhere, we both heard this clear, sharp sobbing sound coming from the hallway, like a woman crying, just for a second. It was loud enough for him to hear it through the call. I've ruled out every rational explanation I could think of. There was nothing and no one there. And I've been trying to ignore it for years, but now that it's escalated to sound, I don't know what she wants. I don't know what I should do. If anyone's had a similar experience or knows what this could be, I'd really appreciate any thoughts or advice. I wrote the original post at 4 a.m. while shaking in my mom's bed, and no joke, I just couldn't sleep in my room that night. She always shows up whenever I sleep, and it's like she follows my bed, not my house. And I've moved 3 times, and every single time she appeared in a new bedroom, even on vacation. I have seen her in 2 different apartments by the sea. I expected more light-hearted theories, or maybe comforting comments, because honestly, she's never made me feel like I was in danger. Of course I get scared when she shows up. I mean, hello, it's a literal entity standing there. But it's never felt evil, just intense and mysterious. And I had forgotten to describe her in the original post. She basically looks like a floating tampon. What? More seriously, like a person standing still, completely covered by a white sheet. No facial features, no limbs showing, just there and watching. That is not what a tampon looks like, but alrighty then. What freaked me out yesterday wasn't just the sound we heard, it was the way my older cat suddenly ran away, and the second it happened, like my kitten kept chewing my foot like nothing was going on, and that contrast hit weirdly. And also, my little sister has seen her too. She saw her once on vacation, and ever since then she always closes the door to my room when we go to bed, saying that she doesn't like the feeling it gives off. There's honestly way more to the story, but 11 years is a long time. I'll be writing for hours. Still really shaken up, and I guess I just hoped for answers that wouldn't leave me more scared than before. Also, sorry for the English, it's not my first language. I'm from Croatia, a small European country where people would probably just think I'm crazy for sharing this. We don't really have legit mediums or spiritual support around here. The church would probably laugh me out of the building. College room incident. My freshman year of college was strange for many reasons. It was the height of the shutdown during 2020. That, and being in a new town far from family and trying to navigate a lot of very tough emotions and new realities. I was pretty vulnerable at the time. I wasn't necessarily happy, but I will say I found a deep peace in college. That mainly being because I had a lot of time to myself. See, I started out the year with a roommate, which was fun and all. However, when she dropped out and left me a dorm to myself for free, I wasn't complaining. I made the space mine, my own little paradise where I could escape to. It was small, and space for 2 people to have an 8x8 space to themselves, not including a small sink and mirror. When you entered through the door and turned to your left, you would see the 2 beds side by side with their respective closets. Turn to the right and there would be a mounted shelf above 2 desks, also side by side. My desk was the one closest to the door, and I feel that's pretty relevant. It was a 7-story dorm. I was at the top. No upstairs neighbors and a gorgeous view all to myself. I loved the dorm. I think of it fondly. Well, regardless of this event I'm about to relay to you. My favorite thing to do was sit at my desk and draw, listening to music late into the night, which is exactly what I was doing when it happened. I was late, thinking 1 a.m. Saturday night. No classes to get up for, so I could stay up for as long as I wanted, no consequence. Headphones were blaring, hair up, which was relevant. Comfy clothes so I could just jump into bed the moment I started feeling sleepy. I did have a TV in my room, and it was playing Let's Play Quietly. I always had that going as background noise. Game grumps mainly. Night had been normal, no drugs, no alcohol, nothing but maybe sleep deprivation. I'm leaning over my X-Pen tablet drawing, fully engrossed, and in my music too. Remember the drawing I was working on, even the exact detail I was doing at that moment. 1 second I was happy as a lark, just kind of minding my business. The next I was suddenly aware of a strange pressure. It was slowly pushing down on my back and my neck and snapped me out of my thoughts. For a split second I was so confused and dazed by the sudden contact. Not sure what was happening at all, and once my body and my brain realized what it was someone's finger that was pushing down on my spine. Someone was touching me. I screamed, launching up from my chair to spin around, fully expecting somebody to be there inside my dorm. But it was empty. Everything was still. Nothing had been disturbed, and the door was still locked. I just stood there against my desk, frozen. I was too terrified to move, trying to make sense of what just happened. Probably about 40 seconds of just waiting for something, and then I called my mom, told her what happened, and she assures me I'm okay and stays on the phone as I check my whole dorm. No one was there, and my desk is right by the door. If it had opened, I would have seen it open. It never did. I'm still alone. I'm safe. Nothing more happened that night. I had to just assure myself it was my imagination. But I replayed that moment, that feeling on the back of my neck. I can feel it now as I type this. The next day I told my friend about it. Had her touch the back of my neck, and it was the exact same feeling. Someone's finger pressing firmly down on the top of my spine. It's the only way I've been able to replicate it. My hairs never caused it, no clothes, no body ache or cramp, and it was bizarre. And I have no explanation for it to this day. Maybe I was just sleep deprived, or maybe there had been something in my dorm trying to get my attention. I don't know. Nothing notable ever happened again, and nothing like that. Wanted to share this experience as it's one of my weirdest. Has anyone else experienced something similar? I'd love to hear your thoughts. The Man in the Field. Thankfully, this didn't happen to me, but to my older brother. However, I will be writing from his point of view. This happened a few years ago, when he was around 17 years old. And one thing to know about my brother is that he isn't scared very easily. Or if he is, he does well at hiding it. However, when he was telling me about this experience, he looked pretty shook. Upon asking him earlier today, he told me that he didn't remember the story. A strange detail I thought I should include. He says he vaguely recalls something happening in the forest, but he's not sure about the specifics. For context, we live in the rural part of the English Midlands. In some areas, there's fields that stretch out as far as the eye can see, with many dense forests sitting right next to them, sometimes separated by a thin road. There's many dog walkers and families and gone-smoking teenagers who visit them during the day, but at night they're usually entirely abandoned. And so, this is where the story begins. The sun had almost entirely gone down, with just enough light to see. One of my mates had recently gotten his driver's license, so he took me and a few others out for a drive. We decided to go to a local forest, which looked very creepy at this early stage of night. However, most of us, me included, we'd grown up living near this forest and knew it like the back of our hands. Because of this, we were not frightened. We got out of the car and began walking around the forest, looking for a place to sit down, and kids often build dens out of sticks and moss where it's usually pretty sturdy, so we started searching for one of those. They were usually more dotted around, so I probably wouldn't have this taking too long. Halfway through our trek deep into the woods, one of my friends paused. We asked him what was wrong, and he shushed us, motioning for us to listen. We all stood impatiently, suspecting that he'd heard a twig snap as a result of an animal stepping on it, a common occurrence. How wrong we were. A low hum vibrated through the air. It sounded like it couldn't be more than a few meters away. It was a man's voice, but cracked and damaged, like that of an elderly person. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, and there had been no cars other than that of our own. And that's at the entrance to the site. The sense of imminent danger filled my gut. It must have done so to my friends as well. We wasted no time and ran, not stopping until we got back to the car. Still gasping and sputtering for breath, my mate leapt into the driver's seat and we sped off. We stopped in a nearby lay-by. We stopped in a nearby lay-by. A lay-by. Once the panic had worn off, got out of the car for some fresh air after the shock and talked about who or what the voice could have belonged to. Somebody said it could have been a homeless person, and this was plausible, as they sometimes did reside in tents deep in forests in the area. However, they usually kept to themselves to avoid being reported. We looked out on the forest's edge, which was now in the distance, and in the field that surrounded it, the sky was dark blue. It was getting progressively harder to see. Suddenly, a friend alerted the rest of us that he saw something, pointing to the middle of this field. Although hard to make out, it was unmistakable. A figure. Humanoid in appearance, but it was too dark and far away to see any features such as clothing or face. But we did notice one thing that was different about this person. They seemed to be very tall, almost alarmingly so. Their torso and limbs seemed stretched, almost distorted, and silently they walked through the field, not seeming to notice or us just staring at it, I guess. The feeling of unease returned as we watched, along with the strong desire to look away, but the inability to do so. After this, we collectively decided we'd had enough, scrambling to the car for a second time in 10 minutes. My friend drove us back to our respective houses. We never spoke of the incident again. Breathe slow. The green man in the doorway. When I was a kid, I had trouble sleeping. I'd either stay up too late or I'd wake up in the middle of the night to strange sounds and whispers and creaks. Breathing that wasn't mine. I'd be too scared to move. Sometimes I saw shadows shift across the walls. And once I swear I saw a glowing green figure peek through the doorway of my childhood bedroom. I always slept with the door open, and I still remember exactly what it looked like. It glowed the same green as those plastic stars you stick to the ceiling, only brighter and unnatural. The shape was tall, vaguely human, but off somehow and wrong. My instinct was always the same. Stay completely still and breathe as quietly as possible. Pretend I was asleep. But that night, something felt different. The fear didn't stain my chest. It exploded outwards. I screamed. I screamed so hard and for so long it felt like I'd run out of air. I was screaming for help and for my grandma and for anything that could save me. But her TV was always on, loud enough to drown out my voice. It took what felt like forever, maybe 5 minutes, maybe longer, before she finally heard me. When she came down the hallway, the figure vanished like it had never been there. But I remember the way it stood, tall and watching, too still, too human. After that, I didn't see it again that night. And eventually, I calmed down and fell asleep. But the memory stayed. Other times, the figures were children. Once, there was a boy and a girl. Not real children, but shapes of them. Silhouettes. Pure black, darker than the other room around them. So dark, they looked carved out of the night itself. I froze and barely breathing, hoping they'd vanish. But one didn't. One climbed on top of me. I remember the weight pressing down on my chest and my stomach. I slowly pulled a pillow over my face, trying to make it look like I did it in my sleep, trying not to react. Tears ran down my cheeks in silence, and I couldn't scream, I couldn't move, and all I could do was wait, and eventually it left. But by the time I turned 10, the shadows stopped visiting. I haven't seen them since I became an adult. But those 2 nights, they never faded. For years, I thought they were vivid nightmares. Maybe some kind of night terror. I thought maybe I was just scared or imaginative kid. But recently, I experienced sleep paralysis as an adult, and this time, there were no glowing figures. No shadow children, just silence. I woke up paralyzed, staring into the darkness, completely alert. I felt something in the room, watching me and waiting. But there was nothing there. I remembered how I used to breathe slow and quietly, and did the same now, just like I used to. Only now I realized something that shook me even more. All those years I thought I could move, but I could have. I wasn't physically trapped, I just believed I had to stay frozen. That stillness, that paralyzing fear, I chose it every time. That's because I thought it would protect me. Now looking back, it's oddly comforting to know it was real, that I wasn't crazy, that what I saw and what I felt, it wasn't just my imagination, it was sleep paralysis. And knowing that now somehow makes it worse. Because it means the fear was never just a dream. It was me lying awake in the dark, waiting for something that might never leave. What if the stories you've heard were true? What if the creaks, the cold chills, and the shadows were trying to tell you something? At Paranormal M, we listen. Subscribe and hear what hides in the dark. Let me tell you a little story. I hope you enjoy it, and yeah, this really happened. Back in 2016, I went on a family vacation with my dad, and his wife, and my aunt, who is my dad's sister. We traveled through several places in Morocco, just enjoying the road trip. One day we had a log drive to Agadir, a very touristy spot in southern Morocco known for its beach, shops, and restaurants, and apparently the beautiful boulevard. We drove for about 12 hours and arrived later in the evening. Everyone was tired except for me. While the others went to bed, I decided to head out to the boulevard and enjoy a drink, relaxing in the warm summer evening breeze. My dad told me to knock on the door when I got back and he would open it for me. As I was sitting there, drinking and enjoying the night, I started to feel something unexplainable. I felt like something was about to happen, but I shrugged it off, thinking I was just tired. Around 3 a.m., I decided it was time to head back and get some sleep. I took a cab back and knocked on the door, and my dad opened it. Now, my dad always greets me the same way. He says, "Hi, son," whether it's in person or on WhatsApp or on a phone call. He stood there in the doorway and said, "Hi, son, how was it?" Told him it was fine, but I was ready for bed, and he nodded and said yes. As I walked inside, I faintly heard from behind me in the hallway, "Hi, son." Didn't think much of it. I figured I was just hearing things because I was so tired. So I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. I didn't think much of it. I figured I was hearing things because I was so tired. So I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. My aunt and I are sharing the same bedroom. She was sleeping in the bed by the window, and I was in the bed against the wall. When I walked toward the room and tried to enter, I suddenly felt a strong force push against my chest, as if something was trying to stop me from going in. I was startled, and I stepped back, but I shrugged it off, and when I tried to enter the room a second time, I felt the same push, but since I had convinced myself it was just because I was tired, I ignored it, and I just went to bed. Once I was lying down, I fell asleep, but it felt like I was still awake, and within about 5 minutes, all the lights in the room turned on, and I couldn't move, and I heard strange noises coming from my aunt's bed. I tried with all my strength to look in her direction, but I couldn't move a muscle. Then I heard her name, or rather, her call my name, tell me to look. I managed to turn my head slightly, and what I saw terrified me. Blood was streaming from her eyes. She was holding a knife, and she screamed that she was going to kill me. I have never in my entire life felt fear like that. I was shouting and begging her to stop when all of a sudden I heard my dad's voice pleading with me to wake up. I remember thinking, "Wake up, I am awake." That was when I realized I was actually asleep, because his voice kept getting louder and more urgent. I tried my best to snap out of it, and eventually I did. When I finally woke up, my dad was sitting behind me, holding me up and trying to comfort me. His wife looked shocked, and my aunt was sitting on her bed, pale as a ghost, with her head between her knees. I was still overwhelmed by extreme fear, but also completely disoriented. The fear was so intense and present that I rushed to the toilet to throw up, and afterwards my dad told me we were leaving the house first thing in the morning. When I returned to my room, my aunt still looked completely drained and unusually pale. I asked her what had happened. She said that she had a bad dream too. I asked her what she had dreamt. She told me she saw red everywhere, had a knife in her hand, and felt an overwhelming urge to kill me. We left the house and never came back. I lived in a haunted house, and I had a dream that is still unanswered 10 years later. So back in about 2012, I was only about 6 years old. We lived in a house in Abilene, Texas. So turns out also, I learned all this house's information years later. The house was placed on an old cemetery, and it was pretty haunted. Well, on this exact date that I remember, it was May 5th, 2012 at 9:20 p.m. I went to sleep and I started dreaming. The dream was my siblings in our bunk bed. The way our house was built was that there was this short hallway to our rooms, and ours was in the very back. The front of the room faced directly across the hallway to my parents' room. Down at the end to the right of the hallway, there's like a bathroom, and up. In the middle, there is another room on the left and a closet on the right. But it was dark all the way down at the end of the hallway. All the lights that were on in the whole house was the living room lights. Everywhere else was black, and you could barely see into the rooms. I remember I jumped out of bed and all my siblings raced to the end of the hall. I remember I was the last one out of the room, and there's 3 things I saw at once. 1, I looked into my parents' room across the hallway, and I saw a shadow in the window. 2, I saw my siblings at the end of the hallway all of a sudden. And I felt a gravity pin me against the wall. I tried to move and scream, but I couldn't, and I was pinned against the wall and I couldn't talk. I looked to the right into our room, and we had a short dresser, maybe 2.5 feet tall, and on it we had a box television like the big-ass old ones. I was able to hear everything. The TV started playing this very disturbing but extremely clear-sounding orchestra sound. And on the TV, a somewhat big green font, it said these exact words: "This was not a escape from your hell." An escape. I looked left into my parents' room and I saw the shadow again, except I saw it very slowly creeping up on the end of their room and across from their room, staring at me pinned against the wall. I remember that I saw the shadow and I looked down the hall and they were gone. The light in the living room shut off and it was dead silent. And not a single thing was making a noise. I heard a whisper and I can't remake what it fully said, and it was something like, "I have, large underscore, and it's over." I spinned my head to the area of the shadow where it was staring at me still, and the moment I looked it flew into my face. And the last image was a cloudy cloak and huge white eyes like pearls going into my vision. Once it got to a distance to where I saw, like black, I just woke up. I was sweaty and it was disturbing. I didn't know what it meant, so I played it off like a normal scary dream. Then, exactly 4 years later, on May 5th, 2016 at 9:20 p.m., I, for some reason, remembered everything. Then I started piecing everything together, and I realized that that wasn't a nightmare. It seemed more like the dead trying to communicate with me. And fast forward almost 10 years later, I have no answers to what that dream meant. Now keep in mind that I'm not into seances or dark magic stuff or Ouija board things. I believe in afterlife and I believe in ghosts, and my dad and I even are pretty theoretical people. We believe in a lot of strange occurrences that happen around the world daily. Again, I've never had a personal experience of an unknown entity person, and at least that I have a memory of. Now, we lived in the same house, same year, but a few months later after this dream happened. My parents, including my siblings, swear that I would talk to and play with an unknown entity in our kitchen. I have no memory of this whatsoever. So many things I've heard of, and yet I have no memory of it at all. All this is unexplained and has definitely left a huge dent in my mind, wondering what it is, and we'll never find out unless the future withholds a bad experience that awaits for me. I pray that this unknown entity doesn't reach kids when they grow up. Wolf of Baldham. In 2016, I went to study abroad for a year in Munich. It's in Germany. I went to plenty of places in this time, local towns to explore and further regions of the country for hiking. I got to know a girl in my program, and we started spending more time together as we were both from the Detroit area, went to the same university. I liked her at the time, and 19-year-old male, and she was a 20-year-old female. She liked me. I was a bit more spontaneous with exploring, with the idea of being as random as possible. And this particular day was on December 26th, and we were at Marienplatz, a central location subway station in Munich, deciding on where we wanted to go and what we wanted to do that day. I played a game with a friend back in the States called the highway game, where we would just drive and take random highways and take exits randomly to get lost as possible. He'd have a good time talking during our time trying to get back home without any use of our GPS. Anyways, why this is important is because that's what me and my friend were doing at Marienplatz. Just getting lost, which is how we ended up taking the S4 S-Bahn train toward Ebersberg. We still haven't decided which exit we plan to take as we're just sitting on the train and waiting for the right moment to hop off. We decide to get off at the Baldham stop and begin to walk out of the station toward the village. We're in the beginning stages of talking. We've had some close moments while talking, and this just felt like another timeless talking session with her. We walked around the town and eventually found some woods to walk through that were quite dense, covered with moss on the ground and tall pines everywhere. We made the mistake of going out in the early afternoon. After an hour train ride, arrived at 3 p.m. In the middle of December, the sun was dropping quite quickly, making for a forest with a shadowy backdrop where I couldn't see much beyond 100 feet or so. We found a patch of thick moss, void of any trees, which made for a nice spot to lie down and just stare at the clouds moving by. There really wasn't any snow cover, and it was about 40 degrees, so it wasn't that cold. And as we sit there taking it all in, I just felt like it was a good moment to lean up against and go for a kiss. As I get up on my elbow looking at her, I notice something moving in the background within the shadows, just darting between the trees. It wasn't for more than a few seconds later that I realized whatever was darting between the trees was now darting towards us. Didn't think much of it since I thought it must have just been a dog, but as it got nearer, I realized this thing was canine and huge. Before it reached us, I stood up and stopped within feet of us, and snarling and growling extremely loudly. Dragged my friend up and told her to just start walking away. I followed her, but noticed the canine creature walked in a circular path around us to the 3 o'clock position from where it stopped. I began to walk with her, and as I turned around to check where it was, I saw that it was gone. Never heard it leave or saw anything run away. The only thing we did hear was a howl about 30 seconds after we left from laying on the moss, at which point we darted to get the fuck out of the woods. And as we did, we came across a gentleman walking a small dog, greeted him and felt a sense of security. Nonetheless, we left as quickly as possible and went back to the station to catch the next train back home. Now, I know one may be thinking that it could have been a wolf, but later that evening I looked to see if there were any wolves in the area, but found that the majority, if not all, wolves were killed following the expansion of human society. The closest known populations of wolves being near Poland and Ukraine and Russia. It could have been a large dog, but let me tell you, I have dogs and I've grown up around dogs, and I've been attacked by a dog before. I know what I saw was not your average canine. It looked wolf-like, but was huge. If anybody has any idea what happened, or is from the Munich area, knows anything like this happening, please tell me, as my now girlfriend and I still talk about how freaked out we are about this. All I can say is that just as quickly as I noticed the canine, and as it tried to attack us, it was gone, making for a supernatural experience in my book. Fishing Ghost. 3 days ago, I was out fishing. I started fishing around 4 in the afternoon that day from shore, and probably around 9:30 p.m. decided I was going to move spots. That's because I wanted to try for a catfish along a channel. I drive to the new spot while talking on the phone to my friend, and the fishing spot is pretty regularly used by people, and as an unofficial boat launch. Within view of my childhood home where my mom still lives, the spot isn't lit up except by a street light about a block and a half away. As I'm pulling up my headlights, shine on the dark shape of a person right by the water. I pause because I don't want to fish next to a stranger in the dark in the middle of nowhere. But when I look again, the shape wasn't there. So I figured it was my eyes, and maybe I was just having this weird thing as I was driving in. I get off the phone with my friend and get myself set up by the shore, centrally where I thought I'd seen the person standing because that was the best spot to get set up with my chair. I sit alone in the dark for about an hour or so, and at one point I turned on my flashlight to toss my line in a different spot. It's a cloudless night, so I can see stars, but there isn't a moon at all, so it's really quite dark. The one street comes nowhere near to illuminating this spot, nowhere close to it actually. I have my flashlight on and get myself seated in my chair before turning it back off. I sit there in the dark for a few minutes as my eyes adjust. Again, I realize that directly across the channel, about 20 feet, I can see my shadow in my camping chair. And about 6 feet to the right of my shadow, I see another shadow-shaped person facing me. Thinking that maybe it's just some really dark, conveniently shaped foliage across the water, I turn my light on, only to see nothing. The grasses are the same, no bushes, and I turn my light off, and I see it's still there. I move around a bit with the light off to confirm my shadow hasn't doubled for some or other unseen light source, and I see my shadow move, but not the other one. I get up and over the course of 5 minutes move around, turning the light on and off around my shore, from behind my chair and around the sides and behind my car. I was parked about 50 feet from shore. I couldn't make that extra shadow change position or shape, and I decide I'm going to sit back down and ignore it because I don't have time for foolishness sometimes. I sit down in my chair and I turn off the light. I realize that now the shadow has moved closer by about 3 feet and changed shape to be more identifiable as a person. But I turn to the side as if it's standing next to me and looking at me. It was at that point I decided that I wasn't turning the light off and it was time to go home. Thought about taking a picture or trying to find or something, but figured even if the night shot on my phone, it wouldn't turn out. I wasn't sure if I wanted to see what might show up. A little background about the area. Not entirely related to the story, but within a 2-mile radius are 2 separate Native American burial grounds on the same body of water I was fishing. And archaeologists have found Native American and fur trade era artifacts all over the area, as well as in the yard of my childhood home, which was within eyesight of where I was. About half a mile away, also within sight, is an old and quite haunted tuberculosis hospital. Also, my childhood home was quite haunted, with things getting moved and voices and apparitions that were built and owned by the tuberculosis hospital, and over the course of time used by nurses, the hospital cook, and when the hospital was bought by priests as a cemetery. Seminary. House was lived in by some of the priests who were teaching. And there was supposedly a tunnel system leading from my old house to the hospital and another hospital building. I think the tunnel was located in the woods behind her house, as I found concrete slabs that looked like they would have been used for a tunnel. But the tunnel was filled in long ago. I saw my grandmother and grandfather die before it actually happened. This story is about my grandmother, my dad's mom, and my grandfather, my mom's dad. I somehow saw both of their deaths in my dreams before they actually happened. My grandmother, I was just 7 or 8 when my dad's mom passed away. That's right, I had a terrifying dream. I was being chased by something. A black, shapeless entity. I kept hiding at school and at home and at the playground. It felt like it lasted the whole night. And suddenly, my grandmother appeared in my dream, and she smiled at me, the same warm smile she always had. She took me to a door and told me to hide inside. Then she blocked the path of the dark figure chasing me, and I saw her get swallowed into the darkness and disappear. I woke up immediately to the ringing of her home landline. It was my aunt calling to tell us that Granny had passed away in her sleep. She had gone to bed normally and never woke up, but our houses were all close by. We rushed there, and I believe she came to say goodbye to me and save me from that nightmare one last time. In Hinduism, when somebody dies, we have 13 days of rituals where the soul is believed to be present among us. And during this time, the family sleeps on the floor together, fasts and prays for the peace of the deceased. My mom and aunt shared a mattress and blanket during those days, after Grandma passed. The same one that belonged to Granny, and For a few nights, both of them felt the other was lifting the blanket slightly at night, letting cold air in. On the third night, they spoke about it and they were shocked. Neither of them had done it. They switched to another blanket the next day, and the cold sensation never returned. Probably it was my granny trying to get her blanket back. During those 13 days, my mom scolded me badly one day, probably because I was acting out and missing Granny. And I do remember crying and calling for my Granny because I had this sort of pit in my stomach missing her. After a few months, there was a local ritual where a medium calls the spirit of the deceased to ask questions about the afterlife and their needs for the journey ahead. You're not allowed to cry during the session, or it affects the medium's body. Everything was going normal. My uncles and aunts were talking to Granny's spirit one by one. All the answers given by the medium felt generic and obvious. And some people were suspicious about the medium as being authentic. Until it was my mom's turn to speak, and suddenly the medium, possessed by Granny's spirit, got angry and shouted, "How dare you scold my baby in front of me? Don't you dare make him cry again. I love him, but now I can't hold him when he cries." Then the medium, breathing heavily at this point, mellows down and starts explaining the same in a more polite way. And this shocked everyone. No one knew about the scolding except my mom and me. People who thought the medium was fake changed their minds. And the spirit also mentioned the exact time Granny passed, 3 to 3:30 a.m., and described the reapers that came to collect her. My grandfather, my mom's dad, this happened many years later, during the COVID lockdown. My mom's father was hospitalized in a COVID center, but my mom hid this from me because I was away in another city for my final university exams. And a few days before his death, I had a dream that felt like I was living life after his passing. People mourning him and his family struggling financially. And the emptiness of his home, and I felt it so real I woke up with a headache and couldn't tell it was real for 10 minutes. The Hallway Watcher. I grew up in an old house in Glendale, Arizona. It was a 1940s build, a kind of house that had seen generations pass through its doors, carrying with it the weight of time. For the most part, it was an ordinary home, until nightfall. At the end of the hallway, floor-to-ceiling gold-veined mirror tiles lined a small wall, and I hated those mirrors. Even now, the memory of them sent a shiver down my spine. They weren't just reflective, they were wrong somehow, like something could be watching through them. Just beyond the surface. Maybe that's where it all started, and maybe that's where it came from. Dropped my water bottle. I was young, no older than 4 or 5 when it first happened, and at first it was nothing but a feeling. A prickling awareness at the back of my neck whenever I walked down the hallway to my room. It would always be at night, always when I was alone. And I was just a child too young to fully understand what I was sensing. But deep down I knew something was following me. I don't know when I saw it for the first time, but I do remember the moment I realized it was real. The hallway was always dimmer when it appeared, as if the light bulbs were struggling against some unseen force. Shadows stretched longer than they should have, the air itself feeling thicker and heavier. I would take a step forward, and in the mirrored wall at the end of the hall, I'd see it, tall, impossibly thin, blacker than the shadows around it. It had no eyes, no features, just a towering silhouette that loomed behind me. I never ran, and something in my gut told me not to. Instead, I forced myself to walk at a steady pace, pretending I couldn't feel it creeping closer. Its presence, like a cold weight pressing against my back, never followed me all the way to my room, and it would stop, and always stopping midway down the hall before slipping silently through one of the doors. But that was the worst part. It never opened them. The doors were always closed. If my father's bedroom door was shut, it would move through the bathroom. If the bathroom was occupied, it would pass through my father's room instead. It made no sound, left no trace. It simply moved, as if walls and wood meant nothing to it. The way it walked haunted me. It didn't stride, it lurched, its body swaying side to side in a slow, deliberate-like motion. Sometimes one of its long, spindly arms would drag along the walls as it moved, and never touched me, and it never really reached for me. I don't know why. Years later, I asked my father if he had ever seen anything strange in that house. He took his head through, and admittedly, he was rarely home at night, working long hours at his tattoo shop. He suggested almost casually that it might have been my late grandfather watching over me. But my grandfather had never been that tall. I asked my grandmother just to be sure. No one in my family had ever been tall enough for their head to be nearly brushing the ceiling, for their limbs to be impossibly long, so what was it? Even now, I don't have an answer. But I still remember the way it moved, the way the light would dim, and the way mirrors at the end of the hall never felt like they reflected me. And I still hate mirrors in hallways. Hey everyone, I'm working on a horror storytelling project for my videos and looking for real spine-chilling experiences from real people. Whether it was paranormal or something unexplained, a glitch in reality, a cryptid encounter, or even just a situation that made your gut scream something isn't right, I'd love to hear it. Your stories could help keep this side of the internet alive for people who love weird, creepy, and unexplained as much as I do. I plan to narrate some of these with permission on my videos, fully anonymously unless you want to be credited. Share your story in the comments. Thank you for keeping these stories alive, and stay safe out there, or try to. I think I made contact with aliens. So I was asleep, dreaming. The content of the dream isn't important, so I think I'll skip that. What's weird is what happened after. I woke up, but my eyes were closed. Just black, you know. Oh, I know. But in my mind, or on my eyes, I don't know, I saw something like a sound wave or a frequency. The waves were kind of dancing around, but increased in size and frequency. For some reason, I said, "Thank you for the dream, Mr. Alien Man." I think something made me think that they were involved somehow. I don't remember now, but that's what I said in my mind, and I was awake at this point. And as soon as I said that, they, as in whoever did this, zapped me with images. It's the best way I can describe it. There was an intense, very real and vivid case of sudden visuals appearing. It felt like there were images on top of other images. Well, calling them images is kind of wrong because it was more like symbols and shapes, like a coded language. The shapes, stacked sort of on top of each other, made a kind of gray alien face at the top. I mean, from my point of view. And the face moved and made facial expressions as the data below moved or changed. The face laughed. When I was zapped with images, I got scared and woke up fully. I mean, I was awake, but my body woke up too, reacting in a knee-jerk way. But my whole body. The images continued in my eyes, but they were very quickly dispersing. I could see them with my eyes open too. The alien face, like, included, and it was still moving. But I closed my eyes so I could see more. But within moments they were completely gone, and I was fine. At least until this happened. But as the image zapping occurred, I had a massive headache struck on my forehead. Then it went to the back of my head, but it was very bad, so I had to take a painkiller. Headaches on that level, well, sometimes last days for me. A single painkiller is never enough. Within half an hour I was fine, and sure, the painkiller helped too, but I think it was the sudden hit that gave me the headache. Then it was kind of less of a burden for my brain, I think. I mean, whatever the symbols or shapes or the code meant, I don't remember what the symbols were at all. Just the face on top they made. I think they gave me information that I didn't process or understand at the time. I think it's stored in my brain now. Like right now. And this happened 2 nights ago. Also, I had this understanding after the event that the frequency was in my mind. I did gateway tapes and meditation before for various reasons. One of being trying to contact non-human intelligences. I think the frequency in my mind kind of synced up with them, or something that belongs to them and would kind of be for a very brief moment. So they had to zap me with the information within that brief moment, and it wasn't pleasant for me. They couldn't contact me before my frequency synced up, or not at that level anyway, I think. Also, something I just knew somehow after or during the event. I think they can't or won't talk, like us. They communicated in images and symbols, very complex. I think they were doing what they were doing without me being aware of it. But when I gained consciousness and became aware of the signal, then when I said, "Thank you for the dream, Mr. Alien Man," instead of being afraid, I think they found it funny and maybe took my response as a form of acceptance and just dumped the rest of the information all at once. Not to hurt me, but the channel was closing, so they had to do it. The Hanging Dummy. She was 15 years old when this occurred, while she was home in middle school in the night, and, well, home in the middle of the night. Well, maybe also middle school, but who knows. Late spring had arrived, and she thought it was June. She remembered that because her windows were open and there was a breeze coming in. The temperature was not so hot, so there was not a need for air conditioning. She could smell the lily of the valley. The scent wafted through the open window, and after laundering her sheets that day, she reveled in a crisp and fresh feeling. The night was pleasant, and it was cool but not cold in the early morning. She was in a deep sleep when she woke up. Grogginess was her first feeling, and confusion came over her as she contemplated what she had really had happened for a moment. She was lying on her side with the covers pulled up almost over her head, and night had turned a little bit chilly. Rather than head up and close the window, she unconsciously opted to pull up the covers first. At first, the grogginess was powerful, and she almost went back to sleep. And that's when she felt a feeling of sheer dread. There was this feeling she was in danger, and goosebumps developed on her skin. She didn't move, and she stayed frozen in place, not wanting to know what was happening. She felt like she needed to keep still and not move. Whatever this was would go away without bothering her. She heard a beeping sound that gave out in 5 or 6 mid-toned beeps. It almost sounded like an older digital alarm clock, a strange sound, like rustling and scampering of something or someone. So the next thing that she heard, like the noise came directly over her bed, and terror began washing over her. She knew that she must look and see what was happening. She couldn't keep her head covered and ignored it any longer. Reluctantly, she turned her head and pulled down the blanket, and over her bed was a ceiling fan. She saw a figure hanging on the fan. It looked like a cloth dummy or a doll, child-sized, with limbs that had no hands or feet. The ends of the arms and legs looked rounded, like she was sure how it got there and why it was there. For just a moment, she thought it was a prank by someone. Within what couldn't be longer than taking her breath, this thing dropped down 3 to 5 inches, and she was startled and she let out a scream. Yet the cry seemed stifled, and it didn't come out as loud as she had intended. She explained to her it was dark, and she didn't think it was someone that she knew, and She couldn't explain them what she saw. They wouldn't believe her, and she was confident she was awake, but it was so unusual. Her parents later thought she had a sleepwalking dream. She opened all the doors and made the sounds, and at least that's what they said, and she believed they knew there was no way she had time to open all the doors and get back into her room and to bed before they came out of the bedroom to look, as he was making the noise, and woke them up. Sometimes they would say the time that somebody may have hidden in your room, and, well, she scoured the internet hoping to find someone else who had a similar experience. And the closest kind of thing that she found was when people came across these entities known as stick figures. It reminded her because this was the thing you would expect not to see in your real life, yet moving and interacting with the environment. People had a feeling of fear or uncertainty when encountering these things. She shares this in hope that others may have had something similar happen to them. She's still traumatized by the event, and if she wakes up in the middle of the night out of the blue, she fears this thing will come and take her. Sometimes she has dreams of this thing and a kind of replay of what happens to her, like post-traumatic stress disorder. She believes those dreams are not reliving a traumatic event, and instead, this dummy was projecting these things into her mind in a way to feed off her fear from afar. Demonic cult orbs of light, demonic spirits, old cemetery. When I was 18 years old in the summer of 2009, me and a friend decided to visit a cemetery in our area at night. It was connected to a park with a trail and woods behind it. The cemetery was old, like early 1800s old. My friend and I drove up to the trail parking lot. We got out of his car and walked down the dark lane surrounded by dark trees and shadows. As we were walking closer to the cemetery, I started getting nervous for some reason. We got to the cemetery in the middle of the woods, and I started getting this bad feeling like we were being watched. We kept getting closer to the back of the cemetery, and once we were in the middle, I noticed orbs of light in the woodland toward the back of the cemetery. There was at least 50+ orbs, too many to count really. We got closer, and they got brighter, and the feeling in my stomach got worse. I stopped and whispered to my friend if he was seeing the same thing I was seeing. He confirmed the same thing. We inched a little closer toward the back of the cemetery, and I got this terrible feeling inside me. Like it was evil, and that I should not get closer to these orbs. I said that I think we should go back, and he agreed, and I just knew it was something that we should stay away from. So we started walking back quietly, and we made it back to the dark grass lane in the woods which led to the parking lot in the middle of nowhere. As we were walking about halfway down the lane, I heard a twig snap. Thought it was just an animal, so I kept going at my normal pace, and all of a sudden we heard a crash in the woods followed by footsteps that quickened the pace running towards us. We started sprinting down the lane to my friend's car in the parking lot. We get to the opening, the parking lot just outside the woods. We practically dove into his car, and he's starting his car up, and I see a hooded figure. I assume it was a man, and it had a large knife in his hand reflecting moonlight off of it. He stopped at the edge of the woods, staring at us. My friend sped out of there as fast as he could, and later, one of my other friends I worked with was leaving a company kickball league match at around maybe 15 minutes away in the same county. It was also at night, and he ended up talking to another one of his friends after the game. They ended up being the last two people still at the park. My friend said he saw a man in a dark hood like the one I described, standing underneath a massive old footbridge that was at the east end of the park, approximately 200 meters from him. It was no longer in service, and it was falling apart with signs around it warning of falling debris. He started running at the two guys, and my friend noticed he had a knife. He told his friend, and they both sprinted to their cars and got out of there, and apparently the hooded man got really close to my friend's car and hit it with his hands before he could get away. My friend said that they went back to the park and they found a dead cat underneath the bridge. It might have been hanging or laying there with its throat slashed, but I can't recall the details. I'd also learned of individual's name that was chasing us, and he had gone to the same high school as me, but was several years older than me. Apparently, he was in a demonic cult. I had heard from numerous other people from the same county. They say that there was a local cult with the same description. They were meeting in abandoned factories and warehouses and buildings in secluded places around the area of the county I lived in. I was also told that they would find dead cats and other animals at these other locations, which seems to be demonic, but I'm no expert on that topic. Also just seems regular sick, but regardless, what's your opinion on what this cult group was doing, and what do you think the orbs of light near the cemetery where the cult was meeting were? I honestly have never seen anything like this in my life. And I did research, which isn't reliable, and there was a few places that said the orbs of light could represent spirits or demonic spirit portals. I honestly have no idea other than that they were evil spirits and that I should not get any closer to them. Something unexplainable just happened to me. As I've already said, I've been up all night in my room, going in and out of the kitchen to get food and water. My mom's room is next to mine, and the kitchen is up close to both of it. Then comes the living room, then the drawing room, and then comes another room with another washroom, both of which is hardly ever used until guests come. If I haven't mentioned it, just me and my mom along with our cat Orange, because he's orange, living only. The house layout was important to describe how far off the washroom is. Past tense. Next up, last time I got out of my room was like around 3 or 4 a.m. to get dessert from the fridge, and my mom's door was still closed as it was all night since she's asleep. Around 5 a.m. I got out to keep the remaining dessert back inside the fridge, which is when I heard very loud water falling sounds coming from the distant washroom. I hardly paid any attention, as it could just be my mom showering, and her cat Orange was staring in that direction too and looking at me like a natural pet owner that, he saw someone by the way he acts. Yeah. Then I did whatever I had to do, or whatever I had to in the kitchen, got back to my room, which is when Orange ran toward me and started jumping to my hands. I just guessed he wants to be patted, so I patted him. Then after a few more minutes, I thought this isn't normal, as my mom has never showered at this time. Neither does she stay up at night. Neither does she make such loud sounds when everything is silent, since it's an apartment complex with close-by neighbors. And most importantly, when I heard the sounds, her bedroom door was still closed from the inside, which makes no sense if she was showering. Indeed. I then decided to check just for clarity. Went to her room, unlocked the door first, and honestly freaked out as she was asleep and didn't feel like she woke up all night. Then I checked the main door, as it's on the way for any outsider entry. And lo and behold, the corner washroom door, lights off, door locked from the outside, as if no one had ever been near it for ages. I gathered some courage to open the door by turning on the lights first, but I saw Orange wasn't coming near me at all. I don't know if it's some superstition, but it was strange that he wouldn't follow me toward it, even though I did the toot-toot-toot sound which he normally follows. I banged open the door, to stay ahead and unpredictable, and it was the shower head on with lots of water dripping. Oh no. Now here's the thing, it could be faulty, yes, so I checked every possibility. It's a compression shower valve faucet, or anything you call it in your country. Compression shower valve faucet. Well, you basically have to twist it around and round and round for water to eventually come accordingly. Oh yeah. So, speed equals number of twists, same goes for turning it off. A faulty faucet would rather get stuck with iron than free flow in any direction, and by the way, which wasn't faulty because when I checked it again and again, the mechanism was working perfectly, and it would take physical pressure to twist it to the point where you actually get water out of such pressure from the shower head. But here's the thing. Whatever happened within 4 to 5 a.m. My mom was asleep all night with her door locked from the inside. The cat was acting weird and not following me near the door. The door was locked from outside, lights off, no signs of entry. A faucet that's impossible to turn on without applying physical pressure. Into a washroom window the size of a small laptop. I'd say it's like half closed and all dusty, and anyone's wondering for other signs of potential entry. My only comment is I like the name of your cat, sir. Or ma'am. I forgot. Weird paranormal activity keeps happening in my house. Some unusual things have been happening to me lately in my house, and I figure this might be a good place to discuss them. Let me give you a breakdown of everything. In August of last year, my grandmother passed away. It was devastating, but I've gotten better as time moved on. However, some creepy things keep happening in my house. I honestly have a difficult time trying to wrap my head around it. Now, I know this is going to sound like I'm making this up, and I don't have any photos or videos to back up what I'm going to say, but multiple members of my family have been experiencing creepy things as well, and I just need to share it with everybody here. 4 major events have happened to me, and I'll share them. I live in a 4-bedroom house, and there's 6 people, including me and 3 cats. And the first paranormal event happened when my siblings and I were talking to our mom about chores. And as the conversation was starting to become more argumentative, our Alexa out of nowhere started playing Baby Shark, which was strange since nobody in our conversation said any words, at least anything similar to the song that was playing. Also, what makes it more interesting is the fact that my grandmother used to play Baby Shark all the time for my baby cousin, either on her phone or the Alexa. It makes me believe that my grandma played that song to prevent an argument that was about to happen. The second event that happened was when I was working on my computer. I was completing college assignments, and I was at my desk in the living room, and as soon as I was finished writing a paragraph, I looked up and saw my back door randomly open. I know that door was closed because 10 minutes before it opened, my dad fully closed the door shut when he was bringing in laundry, and my mom was also there. The third event happened when I was home alone. I got back from watching Goodfellas. I was at a friend's house. My family left to help my aunt prepare for her upcoming pregnancy. I was sitting at my desk watching some YouTube until I thought I heard something coming from the dining room. As soon as I looked over, the chair from my kitchen table was pulled out right in front of me. It wasn't any of my cats because one was sleeping on the couch and the other 2 were put away. And finally, the creepiest event is the kitchen light. The light in my kitchen is interesting, to say the least. The light bulb is just dying or almost dead, but it doesn't blink or anything until it does. My sister and I are cleaning the dishes one night until we start noticing the light blinking. The light's above the kitchen sink, and as a joke, my sister asked me to ask a question to the light. So I asked the cliche question, "Are you there?" The light stopped blinking and blinked twice. When that happened, my sister and I looked at each other and she asked me, "Did the light answer your question?" And after being shocked, I told the light to blink once for no and twice for yes. The light blinked 2 more times. I started asking it questions and the light was answering all my questions. My sister started becoming more uncomfortable and finished up the dishes. I was going to leave until I asked her to stay. I asked the light if it was here to talk to someone, and it blinked twice for yes. So we went down the list of names who the light wanted to see until he mentioned my dad. The light blinked twice for yes. My sister decided enough was enough. Went to bed, but before I left, I asked the light if it was somebody I used to know, and it said yeah. and the only name that came to my mind was Grandma, and I asked, "Grandma, is that you?" Then the large light blinked twice. Now I don't know what I should do, whether I should ignore all of this or try something to do about it. But now what worries me is that if it's my grandma, is she trying to communicate from beyond this world, or is it something more sinister? My Hatman situations. When I was in elementary school, I had a dream that my mom took me to get donuts before school. While at the donut shop in my dream, I asked her if I could also have a pack of gum. Before leaving, a tall, shadow-faced being in a long trench coat and a black fedora-ish hat put his palm out to me, demanding the gum without saying a word. I was immediately filled with dread and knew something bad would happen if I did not give it to him. So I did, and I woke up from the dream so scared. I had this feeling in my body telling me he was going to come in real life. Unfortunately, I had that exact pack of gum in my room from a recent trip to the store. I hid it in my play refrigerator, slept in my brother's room for over a week, and we both had bunk beds, so this wasn't really uncommon. Every day I would check the fridge to see if he took it, but it was always there, and I started sleeping in my room again. I never forgot that dream. While some slightly weird things did occur while growing up, I never specifically saw him again. Fast forward to college, about 8 years ago. I'm living in a house with 2 other girls. My favorite of the 3 knocked on my door one day. When I opened it, she asked me, "Who's in there with you?" I said, "No one," and she looked at me like I just told a lie and said, "Whatever," and walked away. I finished what I was doing in my room and came out to see what that interaction was all about. She made me swear I was alone in my room, but didn't believe me. We walked into my room together, and she starts looking around, checking my closet and checking outside the house. All but one of us had doors in our rooms that led outside. My door led to the back of the driveway. It was really easy for me to have guests without anybody knowing. Once she had her proof, I asked her why she thought I was lying. "When you opened the door, someone was behind you." I asked her what they looked like. She said they were tall and wearing a coat and a hat, but she couldn't see their face. My heart fell into my stomach. I didn't explain to her why, but I had this eerie feeling after that. Coincidentally, I watched that sleep documentary on Netflix a few weeks later. It's where they talk about the Hatman. I had initially watched it due to my experience with sleep paralysis. I had never heard of other people describing the Hatman before this. I couldn't believe it. I asked my roommate to come to my room and asked her, "Is this who you saw behind me?" Immediately, she said yeah. I didn't tell her about my experiences as a kid, but she learned about them when I shared all of this on my close friend on their Instagram earlier this year. I asked my mom if she remembers me ever being really freaked out by a dream when I was a kid. She told me yes. She said she didn't like the way I talked about the dream. She said I described the figure as a bad man, so she prayed over me. Christian household. Anyway, that's pretty much it. I lived like my whole life with this very tangible feeling of dread, but it left some time in college, I think. My dad and my brother both passed away while I was in college, sophomore year and then grad school. So part of me has always wondered if all of this was connected somehow. When we were kids, my brother told me he thought something really bad was going to happen to our family. We would take guesses as to who we thought would die first and how he would handle it, because he felt sure it would happen sooner rather than later. And he was right. It was him at 21 and my dad 3 years later. That's not a fun thing to take guesses about. They say if you listen closely in silence, you'll hear the past calling. At Paranormal M, we answered that call, no matter where it leads. Subscribe now and follow us into the forgotten. Haunted childhood in a Brazilian orphanage. Spirits, protection, and rituals. I want to share something deeply personal and disturbing. It happened during my childhood. I grew up in an orphanage in Bauru, Brazil. I was there with many other children, some abandoned, some orphaned like me. The place wasn't just sad, it felt strange and heavy as if something unseen lived there with us. One night while I'm lying in bed in the dorm, I noticed something sitting on the window ledge. A doll. I was sure it hadn't been there before. In the dim light, I could barely make it out, but its shape unsettled me. I got up step by step, feeling a growing tightness in my chest. The closer I got, the more terrified I became, till it was about maybe a meter away from me. Suddenly, the doll's head turned sharply toward me. I screamed and ran as fast as I could to find one of the nuns who looked after us. I was crying and terrified, and she came with me to the dorm. But when we looked, the doll was gone. There was nothing on the ledge. And that wasn't the only strange thing that happened. One night I went to sleep in the dorm with the other kids, but I woke up alone in a completely different room. No idea how I got there. Doors opened and closed on their own, and shadows moved, and the atmosphere was always tense. We used to hear stories whispered by the older kids that the orphanage had been built on an old indigenous burial ground, that the spirits were angry, and that they were trying to scare us away or worse. One boy, just 6 years old, died after swallowing powdered laundry detergent. Yikes. Maybe he thought it was candy because of the smell, but I've always wondered if something, did something to him, or forced him to do it. Something dark and unseen. And yet, not everything I felt was evil. Sometimes in the middle of the fear, I would feel a gentle presence, warm and familiar, like somebody was watching over me and calming me. Once or twice, I felt something like a hand on my forehead, invisible, but it felt real. I've always believed it was my parents' spirits. Never really knew them, but that feeling, it felt like love, like they were trying to protect me from the darkness around me. What made things even more intense was what happened outside of the orphanage. Right across the street, there were Afro-Brazilian spirit rituals being performed. I didn't understand what they were at the time, possibly Umbanda or Candomblé. There were people dancing and chanting, lighting candles, and sometimes becoming possessed by spirits. And as a child already surrounded by fear, these rituals terrified me. The drums, the voices, the way the people moved. It all felt overwhelming, otherworldly. And looking back, I realized they may not have been evil at all. Maybe they're trying to communicate with spirits or cleanse the area, maybe even protect it. But to me back then, it felt like I was surrounded by something powerful, both good and bad. The orphanage was alive with invisible force. Some trying to harm, others trying to help, and I was just a scared child caught in the middle. To this day, I still don't fully understand what I experienced. Was it trauma, or was it real contact with the spiritual world, or something in between? If anybody here has had, any sort of similar experience, especially involving orphanages or childhood hauntings or spirit rituals, I truly appreciate your insights. Possible spirit attachment, I guess. I was right. So, from what little interaction I got over there, I can add that sometimes I get floral scents in my room, Other times, they're some sort of unidentifiable flower. Unidentifiable because I don't go around smelling flowers. Pleasant scents, nothing foul. I also have ADD and VSS. VSS being the visual snow syndrome. I get that every winter. This is kind of hard for me to write down, and I'll try to outline it as best as I can. But I don't have a perfect memory, and there might have been other events that I've forgotten due to my memory. When I was a child, probably 7 to 9, I remember not ever wanting to go out from my room. I'd play with my toys and with my electronics. Really, anything that caught my eye. I'd always play with those green army men plastic pieces. Only sometimes I remembered they'd be arranged in different ways. As a kid, I thought it was the coolest thing and didn't even question it. I felt appreciative, almost like a slight warmth whenever I'd see these scenarios. They'd be in my bed with side guards, and I kept falling off. And I was looking out at like different areas, but within the scope of the location. I bring this up because after a conversation with my parents yesterday, they never set up my toys like that. Fast forward a few years, and I'm now in high school. Due to me being socially awkward, I'm rejected. And I can look back at this now and say that those other kids had a reason to not like me. I said the wrong things at the wrong times and never really clicked with anyone. This was true for all of my school years, due to the now introverted-as-hell child never associating with the other kids. Why talk to other kids when I can have hours of fun with the mysterious green army men setups? Now, because of this rejection, I was very depressed. The one thing that kept me going was the sense of security and warmth whenever I went into my room. Felt like I was getting a hug inside me every time I walked there. Like my diaphragm and chest and shoulders would be warm, like it was a hug that shot through me. Afterwards, having finished my service honorably in the military, current, I was able to think back at all the times I was under hardship in the service. In BCT, even through the drills, they were harsh, and we had the old school tried and true shark attacks. The bunk bed was strangely warm. I felt protected and warm, right there under my ugly wool blanket. When I was in service, it's when I first started to notice a sort of presence. It followed me wherever I went, every location, every room, even across continents. The deployment was made easier with a special warmth within. I still honestly can't describe the feeling. Like butterflies. Still, the feelings didn't interfere with my mission, and it was honestly boring. One of those cycle rotations, not terrible, became a combat vet in the most hilarious ways too. As of this week, I've started to see a static silhouette in my dreams. I'm not fearful or anxious, but I'm almost always in a hurry, oddly. Mixed in with the fact, it always feels like I've forgotten something important, and I'm always trying to find it. This entity is watching me, and I've even waved at it, and other times in moments they're beside me in bed. Nothing sexual happens, it's more of a comforting hug, like something is within me, almost like a shield or armor. Cold overwhelms me along with warmth. Waves crash over me as I go about my business. I feel complete, like something just clicked. A dream that stays forever. When I was 15, I had a dream that still comes across my mind 14 years later. I always felt lost, alone, and trapped, and hoping for some hidden message or special secret to manifest, to give my life meaning and validate my hope of, life being worthwhile. Abusive father and teenage hormones. The dream starts with me riding a bike with 4 other randoms. We're in the middle of nowhere, in like the Midwest or something, and there's fields of corn or wheat, I don't know. The kids speed off, leaving me behind, and it's gone from sunset to evening now. And I'm lost. I see two classic cars, like lowriders with some cholos. I approached them, asking for directions, and there was a leader. He wore like a light purple zoot suit, and he just nodded his head at me upon my request for guidance. One of his subordinates came up behind me and kind of pushed me onto my knees, but I wasn't afraid, and I accepted what I knew was coming. I was shot in the back of my head or back, and I don't know. But there was a millisecond of a loud shot and faded black-gray into my vision. Now for a quick reference on the upcoming parts, I think of Kingdom Hearts with the emptiness and nothingness, the train station of brick and gas lamps and a bridge going over to the main tracks. Also, I never played Kingdom Hearts until I was an adult, so there's no way to blame it on playing video games. I woke up in a fog of sorts, faded as, well, my environment kind of came into focus. I was sitting on a metal bench with Victorian-style lamps, not the round ones, the ones that were square-like and lit manually. The building was a reddish-brown brick. The green iron railing tracing the footbridge crossing the tracks. I was inside of a train station essentially, but there were tracks that led in different directions. Each exit for the tracks, departing, was a different time of day, like night, afternoon, morning, and the weather varied. I walked around and explored, and I didn't see anyone else, I think, except maybe a little girl and a mom get on a train to leave. The parts after this are fragments, unfortunately. I get on one of these trains at some point, and I'm taken to a place that's all white. The building is a skyscraper, silver and white. The floor and walls are white, and the employees are pale white with bleach blonde white hair. They had gray eyes. This lady escorts me and assigns me to another, younger lady, but older than me, I think. I'm told that she used to watch over me, I think, and we go on numerous adventures and trials all in the blink of an eye. I lived multiple lifetimes with this person, not as my mate, but as a companion or guardian or friend or somebody who was special to me in time. She changed in age, as in got older and younger at the same time. She's telling me that she must move on and let me go, and I'm crying as she holds my face and begging her not to leave me alone. She said you'll never be alone again, and the light is bright and it's foggy, and we're back at the same place I met her, it seems. She crosses over into the light, leaving me alone where I stood, but no longer sad or alone. There was a confidence and lack of doubt in what I was told, but I later woke up and I can remember almost everything about this dream. I cried later telling it because it was so real and reality shaking. Had a weird experience, looking for others' opinions on it. I've condensed down the following events from earlier today. It was over the span of like an hour or more, and I have screenshots of the word history from the app. I just gotta figure out how to add them. I've recently downloaded GhostTube after doing a tiny bit of research on the best ghost hunting app. I downloaded it for shits and giggles mostly, but was like kind of aware there could be something, so I tried to be mindful when using it. Anyways, I've only had the app for 3 days. It's a terrible app, by the way. Today I was busy at the shop, but I parked in a quiet area with no one around. Boredom got me, and I opened up the app. The first thing it said was sit with me. Jokingly, I say aloud I'm already sitting, and encourage anything there to make itself known to use the app to communicate. It says hammer, and I say something like, is that how you died? There was then currently silence for quite a bit until it said sit with me again, and as I was responding to it about how I already was seated again, I hear tapping. It's like it sounded like someone tapping on the inside of a car boot. This car is like 2 years old, and I was alone with no one around, no other cars, so I was scared. I messaged somebody close to me to calm down. I opened it up again a minute later and say, hag. Jokingly, I said, rude, that's no way to call a woman, and it went silent for a bit. Then it said, are you recording? Accidentally, I said yes, then said wait, and no it's not, and I can't because it wants me to pay for more space. Shortly after it said move quickly, so I did as it said and moved slightly, looking around to see if there's anything to move away from, and moved my arm quickly off the middle console of the car. It then said sword, went silent for a bit. I was saying something about not having a sword. It then says afterlife. I said yes. I think you're in the afterlife or some kind of limbo. I started to hear a bunch of random tapping, really fast tempos. It's coming from the same spot for about a minute, and I swear under my breath, because, like, what the fuck? And then it says the grave, and I reply, don't think there's any graves here. Are you in a grave? The tapping stops, and there is like at least 9 to 14 taps. Then it said she will touch you. And I was thinking, what the fuck, and instantly had a weird feeling on my thigh and said loud and clear in a strong voice, do not touch me. You're not allowed to. And it stopped. Well, that's convenient. That creeped me the fuck out, and I left the app open, and 5 minutes later it said, I live here. And I said, cool, and something it's not allowed to come home or attach itself to me or anything near me, and it blurted out incorrect, and heard a couple of taps. So I say again, you're not allowed to come home with me. And then it says, why are you asking? To which I said, I'm not. It was silent for a bit before it said, consciousness. I said, yes, you and I are conscious, and I have to go shortly after I told it bye. The weird tapping that I can't explain really spooked me, as well as the touching thing. Haven't heard or seen anything since, and haven't had anything like that before. I'd really appreciate opinions or thoughts. That app has a bunch of preloaded phrases, so amongst a bunch of other red flags. So I don't have anything that is worthy of saying that doesn't make me sound bad. Moving on. Hunting story. When I was 13, I got my first deer at one of my old hunting camps. The camp is located in central Pennsylvania and was built by my great-grandfather in the 70s. He passed away in 2018. I went up there every year for things like hunting deer and squirrel and turkey. My family would also all go up there in the summer, just for recreational activities. It would just be a few people when it was hunting related, so on this trip it was my dad, my uncle, and cousin, who's 3 years older than I. I never really enjoyed hunting until the year prior, and this year I was determined to shoot any deer I saw. On the first day at 9:09 a.m. I shot my deer. It was about 15 feet away from me, but I was using a 30-06 with iron sights. So it was actually a good thing. We waited for half an hour to go find it, and my dad guts it, and we take it out of the woods and near a cabin. The place is decently secluded. There are people a few miles away, so it wasn't terrible. I go back out in the afternoon, and I see nothing. So everybody is done for the day, and myself, cousin, and uncle, we all got a doe. After dropping the deer off to be processed, we prepared for bed, and my uncle and I slept on the couches in the living room. My dad and cousin slept in 2 separate bedrooms. To paint a picture, The main door to get into the cabin opens up into a small kitchen area. It's where there's a wide table that essentially separates the two rooms. I was sleeping on the couches, just facing directly away from the door. My uncle was perpendicular with it. The hallway that leads to the bathroom on the left and 2 bedrooms on either side is to my left. The gun rack is also a few yards behind me. I awoke at what I think was 2 a.m. because I didn't want to check my phone. And what awoke me was the sound of the wooden door opening in the main entrance. Usually you have to get through this like a very loud screen door before you enter through that door. My uncle was still sleeping, so I assumed it was my dad or cousin going outside to pee. We had to use the bathroom outside because the pipes have to be emptied in the winter or they can burst. I hear footsteps coming around the table and stopping a few yards behind my head. I know this wasn't sleep paralysis because I inchwormed my way into the armrest of the couch, turned my head around to see who it was. And what I saw was probably the most terrifying thing I've seen in my life so far. I could clearly see it tall, like over 7 feet. It was completely black, and it was wearing a white puffer coat with no other distinguishable features. I turned around and my heart was no longer beating. It was more closely resembling a constant sound because of how fast it was beating. I also noticed that during this time, my uncle, who was a really bad snorer, was completely devoid of any noise. I laid there debating if I should run into my dad's room and grab my knife or make a dash for the gun rack. I thought that this thing was an intruder. Eventually heard footsteps retreat back into the hallway, presumably going into one of the bedrooms, but I couldn't tell. 5 minutes after I checked my phone, I saw that it was 2:29 a.m. My uncle began to snore normally again. When he woke up to stoke the fire, he finally gave safe again and fell asleep. I woke up around 4:45 the next day. All my family was awake and eating breakfast, and I brought it up to them, and nobody seemed to have any problems that night. I still don't know what happened, but I do know it was real. I can't say that I believe in ghosts, but I've always been into horror genre overall. Movies and stories and games, you name it. And I'm very intrigued by people's paranormal experiences. But I can't say that I'd actually believe in ghosts myself. I always try to find a logical explanation, no matter what the situation is, but there are a couple rather creepy experiences I've had which I just can't figure out. I'd love to hear your thoughts about these 2 experiences. The first occasion took place late in the evening. I was in the middle of a phone call with my friend, and all of a sudden the lights started to flicker. Unusual, but I wasn't creeped out by this. Not until the phone went crazy. My friend's voice got all distorted, and soon it sounded like somebody was outright screaming into the phone. No need to say, this freaked me out enough to end the call, and my friend called me back soon after that. She told me she didn't notice anything weird on her end, and I headed to bed not long after we ended the call. As usual, my cat followed me. But this time, he just sat on the bedside table and stared at the bedroom door. He absolutely refused to look anywhere else, no matter what I did, just keenly staring in that direction. I fell asleep at some point, but he kept doing that for the rest of the time I was awake, and the only reasonable explanation I've been able to come up with is some type of an electromagnetic pulse or something like that. Well, it could explain the electronics, but my cat's weird behavior is still a mystery. The second occasion was weirder than the first one. My roommate went away for the weekend, and I was left alone at home. And as usual, she made sure to lock her room door after her and did the usual double check by trying the door handle. I actually saw her do that. Maybe an hour after she had left, I was sitting in the living room browsing the internet and stuff like that. From my parallel vision, which I'm assuming is peripheral. I saw how the door of her room began to creak open, and I had seen her lock it, so naturally I was freaking out that somebody had been lurking in there, opening the door from the inside. The room was totally dark. I couldn't see inside, so I just sat there scared shitless. Eventually, when nothing else happened, I had no choice but to go and take a peek inside. I couldn't see anyone in there, but the room was freezing and smelled absolutely horrid. I checked if she had left the window open, which would explain the coldness. But it was shut tight, and here in Finland, houses are typically built even during the winter. Really, built very thermally efficient, you could say. Our building wasn't an exception, and this happened in fall, when it wasn't even that cold outside yet. I have no idea what could have caused the smell. I had been in her room before she left, and there was nothing odd about the smell. After checking the room, I locked the door and tried my best to forget about it. My roommate returned a few days after. The room was completely normal. No coldness, no smell, nothing. She didn't sleep very well after I told her what had happened, though. There are some other strange things that have happened to me while living here. One extremely scary lucid dreaming experience, for example. Maybe I'll tell you more at some point if you're interested to hear more. I don't know much about the history of this building and apartment, but one thing I must mention is that the previous tenant went missing. That doesn't happen often here. People who go missing are usually rebellious teenagers or elderly people with dementia or Alzheimer's disease. They're found not long after, usually. But the previous tenant was a woman in her mid-30s without any known mental or overall health issues. What happened to her is still a mystery. Preschool teacher's story. Anyways, I'm a preschool teacher, and kids are weird. And we all know that they're in tuned with the paranormal, right? Right. So this was my first year working in preschool as an assistant teacher, and that part really doesn't matter, to be honest. So there's this one little girl that just starts out, and she's 3 years old. She doesn't get along with the other kids as well, but she talks to me a lot. She goes on and on about this other kid, presumably a sibling or something. She talks about how they spend time together and play games, go to the park, and I'm like, wow, what a cute sibling relationship. The name of this other kid is obviously a real name and something a 3-year-old wouldn't come up with. So one day, Dad picks up and I'm making small talk, and I say, when am I going to meet insert name of presumed sibling here? Student talks about her all the time. Dad gets quiet like he knows but wants to pretend like he doesn't, and then he's like, who? And I say, oh, I thought you had a sibling. Insert probable demon's name here. She talks about her and all the fun stuff they do all the time, and he's like, no, she doesn't have siblings. So then he doesn't say anything else, and it's awkward, and he leaves with his kid quickly. The next day, I'm all curious, so I ask the kid while she's doing an art project, and I'm like, so who is insert name of satanic creature here? And she dead-ass stops what she's doing, goes blank-faced, looks at me with the most dead eyes I've seen a 3-year-old give, and say, she's the girl who watches me sleep through my window at night. When I tell you I shit my pants, I asked her to draw a picture. I don't know if you know this, but 3-year-olds are ass at drawing pictures. So it was just a circle person with stick legs, an arm, and a triangle bow on its head. But that isn't all. I actually babysat this kid a few times, and her bedroom was on the 2nd floor of their house. There wasn't a tree there for anybody to climb up or anything. I asked her if so-and-so still watching her sleep, and she was like, no, Mommy and Daddy went to church, and insert her special friend's name here, stopped coming over to play with me. If you're interested in hearing more scary things I've heard from preschoolers, then let me know, because I have way more than this. During COVID, the preschool where I worked stayed open, but it was a small place with only 2 classrooms and a lot of kids that didn't really come at that time. Ended up being me and one kid a lot of these days. So one evening, we're sitting on the floor playing, and I say something to her with the doll I have and whatever, and the kid doesn't answer. I look up at her, and she's not looking at me or at the dolls at all. She's looking over my shoulder, just blank-faced. My first instinct was to say her name. She didn't respond right away, and there's a little spot of silence. But when she did, she looked me in the eye and said, "Your mommy's hugging you right now and wants to tell you she misses you." My first thought upon hearing that was to check on my mom because I was terrified. So I texted her asking if she was okay. I got a response right away and she was. So I was like, okay, whatever. Tried not to think about it again. Keep playing and a few minutes pass and then the kid stops and says, "Miss Y, why does your mommy look like that?" I reminded her that she'd seen my mom before when she picked me up one day because my car wasn't working, and she goes, "Oh, I have seen your mommy. That wasn't your mommy then." I asked her who it was. She said she didn't know, and I really didn't want to ask any more because sometimes I worry that the kids will tell their parents our conversations and then the parents will think I'm crazy like a ghost enthusiast, teaching their kids scary shit. Also, this kid never said anything like this before or after. Super random for her. Two encounters, same location. In the summer of '91, I was a young Air Force officer who'd recently returned from Desert Storm. Finally had a chance to get back home to visit my parents. They wanted it to be a special occasion, so they rented a cabin on a lake nearby. It was an old place with a sort of saddled back roof, but it was perfect for our reunion. All my aunts and uncles were going to drop by at that point, and we're all just kind of enjoying the lake time. One night near the end of my stay, my brother's friends were all over and were sitting around the kitchen table telling stories of our lives growing up out in that farming area. We all grew up in old houses and had tales of weird noises and other spooky events, most easily explainable. One of my brother's friends was sitting to my left. He had a pack of cigarettes sitting at the table with a big lighter sitting on top of the pack, as was common for smokers at that time. The cigarettes and lighter were in my field of view the whole time, but just a little bit to my left. All of a sudden, the big lighter shot across the room right past him. It was as if somebody had flicked it. He was staring at me, and I was staring at him, and both of us wondering how the other had done that trick when the lighter was clearly in everyone's sight. About 4 seconds elapsed. There was a clicking of a latch on an old china hutch up against the wall at the end of the table, and the door of the hutch just slowly opened up. The atmosphere in that cabin completely changed. It was almost electric for the rest of the night. None of us staying there could really sleep well after that. Flash forward nearly 10 years, and I'm now married with 2 young kids of my own, and still in the Air Force. My father had passed away a few years earlier. My mom was living in a small apartment near the lake, where we were planning to go visit. I didn't want to crowd my mom in her small apartment, so I decided to rent a cabin at the lake, and wouldn't you know it, the only one for rent was the same one from before. Told my wife about the events of my last visit, but neither of us were intimidated by it, so we rented it and had everyone over. Nothing happened until the last night we were there. We had put our kids to bed next door in the living room, with the nightlight on, kind of gone to bed ourselves. As I was drifting off to sleep in that cozy light sleep you get into sometimes, I heard something softly hit the floor near the end of the bed, and I figured it was my shorts that I had laid on the end of the bed. Maybe they were getting kicked off, and I tried to drift back to sleep when I felt the end of the bed dip down. It was like somebody sat on it. My wife startled awake and saying, "Honey, what is it?" To what we thought was maybe one of our kids coming in, my wife says she felt something like a hand come up the side of the bed touching her as it went, so she thought it was one of the kids. I turned on the light at her exclamation so we could take care of our child, but the room was empty. We went to check on the kids and they were all out cold. And on the way back in, I saw my shorts in the middle of the room. Told my wife what I thought had happened, and she said she had moved them on the chair in the corner some 4 feet away. That was before she went to bed. Something had tossed them into the middle of the room before waking us up. These are the only paranormal experiences I've ever had, and they were both in the same cottage with other witnesses. If I get another chance to rent it, I'm definitely going back. Never felt scared or threatened, just spooked because something we could never see was interacting with us. Seriously, weird sensation. Yeah, you could say that. As I said in my first post, the apartment building I live in is in Massachusetts, and it's 140 years old. The old building has seen much over the years, including countless deaths. My apartment has always had its weird quirks, like my 4 gas stove igniters regularly coming on and clicking in unison, and the odd popping sounds that seem to move from location to location. But the main one is the nagging entity that stays in my bathroom. It sounds funny, but over the 5 years I've lived here, I've come to realize there's a spirit in my bathroom, and it's unquestionably female. Here are a few of the experiences I've been having which led me to this strange realization. It all started when I had arrived home late one night. As upon entering my apartment, I suddenly caught the scent of a female perfume. Now, there wasn't like a woman in my apartment at the time, so I paused for a brief moment to think, and that's when I suddenly got the feeling I wasn't alone, and it was an unmistakable feeling. It felt just like there was a woman standing around the corner in my kitchen. Her presence wasn't threatening or frightening, just the opposite, in fact. It was almost welcoming. And just as quickly as the feeling had come, it disappeared, and I shrugged it off and went about my business. The reality that I may not be alone in my apartment didn't sink in until months later. Sitting on my bed playing guitar one night, when I happened to glance up at my open bedroom door, and as I did, I clearly saw an arm pass by and disappear out of view into the next room. This was physically impossible, as there was a couch on the other side, as well as the fact that I was completely alone. So I sat there for a moment, frozen, tried to process what I had just seen. It's funny how the mind reacts when confronted with the impossible. It's almost like a short confronted with the impossible. It's almost like a short-circuiting of the brain, I mean. There's no way I just saw a woman's arm clad in old-style clothing just pass by my door, I told myself over and over. But I knew what I saw, and it only confirmed my suspicions. The oddest part, however, was the arm's, appearance, I guess. Had an almost fluorescent look to it, like a TV screen image with the saturation or tint settings turned all the way up. The arm clearly stood out from the surroundings and became like all the lights I had on. I couldn't blame it on shadows in my eyes playing tricks, and this was the only time I'd visually seen her. Although I constantly feel her presence. She usually makes herself known to me through feelings or emotions, and she'll always let me know when she wants me to do something, like a mental chore or a furniture setup. It sounds funny, I know, but I've gotten used to it over the years, and we've sort of developed a weird sort of relationship. One thing she really doesn't like is when I have women over. I'll have this oppressive feeling like there's somebody glaring angrily at me. Or in the most extreme cases, I'll suddenly feel sick into my stomach, or my girlfriend can feel this as well. Constantly remark that she feels like she's being watched by an angry woman. The reason I think she stays in my bathroom is because of how I feel when I'm in there. My bathroom's windowless, and whenever I'm in the shower, I'll become aware of a presence standing just outside my shower curtain. And in fact, I had to start keeping the bathroom door shut. Because I can, feel something, like it's looking at me. I know how weird this all sounds, but it's the truth, and there are many more instances, but in the interest of time, I'll just list these major occurrences. Haunting in our home. It started when we first toured the house. I remember feeling an energy I couldn't explain, but we moved forward with the purchase anyway. Not long after moving in, strange things began to happen. My son and I would both hear something say hello a few times a week, even when no one was around. Then my son started mentioning something named Paul or someone, saying that he wasn't nice. And later, someone else he called Mouse. One night while sitting on the couch, I clearly heard a woman's voice say, "I want to take him too," coming from outside my son's room. I panicked, ran to grab him, and hid in the closet while my husband searched the house. But every door and window was locked. Being open to the spiritual side of things, I finally asked out loud, "Where do you want to take us?" A man's voice answered, "To hell." Then knocking started on the closet door. That night we all slept in our room and haven't stopped since. This happened months ago, and it marked the start of our journey. Eventually, we reached out to SPI, a paranormal investigation team. They've been studying our home and confirming much of what we felt. Their service is free, so it takes time, but they've been helping us work through this little by little. At one point, we honestly questioned our sanity. We were dealing with strange touches and covers being pulled off in the night, horrible nightmares, a constant sense of being followed, and voices. Even my 3-year-old frequently blurted out, "Ghost here," without any prompting. After 2 visits, the team finally confirmed what we suspected and more. These were the key points we took away from our first visit and the video evidence. 12 spirits reside here, possibly 13. One is from a darker place and poses a serious threat. The previous owner practiced witchcraft, summoning spirits and ultimately calling on a powerful entity to contain them, but not all were controllable. The real danger is a female spirit with a knife, believed to be a shape-shifting half-breed demon. Most of the other spirits want help. They don't want to be trapped here. Many appear to be Aztec spirits, which may explain the tribal masks and totems left behind. Paul, who was harming our son under the influence of the darker entity, was helped to cross over during the first investigation. The team believes the evil spirit may have brought in a replacement, potentially raising the number to 13. They're still investigating. They've communicated with spirits named Paul, Barbara, and Isaac, and others, and tonight. They plan to continuing trying to connect and help more to cross over. The proof was real, caught on video and audio, and the energy readings. The haunting traces back to the previous owner's son, who dabbled in things he didn't understand. It escalated until he lost control, resulting in a violent episode, shooting up our yard and neighbor's yard. That led to his arrest. His mother put the house on the market not long after, and now we're the ones here trying to clean up what was left behind. I'm not entirely sure what I'm really hoping to get by writing all this. Maybe just some comfort. Maybe to hear that we're not alone and others have gone through something like this or made it to the other side, or even got to keep their home. It's been scary and exhausting and confusing, but we're still here. I'm assuming that Paul, Barbara, and Isaac are not Aztec, and that if the person having the knife is Aztec, it is made of obsidian. Don't know if I'd call that a knife exactly, though. Proof that, for me, something else exists beyond this world. I was about 25 at that time, living in Memphis, Tennessee, back in August of 2008, when my parents and sister were out of town and left the house for me to watch over while they were gone. This was the house that I pretty much spent my entire childhood in, and wasn't really that old, maybe built in the 80s. So I invited my girlfriend over to stay the night with me. We had a nice quiet evening and went to bed kind of late, and there were a few weird things that had happened in the house in the past. Nothing that was like what we were about to experience. This is what made me a true believer. Now, I had always had an open mind about the paranormal, and liked to think I had a pretty healthy skepticism. She was the same way. We had shared some experiences over the years about hearing voices or footsteps or things like that, but keep in mind, that we probably had not discussed any of that stuff in some time, so this wasn't just like a power of suggestion sort of thing. I'll try to explain this the best I can because it was just a really weird experience. The next morning, as we're both lying in bed, I was sleeping on my back. She was resting her head on my shoulder and arm. The sun was shining through the blinds, and the room was well lit, but not super bright. I remember having this really strange dream. Couldn't begin to tell you what it was about, but I felt her grab my arm tightly and suddenly it woke me up. Now, I've always had really weird dreams my whole life, so I wasn't really surprised that I had another one. At the very end of this dream, right before she woke me up, I saw this really weird face and upper sort of torso that was staring down at me in this sort of misty, extremely dense cloud, clearly outlined in the shape of a man, with no real distinguishable features about his face or clothes. However, I do remember very clearly him having a really surprised look on him. And in place of his eyes and mouth, it was just pure static, like the kind you see when your TV doesn't have a signal. Seeing that and having her jerk my arm awake, I was obviously a little bit startled and honestly kind of irritated that she woke me up. So she wouldn't move, just clenching my arm tightly, having her face buried into it. I asked her what was wrong, and she didn't respond. She didn't say a word, and I just figured she had a bad dream. I patted her head and told her, "It's okay, you're just having a bad dream, go back to sleep." I fell back asleep right away. Later that day, after we had left the house, and this is without me saying anything about the dream I was having, she said, "I need to tell you something. Please don't laugh or think I'm making this up, but do you remember me waking you up this morning?" And I nodded. Well, when I was lying there, I opened my eyes and didn't move at all, and I saw this white figure of a man sitting beside you on the bed. He had one of his legs propped up on the bed and the other hanging off the side, and I thought that maybe I was still dreaming. So I closed my eyes and opened them again. He was still there. So I sort of yelped, realizing what I was looking at, and just before I buried my head in your arm, I saw him turning toward us. I don't know if you can believe that or not, but that's what happened, and I wasn't dreaming. I froze immediately and came to the realization that that was what I saw, and it was not part of my dream. It was there in the room with us. And when it realized she was awake, and I got startled and looked over at her and then down at me with that surprised look in its face. I'd been looking up at this thing, and it was looking down at me. Then it vanished, the literal definition of a split second, literally the blink of an eye. I told her I believed her, and I saw it too, but I thought it was just part of my dream until she started talking about it. I need to get this story off my chest. I was wondering if anybody knows what this could be. I'm a pretty skeptical person. I always find some way to rationalize something scary or unsettling. But no matter how hard I try, I just can't understand what happened to me and my friends back in 2021. I was at a cemetery close to their house. It was late at night. Me and my two friends, Marina and Jake, which are fake names for privacy reasons, thought a nice activity for the evening would be to place roses on headstones that looked like they hadn't been visited in a long time in a cemetery nearby. I have done this before, but only during the daytime, and this time it was almost midnight, and thought with flashlights it wouldn't be a problem. We started at the front of the cemetery and planned to make our way down, reading the names and dates of each grave, noting how abandoned they looked and putting a rose on ones that we deemed fit. About 5 minutes in, I heard a quick whistle from the back of the cemetery. I was taken aback a bit, but I just thought it's probably my imagination or something, especially since I have a fear of the dark, and therefore was already on edge. But a few seconds later, there was another whistle. I turned to my friends and asked, "Did you guys hear that?" Both Marina and Jake denied hearing anything, so I just tried to ignore it. But a couple more whistles later, and Marina went, "Oh shit, I heard that." So I wasn't crazy. The whistles then began to hop from side to side of the cemetery, and eventually Jake noticed and said, "I hear it too." Tried to mimic the whistle again. And I'm a skeptical person, but I know one thing: never whistle back. I hit Jake lightly and whispered, "Why the fuck would you whistle back?" And the whistle promptly got louder and closer, coming from all different sides of the cemetery. Fight or flight kicked in and started booking it, and my friends followed my lead, and we ran to the car and got the hell out of there. Now, a couple possibly random things followed, or could be related somehow. If we were driving away and passing the gate, my back windshield wiper got ripped off. Ripped off? I drove the two of them home, and they're related, so they lived together and on a family-owned ranch. Within a week after, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. I didn't sleep because of the paranoia and the anxiety. When I did sleep, I started to have reoccurring nightmares about getting bitten and attacked by rabid animals. Anything from rats to wolves. Those still have never stopped to this day. But Jake and Marina had it worse. That following week, various animals on their ranch turned up injured or dead. Chickens or goats, but a strange amount of them. And then Jake's cat went missing suddenly. She hasn't ever been found dead or alive, and Jake still is mourning the loss of his best friend. As much as I want to justify or brush off all of this as a coincidence, I can't help but wonder if this is something that all had to do with what we experienced at the cemetery. Has anybody had a similar experience before and know what it was or what happened? Or is this a reasonable explanation? I have theories on what it could be, but I'm not sure, so please let me know what you think. Something strange. I'm not sure if dreams are something that counts as paranormal in this subreddit generally, but I'm having a hard time convincing myself that what happened last night was just a dream. Usually, I remember my dreams pretty well, at least when I have them. So the fact I remember this so clearly isn't what catches my attention. What did catch my attention is that it was very clearly my bedroom, the exact angle I was laying at, the exact scent of my air Febreze thing. Everything that I'd usually see in my room was there. Yet, it was a lot darker than it would usually be, and I usually keep my TV on as I sleep. Just rain noises in a storm for the background or whatever. This struck me as odd, because whenever I have dreams, it's almost always about something completely unrelated to my real life. When I remember them, it's usually something odd and downright strange. Kind of without any rhyme or reason to it. Just a jumble of all the media I'd consumed that day. But this dream was so realistic, both in the way it emulated my actual bedroom without a flaw, and the way I could physically feel the way my mattress dipped from the weight of two people. That would be fine, but the issue is I sleep alone. My dog used to jump up into my bed when he wanted to cuddle, but he's pretty old now and hasn't done that in a long time. And there was something or someone right above me or in front of me. Not anyone I recognized at all, or at least I don't think I recognized them. The only fuzzy part of this dream is them, meaning I don't remember what they looked like or if they were somebody I knew. Sounds kinda silly, but now that I'm thinking about it, it reminds me of a blurred face in a video, or that's how I remember it at least. This part is a little bit awkward to describe and recall, but it's important for the context, so I'll try to write it as safe for work as I can. They were sitting right in front of me, between my legs with their hands on my knees. I remember this part going by so fast, and for some reason it seemed like within an instant. Their hands went from my knees to the area just above my hips, like my lower waist or torso. That area. They sort of lifted me into an arch, and if this is written rather poorly, I do apologize. Kind of uncomfortable to write about. The way they made me bend felt unnatural, and evidently it might have actually been unnatural. I remember what woke me up from this dream was actually the sound of my back popping, and the way I sort of just fell back down onto my bed. Now, I didn't stay awake for long after that, but I do remember my back aching slightly before I fell asleep again. Well, here I am now, almost 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning, with extreme lower back pain, and I don't know what happened or if anything at all. I just wanted to come on here and see if anybody had any ideas, or if it really was just a weird, strange dream and I might have pulled a muscle or something. Someone or something on the roof. I think it was 1997. I was around 9 or 10 years old at the time, because I remember being in the 4th grade that time. Apologies for my English, it's not my first language. I'm from a poor country. My siblings and I grew up in a small island. Our parents usually aren't around as they worked abroad and only come home once a year. Your parents only come home once a year? We're usually left with our grandmother and a babysitter, and I won't make this long and get to the point. One night, when we were all sleeping, I suddenly got woken up by a loud thud in our roof, and the roof is made of metal sheets. Also, note that neighbors are not present at this time. Pretty much alone in that area, mostly trees surrounding our home. First thought it was one of our chickens. Usually our chicken flies on our roof if something startles them at night. And then as soon as I hear the next thud, I know it was something big, like at least human-sized. Also, I know the distinct sound of the chicken claws when they walk on the roof. You can clearly know it was a chicken. So by this time, I'm already terrified, and I was thinking at this time maybe somebody was trying to rob us. My first thought was to wake up everyone, so I looked down my bunk bed and was planning to go down when I saw my babysitter already standing beside my brother's bed, which was under me. I whispered, "Did you hear it as well?" And she replied, "Yeah, be quiet." Then I slowly went down and stand beside her. Our babysitter was a small lady, almost the same height as me when I was 10, thin, and so the thought of somebody robbing us with just me and a small lady and an elderly woman and my 2 little brothers is terrifying. We were listening closely at the footsteps in the room, and in sounds like it was circling around the area where our room was. You can't see anything outside as well, it's pretty much pitch black. By this time, I was behind her when she decided to lean in front of the window to hear what it was. Well, more clearly, I guess. But suddenly, the footstep stops, and there was this stench, a rotting smell. Me and the babysitter look at each other and we're covering our noses, when suddenly, out of nowhere, something crashes to the window, made a loud bang. Thankfully, our window has like a metal sheet for mosquitoes, so nothing went inside. We both screamed, and the babysitter started to pray at this point. My brothers were woken up as well. I was hiding my sheets and crying, and the babysitter told us to sleep and then everything would be okay. She was visibly scared as well. She was crying too and followed up with a terrible sleep paralysis after about 3 or 4 hours. I think when I finally got tired and fell back to sleep, and, well, I'm 37 now, I have 2 kids, and this experience still haunts me to this day. I always brought it, like, whenever me and my brother get together, I brought it up, I guess. They remember it, but it seems it doesn't have much of an impact to them than myself. My friend told me that spirits haunt her, and now I believe her. I had a friend with my same name, but spelled a bit different. Stephanie, but hers was spelled Stephine. She had a hard upbringing with a dysfunctional family. They were kind of abusive. For example, she was once caught smoking a cigarette, like her mom and grandma, and her grandma made her smoke a whole pack. What the fuck? We were around 16 at the time, and she used to tell me that spirits would follow her, or demons or bad spirits would tell her that she was going to die, or they wanted to kill her, and it scared me. She also took psych meds because of this, and I used to think, well, maybe she has a mental illness and she hears things. Maybe. Whenever I was around her, I used to feel a heavy feeling as if there was something following her. It wasn't because she said that earlier. It was like a scary, dark feeling. I went to spend the night at her grandma's house, and she said that at one time she could hear something clawing at the walls, and she started having a panic attack. None of her family could hear it. When I was there at the house, I felt like something bad was there too. I didn't feel that she was crazy, and, well, one day she's walking home with me and two other friends. She stops and seems frightened and says a girl with no mouth is following us. My house that I used to live in was haunted, and we experienced a lot of strange things there. My boyfriend at the time said he saw a girl with no mouth. And that was in our bathroom a few months later in the mirror. One day, Stephanie sent me a video on her cell phone. She said she felt someone was watching her. In the video, she's recording a doorway, and in that doorway there's a tall figure and an all-black sort of look in the frame. Like she sent me the video and there's a man or something in the bathroom doorway. She said that when she took the video, she could see nothing but feel something. I believed her after that. One night I stayed at her house. She said that she kept the radio on so that she couldn't hear the spirits talking to her. She fell asleep and the radio was on. I kept feeling like a man was outside the window, like a spirit. I kept imagining he was hanging and just sitting there watching us. Years later we lost touch, but I never forgot the experiences in that video. I had a dream one night when I lived in another state, and I could see her, I could see her name. I could see my name. What? Okay. I could see, all caps, her name. My name is in my mind. Got it. It was about her heart, or my heart, and I kept thinking after that dream I was going to die soon. A week later, her friend told me that she passed away from heart failure, or something, or the sort. She was only 27. And I swear this is 100% a true story, so what do you think? Were spirits following her, and did she contact me? Something has been watching. Not just us, but you too. At Paranormal M, the veil lifts, and the watchers are revealed. Subscribe and stare back into the dark. I believe I saw a ghost when I was 4 years old. Necessary background information. I'm high-functioning autistic, which means I have a harder than usual time communicating with people, but can still lead a somewhat normal life. So when I was a kid, it wasn't uncommon to have strangers over in the house. My parents had a lot of friends, and my dad worked from the garage, which was a separate building in front of the house. My mother would often have friends over, so I was used to having adults I didn't know come over and visit. Then this one time I went to the living room and noticed that my mom had a friend with her. He was a tall guy with curly hair and dark clothes. I recall him with a leather jacket. He was just standing in the corner, behind some furniture and looking at me and making faces. And I got instantly spooked and asked my mom who was her friend. She looked around, confused, and asked me who I was talking about. To which I replied by pointing toward the corner without looking or saying, just there. She told me that there was no one there and for me to stop lying. Now, apparently autistic people have issues with injustice, and this is what I remember the most from this episode. I got supremely pissed at my mom for accusing me of lying when the guy was right there. I insisted that there was someone there and looked again, and the guy still standing in the same spot making scary faces, like angry faces and sticking the tongue out and stuff. And looking at me and my mom. She looked in his direction again and told me there was no one there again, telling me to go there and touch the guy I was allegedly seeing. Now, if there was one thing that I absolutely didn't do, was to go anywhere near that guy. Then I saw my mom staring in the direction and him looking back at her and convinced myself that she was just messing with me, stomped out of the living room. I remember being so angry at her for trying to fool me and having this dude scare me. Later that night, my dad stepped after work. I asked him who was their friend that had come over, and he had just went like, "What? Who are you talking about? Nobody came over today." I described the guy, and he just said he didn't know anybody that looked like that. Then called my mom over and inquired her over it. And she once again scolded me and told me to stop lying. And again, I got so angry that I just went back to my bedroom and started crying. Eventually, she came over and kind of apologized, but insisted that there was no one else in the house with us, so I kind of just tried to convince myself that I'd somehow imagined it and moved on. My wife and I were watching, like, some guy telling ghost stories on YouTube recently, and that's what brought over this memory for me. A couple of days later was my mom's birthday, so I went to visit her and asked her about it. She doesn't recall this episode, nor does my dad, but she remembers that at this time she would hear loud cracks around the house, like if someone was hitting the walls with a hammer. She would also see figures, like from the corners of her eye. I was also often very sick. She remembers taking me to some religious house about 2 years later, where a lady told her that I had a dark presence over me, gave her some stuff to do, like lighting candles and so on. And after she did it, I got healthier and she stopped seeing and hearing stuff in the house. Again, I don't believe this stuff, but I have a hard time dealing with this memory. The hairs on my neck get all up from just remembering that guy in the corner of that room. Experiences at a mall. I used to work at multiple different clothing stores at the same mall near Cleveland, Ohio. I started working there when I was 17. The energy felt very off. I would see shadows all the time, but it was Hollister after all, so it was very dark in there with tons of plants. So I discounted it as that, and it wasn't until I worked at Abercrombie and Finch that it was we thought that there was a little girl ghost in there. Hangers could be heard moving in rooms where we knew no one was in the store after it had closed. Many incidents occurred there, but the one that sticks out to me is that we were there until 4 a.m. one morning doing a floor set. There had been 13 of us there. By the end of it, it was down to 3, and 2 people were taking the trash out, and 1 girl was left inside, and she heard a little voice say, "I want my mommy." The next summer, I was home from college. I worked at another store at this time, the same mall, different section. This is where I truly believed we had something going on, and I would have many, many stories about the store. Our manager would get calls every night at 4 in the morning about the alarms going off and the police coming, but the alarm company kept saying it had to be mice. We never found mice droppings in that store. We had a conversion tracker under the doorway that would give us our company, the ratio of people who came in versus the people who came in and bought something. This tracker was set up to only track people over 4 feet tall, to not add children into the percentage. From the hours from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., our conversion tracker caught something over 4 feet tall walking into the store at 4 a.m., the same time the alarms were going off. The energy of the store felt extremely off, and I'd hold my pee for hours so I wouldn't have to go into the back room alone. My manager was in the back, and she felt her hair being pulled and children laughing at it. We'd hear noises coming from the back of the store and things out of the corner of our eyes walking into the back. The most clear one I saw was I was walking in the back sock room, which wasn't very big, and saw something. It was about 7 feet tall and was gray and staticky looking between the wall and the walkway about 5 feet from me. Our mannequins were beige, and I know what I saw. Little girl came in and tugged on her mom's skirt while pointing to the back of the store and said, "Mommy, there's a ghost in here." We were doing our annual inventory, and the manager told an employee to get up onto the ladder and make sure we weren't missing anything. Look in offhand places in the store just to make sure everything was accounted for. We had these fake exposed pipes in the store, so employees looked in there. He found a balled-up t-shirt that had something about death and skulls on it. No one would have put that shirt up in there. I no longer worked there, but I always wonder what was truly going on and why these spirits were trapped in this relatively new mall. If they were tied to the land it was built on. Native American burial ground, I don't know, it's close to the lake. I'd love to learn what people would think have been going on here, or what it was that was bothering us, or if anybody knows the history of the area. More true stories turned my teen best friend into a believer. So as a teenager, I lived in San Antonio, Texas. I was about 17 at this point. My best friends were non-believers for the most part. One time, a friend and I went to my aunt and uncle's place to hang out and watch some movies. They were your typical hippies. Their place smelled heavily of sautéed veggies and incense. Uncle is my mom's brother, and they had just moved to town. When I get there, my uncle tells me, "This place is haunted. It's nothing bad. Just an old man. I can see him sitting in that," points at the recliner, "chair over there sometimes. He just sits and rocks back and forth." I believed him, but at the same time I didn't think I would experience anything unusual that night. After we ate dinner, we all watched a couple of movies, and before you knew it, it was about 5 a.m. We're all kind of giggly from the hilarious movie we just saw. We were having a casual post-movie chat as the credits rolled. One of us made a joke, and we all began bursting out laughing, getting pretty loud. Then, during the peak of our laughter, we all hear a loud bang on the other side of the room. We look over, and something, presumably this ghost or poltergeist, knocked a painting off the wall and kicked a trash can across the room. About 10, maybe 12 feet away from where it was against the wall. We all saw it happen at the same time, and we just sat there in shock for a minute. There was trash everywhere and some glass broken, so we all helped clean it up together. Then my uncle says, "See, I told you. Crazy, huh?" And as soon as he says that, I hear a whisper in my ear. When I turn to see who's there, I feel a gust of wind blow past me, through the kitchen where I can see these papers attached to the fridge flying off with the force of the wind. Then he goes, "What happened? Did you see something?" And I told him what just happened. It was almost like a gag. I feel like there's too many of us to really feel threatened. But anyways, his wife went to bed, and it was just the three of us sitting around for a while, and I was pretty thirsty, and I didn't really feel like going to the kitchen alone. I had a feeling there'd be a surprise waiting for me, and I was right. When I walked into the kitchen, I felt like somebody was behind me the entire time. But I just ignored it, and I just stood there for a second and just entertained the idea that maybe ghosts aren't real. Not a few seconds later, I hear somebody lean over and breathe heavily into my ear. It was so breathy. Definitely some kind of a taunt. It was enough to freak me out, but at least I got my water. Stayed a bit longer, then left shortly after the sunrise. My best friend just jaw-dropped after that because up until that point, he thought ghosts and such were all bullshit. Dude, I never experienced anything like that before. That shit was scary. Pretty sure he was terrified. Some people don't like to talk about things like that after they've experienced them. And I have friends that just totally refuse to have the conversation, and that's understandable. It's fun to share stories with people who have their own stories, though. Generational Forest Kids. Surrey, BC, Canada. What does BC stand for? British Columbia? So, I told this story, albeit in far less detail, on my Tumblr on the anniversary of my sighting, but I figured if I was ever going to get answers, it'd probably be here. So, when I was about 7 years old, June 30th, 2010 to be specific, my opa ditched me at the park for a couple of hours. And when I say ditched, I mean had a nap in his car in the parking lot and made it very clear that I was not to wake him. So I was unsupervised, as was common for my weird experiences. After a few hours of playing, I needed to sit down, both to catch my breath and to cool off. I ended up sitting underneath a tree, which was near the tree line. I don't think it really was a forest in a traditional sense, but to a child it may as well have been. A few minutes, maybe 10 or 20 of sitting there later, I started seeing something flickering through the trees. I stood up and got a bit closer because I just stopped wearing glasses and I couldn't see as well as I can now. But when I got closer, I realized the flickering I saw was actually a kid, about my age. Tinted a little bit green, which I assumed was from the light passing through the leaves since it was so faint. Not long after I noticed the kid noticed me too. He, or it, smiled widely. But something just felt off. It felt like, well, how I'd smile at a friend, and more like how I'd smile at an ice cream bar, if that makes sense. The kid waved to me and started beckoning to me. The vibes were very off, so I hesitated, and then I started noticing more kids in the trees, around my age or older. Now sufficiently freaked out, I ran back to the playground. I waited to go home. I had a lot of nightmares as a kid, so I convinced myself I'd just fallen asleep and never mentioned it to anyone. Cut to last year. I was on the phone with my dad, and we started talking about weird stuff we experienced as kids. My opa was his stepdad, so we had fairly similar childhoods. Always a one-upper, I told the story above without mentioning that the kids looked green. That's because I still thought it meant nothing, until he asked me if they were green. As his very first question in response to my story, turns out as teenagers he and a friend had also seen the same kids at that park. And to summarize what I was told, the kids had ended up following them home. My stepmom thinks they were probably harmless. I should have played with them. I very sincerely disagree, but I still don't really know what they were, and all I know for sure is that they weren't a dream. So, any theories? A personal experience. Starting off, when I was a kid, my parents ended up getting a divorce, so my brothers and I ended up staying with my dad on weekends, my mom on school days. My dad ended up finding a partner, and they quickly got a house together. She also had 2 kids, so me and my brothers had a room and her kids got a room. The house was nice, but it was really cheap to be what it was, and it was out in the country, so secluded as well. That's how it usually goes with these stories. Had a decent amount of land and an old barn. The barn was strange, thinking on it now that I'm older. There's a lot of bird cages along with tools and knives. My dad ended up getting rid of most of it. Possibly unrelated, down the hill there was a fire pit surrounded by a circle of crystallized rocks that were clearly out of place. And as a kid, my first reaction was to bust open all the rocks and my brothers to see if there were fossils inside. If anybody knows why that would be there, I'm open to ideas because I've always wondered why somebody would do that. I also did that, and that is awesome. It was too far away from the fire pit to have anything to do with the fire, but maybe I'm just overthinking it. Anyways, after a few months, my dad and his partner ended their relationship, and she and her kids moved out. So their room stayed empty, and the door stayed shut, and the next few weeks went by fine. One weekend, though, we was getting ready for bed, and my dad always put on some banjo music to help us sleep. That was the only thing that'd pick up out there, and I fell asleep only to wake up a few hours later fully energized, with cold sweats. The radio had a lot of static, which was a bit uncommon for that station. Thought it could have been the clouds or something, and thought nothing of it. Eventually, I got up to use the bathroom. I go to the hallway, and I started hearing the sounds of boots walking in a circle rapidly in the empty room with absolutely nothing in it. I was maybe 5 feet away from the door, so I could hear it clearly. I instantly froze in fear, just staring at the door. After a few minutes, it just stops and everything got so quiet. And all of a sudden, that bedroom door just swings open and I hear the boots running toward me. Instantly panicked and fell on my butt and quickly picked myself up and ran to my dad's room. Woke my dad up and told him somebody broke in. He jumps out of bed, grabs his shotgun, and runs through the whole house, eventually checking windows and doors. All were locked. He got mad realizing nothing was there and said it was video games I played. Hadn't had an experience like that ever or since. And after about a year or 2, I got really into the paranormal. Shared the experience with one of my brothers. First time I ever told anyone the story. He said that he definitely thinks something was wrong with that house. He had a story of his own. He lived with my dad at the time and, well, told me one night he got up because he was hearing chains being dragged across the front porch. He went to check it out, but my dad was already at the front door with the light off, with a shotgun in his hand. He just looked at my brother and said, "It's okay, go back to sleep." Dad never did believe in the paranormal, well, at least he acted like he didn't. I started to think he was only saying these things to keep us from getting scared or worried, and I still get cold chills just thinking about the whole experience. Just seen this page recommended, so I'll share my own encounter story. Never posted it online. This is the only true paranormal event in my life. Had a couple of minor weird things happen before, but never actually see something. Thought I'd share online finally. So it must have been around 19 or 20. One of my friends, Jack, had a free house, and a few of the lads were there most of the night for a chill. Maybe smoking some weed and playing some games. Until eventually, my other mates had gone home and I was staying here for the night. It was at this time, when he was about to sleep, Jack had gone upstairs to his room and left an airbed downstairs for me. So I'm laying in this airbed on the side, about 97% darkness, about to try to go to sleep. And I rarely just fall asleep. It takes me a while. It's about 10-15 minutes after Jack had gone upstairs, and I'm staring at the curtains in this back living room and dining room in near pitch-black darkness. I hear footsteps moving around upstairs. I'm thinking, oh, Jack must be doing something up there. The footsteps are moving downstairs now, and the door that was open ever so slightly opens, and a figure walks out. Proceed to look at me, then carry on walking to the kitchen. Now, I thought this was Jack in the dark at first, so I'm speaking to it going, Jack, mate, you alright? You alright, mate? What are you doing? All while ignoring me, all while still walking. Jack's cat was following it too. Anyways, by the time I realized it was just about to enter the kitchen, my body just froze and I shouted, "Jack, there's someone in your house." Thought it was a burglar. He rushed down, checked the kitchen. I saw no back door open or heard it. After that, we came to the conclusion it was something else. I have no idea what. Could have been a ghost or something, maybe a slip in time. I don't know, and for a moment I saw a memory. Still get goosebumps when I think about it too. Ended up sleeping on his floor in his room that night. Left my pillow downstairs, and I was like, "Oh, mate, get that pillow for us, I'm not going back down." "Fuck that," he said. Don't blame him. What's funny is Jack has had a few weird experiences at that house. Two of our mutual friends were staying one night, and apparently there was extremely loud and aggressive bangs coming from upstairs. It was that bad that our two friends left him there on his own because none of them dared to see what it was. Laughing face emoji. These are like my best mates, by the way, who I trust and I'm still friends with now at 31, so I believe them, even more so after that experience. I know I was smoking on the night, but I've never actually seen anything while smoking in my life. It wasn't sleep paralysis, because I only had that like twice ever in my life, and it's a completely different feeling and state. I was wide awake when I saw it, like I am every night before I go to sleep. And everyone else in the world. Maybe not wide awake, but certainly awake before going to sleep. Terrible joke. Anyway, I envy people who can just fall asleep. Yeah, me too. Haunted house. Entity still following me and my mom. Does anyone know what it is? When I was 7 years old, my mom and stepdad bought a house in California. We moved into it with my stepsister, who was the same age as me. No one had lived there before us. It was brand new. The house felt creepy, like something was around the corner watching wherever you were. Birds and bats would crash into the windows between 4 and 5 a.m. every morning. Things would go missing. After a few months, things got crazier. My sister and I shared a bedroom and had a bathroom connected to it. The shower had a sliding glass door. We'd wake up in the middle of the night to the door opening and slamming shut over and over. The drawers in our bunk beds would do the same for sometimes 5 or even 10 minutes. And then our parents would rush in due to the noise and didn't believe what was happening, even though we were huddled up to the top bunk just sobbing. We started hearing footsteps around our bed. We were trying to fall asleep and could hear breathing in our ears. The worst I experienced was when I got dropped off at 5 a.m. by my biological dad, who worked an early job. Climbed into my top bunk and wanted to go back to sleep, but I heard the footsteps. Pulled the blanket over my head and could hear the floor like creaking as it moved closer. Then I heard what sounded like hooves climb up the ladder and could feel the weight of the bed shifting as it climbed. It crawled on the top of me and was breathing. I had my covers over my head and was just frozen in fear. Stayed there watching me for what felt like hours, then climbed off, and once the footsteps reached the door, I looked, but nothing was there, and my mom was next. Home alone in the laundry room, folding clothes. That's when the door slammed shut and locked her in there. Then the washer and dryer were opening and closing. Then she was cleaning the bathroom and turned around, and what was once disarrayed bottles of shampoo and soaps were all lined up perfectly, straight in another spot. Well, that's cool. She started hearing footsteps around her bed, too, long after my stepdad went to work, and just breathing into her ear, mumbled whispers. She refused to be home alone after that, but my stepdad didn't believe her. He's also rarely home because of work. One night the ghost was on one and was sprinting up and down the stairs. Everyone was in bed, and my stepdad ran around with a shotgun thinking it was an intruder, but no one was there. And this kept happening, so he finally got on board and we moved. Turns out the house was built over old military graves, and before that it was Native American burial grounds. My mom and I had a few of the breathing in the ear experiences since then. It's been 20 years, and I now live on the other side of the world, but they get latched onto us. Whatever, I'm really stressed or sick, weird things happen wherever I am. Footsteps or bumps in the night or things rearranged. I had a night terror a few months ago when my husband woke up from my tossing and turning. Said he saw a dark figure hovering over me, too terrified to wake up. All I can do is blow out light bulbs everywhere. I'm a believer, and I didn't have a choice. I've seen a ghost only once. It was so real that I could really believe it without any effort. There were physical effects to the incident. I could have no doubt. I decided to work overnight at the club, where I'm a maintenance man. I was alone in the place, so it was pretty nice at first. I hijacked the sound system and I played my own music while I worked, and for a while everything was normal. I decided to go and check on the boiler in the mezzanine. This is where the night changed. This mezzanine floor had been problematic since I started there about a year and a half prior. The lights would flicker and the pumps ran roughly, and the power from the breaker box would drop and go back to normal in quick intervals. It happened so quickly that the pump never shut off, but when I measured power with my multimeter, I could see it dip and come back up again, causing the display on my meter to fluctuate rapidly. I'd called an electrician about the first 6 months in on the job, and he had looked over to everything in the mezzanine floor. The answer seemed obvious. The breaker box was from the 1960s and was so old that it wasn't working properly. He recommended changing it for a new one. The board of directors scoffed at the price, so he operated with the old box for another year. This night, I was in the same mezzanine, and the lights were flickering as usual, and it got chilly. The lights began to flicker more rapidly. After about 30 seconds, it began flashing like a strobe light. I stood in the doorway, beginning to feel a little bit afraid of the light bulbs exploding. I looked at the one closest to me, and then I noticed him out of the corner of my eye. I was not alone in the room. There was a man standing in the corner looking at me. I was so scared that I turned very slowly to look at him. And in the strobing light, my eyes moved closer to his position. I was too scared to move them any more quickly. I can see very well in my peripheral vision, well enough to read sometimes. Me too. I saw a man in a navy blue shirt and pants staring at me with his teeth bared. It looked as if he had been horribly burned and his eyelids and lips were gone. He was about 5 feet and 7 inches tall. Slowly, still my eyes moved toward him until it rested on the spot that he'd been standing, but he was gone. I called out into the room scared, trying to remain brave. "Dude, you're dead," I said. "You're not supposed to be here." The strobe effect of the lights became more intense. "Whatever place has been calling to you, that pull you feel, you have to go there. There's nothing left for you here, you're dead." I tried to feel love for the unfortunate soul, and suddenly the flashing stopped. The mezzanine went back to normal, better than I had ever seen it. The lights stopped flickering altogether, and the pumps were purring like they'd never done before. The power from the breaker box has been consistent ever since. I don't think I need any more proof of the afterlife if that's how it's going to present itself. Once was enough for me. Creepy encounter, and more. So I've been thinking about this quote-unquote encounter for a while. And there's this one hill that creeps me the fuck out, especially at night. The hill's in a town called Ravenna, located in New York. Oh, I am very familiar. I went to this abandoned house, situated on that hill. Now, when I entered the house, it was maybe 45 degrees Fahrenheit outside, which isn't warm, but it was super humid. But the moment I entered it, it felt like I was freezing, and I felt like somebody left the air conditioner running for hours on end. Now, I'm something that's called a sensitive. It's like a medium, except I can't see the spirits, but I can feel their presence. I feel blind, from my understanding. Now, when I say this house felt hostile, I mean it felt hostile. I felt watched from one room in particular. If I was standing in the kitchen, if you go straight, there's 2 rooms at the end of the hall, and I felt watched from that area, but couldn't pinpoint where in particular. Now, this house looked like a tornado tore through it. The floor was rotten and partially missing. And there was paint chips everywhere, and among other things, and generally just not the best looking. I remember that house being built and seeing somebody move into it, but when I went in, there were belongings everywhere. Think of Chernobyl. It's as if they end up and left suddenly and randomly. I even found an envelope with the name on it. Can't remember the name, but I eventually found the kids' room and found a kid's toy, which immediately gave me a shiver and goosebumps the moment I touched it and realized what it was. Once the house felt extremely angry or whatever, and I just left. And as I was leaving, I was walking back down the hill, and all I could see on my left side is a blur that comes to a sudden and abrupt stop, which immediately caught my attention. And the blur was white, but I couldn't make out any details. I just knew it was pissed, and it was glaring at me. And the town's about 250 years old, and as where the creature was, it was near the wooded section, which was located pretty close to the house. But I noticed the figure and crossed the road to the other side and refused to go back until I came out into the main street. In a separate session, I heard footsteps like boots come from the attic. I heard a metallic clang, which I was unable to debunk as a pipe issue, or me kicking something. And there was a plastic chair in there, and it felt colder than cold. Outside, it was probably 30 degrees, but inside felt like it was a solid 20. I also found a pair of antique cutlery in the entrance to the basement, a spoon and a fork mainly. That whole town is actually super creepy, and I believe it was a... No, that's not the one on the water. I don't want to say it was mining, but it was I think they processed ice there, if I'm not mistaken. Like blocks of ice when you had to float it down the river. Or maybe that's the next town up. All I do know is that I've been into an antique store over there and everything was gnarly. The ghost outside my bedroom door. It was 1998, when my mom, 36, had bought her first home. Her being a single mom, this was huge. A 4-bedroom, 1-bath house with a family room and a pool in the back. The house was big and lots of rooms for me, I was 8, and my brother, 6, to play in. My mom said since she was a child, she would see demons, and because of her gift, she was used by her church to point where the spirits were. She said I would see them when I was 4, but that I don't remember that. My mom just told me I would react to them, and I do feel and hear them. Since we moved to this house, I felt a tall, dark figure in front of my bedroom door. He would never dare to come in, but he would walk around the kitchen that was right in front of my room. I was never a person to close my bedroom door because I always felt him there. Because of it, I slept with a nightlight to feel safe. If the light went off, I'd feel dread and paralyzed and would sweat profusely until my mom came to help me or bring a candle. Multiple times I'd take out the courage and tell him to leave, and he did, and I was able to sleep then. And a lot more weird things happened in the house. My mom had to talk to her pastor. When the pastor came, he told us the spirits were using our home as a bridge between our neighbors that would summon them, and there was nothing he could do. So we just had to accept that we had visitors and learn to live with that. Which some months I felt calm and some I felt pure dread staying in my room, and I had to live with that. He was every night there and only left when I told him to. And at 21 years old, I got a new dog. She would sleep with me, and she made me feel even safer. When I felt him, she'd bark at the door. First time she didn't know, and I was not crazy, that it was never only in my head. My dog gave me more courage to tell him to go away, and he did. Well, that was simple. So I was able to sleep better than I did as a child, and my dog would also bark at the same area even during the day, and at 22 I moved out and had my first child. My mom, being awesome, let us stay with her for 3 months to adjust to our new life as new parents and learn from her. The first night I slept in my mom's room with my son. My partner slept in my room where there was only a sofa. Next morning he was scared and with pure panic in his eyes. He said he'd heard a noise that woke up and saw the door of my room open and a tall, dark figure came closer and closer to him. He wasn't able to move or speak, and I always told him about the figure in front of my room, but he would always brush it off as me being a paranoid person. That day, he learned I wasn't lying. Years later, my mom sold the house to a lovely couple with a toddler and a baby on the way. But we then heard the news that they stopped living in it and then sold it again. Now it's being put up for rent and nobody wants it. I always ask my mom if it's because the spirits that walk around it. Strange experience in my childhood creek. For context, this creek is in my grandmother's neighborhood, and a short walk from her house. Me and my cousin Jay would go down to the creek all the time. The creek is pretty deep in the forest, and if you walk on the right trail for a bit, there's a waterfall. Nothing bad or scary ever happened there. I never thought to be scared since I loved the forest. Me and Jay go to the creek one day like usual. Nothing strange or anything that made me feel uneasy. There's this rock you can hop across when you're at the waterfall, which leads to the top of it. We hop across to see a path that we've never been on. Me and Jay both agree that we should walk on it, and we take one step, and I literally mean one singular step, toward that path. And this thing speeds out of the trees and grass and hovers over the water, goes onto the other side where the path is, and then dashes off in a straight line. It was gray and completely skin and bone. Its arms were longer than its legs. It ran on all fours, hovering over the water and leaving as quickly as it came, making no sound. This thing was so fast, but we didn't even hesitate to run. We ran for our lives, being in the middle of the woods, and I never run. I'm not athletic. And I don't like doing things that involve sweating. Yet, when I saw that thing, my body ran so fast I don't think I touched the ground. We made it to where we could see the houses from the neighborhood and the trees. And after that, what truly felt like hours of running, we stopped. The adrenaline was wearing off, and I stepped off the path. Jay was just barely on the path. I was catching my breath, then looked behind me. I saw it staring right at us. It chased us again, running in zigzags, even when there was nothing stopping it from just going straight toward me. I pushed Jay onto the path again, and we ran back to my grandmother's house. For some reason, me and Jay both don't remember what happened when we got home, or what happened before we saw that thing. We have heard multiple times that it was just an animal. No animal can hover over water like that. Being that it didn't have wings, it had limbs. It looked exactly like the rake if it was an animal or something explainable. But then one of us would have been like, bro, it was an animal. But no, both ran for our lives. I remember yelling, what the was that? We ran. It took us about 3 minutes to get to where we could see the houses and the trees. Me and Jay have a theory that it could have been trying to get us out of there. We took one step to go on that path we've never been on, and then it appears. Strange. And it was fast enough to get us, but it just didn't, and even though it was following us. The only time it ran full speed at us again was when we stopped to catch our breath. Haven't seen it since, but many don't believe us. I was wondering if anybody else has a name for a creature like that, or maybe a similar story. Connecting with my deceased loved ones through automatic writing. 2 weeks ago yesterday, I had to say goodbye to my beloved cat. His name was Buzz. I had to let him go to his forever sleep while he was at the vet's. He was very poorly and just didn't realize how much. It was a very traumatic experience for me and my partner. We hadn't expected to lose him this suddenly. That's 09/06/2025. He was just 10 years old. A routine blood test was performed when we arrived for his vet appointment. It was discovered he was suffering from advanced and aggressive kidney failure. The kindest thing to do is to let him drift away peacefully with me and my partner by his side. We had him cremated. I brought home his ashes last Tuesday. I've since made a little shrine in our bedroom, which was his favorite place. There's a photo of him next to some of his fur and a whisker in his ashes. Every day I light a candle for him. The day after Buzz passed away, I saw an orange shadow under the corner of my eye in one of his favorite spots in my garden. Buzz was an orange cat, and he loved following me around the garden, so I fully believed this was him. On the 31st of May, 2024, my beloved grandma sadly passed away at the age of 84. Due to complications associated with pulmonary fibrosis. She died in my granddad's arms. Her sudden passing had greatly affected me, and to this day I'm still finding it hard to wrap my head around and move around it and move on. I have a little shrine for my grandma in my living room and a tattoo on my arm with her name and her favorite bird, which is a robin, and her favorite flower, which is a rose. I also wear one of her old rings as my engagement ring, so I feel I'm deeply connected to her still. Last week, I'm in my heightened state of grief and anxiety, and I began searching for a way in which I might be able to communicate with Buzz and my grandma. Came across something called automatic writing. Decided to give it a go. I sat in my room near Buzz's ashes and with my other cat, Buzz's brother. Held a notebook and a pen very lightly in my hand, took some deep breaths, closed my eyes, and while listening to the garden birds sing, I asked a few questions out loud. The experience was calming, and I felt at peace. I'll definitely be trying this again. While writing, I felt a light, gentle pressure guiding the pen, and the handwriting that came through looked extraordinarily similar to my grandma's. My main question I wanted to answer to was if Buzz was okay and whether he came home with me. Almost every response was a clear yes, although I know Buzz was a cat, he couldn't directly understand or answer my questions. I asked if there was somebody with him that could see him and was answering on his behalf almost. The answer was yes again, and I felt a warmth and asked if it was my grandma, and got another yes. Ended the session emotional, but I said the words, "I love you both." The phrase, "love you," wrote itself on the page. Since this experience, I felt a sense of calm and peace and wanted to share this experience. I've only done automatic writing with music. Sounds harder to do with a pen. Curious, though. My experience at the Hotel Pennsylvania. Back in 2016, I'd graduated high school and my dream was always to go to New York City. As a semi-broke high schooler, I tried to find the cheapest options for my accommodations, and that way maybe I'd have more spending money. The travel agent recommended that I book the Hotel Pennsylvania. It's right in the midtown across from Madison Square Garden. She didn't mention that it's the oldest hotel in New York and it's a bit run down, but worth the money. So the day after Thanksgiving, I flew out to New York City. It was my first time overseas on my own and my first time in the city. I got to the hotel around 4:30 and got checked into my room. It was room 612. It was definitely small and it looked as though it hadn't been updated since the 70s. But hey, you get what you paid for, right? Went out for dinner, and I came back to the room to find a pair of mice on my bed. I called the lobby to complain, and they apologized and said one of their staff would be up in a minute to show me a new room. This really nice old lady comes up to me and says that the new room is on the same floor just on the other side of the hotel. She hands me the key pass and directs me to the room, and it's room 666. I definitely had a bit of a chuckle when I saw it. I thanked the nice lady and went into the room, and immediately I noticed two things. One, the peephole in the door was completely shattered, and two, the room was incredibly colder than the hallway. Again, not being the superstitious type, I even messaged my friends telling them that if anything happened, call the Winchesters. I brushed it off being nearly winter, and though there must be a gap in the window or something like that. By this point, it was now 7 p.m., and the jet lag was catching up to me, so I called it a night. Now, I usually dream a lot, and I have very vivid dreams. It's very unusual for them not to dream, but from lying down in bed the next day, or thing I remember is this early morning. I'm in my bed on the left side of my side, facing the wall, and I can't move my body. It's completely stiff. I can't feel this presence next to me on the bed, and it's like this heavy weight. It's weighing down on the other side. I can feel and hear breathing. It's this low, raspy breathing, like a smoker or somebody on the heavy side. All I could feel was this sense of dread, and for the first and only time in my life, I felt like I was about to die. After about 3 minutes, I felt my body relax, and I swung my fist around, hit whatever was there. Only it was nothing. No weight, no breathing, nothing. I was definitely shaken. Immediately called the lobby and made up a lie that a mouse is in my room again. They said that they would move me up 6 floors to level 12. The second I hung up, I packed my bag and waited in the hall. That was the worst it got, but things were off about that hotel for the rest of the trip. Weird noises and voices in the halls and flickering lights. Just an overall uneasy feeling in general. I lost my father to cancer at 12 years old. I'm 25 now. I just want to share this experience. I remember it like it was yesterday. About 2 weeks after my father passed away from cancer in the summer of 2009, I remember sitting in the family room with my mother. I was watching TV and flipping through the channels. I stopped on VH1, and the song that was playing was Eric Clapton's Tears in Heaven. I remember my mom listening to the song and saying your dad liked Eric Clapton. As she stood at the entrance to the family room and me on the couch, all of a sudden the blinds to her left shut closed very abruptly. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but when have you guys ever had the blinds in your house closed by themselves? You can think long and hard, but the answer to the question is probably never. I did. But anyway. Seeing that happen literally in front of your eyes, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. It was like a warm, comforting feeling because I knew all along it was my father. I wasn't scared, and it was just a surprise after all. Fast forward about 2 months later, and after we had his wake at the house, my mother and I had an argument one night, and we never really had a strong relationship with each other growing up. I was mostly with my dad, and she was closer to my older brother. I think because my brother has abused my or our biological father when he was born till about 3 years old. Anyways, after our argument, I'll never forget what my mom told me at the end of it. She said to me, "I hope Daddy tickles your feet tonight." I really never thought much of it. I went to bed, as you can guess, and that's exactly what happened. As I'm laying there in bed, staring at the ceiling, I feel the room go cold as ice. And when I say that I could see my breath in the room, it was as if the whole room was frozen over. I wrapped my body quickly, not even thinking about what my mother had told me earlier. I left my feet hanging off the bed, and I felt a cold sting of fingers at the bottom of my feet. And again, no fear at the time, because even at 12 years old, to be naive at the fact that this could be anyone else besides my father, I laid there telling myself, how can this be real? It felt cold, not like ice cubes to the feet, but like an indescribable feeling, really, of how it felt to feel such an experience. I looked toward the end of the bed, thinking I would see my father there, and seeing complete emptiness in the room instead. The pain in my heart at the time, man, let me tell you. This is now 13 or 14 years ago, and I'm 25 years old now. Barely am I laying here telling the story. To believe that there's so many people out there that don't believe in the paranormal while I've experienced it firsthand since then, well, I've never had another experience. Here is my audio evidence with the famous Thomas House Hotel Whistler. I have a physics degree, and I'm very skeptical of stuff to begin with. But I've always been extremely fascinated by this stuff. Had some experiences with a Ouija board when I was 14 to 20, but still nothing that makes me 100% believe. Backstory. I have been to this hotel 6 times. And 2 of the times, we have had some interesting stuff happen, and the other 4 times we've caught absolutely nothing. First time there, we caught very little in the ways of evidence and ghost hunting. But about 10 minutes after we arrived, my wife thought a kid tugged on her shirt in the kitchen as we were mingling with the other guests. She mentioned it, but chalked it up to not much of anything. Later that night when we went to bed, I would have sworn to you, a small dog or cat jumped in bed with us. Happened 3 times. The first 2 times I thought it was just my imagination or the weight of the blankets. But when I pulled the blankets tight between my feet and the pressure sat down between my feet, I then got up and walked around the room and went to the bathroom. Anyway, still not convinced. Now, fast forward to a year later. The first time was in December as well. We're in the green hallway, and the room is absolutely popping off with sounds and whistles, and in the video you'll hear 3 instances of the whistles that we heard, and at least with our ears in the moment. In the last one, no one heard but showed up on the recording after the fact. When it happened, and especially an extremely loud and clear one, I was convinced somebody was faking it or messing with us, and you'll hear me pretty much saying that. Even afterwards, I still didn't believe it, but ironically, only 3 of us in the group of 10-ish heard the extremely loud and clear whistle. It wasn't until that night when the guest who I was sure played a recording came up to me and told me he caught the whistle in his recorder that I kind of thought maybe we had caught something strange. When he played his back to me, his was even louder and more clear than mine, but still was clearly not coming from him because in my recording you can hear my whistle and loud and obvious. It's a real person. Anyway, take this for what you want. If you believe, fine. If you don't, fine. And I just hope somebody else finds this interesting. Enjoys it for a few minutes this morning. Still not 100% convinced in ghosts, but I am 100% fascinated by it. I can't guarantee the hotel or hosts aren't faking the evidence, but if they are faking it, they're doing it very sporadically, and, if ever caught, would likely harm the hotel and business by a lot, as it's the main source of guests that, well, these days at least. Demon at my window. Many years ago, must have been around 2003 or the year 2004, I was about 13, I frequently took 2-month vacation trips during school breaks to Mexico to visit my grandmother and a farm. It's a beautiful ranch with large open fields, a large canal, and the closest neighbors would be around a mile away. It was Semana Santa, or Holy Week. Well, Holy Week, which is the week in which Jesus Christ resurrects. My grandmother asks me to accompany her to church that afternoon, talking about washing Christ's feet, and my stubborn 13-year-old ass declined. She seemed bothered, and off she went with my cousin, walking away down the long dirt road. Hours passed. The sun went down. I went outside, checked on the cattle, the pigs, the goats, and the pack of dogs that we had, and just walked back into the house and locked the giant metal front door, walked into the living room and sat down. I remember I was watching Big Brother on the TV, and I was living the life, man. I remember being very comfortable on a giant sofa couch. Suddenly, I heard a knock on a large window leading to a small garden my grandmother had filled with many roses and small trees with long thorns in it. It was hard to maintain since there's no way of getting in there. It just kind of grew wildly, but it looked nice. I peeked into the garden with a large black window bar. Nothing was there, and I dismissed it, and a minute later they knocked again. I ignored it, thinking it was a thorn hitting the window. Then it happened again. As I reached to open the curtain, I got goosebumps. I pushed the curtain aside and froze it. It had white eyes with only red pupils in the center. 3 scars on each side of the face, skin as pink as a pig's, hair so dark I could swear it was wet or damp. It looked at me as if studying me, like it knew I couldn't move. And as it began to take his large snake-like tongue out of his mouth, I snapped out of it and ran toward my room, closed the door, locked it, and jumped in my bed, turned my radio on maximum volume. I just pretended it was just my imagination as the music went on, and I could hear it pulling on my room's small window bars and screaming. It was screeching like a pig before the slaughter, and I passed out. Hours later, I woke up to a banging on my room's door, which was weird. I got up knowing or feeling like it was somebody familiar, and I unlocked the door and ran to the front door, opened the door, and as my grandmother was about to knock on it while holding my sleeping cousin in her arms. As she was carrying my cousin into my room, I was talking to her about what happened. And as she placed him on the bed, she told me to shut up, and she woke up my cousin and told us to pray. Confused, I prayed with her, and she told me to take a look at the wall next to my bed. There was an imprint of its face on the brick wall, as if you pushed your face on Play-Doh to leave an imprint. The next day, a priest came to the farm, blessed the home where it happened, and with respect, covered up the imprint. My grandmother never mentioned the incident again, or asked me to go to church with her. But the demon at my window, I'll never forget. My weird firefighter experience. I've been a firefighter for about 9 years now in Northwest Virginia. I've often heard stories about fire stations being haunted, and I even have had some strange experiences myself at my own station, and on a few incidents. My favorite example of something I can't explain is on the scene of a fatal hit-and-run involving a pedestrian. It happened in December of 2016. My department was responding to a chimney fire when we were toned again. For a vehicle versus pedestrian. That doesn't sound like a fair fight. We were on scene of a fire and had to put the next due engine on the vehicle versus pedestrian call. About an hour later, around 10:30 p.m., after we finished cleaning our equipment from the fire, we were dispatched to assist the Virginia State Police with their investigation by providing light to their scene. When we arrived on scene, we noticed that there was police tape everywhere. I got out of the engine and illuminated the scene to find a black sheet, obviously covering a body. There were 11 police officers walking around, and some behind the tape talking to the potential witnesses, and others walking around inside the tape gathering items to start their investigation. Among the officers inside the tape, I noticed a Caucasian lady, or a white lady, About 5'4" and wearing dark blue jeans, a white shirt, and a thick brown stripe and greenish coat. She looked concerned and very out of place, but she was near some of the officers, so I thought obviously she had permission to be there. I turned around to start sort of recirculating the tank water due to the extreme cold. I got back in the engine shortly after, and occasionally I'd look up from my phone to see what the officers were doing for their investigation, then swiftly look back at my phone. After about 10 minutes or so, I got out of the recirculate, and just as I got out of the engine, an officer uncovered the body. The body was of a Caucasian woman, wearing dark blue jeans, a white top, and thick brown stripes, and a greenish coat. I instantly realized that she was wearing the same clothes as the lady I'd previously seen walking around the body. I stood there frozen like a minute. I composed myself, scanned the rest of the scene, and attempted to spot the lady wearing the same clothes and walking around. After a few frigid minutes of looking, I got back to the engine and I waited until the investigation was finished. Couldn't find a way to tell the other person in the engine without sounding crazy, so I kept to myself. I really wish I could find a logical way to explain this. Still gives me chills when I think about it. The concerned look on the woman's face is something that I will never have leaving my mind. Every town has its dark corner. Every legend, a sliver of truth. At Paranormal M, we peel back the surface to reveal what lies beneath. Subscribe if you're ready to face what others deny. Sorry, long story, but deeply strange. We live in a big old army house in the middle of the beautiful woodland, miles away from anywhere. It was very dark at night, very quiet with no passing traffic. The house had double doors from the dining room into the sitting room. We had a huge elderly cat named Tom and adopted a greyhound named Dave. Tom could stand his own ground, but as Dave had high prey drive, we made sure that they weren't in a room alone until they kind of got used to each other. So Tom had the run of the kitchen and the dining room, and we kept the double doors closed into the sitting room. Tom quickly learned that if he scratched 3 times against the double doors, that he headbutted them a few times. Somebody would open the doors, and he would come in and taunt the greyhound. The double doors were old and heavy, but Tom was a big cat, and he could shake them slightly when he headbutted them. Some months later, at a very grand old age, Tom died and was buried in the garden he so loved. I was heartbroken, and I became sleepless. I therefore found myself one night sitting watching TV, and Dave alongside me in the early hours. And I should mention at this point that I am a very pragmatic person. I was wide awake and focused on the TV when I heard exactly the scratch, scratch, scratch at the double doors, exactly the way in which Tom used to tell us he wanted to enter the room. The hair stood up in the back of my neck, and I figured I had misheard. Until it happened again, followed by the doors moving, as if they were being pushed from the other side. This repeated several times, and the doors were moving to such a degree that it looked as if they could be imminently burst open. I never believed in being paralyzed by fear, but, well, until that day. Dave, sitting beside me, stared fixedly at the doors, and eventually I managed to flee upstairs with Dave at my side. I lay in bed shaking, and I woke up early, but my husband, big grown-up British Army officer, not given to flights of fancy, was already downstairs and obviously checking out the double doors. I shakily asked, "Why are you doing that?" To which he replied, the blood draining from his face, "Oh my God, you've seen it too. This had happened, been going on for maybe intervals since Tom died, and he had been witnessed it again." We scoured the house, stamped up and down upstairs, and see if we could make the doors move, when through every possible explanation and found none, and we reassured each other that it's just Tom and we loved him. But after that, we left the double doors open pretty much all the time, so we never had to do it again. Skeptic, please convince me otherwise. As the title suggests, I'm a 28-year-old male skeptic, and I've tried several times to encounter the paranormal by visiting so-called haunted places in my home country. I visited everything from abandoned sites to abandoned churches, and even forts dating from World War II. But so far, I've not encountered anything out of the ordinary, and to be real, I was more scared about the reality of a homeless guy stabbing me to death than a ghost encounter or demon possession. After multiple trials, I ended up thinking this was just some sort of a cute little activity, where you visit old stuff with your friends, making fun of the most scared one of the group and nothing more. My thought process behind these quote-unquote supernatural activities is somewhat logical and intuitive. If ghosts and demons are real and they have the power to come into our lives in any shape or form, we should be able to at least see ghosts or demons roaming around in the streets in broad daylight. I mean, the world is so old and so many people died before us. Maybe on the very ground you're reading this Reddit on, so chances to not see a ghost if they were real is very improbable. And if the ghosts are real, judging by so many theories online, I just came to the conclusion you should not be bothered anyway, because there's no way they can directly interact with your self-being. Now, I get it. People love a good adrenaline rush when something extraordinary happens. And also the false dopamine rush of telling somebody a made-up story to see their reaction. But from a logical standpoint of view, either if the ghosts are real or not, you don't have to worry about it. Also, not to mention, our reality is a reflection of our perspective and environment. And if you consistently feed your brain with theories and encounters, sooner or later your imagination will provide you with self-induced thoughts and visuals, hardly too distinct from reality or illusion. Just like consistently watching horror movies and then dreaming about horror stuff. I also take into consideration the fear of unknown. Our brain is designed to be afraid of the unknown, the risk and the uncertain. And if you go into an abandoned building, for example, it is the best environment possible for your brain to tell you, fuck off out of here as soon as possible. As a defensive survival sort of automated instinct. And your brain is doing that by using, like, fear and imagination. And this is why consciously you start peeping around trying to look for the unknown in the dark, thinking there might be something lurking or watching you. But in reality, it's just your mind playing tricks on you to get you the hell out of there because of a defensive mechanism. I experienced my fair share of extraordinary cases, but everything had a logical explanation to some degree. And if you believe in ghosts and the supernatural, tell me why and how it affects your daily life. Human eyes don't glow, right? So I grew up in the woods, and I have many stories about strange going-ons. But this one happened a few weeks ago, and I just found this sub, and this seemed like a good place to put this. I just left my mother's house, and I was driving back to mine down a back road I've driven down many times before. I knew this road like the back of my hand, and I could drive down it with my eyes closed in reverse. And no, I haven't actually done that. As I was getting to the halfway point down the road, there was a thick fog, which is nothing new. There is fog on this road all the time. However, I was driving slowly, starting to take turns I don't really remember. There was a 90-degree right when it should have been left, followed by a wide left turn that felt like a full circle. Then I drove straight for about 5 minutes with no hills or drops, and that road never has a flat section that long. There was then a left turn up a hill, and as I was going up on the hair stood up on my body. I almost turned around there, and I decided to keep going because I don't know why. This is when I pulled my gun from my glove box. I had it on my lap. When I looked back to the road, some dude just crouched in the middle of the road, and I slammed my brakes, and he didn't even flinch. Figured it was just some dude going frog hunting or some shit. Many people on that road do just that. Honked my horn, and the guy stood up, and he was massive, like 7.5 feet tall. Thin as a mother, and his arms were just too long. Looked like he didn't have any clothes on either, and I laid on the horn again and clicked on the safety of my pistol, just in case. He turned his head in what seemed like an almost full 180 degree. His eyes had that predator glow, like a wolf or a cat. I raised my gun and leaned out the window, telling him to get lost. He took a few steps toward me. And I know this was stupid, but I tried to pull the trigger and my gun just didn't fire. Hammer clicked and no boom. I whipped the car around faster than I've ever done before. I then just flew down the road at least 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. About 30 seconds after I turned around, I realized that I recognized all the turns and hills. I was driving down the road like I had never taken that first right. I went back during the day and still don't know where I took a wrong turn. There's no side streets down that road that are paved, and certainly no straightaway as long as the one I drove. I went to the range a day or two later and put that same round in the chamber, and it fired no problem. I have no idea what happened. I also don't drive that way at night anymore. Please tell me somebody knows what I saw. None of my friends believe me, and even my mother doesn't. And I know I'm not crazy, and I know this happened. Creepy encounter during a wedding. When I was around 11 or 12, there was a wedding near my house, and I was invited. I went with my mom, and weddings at night are pretty common where I live. At the wedding, I'm hanging out with some neighborhood kids who are older than me. Most of them decided to go to a nearby park, which was right beside a temple. The scary part was that both the park and the temple were located inside a forest. It wasn't a huge forest, but it was still creepy at night. There was another kid. Let's call him Max. They were about 14, a couple of years older than me. Max and I also wanted to go, but when we asked our moms, they said no. And obviously, we were disappointed, especially since the others had already gone ahead. And after a while, we started feeling bored and kept bugging our moms to let us go. Well, eventually they gave in. All right, we were finally excited and we were heading out. The path we took was dimly lit, with the occasional street lamp flickering above us. On the right side of the road there were houses, but on the left side was swallowed in darkness. It was all forest. As we walked, I started feeling strange. Couldn't explain it, but something in the air felt heavy. I suddenly had this cold sensation running down my spine, like someone was watching me from the trees. I didn't say anything to Max at the time, but I kept glancing toward the woods, half expecting to see something or someone peering out. As we were walking, we passed by a house on the right. It looked completely normal, nothing strange. We had seen that house plenty of times before since we lived nearby, but this time we saw a woman near the main gate of the house, next to a water tap and a few buckets. She was washing clothes. We thought it was weird, like who the fuck washes clothes around 8:30 p.m.? Don't remember the exact time, but it was late. Still, we ignored it and we kept walking. Suddenly, the woman stood up and started walking toward us, and fast. She was speaking in an aggressive tone. Felt like she had been waiting for us. At first, we thought she was somebody to someone else, but she kept coming closer. We couldn't understand a word she was saying. We were starting to get nervous. We turned around and started walking back toward the wedding. She began following us, and her tone got louder and more aggressive, and she picked up her pace. Max looked behind, and then he tapped me on the shoulder as if telling me to run, so we ran, and hard. But then she started running too. We panicked and sprinted as fast as we could, and we didn't stop until we reached the wedding area, right under a street lamp. We turned around, and she was gone, just vanished into thin air. We didn't see where she went, and we never saw her again. Later I asked Max what caused him to signal me to run, and he said, "I saw her shadow and it was getting bigger and bigger." Visitation or nightmare? So, back in 1998, I was an army chef serving in Antrim, Northern Ireland. Among the soldiers on camp, we had a visiting, I don't know what this word is, but CADRE, cadre, of military policemen, about 15 of them. Being a chef, as you can imagine, you get to meet pretty much everybody. So over the days of their visit, I got pretty friendly with them. As they were temporarily based at our barracks, they were housed at the Tenko huts, as we call them. Basically, old wooden huts, I think 10 or 12, in what was one long room with bed spaces on either side. One evening, I went to the camp NAAFI, which is like a small convenience store and bar for soldiers, and joined the queue with about 6 of the policemen. That was when I noticed one of the guys looked rough, like ashen pale, with big dark bags under his eyes. His mates were all talking the piss out of him. Curious, asked him what was wrong, and what he said next, well, it's always stuck with me. He explained in the early hours of the morning he was woken by the sounds of somebody walking into the room. He said he lay in bed listening to the footsteps, but as his locker blocked the view, he couldn't see who it was. The footsteps slowly carried on, walking down the room toward his bed space, until finally he saw the footsteps belonged to an old man. He was bald, but with gray hair at the sides, wearing a red and blue lumberjack bomber jacket, was walking with his mouth wide open. He said the old man walked to the end of his bed and then turned toward him, and that's when he suddenly noticed his hands had fingers that were unnaturally long, like a foot in length. He said the man reached out with both hands as if to grab him. He tried to move, but he said he was literally paralyzed, couldn't move a muscle. While he was telling me this story, his mates were all laughing. Apparently he had woken them up all by screaming. But it was when he described the old man, hair stood up on my body, even recalling this now. The thing is I recognized the man from his description. One of the civilians who washed pots and pans in the kitchen was a grumpy old man from Liverpool. A few months prior, he had sadly collapsed walking home just outside the camp, had died to a heart attack. He always wore red and blue lumberjack padded jackets. When they tried to resuscitate him, they discovered he had stolen a big block of cheddar from the kitchens. It's always stuck with me, like he was a cankerous old git, but harmless. Hate the thought of him somehow stuck in limbo. But maybe it was just a coincidence and was a vivid nightmare. What do you think? My first paranormal encounter. A couple of weeks ago, sitting alone in my home with my dog around 9 or 10 p.m. Everything was normal except for the fact that I noticed that my dog had ate some moldy carrots, which he found somewhere around the house. I probably bought the carrots a couple of weeks ago, dropped them in an unused room, which is full of unused stuff, forgot all about them, till they were all green and molded. Ew. Then my dog found and ate them. Anyway, I found out about this because my dog made a mess of green mold on my bed and carried the carrots to my bed and ate them there. I also found the package laying on the bed, so I was expecting him to throw up as he usually does when he eats something out of the ordinary. However, he seemed completely fine and continued to rest a bit on the bed, and his psychology seemed totally fine, so I changed rooms and went on my business at home, such as cleaning and cooking and watching TV. Then, after 15 or 20 minutes, while laying down on the living room sofa, I heard my dog running around violently in the house, hitting himself to the walls and all the objects around the house. He was also violently barking, so I immediately rushed to him, tried to make him stop, which he did as soon as he saw me. This event was almost immediate, as in my dog was sleeping. Then I heard him drop off the bed and start hit around and violently bark like something was trying to catch him and strangle him. A couple of seconds I was on him and he stopped and looked at me. He stopped hitting himself, but he was shivering very noticeably and had very wide eyes, and he was constantly looking around and barking, still confused. I tried to calm him down, but whatever I did, he wouldn't stop shivering and barking, and also looking around, so I moved him from the bedroom to the living room to lay down on the sofa with me. He didn't stop shivering and barking, but was on the sofa. He was totally ignoring me, which is very unusual for him, because he normally, he likes eye contact very much. Then this happened. He focused his eyes on the living room entrance, then followed some invisible object, which I can't see at all, with his eyes, to look out close enough to the sofa, violently barking, and more so than before. And he was really trembling. Then a cold chill went down my spine as well, and all my hairs stiffened up my body like I was being fed with static electricity. Then in a matter of seconds I opened my phone. Phone was already in my hand during all this mess, which has a Saint Benedict's medal image on its wallpaper, and I pointed the phone to where the dog was looking and barking at and said, "In Jesus' name, leave this house." And as soon as I've done that, the barking and shivering stopped. Felt like static electricity was gone, and I smelled something like ozone gas. Passed after a couple of seconds. Everything was normal. We ordered food and ate it together, so yeah, everything was that normal. Don't let your dog eat moldy carrots. Got it. Ghosts are 100% real. I've seen them. When I was a kid, me and my two older siblings lived in those circle apartments. And in that apartment, I had seen a lot of things. Especially one moment that sticks with me a lot. The moment of complete and utter truth that they are 100% real. I had an eldest sister who I roomed with. She's about 4 or 5 years older than me. And since my family was poor, we had to share a room with each other, while my second oldest brother had his own room. So one day, me and my sister decided to rearrange the room so our bunk bed was backed into a window. We had an old, very vintage vanity facing the wall by my door. It was a pretty thing with a carved mirror and everything. One day I woke up in the middle of the night. I saw something that will never leave my conscience to this day. It was a woman, a blue transparent woman sitting in the vanity with the moon rays facing down upon her, brushing her hair with an old vintage brush. I was both shocked and in awe at this sight, but I didn't know if she was good or bad, so this is where I know for a fact that what I was seeing wasn't an illusion or a dream or a figment of my imagination. Because I called out my sister's name. She responded to me. She was wide awake and seeing the exact thing I was seeing. A fully 3D shapen blue transparent woman brushing her hair, like moving her hands and running her other hand through her hair, on our vanity stool, facing the vanity. I know what I saw. My sister does too. And her confirmation of her saying exactly this, it's clear as day in my memory, like I know, don't move. And she says with a big emphasis on the don't move part, just think about it. There's no way that the trick of the light could make a fully articulate grown woman moving, literally brushing her hair, and neither could a simple trick of the light make a highly ornate vintage brush. There's no way they aren't real, and she's just one of the encounters I've had. And I know I wasn't seeing things, because my sister saw exactly what I was seeing and was speaking to me fully awake, warning me not to make any sudden moves as to protect me from the unknown ghost. No matter what anybody says, they're real, and I'm a very science-based person, and sometimes a skeptic, but every time I even think that they're not real, I go back to that moment that, well, somebody else saw what I was seeing, and all these things I saw when I was young. Even my sister saw ghosts. In fact, it shaped her to become who she is to this day, and sorry, but raw evidence will always persuade me. Despite unscientifically, well, I guess how unscientific make no sense jumbo, because how that's scientifically possible unless we don't know as much about life in this world as we think we do. But they're real, and I have experiences to back that. Did we disturb something? My family's take on the paranormal is like, don't talk about it, don't pay attention to it. Since my family is Spanish, we have a lot of old wives' tales that my parents tell me to be careful for. I lived in a small two-story house, 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 downstairs. And as a child, my bedroom used to be downstairs. Common occurrences in this house would be hearing footsteps constantly coming from upstairs. And at first I paid no mind to it, and thought it was either the house settling or my parents moving around. That was until I would hear the steps even if no one else was home. Another time, my parents' friends were over. One of their kids was asleep in my bedroom, and I went over to cuddle with them as he was only a toddler at the time. I covered us with a blanket and laid there with him, and from time to time I could feel a tug at the blanket. I'd get up and look around, thinking somebody was playing a practical joke, and I couldn't see anyone. I would shrug it off, lay back down until something tugged the blanket completely off, and I said, "Fuck this." Ran from my bedroom to my parents and told them about it. They stared at me with a blank expression and laughed it off. Another occurrence is when I was still sleeping downstairs. I was in the bedroom across from my bedroom, and we were using it as like a computer and family room. I remember that night like it just happened yesterday. The TV was in the center of the bedroom with a bag over it so it wouldn't get paint on it. The only other thing really in that bedroom was a computer stand and a chair from the kitchen, the kind that are so heavy and uncomfortable. I was on the computer playing a virtual game called Virtual Side, now called V-Side, and during this time I was playing with a random person online and we're just talking. Can't recall 100% what the conversation consisted of or how it reached to that point, but what I do remember is her saying, "He's coming." "What, who's coming?" I replied. At that exact time, I hear my name being called, and I replied, "Yeah?" thinking it was my parents, and I get up and reply again, "Yeah?" Walk over to the hallway, leading to the upstairs and listen, and all I could hear were my parents snoring incredibly loudly. Confused, I shrugged it off, walked back to the bedroom, and I sat down, looked at my screen, and reread her last message. "He's coming." And that's when I feel a cold breeze, and then a push from behind me so hard that I hit the table. Freaked out, I get up and run to the light switch, and I look around and there's nothing around me. I don't think I slept a wink that night, and I never went back onto that game. The game no longer exists, and I still try to Google it, and I had made good friends on there. And after my family finished our renovations, I'd never heard or felt anything ever again. Is it true that renovations can wake up or disturb spirits? And do you think what this person I met online might have been a coincidence, or did she send something to me? Still can't make sense of it all. The time I was stalked by a demon. It was a couple of months ago, late November through late December. Started out with feeling extremely exhausted and depressed. I think that's when this entity decided to prey on me. Dreams of where it started, I would hear things like chantings of Satan, 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 or 1 or 2, Satan is coming from you. Then the feeling of dread, like I was about to be drugged by my toes to hell. Then there was the dream that a possessed doll was chasing me around a labyrinth of a house, screaming, "Satan will get you." So I am religious, so I prayed on it and asked God for help. Didn't help this time, still stalked me, wasn't afraid of God, and that shook me to my core. My boss and I talked about it because he's a very religious man. He sent me some prayers to say it helped, or maybe a day or two. Then things got worse, much, much worse. I was in the shed at work one day and I heard something growling at me. I thought, okay, maybe an animal. Looked around for one and, well, nothing there and nothing can get under the shed. That was odd, I thought, but got what I needed and went about my day. Well, that same day as I stood in the dining room, I saw a tall black figure that was only legs and a torso. Ran across our parking lot. Told my manager about it because I thought maybe it was a person, and she went to look and nobody was out there. Okay, so it's getting weird and terrifying. Well, the only person I had told about it was my boss, so finally I break down and tell my friend. She tells me, "I hate to tell you this, but the other night I woke up and there was a shadow figure leaning over your bed. That night I had a dream that this thing was trying to attack me. It woke me up in my bed and I was shaking and something was growling at me." Alright, now I was petrified, and I told my mom about it, and she told me I should talk to my granny about it. She's dealt with this her whole life, so I do, and she tells me to buy a crucifix and always wear it. I do that, and it doesn't help, and I'm at a total loss, and at this point, what do I do? Finally put on Facebook, and hey, this is what I'm going through at this point. I don't care if people think I'm insane, but I think maybe I am insane, so a lot of people reach out, and somebody suggests reading Psalms 91. I try that and praise the Lord, and it works. Well, sort of. I have a dream that night about the thing, and I tried my hardest to call out to my loved ones for help, but couldn't talk without it silencing me. My deceased uncle appeared and looked at me, and back at me, and said, "Kayla, I'll be damned if I let that thing hurt you." I saw it one more time after that, and looked at it and said, "I don't think so." It left, and I haven't seen it since. I wanted to share this story with the community. Let me know what you think. Hello, I wanted to share a story about something I experienced nearly 25 years ago. An experience I still think about to this day. I don't write often, so I apologize in advance for any mistakes. A bit of background before the story. My parents divorced when I was around 4 or maybe 5 years old. Fortunately, both remarried happily, and I spent every other weekend with my dad, and one of the perks of having two families was getting to celebrate most holidays twice. This particular story takes place during my school's Christmas break. My dad was picking me up early on Christmas Day, after I'd opened gifts at my mom's house. So they were heading to my stepmother's parents' house in Sequim, Washington. The day started off normally. Good food, drinks, gifts, and nothing out of the ordinary. After presents were opened, I made my way downstairs to watch Little Giants on VHS. My grandparents, they had an old-style TV with a click knob that took me a little while to figure out how to use, and about halfway through that movie, I needed to use the restroom. And to get there, you had to walk down a long hallway that stretched the length of the house. There were 3 doors. On the left was a giant boiler room, and on the right a creepy, untouched bedroom, and straight ahead an outdated bathroom. I used the bathroom, washed my hands, and turned off the sink. And as I started heading back to the couch to finish my movie, I passed the boiler room, and suddenly I heard the sink turn on full blast behind me, and I froze and the air turned ice cold. I felt it creep up my back to the base of my skull. It felt like cold fingers were touching me. I couldn't move, and I physically could not turn around. It felt like something was behind me, something that wanted me to look. I I started walking slowly back to the couch, refusing to turn my head. I sat down and pressed play on the VHS player, pretending the sink wasn't still running. A few minutes passed, maybe 2 or 3, and before I finally started to glance over my shoulder to see if it was safe. Eventually, I worked up the courage to go back into the bathroom. When I got inside, the sink was still blasting full force. Both the hot and cold handles were turned on to the max. Water was splashing out of the sink and all over the floor. I quickly grabbed a towel and started wiping up the mess around the sink. There was no way I would have left the sink on like that. I was probably 14 or 15 years old at the time and definitely knew better. And after turning everything off, I went upstairs to tell my dad what had happened, and he looked at me confused and didn't say anything about it again. My daughter's guardian angel. It would sound unbelievable, but it's true to every word. I have 2 children, a boy aged 14 and a daughter aged 12. My daughter was born 12 years ago. Excuse me. We started feeling the presence of an invisible being inside of our house. Initially, it was restricted to occasional harmless disturbances like sudden rattling of doors, late-night clattering maybe of utensils in the kitchen. So we were not much needed. However, we soon began to realize that the newcomer was very protective of her daughter, who was barely 2 months old at that time. Quite frequently, we used to wake up in the middle of the night to find her daughter neatly positioned and wrapped inside of her crib, despite the fact she was habitual of pushing away her blankets within minutes of wrapping. Similarly, as she grew and started her initial rolling movement in our bed, we started noticing that she was frequently surrounded by pillows to prevent her from falling down, which none of us remembered doing. There were times that she was pushed back from the brink of the center of the bed by an invisible force, which could not be explained by the laws of science. Similar occurrences happened when she started learning to walk. We saw her escaping several obvious stumbling collisions with tables and doors, as if she was picked mid-air and carefully dropped aside. Though the intent of this being was clearly kind, we were no longer afraid and accepted it as part of our small family. Also, as guided by a religious figure, we made special emphasis on keeping our house clean and fragrant at all times, as such beings disliked living in untidy places. Made a routine of occasionally leaving a large platter on the dining table filled with sweets and fruits before going to bed, along with a loud announcement that it was for him as a gesture of our gratitude. The platter was always found clean the next morning without a trace of any crumbs or stains. Never touched any food items otherwise. Amusingly, my brother-in-law came for an overstay one night with us, and when we told him about this phenomenon, he refused to believe it, and in fact made fun of the whole thing. The very same night, we found him banging our bedroom door at 3 a.m., pale and terrified. He barely stammered that he felt someone sitting on his chest in the middle of the night and that he was breathing heavily right next to his face. He refused to stay at her place even for a minute and left for a nearby hotel immediately. The invisible guest left us quietly one day after my daughter turned 3. Guess he knew that she was capable of taking care of herself and no longer required a guardian angel. And as a parting gift, he let my wedding band on my dresser, which I lost several years ago and almost lost hope of seeing it ever again. Only time when my wife and I came across such a thing, but we still miss his presence. It was indeed such a blessing. I pushed my blankets away within minutes of wrapping myself. Pretty sure my earliest memory was of seeing a ghost. But do ghosts tend to look like living people? I was really little, like still sleeping in a crib in my parents' room, but I was old enough to be able to get out of my crib by myself. I was laying there on my back. I saw the door open and my dad's there, but he's blue, like dead. Not just his skin, but his clothes are sort of blue too, maybe even glowing a little. He makes a funny face at me and starts making silly noises and walking toward me like he was doing this thing to tickle me. I was paralyzed, so I was so scared because this thing looked like my dad and sounded like him, but I knew it wasn't him. He was contorting his face so much and just sounded crazy. Then it just disappeared. I got up and climbed out of my crib and ran looking for my parents. And that's all I remember. But I was so terrified I couldn't even scream or call out, and I was too little to be able to verbalize what happened. I suppose it could have been a nightmare, but it was so terrifying I couldn't even yell or cry about it. I was a nervous kid from then on, and I was always afraid that something paranormal was coming to get me. This isn't the only time I saw a family member that wasn't there. There was another instance when I was in elementary school. My older sister and I shared a bedroom. I was on the top bunk of her bunk beds just trying to sleep. She was out with friends. I had terrible allergies as a kid, and that night I was struggling to sleep, just laying there in the dark, sniffling and feeling miserable. Then I see my sister walk in, and I sat up to greet her, but she just fell into her bottom bunk as if it was maybe her being really tired. The whole bed shook when she hit her mattress. I looked over the edge and I saw her foot hanging off the edge of her bed. Thought it was weird that she didn't see me sitting up and looking at her. After an hour or two went by, I started having a sneeze attack, needing to blow my nose a lot. I was worried I was going to wake her up, so I got up, climbed down my ladder, and started walking toward the door. I felt like I should check on her to see if she slept through all of my sneezing. But when I looked, her bed was empty. Turned on the lights and tried to stay awake the rest of the night, but eventually I slept. The next day I was told my sister had spent the night at her friend's house. Do ghosts try to look like people you know, and why would a ghost do this? What do you think it was trying to do? I know this could have been sleep paralysis, but I guess I have had many instances of that throughout my life. But these 2 times felt different since the entity looked like my family, not a monster or a witch or anything. Especially the one with my sister, because I was up and moving around, not paralyzed into my bed. Hadn't fallen asleep that night yet. When I told my dad about the incident with my sister, all I got was a, uh-huh. I had this dream as a kid, and to this day I get chills thinking about it. I just wanted to share a personal experience, a spiritual or religious dream I had when I was about 14 or 15. I'm 20 now, and it's a dream I've never forgotten. Every time I think about it, I get chills. Sometimes tears come to my eyes, and I don't even know why. And for context, I'm Muslim. And I'm religious today. But back then, I wasn't really thinking about faith or anything spiritual. I was just living my life. And this dream hit me so hard I didn't understand it then. I still don't fully understand why this dream and not another. It was night, and in the dream I was asleep in my bed, and everything felt just like real life. Suddenly I heard this huge noise coming from outside. Not just loud, but deep, and something powerful was happening. Something serious. It felt urgent, like the whole world was holding its breath. I got up and went to the window. I lifted the shutter and looked outside, and there were people walking down the street. I don't know how, but I somehow knew they were apostles. They were holding torches and walking in silence, filling both sides of the road, and in the middle of them was Jesus. He was crucified, but he was levitating, floating forward and slowly, right through the street like it was completely normal, but it wasn't. Yeah. The whole scene felt sacred and heavy, and there was the deafening sound, almost unbearable, like a wave pressing down on everything. It's hard to describe, but the closest thing I can compare it to is the sound of a scarecrow scene from Batman. What? Anyway. His head was tilted to the side, just like you see in the depictions of the crucifixion, and there was something around him like an aura. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt it was apocalyptic, like the end of the world was unfolding right in front of me. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like time had stopped. I just stood there watching. I don't remember waking up or anything else, and that was it. But that dream has stayed with me all these years. Still don't know what it meant, and I wasn't even focused on religion back then. Left a mark on me. I still feel something when I think about it. I'd really like to hear what you all think of this. Feel free to share your thoughts or interpretations. Whatever your beliefs are, let's just keep it respectful towards everybody and every religion. Stories of people from my family who saw the dead. This is the story of an encounter that happened with my mom's cousin's brother when he was young. If not wrong, he should still be around 45 now. And this incident happened right after he finished college, so about 23 years ago. My uncle wasn't very into academics, so barely after passing college, he started working as a bus conductor. He still works in transport and owns and drives his own bus now. And this happened during his early years in the job, when he was working for a long-distance bus service. One night after shift, he was dropped off at a nearby city bus stand that was closest to his village. And this village, by the way, has a rich and terrifying history of paranormal and occult. I've described that in detail in older posts. He was dropped at the station around 1:30 or 2 a.m., and normally he'd be sleeping on the bench of the station, wait for the next day's bus. But that night, he wasn't sleepy and decided to just walk home. It would take 2, maybe 2.5 hours on foot, and since there were only 2 buses to the village daily, both daytime, walking made sense. Being a local, he knew all the shortcuts. As he was descending into a valley area on one of these forest trails, he spotted somebody standing near the bottom, and when he got closer, he realized it was his elderly neighbor, a well-known tantric, a local occultist. This old man was known for coming into secluded places late night to dispose of the negative energy or spirits he removed from his clients. My uncle knew about him, and he wasn't really alarmed, and he was just greeting him warmly. The old man, though, was concerned. He asked my uncle why he was walking through the forest at that hour. Then, after telling him to do this again in the future, he said my uncle was lucky to find his company. And after some chit-chat, they decided to walk home together. The old man kept insisting that my uncle walk ahead of him, saying he had luggage in both hands and didn't want to slow him down. But my uncle refused, said the old man walked with a stick and was slow and would get left behind. And after some back and forth, the old man finally agreed and they went home, laughing and gossiping the whole way. Once they reached the village, my uncle's house came first. The old man's house was further down a small street. He asked my uncle to drop him further since there were still stray dogs around. But my uncle, just tired and carrying stuff, said he'd watch from a distance to make sure he reached safely. And he also pointed out the light in the man's house was still on, so his wife must be awake waiting for him. The old man seemed to be a little bit unhappy, but said okay and walked on. My uncle stood and watched him enter the house boundary and then left. My mom's auntie fought an entity and went mad. This happened to my mother's aunt a long time ago in a rural part of India. It was told to me by my mom and grandparents. Back then, girls were married all very young, and my mom's aunt was probably in her early 20s at the time, with the son around 4 or 5 years old. There was a family wedding happening a few villages over, and her mother had cooked lots of delicacies and packed some wedding ritual items that needed to be delivered ahead of time. She asked her eldest daughter, my mom's aunt, to go 2 days early and deliver everything. She agreed and packed up goods from her mother's house on the way, took her son with her, and started walking toward the wedding destination. At that time, people traveled by foot through forests and villages, as there were no buses or phones. The walk was around 3.5 hours. While crossing through the forest near a small brook, she saw a woman standing far away, dressed in full red bridal attire and wearing a lot of gold jewelry. The woman was smiling at her, and my mom's aunt assumed she was from a village ahead, also headed to a wedding. She smiled back politely, and the woman suddenly approached quickly, and according to my aunt, looked incredibly beautiful and well-dressed. She came near and said, "I am barren. Give me this boy. I'll raise him as my own." My aunt laughed it off and continued walking. But the woman rushed ahead and blocked her path again, and this time saying, "Take all my gold, just give me the child." And getting irritated, my aunt hurled some curses and walked past again, but this time the woman leapt into the air, landed ahead of them, blocking the path for the third time. And this is when my aunt realized something was wrong. The woman's breathing grew heavy, and she started growling like an animal. Her skin turned pale and rotten. Her eyes became pitch black, and there was no white in them, just black pupils. A horrible smell started coming off of her, and the scariest part is my mom's aunt's son suddenly began trying to break free from her grip, saying he wanted to go with the woman. He scratched her arms, trying to pull away with all of his strength, and in her bag, which was tied to a bedsheet like a backpack, she remembered she had carried a chimta, an iron tong used to make music at weddings and religious functions. Desperately, she pulled it out and began attacking the entity with it, and to her surprise, it burned her. The creature growled and stepped back, kept blocking the path and crying and shouting for help, and my auntie just dragged her son with one hand and kept hitting the entity with the other, till she reached the end of the forest. Haunted high school that was previously a military academy. I work in a public high school that used to be a military academy, the old part of the building that still exists as the administration section of the building. I attended this school and had never heard any rumors of it being haunted until I started working there. During my first week of work, I was part of the old part of the building, or rather was inside part of the old part of the building. And I suddenly smelled cigar smoke, and I mentioned it to my coworker and just laughed and said, "Oh, that's just the ghost." And I've since learned that a lot of people experience this in the old part of the building. I understand that this is easily explainable and could be nothing. My second and more unexplainable experience occurred about 2 years into my employment. It was also experienced by one of my coworkers. We were doing some wiring work in a small closet. We had just finished up and shut the heavy, solid wooden door. My coworker was leaning against the door and was just talking to me. And suddenly, there was a loud boom, and the door physically moved like something slammed into it from inside the closet. We opened it back up, and there was nothing there, and I have no explanation for this. While leaving the school late at night, I always feel like there's something watching me from the attic window of the old building. One time, I even thought I saw a face in the window. No one has access to the attic because it's kind of dangerous and locked. I've been up there a few times to do wiring work, and it still has all the old wood and wallpaper and such from the 1800s. The attic area used to be dorms for the military school, and there has been electricity and ductwork added up there, so it's not easy to walk around. I know the other employees who swear they've had experiences as well. The facility's director and a teacher both saw someone in a cadet uniform or outfit standing in the hallway on different nights. When spoken to, the cadet went around a corner and vanished. Our maintenance guy said that he was working in the old part of the building and a kid wearing an old-timey clothes sort of appeared under the ladder he was standing on. He told the kid he wasn't supposed to be there, looked away for a second, and the kid just vanished. One of the overnight custodians swears that he hears horses walking at night sometimes. I'm sure there are other employees that have been hearing things, but it's not something that comes up in normal conversations. I had a dream about a woman that stares. Earlier this afternoon, I took a nap in my parents' bedroom. I usually hang out there when I'm home alone. And since I'm more of a night owl, I tend to take naps during the day to make up for my lack of sleep. Nothing unusual. But during this nap, I had one of the most vivid and unsettling dreams I've had in a long time. In the dream, I was inside an old Filipino-style house, those with traditional ancestral homes with wooden floors and windows, and a staircase that leads up to a second floor. It felt familiar, almost like a memory, even though I've never been to that exact house in real life. I was there with a mixture of friends from my hometown and college. We were just chilling and talking, and for the most part, it felt like a normal dream, until she showed up. There was this woman with unnaturally large eyes. She didn't say a word, just stared at me. And every time I noticed her, she'd bolt down the stairs as if she didn't want me to catch her watching. Then I started hearing her laugh. Not a friendly laugh, a cold, hysterical one. The kind that echoes and lingers in your head even after you wake up. Every time I looked toward the sound, I'd see her peeking from behind corners and then vanishing. It wasn't until the last few minutes of the dream that I saw her clearly, and this part still makes my skin crawl. She called me by my real name. Then I realized she had a two-way mirror attached to her face. She was using it to disguise herself as a small mirror in the comfort room I used to go into. It was like she had been there the whole time, watching and waiting. Right before she ran off again, she looked straight at me through the mirror and said my name and laughed that same horrible laugh. Then I woke up. My dad had just walked into the room, and I was wide awake in an instant. And here's the thing. I was home alone all day, and everyone else was out working. And here's where it gets even more unsettling. Years ago, in the same room, I experienced my first and only sleep paralysis episode, and it was terrifying. And during today's nap, I happened to be sleeping in the exact same corner of the room where that happened. I haven't had sleep paralysis since then, but the vividness of this dream and the way the woman seemed to know me and the fact that she used my real name, I don't know, felt like more than just a dream. I'm not usually superstitious, but I can't shake the feeling that something was off. I like hanging out with my parents, but now I'm feeling paranoid like I shouldn't be staying in that room at all. Anybody ever experienced something like this? A recurring presence or dreams connected to old sleep paralysis episodes? I've definitely had people refer to me by my name in my own dream before. I can tell you that much. Ghost on the Road. This is my first time posting on here, so apologies if I ramble and don't explain myself well. This story takes place a few weekends ago, when my friend, an 18-year-old male, and I, a 17-year-old male, went driving to a show about an hour and a half away from where we live, give or take. He had picked me up from my house and the sky was clear, but it started raining heavily about 15 to 20 minutes into the drive and became so heavy that my friend and I weren't talking to each other at all. The music was turned way down so that way he could focus on the road, which was practically invisible due to the rain. It was like this for another 10-15 minutes, but then the road lightened up again, and this pattern would continue throughout our whole drive to the show and back. We drove for a while and were talking and laughing now that he didn't have to focus so much on driving. Then, in front of us, about 30 feet, I saw a man walking on the left side of the road along the grass strip that separates the lanes going in different directions. The man was older, maybe around 60, black and wearing all white, which is cliché, I know, but it is what it is. Didn't know that was even cliché. I went quiet and I saw this man just appear out of thin air in front of a car. The view was clear and the road was straight, so he couldn't have crossed the road or been walking for a long time without one of us seeing him. I hadn't been looking at my phone or at my friend either, so it couldn't have just been distracted. He came out of nowhere. It took a moment before my friend noticed him too, and we zipped by this man and my friend yelled something like, "Holy shit! Where did that guy come from?" We were both freaking out a little bit now, and I turned to look out the back window while my friend checked the rearview mirror. Neither of us could see the man at all. He vanished just as quickly as he appeared, and my friend worriedly just asked me if I saw the same thing as him, or if I'd seen the guy before, or just hadn't been paying attention. I told him I hadn't, and jokingly asked him if he believed in ghosts now. I always had been a believer, and I have a few other experiences before, but he's a huge skeptic about all those sorts of things. He didn't answer me for a moment, but then he started laughing and said, "Yeah, maybe I do." We moved on the conversation after a few minutes, and after the event we both kept our eyes out for the man. Of course, we didn't see him, but it was still a crazy experience, and I rarely have a supernatural paranormal experience with somebody else there to confirm that I'm not crazy. I still have no idea what happened exactly, but I'm wondering if anybody has had any similar experiences on the road. They told us to stay away, but we didn't listen. At Paranormal M, we chase the unexplained, and what we've found will change the way you see the world. Subscribe now. Heard somebody calling me in the late hours. I was 18 at the time. Summer, in the middle of the night, about 1 a.m. I lived in a 3-story house. It's still somewhat in construction to this day, by the way. And I was with my family, in our room being on the 2nd floor. Our housekeeper also slept in this one makeshift bedroom for her near up the stairs on the 3rd floor. It's where she could see everything by the entrance to the house. Most of the time, she calls off the dogs that we had if they were being too rowdy downstairs. Sometimes she would go down there herself late in the hours when needed. Anyways, the stairs leading down was on the opposite side to where she slept at the time. And if you would go outside her bedroom door, the stars would be on the left side, while our housekeeper would be on the right. Our internet modem was placed outside our room, a straight shot forward from our bedroom door, and at night I made it a habit to turn it off. Both me and my brother shared the room, tended to sleep really late, so we would end up being the last people to be awake in the house. I volunteered to go outside and turn off the modem. I stepped outside, shut the door behind me, turned on the lights in the process to see where I was going. Everything seemed fine. The dogs are pretty quiet, and I can see our housekeeper sleeping comfortably in her bed. Other than the sounds of random cars passing by and my dog having itchy ears for some reason, it was completely silent. I made it to the modem and shut the thing off, and right before I turned around, I could hear a faint but audible shh. I don't know why, but something inside me told me that it wasn't our housekeeper. Not only did the sound come from my left, where the stairs leading down would be, but it just didn't sound right. It wasn't the kind of shh meant to silence someone. More like a person calling out to you to get your attention, to make you look to whoever or whatever had made the call. Needless to say, I didn't look. I turned around and sprinted for the door to our bedroom, the looming sense of dread somehow building up so much in me, even though the door was only 4 or 5 steps away. Once I got in, my brother asked me if I was okay. I told him all about it, in a joking and obnoxious manner even. But in reality, I was scared. Nothing else happened after that, and I find it ironic, honestly. My folks have a long history of hauntings. especially my mother, which I might share here too if you guys want. But this was my first and currently only real-life spooks that basically happened to me. I don't know if I should be relieved or disappointed, but either way, I definitely do not want to get shushed at again anytime soon. I, too, hate being shushed. I feel ya. Haunted stuffed animal. Me and my two best friends, P and R, who I will name Paul and Randy, they would always sleep over at Paul's house. One thing to note is all of us loved anything paranormal, and would often read ghost stories, play paranormal games, and watch ghost videos. Either we triggered something or we had an overactive imagination. Either way, I want to share it. Typically, we would take the basement because it was the biggest area. We wouldn't be disturbed throughout the night. One day we cleaned out the unfinished half of the basement so P could have a yard sale, and Paul, and we found this medium-sized purple monkey stuffed animal. We didn't think much of it, but we wanted to keep it, so we threw it by our sleeping area. Later that night, we all felt awful for some reason. We all were having mild panic attacks and, just all over or feeling extremely paranoid and anxious. All of us kept staring at the monkey, but obviously we didn't blame it yet. It was just a stuffed animal after all, and they're supposed to be calming. We decided to hide it while we slept behind the bar area. Yet, when we woke up, it was laying on the couch behind us. Obviously, we're all freaked out and wanted to believe it was her dad playing a prank on us. But that's nearly impossible. The stairs were very creaky, and I'm a light sleeper. I would have woken up. And he's a big man. I wouldn't be able to step around us while we slept. Well, he. But finally, he didn't even know about the doll or where we hid it. We decided to run a few different experiments with it as such, like asking it indirectly into the room or maybe move the stuffed animal. But most were unsuccessful. The one that was successful is when we brought it outside and said we were going to leave it in the rain. As we walked away, we heard something in the grass, and when we turned around, the monkey looked like it had been thrown about 2 feet in our direction. That's a small throw. We all ran into the house and screamed for her mom, but understandably she didn't really take it seriously. We then agreed we needed to smudge it with sage and sweetgrass, tell it to leave and burn the monkey. This seemed to work for that spirit, but we're convinced that she has 2 other spirits in Paul's house, since we've all seen one little girl and one grown man in her hallway watching us sleep. Demonic nightmare presence since I was 2 years old. I can vividly remember when this dark presence occurred. It was the night when my newborn sister was brought home. My mom would play the sound of rain and waves to help me sleep. I remember falling asleep back then, though. It was very vivid. I had nightmares of my newborn sister being stolen, murdered, and being dragged by shadows underneath her crib. I felt powerless in these nightmares, and they continued to occur until I turned about 10. But they were truly terrifying. They'd happen nearly every night, and watching my family and people that I loved get violently murdered repeatedly. Sometimes getting so formulaic that I could predict what would happen. Sometimes there'd be small creatures that would run around my home in these nightmares. They'd hide under beds and tables and bite me. And there would be shadowy but almost primate-like figures that would tap on the windows and leave nearly human handprints. There'd be this hairless, naked pale and sickly humanoid with wrinkly, elongated face with black soulless eyes, large, snake-like nostrils. That would attack me the most. He doesn't have a name, but he returned in nearly every nightmare. He'd always choke me or fight me. He could speak, and every time I sensed his presence, I'd lose my ability to speak. It would feel like I was vomiting, like I had mucus in my throat. And every time I would try and talk or scream under this effect, I'd make these gargled, non-human noises. These nightmares have stopped for years, but I wonder what it may have been. A supernatural presence or something psychological. They got so bad to the point where my parents just bought me a dream catcher. But the awful nightmares would continue, and my first dream catcher broke in the middle of the night. We replaced it, but the new one didn't work either. We moved houses, and still the nightmares would continue. No matter where I slept, how I'd sleep, or any other factors, I'd still have those awful nightmares. Sometimes I wouldn't, but those nights I wouldn't even remember having a dream or a nightmare. I'm skeptical about paranormal stuff and activity, but I don't know if there's any logical explanation for why this dark energy latched onto me as a child. For all I know, I could still be under its effects. My grandmother's a priest, and she blessed my house years ago, but even after everything that she did, my nightmares continued. And now they've stopped, but I still fear that dark presence from years ago. What could it be? A visitor to my cabin in the woods. I live in rural Appalachia and adore the wilderness. I often invite friends to come out and camp with me. One, because I enjoy sharing the wilderness with people close to me, and two, because there's a creature that lives in my woods as mentioned in a previous post. A couple of years ago, maybe 4 or 5, my aunt bought a small cabin from the Amish and placed it here. She intended it to be used as a playhouse for my younger cousins, but my cousins never enjoyed it and could never really stay a full night there. The weekend off of school came around, and I called my friend to see if he'd like to stay in the woods for the weekend. He agreed, and he had his mom bring him out. We started walking and made it not even halfway to our destination when he asked if he could just stay in the new cabin for a night or two because the weather said it was going to have a storm anyways. We walked back to the top of a hill so I could tax my aunts, and she gave me the okay. It was starting to get dark, or rather it was starting to get dark. So I went ahead and settled down completely in the cabin, started eating what we were supposed to be like camping rations. We talked and talked for hours until we looked out the window and noticed it was dark out and the rain was coming down. We decided it was best to lay down and go to sleep, and he passed out almost instantly, leaving me alone in pitch-black darkness listening to the sound of heavy rain hitting the tin roof. I didn't even realize I fell asleep till I heard loud knocking and rattling on the door. Figured my buddy went out to pee or something. The door had a large window, and I could clearly see somebody standing there. I was dreading having to crawl out of the blankets into the slightly moist, cold, still-aired room to let him in after he somehow locked himself out. So I rolled over to prepare to stand up, and as I was faced to his bed, which I couldn't make out the shape 100%, but as I focused my eyes more, I could see he was still in it. I froze and was in pure terror for what seemed like at least an hour when I heard the thing at the door make a sound akin to clearing its throat, then run into the woods. I waited at least 20 minutes before asking if my friend was awake, and he immediately said, "Yeah, did you see and hear that thing too?" And I said, "Yeah." "Were you awake when it was whispering?" "No," I said. I laid there too scared to move or make a sound above a whisper for hours. I'd start drifting off and almost immediately start hearing something tap on the windows, but I'd try my best to ignore it even if I could clearly hear something rubbing its fingers on the edge of the tin roof on my side of the cabin. Morning came, and I felt like death. My buddy didn't feel as bad and apparently thought the figure was a dream, but quickly realized there wasn't any more details. shapeshifter slept beside me when I was a child. When I was around 6, my brother and I would spend days over at my family's friend's apartment. It was while they worked long shifts. My brother, being older than me, got to stay up and watch scary movies with the family friend. My bedtime was 9 p.m. I remember one particular night. There was a violent storm outside. I was sent to sleep alone in the dark bedroom. I could clearly hear the horror film through the wall, and combined with the thunder, I was immensely frightened. So much so, it hurt my chest. It physically pained me. The lightning casted shadows on the wall from the window, and the screams of horror from the film only worsened the situation. I was so afraid I got up and asked my brother to come stay with me till I fall asleep, which, of course, he refused. Once back alone in the dark room, I hid underneath the covers and almost began to cry. I was absolutely terrified. And suddenly I felt a movement on the other side of the bed and weight, as if something got underneath the covers. I was so relieved I started crawling under the blankets to get closer to them. Yet every time I got closer, they moved away, which left me confused. I lifted my head out of the covers and I saw someone the same size as my brother underneath the blankets. I stared at him for a while, not because of suspicion, but just letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. After a long moment, he told me to go to sleep in a very kind tone, that I can't come near him, and his voice was just like my brother's, but he sounded much kinder and very soothing. I said okay, and I lay back down. Having him with me brought my soul at ease, and without another fuss, I went straight to sleep happy. The following morning, I thanked my brother for coming to stay with me, as opposed to watching the movie. He asked what I was talking about. Confused, I told him about the previous night, and him keeping me company till I fell asleep. And for some reason, this annoyed him, and he told me it wasn't him because he didn't go to bed until 2 hours later. And at the time, I didn't think much of it. Just made a note and went on with my life. And through the years, I've come to reflect on it more, and I've come to realize something far more unusual was maybe afoot that night. Perhaps even paranormal. Whatever that thing was, I'm grateful for its compassion. I only wish it appeared again to comfort me, and other frightening instances I've encountered throughout my life. Cheers. The Hatman haunted me. The Hatman haunted me. Hunted me. Backstory, 5 to 8 years old, and I grew up in a chaotic household with a drunk father. The first set of dreams didn't have the Hatman in them, but were certainly related. I don't remember too much of these dreams, but it consisted of a little girl with pitch black eyes who tried to gain my trust, and did, and led me to this house. I believe she was leading me to him. The house was creepy and caused me to yell no in my sleep. The Hatman dreams. These dreams came directly after the first set. I remember these like this was yesterday. The setting was an old ranch on a dirt road. I never went to the ranch, I only stayed on that dirt road, and the ranch, however, was always dark and built on old rustic wood. The ranch to the right of me, and everything else around me, was nothing but dirt. The first time I saw him, he stood away with a top hat, a trench coat, and a shadow for a face. I stood in the dirt road motionless and scared for my life. He then immediately got really close and tried to get me into his portal onto the ground. The portal was a circle, and it was maybe as big as the width of a car, and I refused. That's when he started to hurt me. He scratched me, and I would wake up with scratches in real life. He choked me, and I could feel the sensation of being choked in real life, and he would come back night after night after night to try and get me into his portal. Inside his portal was pure darkness. Nothing to see, just black. The setting never changed throughout the dreams. Always just a ranch on a dirt road. After nights of terror and waking up in pain with scratches and being choked, I decided that tonight I wouldn't be scared of him, and hopefully he would go away. That night was the worst of all nights. He threw everything at me, scratches and chokes, and inflicted pain in my body, and then he dragged me into his portal. And I was only hanging on with 2 hands with my feet dangling in his portal. In that moment, I knew I couldn't be scared of him, so I just hung there not screaming or fighting back, and I realized I wasn't scared anymore, and he disappeared. When I woke up immediately after the dream, I decided I wasn't going to be scared of him, and I looked into my doorway. And as a kid, I always shut the door before I slept, but this time it was cracked. I looked and I saw him, but he looked different this time. He had a brownish face, and you couldn't really make out a nose or a mouth, and his eyes were silver or white. He just stared at me for about a minute. He then just left, and haven't seen him since. This is why I'll never go back to Buck's Palace. A few years back, I was dating a girl named Emma. One night she told me about her past. How as a teenager, she and her friends played with a Ouija board. She said it started out as a joke, but ever since then she'd felt like something was watching her. I didn't think much of it at the time, and a couple of months later we decided to drive up to this spot that we called Buck's Palace. It's an old abandoned house on a hill with a massive balcony overlooking the lake. The house itself is locked up, but there's no fence or gate, so easy to walk right up. From the balcony, the view is insane. The lake stretches for miles with rolling hills in the distance. We started calling it Buck's Palace years earlier, because it's where I smoked weed for the first time with my friends. The name just stuck. That night, Emma and I brought a bottle of wine with us. No glasses, just passing it back and forth as we sat in the balcony, talking about random things and watching the sun fade over the water. The air felt thick, like it does before rain, but everything was calm and peaceful. Then we heard it. Clink. The sound of metal hitting the floor, like a spoon or a fork, and it came from inside this house. I froze, and I'd been there so many times and never heard anything from inside of it. The place was supposed to be empty. I looked at Emma, and she was already staring at me. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. "Yeah, let's go." We stood up and started walking around the house toward the parking lot. As we passed by one of the big windows, bang! Something slammed against the glass from inside. We jumped and quickened our pace. Gravel crunched under our feet, and we rounded the next corner. Thump. Another hit, and louder, another window. Felt like something inside was moving with us, hitting each window as we passed it. We broke into a run, neither of us saying a word until we made it to the car. As soon as we made it to the car, I turned around to look at the house again. And there it just passed through me. I felt it, like a wave of cold, heavy air pushed straight through my chest. Not wind, not fear, something else. For a few seconds, I felt a strange rush of emotions and joy and fear and excitement and a weird sense of fullness. Like something had brushed right through me. I couldn't speak. I rushed in the car, and Emma kept asking what was wrong, but I drove there gripping the steering wheel with the hundreds of questions in my head. Haven't been back to Buck's Palace since. What to do with the gift? Hey everybody, a few years ago my wife and I sort of sat in a restaurant when a waitress came over and takes her order, but keeps looking at her strangely. The waitress leaves with the order, and my wife sat there wondering what the waitress's problem was. 20 minutes later, the waitress comes back with food and starts to chat with my in-laws. She then looks at my wife and says that you've got the gift, but you're blocking it. later indicating that the gift was contacting and seeing spirits. Turns out my wife has been seeing spirits, but only the passed on pets. Or rather, only passed on pets. To fast forward a few years, and we lose our nephew to cancer, and 4 months on, and we lose our daughters to sepsis. Another 6 months pass by, in a complete blur. My wife and I then go to a logical psychic, and never met this lady before, but we heard good things. We go to her home, sit down, and before we start, she looks at my wife, and again she told me, "You have the gift, but you are blocking it." Now, the first time in the restaurant, we kind of brushed it off, but two complete strangers saying exactly the same thing can't be a coincidence. We finished our session, which was amazing, and as we left, we said to my wife, and she had a gift and she should use it. It's now been 4 years since our daughter's passing, and since we've seen the psychic, my wife's tried to unblock her abilities and learn how to use them. Kinda has, but she can't really control them. There have been several occasions where she's seen her nephew and her daughter. She's also felt my uncle's and grandfather's presence, either just standing beside us in her home or just feeling that they're around. But even though she's tried to communicate, she doesn't get a response apart from an odd smile, and that's about it. But we were at her daughter's grave one night recently. Our nephew's a few rows down. I left my wife at her daughter's while I checked on her nephew, and I'd come back to her, and she was scared, almost shaking. I got her in the car, and we left, and she explained to me that she felt a massive presence in the graveyard. She explained it as if she was at the front of a queue with lots of people just staring at her from behind, so she also said she didn't feel friendly. Well, that's a little bit confusing, but since my mouth is peeling off from being burned by dollar store hot dogs, I'm going to abscond. See ya. Sweet dreams. Little feet ran back and forth above my head while home alone. So I'll start by saying I was in high school when this happened. 2005 to 2006, and yeah, I'm pretty old. This happened on a weekend when I was home alone with a friend. It was me, he, and our cat. And we were all down in the basement chilling and just having some fun. Now, I believe in the paranormal and the unexplained. Did back then and still do now. But as a teenager, I didn't play with spirit boards or go searching for haunted things or places. But I still had paranormal experience happen to me nonetheless. Now I'll get back to the story. So, me and my friend were just chilling and watching YouTube or anime. Maybe drawing, who knows. But we got to talking about things that happened at school that day, when suddenly we hear footsteps running back and forth upstairs above us. Mind you, we were in my house alone. My parents weren't there, and neither was my brother. So we both looked up at the ceiling, hearing running again. Looking at each other, my friend says, "Someone home?" I shook my head, stating that it was just us and the cat, I think. And the cat in question was with us on my bed sleeping, by the way. Slowly, we got up, and before heading out of the room, we heard it again. So, being curious and perhaps either brave or stupid, we investigated. The running sounded like a child, like a small putter-patter of feet running back and forth, and within my parents' room. Now, their room ran the width of the house. It was big, so you could imagine how much running this ghost and creature, whatever it was doing. And as we came up the stairs, the moment we hit the top floor, it stopped. Everything went silent. And once more, we just looked at each other in confusion. "Should we?" I said, pointing at my parents' room that my friend was skeptical about. We both heard the running of children's feet back and forth in the house, so we further investigated. And of course, there wasn't anything there. Nothing to explain what we heard or what it was that was running. And also, there were no small kids in my house. My brother and I were both in high school. Well, after about 10 minutes of searching, we shrugged and decided to leave the house and hit up the gas station for some snacks. We talked about it more when we got back, but never heard the running little feet again. Didn't hear the running ever again on my own either, but it was an experience I've never forgotten. Spooky, huh? Weird black creature. Okay, so it's not at my house, but at a friend's, which honestly freaks me out even more because he lives, closer to the mountains. Has, maybe 2 neighbors, but, they aren't too close. Anyways, so apparently he's had weird encounters since he moved to this house. So he says that the first encounter was about 2 months after he moved in. He slept in the furthest back room. Well, he hears stomping on his roof in there, and he has a CO2 detector in his room. Well, for some reason, a few days later, he was feeling kind of sick, and he wasn't actually sick or anything. Turns out that there was a gas leak in his room, and somehow something unscrewed his CO2 detector in the room. Next thing that happened was about 5 months after that incident. His big brother came over to sleep over and slept in my friend's room with my friend. Well, my friend has a dog bed under his bed for his dog, right? Right. Well, he's sleeping on an air mattress with his brother across the room from his bed. He sees this tall figure crawl out from under his bed, and it's too big and the arms are too long to be a dog. He sees it dart from under his bed outside his room. Now, even if it was just a hallucination, his brother saw it instead of turning on the light. The two of them did not sleep the rest of the night. The third encounter happened recently, about 4, maybe 5 months ago. My friend, his mom, and his sister were at home watching TV when his dog started barking at the side of his yard. So my friend's house has a big backyard, but has a huge wall. Said it's maybe 6 feet tall. On the sides and on the back of his backyard, and on the edges, at the bottom of both ends, there's bushes and thorns. I'm gonna try to bypass the rest of the likes for you guys. Anyways, so his dogs are going crazy, so him and his mom go outside and see a really tall figure, a human figure, standing behind the wall. And the wall is 6 feet tall, so this thing has to be 7 feet tall or 8 feet. Anyways, his mom calls the cops, and cops show up, but the thing is already gone. The cops are searching for a while and find nothing. Other little things happen too. His dad was eating breakfast and heard 3 little taps when his dad tapped back on the table. It tapped back almost mimicking his tapping. Anyways, yeah. Anybody have an explanation for this? I don't know. Grim Reaper. I don't even know what I saw. Let me just start by saying that I'm a man that believes in God and also the devil. And a few months ago, I was just SM*KING smacking at a spot that me and my friends go to. Alrighty then. We post up and kick it, and we even took a picture for our demo there. It's kind of a staple spot, you know. No, I don't know. Anyways, I'm there doing my thing, setting up the stuff, and all of a sudden I see what I thought was just a homeless man going up to the parking lot upstairs. Mind you, it's totally normal for people to go up these stairs. Some people work out or go to the mall, or teenagers go on dates, etc. I do a double take because this person was not any ordinary person. They had a wide frame, but super skinny. Really skeleton-like, honestly. But they had on like rugs of clothes, like a rug made into clothes, but no face. I cannot stress this enough. No face. It was just black, and he didn't even have a mask, just a hood that was pitch black. No shape of a head, nothing. Literally pitch black. He walked up to the driver's side, front fender of my car, just started mimicking and throwing stuff over the edge of the parking lot. It looked like he was throwing breadcrumbs to pigeons over the edge of the fourth parking lot, but he had nothing in his hand, and at first I was frozen because I was trying to figure out what he was doing or what the hell was happening. Until I caught notice that it felt like he was telling me to jump off the edge. I got instantly spooked. I reversed my car and left. And every now and then I go back to that floor, but the complete opposite side because they closed that half. But I can't stop thinking, did they close that half because somebody else saw him? Or was this just a visit from some sort of a spirit? The more I think about it or try to talk about it, scary stuff happens. Or maybe I'm just paranoid. I know it's not the Weed Man. I know it's real, what I saw. The Weed Man. I saw my first ghost when I was just 11 years old. Since I was born, I've lived in a house where strange things happen. It's a house over 100 years old, one that was hit by a bomb during the Spanish Civil War, and where people have been born and have died, all from my family. I'm somebody who strongly believes in the paranormal, also because I've experienced it since I was little, from clocks that start ticking on their own at night without being wound, all the way to footsteps and noises and children's laughter and even visual encounters like the one I'm about to share. When I was around 11, I used to sleep with my little brother in a very small bedroom. It had a trundle bed. It was near my parents' room. After our bedroom, there's a long and rather narrow hallway that leads to the kitchen, interrupted only by what is now my bedroom. As a child, I was terrified of that room and the hallway in general, partly because the kitchen door is a swinging door with a glass pane that reflects light and shadows in the hallway when the air current's moving. One night, my brother couldn't sleep because he suffers from insomnia, so he called my dad to come sleep with us. My dad lay down on the lower bed with him, while I slept alone on the top one. And in the middle of the night, I started to clearly hear footsteps coming down the hallway from the kitchen. I stayed very still listening because I didn't recognize those footsteps as anyone from the family. But I didn't get scared either, thinking it was probably my brother coming back from getting water in the kitchen. And just as I was about to turn over, I saw a woman with black curly hair wearing a white nightgown walk by. She was much taller than my mother. But since she headed toward her bedroom, I didn't feel anything bad or scary. I assumed I had misjudged her height because of the darkness. The next morning, nobody mentioned anything until lunchtime, when my mother asked why my father had slept with us. We explained that as usual my brother couldn't sleep, and that's when she said, "And if Dad was already with you, why did he come to my room?" I froze and told her what I had seen, and both my brother and my father said they had seen exactly the same thing. They thought it was my mother. She replied she hadn't seen anything, just heard somebody open her door to check if she was awake. And then they didn't close it again, so she assumed it was my brother. The good part is that no one of us felt afraid, not like the other times. My thoughts are connected to sounds. You and I both. My thoughts are connected to sounds. When I take walks at night, I notice loud cars or motorcycles, honks or alarms, and rocks popping from tires, and pretty much anything seems to be timed with my thoughts, as if something's communicating with me. I also inadvertently step on rocks which are timed with my thoughts, indicating that they think I'm wrong in my thinking. It's as if I'm on a track. I also see heart shapes on the ground and gum smears and rocks and paper and trash. My eyes planted directly on them. It presents itself in my apartment as well by quote-unquote clicks in the walls and ceiling. Also sounds from neighboring apartments and outside. Hard to explain how it works, but basically when a thought ends, I'll immediately hear a sound. This sound is either a confirmation or negation of my thought. It could also be an indication to stop thinking about the subject, which usually has to do with analyzing my thoughts or using too much internal dialogue. There's a lot to the story that I can't cover in one post, but it began about 1.5 years ago when I was living with a relative. I was reading spiritual books and got back into quote-unquote contact with something I'd forgotten about in childhood. I don't remember the entire quote-unquote conversation, but it had something to do with free will, as in, how much free will do I think I have? I was physically tickled internally and was laughing about the subject. Shortly thereafter, I found myself naked in jail for trying to push over a large wooden cross in the yard, which I had a premonition of doing a year earlier. In jail for about a week, I had various experiences, but the clicking in cement walls and ceiling presented itself, and I couldn't figure out its purpose other than basic communication. Light clicks and loud clicks when my thoughts went awry and I was argumentative. I saw 2 ghosts at night through my narrow window, a translucent woman walking toward me and a man with a baseball hat. I tried to communicate with them to no avail, and I prayed a lot there and had an episode of speaking in tongues. I also experienced what sounded like raindrops falling on my rubber mat as they were comforting me. Also, bumps and twitches they used to communicate that continue today. Another ghost sighting I had after jail. I was walking down a desolate street in Prescott. 30 yards away, a 7-foot-tall white pillar shape stood. Seemed to me more of a hologram, and I got no feelings from it. It didn't move much, and I walked right by it. I saw a small white creature on my drive home from work. Can somebody help me pinpoint it? It was just after 11 p.m., midsummer. I have a long commute home, and I was not particularly tired that night, so I can't chalk it up to fatigue, and I was driving down a long rural side road, or I was going to say sidewalk, but side road. A rural side road, as they put it, with farm fields on both sides. And if you've seen roads in northern Canada, you know that the ditches and the sides are real deep. I had my high beams on because this stretch of road has no lights, so at night it's extremely dark. I've had deer jump out and cross the road before, but I saw something that was 100% without a doubt not a deer. Far up ahead on the right side, I saw a short white figure standing at the top of the ditch like deer do when they're about to jump, so I slowed down. And as I approached, I realized this thing was way skinnier than it should be, like starved skinny. Stood like a baby deer with the same body shape except its ribs were popping out. Its stomach was very thin. Like if you've ever seen a starving dog and had no tail and its head was almost totally round unlike a deer. And it didn't have any ears that I could see. This thing was pale white like a sheet of paper. Its eyes didn't glow. It wasn't the high beam reflection making it so white because, well, as I passed by, my headlights were no longer on it, and it was still white as snow. The scariest part was, I swear to God, I think like a human hand, like instead of a hoof or feet or a deer. It stared at my car as I passed by, and at first I gunned it, because the sight of it freaked me out so bad. And then I thought I should turn around to look for it, so I pulled a U-turn and drove back a ways, but definitely gone. So then I just continued on home, which was about another 20-minute drive. And this encounter bothered me the whole time. When I got home, my wife and sister-in-law and my brother were all standing on the front porch chatting, and I immediately told them what I saw and started Googling. I could find nothing, and they think I'm crazy. Any help identifying this creature I saw would be so appreciated. I still drive that road twice a day. I always scan that section of the road now, but I haven't seen it again. An unexplainable childhood memory. I don't believe in ghosts. I'm a Muslim, and ever since I was a kid, I was told that when a human dies, their soul would go to a world called Barzakh, and wait there until Judgment Day. However, in Quran, it said that Allah created creatures aside from mankind that are called jinn. I'm not in the mood to explain everything I know about them, but I'll only give important details. Humans can't see them, but they can see us. Animals can see them and interact with them. They have lives and jobs and families, and different religions just like us. And they would also die and be judged on Judgment Day, except we don't know what they look like. In heaven, we would be able to see them, but they'll no longer be able to see us like before. Sometimes they can be harmless. Sometimes they can be dangerous. Now, enough talking about them, and let's get into the story. When I was a kid, like 6 or 7 or something like that, I had those recurring feelings as if something fell into my lap. One time, I'm sitting on the couch in our living room when I suddenly felt something fall into my lap. I was confused and looked around me trying to find something that could have been the case or cause to this strange feeling. There was nothing. It happened multiple times, and me being a child who never gave a shit about anything and only focused on living my life like a normal child, unlike adult me, who constantly overthinks, I ignored it. This thing didn't only happen in my house, but for some reason it also happened in my uncle's house too. Thought I was the only one who felt this until one day I was at a family gathering in my uncle's house. So when my cousin, who's way older than me, I'm talking like married and had a daughter at the time, suddenly jumped in her seat and said in a chuckle, "What was that?" I felt something jump into my lap. Years passed and that feeling suddenly stopped, and I completely forgot about it until I remembered it again as an adult. Probably harmless, maybe just a djinn that was playing around, but why was it also in my uncle's house? I don't know why. Well, at least it made her chuckle. Interesting idea, having these djinns having different religions, but being judged by the same religion as... I'm confused. Still cool, though. Friendly visitor. Back in 2009, I was 26 years old and I lived by myself on the second floor of a multifamily house. The entrance door to the apartment was a double door made of clear glass. It led straight to the living room, so someone standing at the door would pretty much see the whole layout of the house since it was a studio-like place. It's where the living room and kitchen were in an open concept, and you could see the door, a real wood one, that led to my room. It was really weird at first, but it grew on me and I ended up liking it. To ensure privacy, I installed heavy curtains on the inside of it, but I'd always leave them open during the day because it would help with the lighting. I never had issues with it, at least not with the living, but throughout the whole time I lived there. But one day, something really creepy happened. Something I never wrapped my head around to this day. That day, me and my boyfriend at the time had just started dating. We were going to go to the movies, so he called me and told me what time he'd pick me up and headed to the shower. The bathroom was inside my bedroom to get ready. I left my bedroom door open because even though the curtains from the main entrance were open, you couldn't see inside the bathroom. It's just a door. So I showered, started getting dressed, when I suddenly realized the time he said would stop by came and went. Thought he was just a little late, so I called him to see if he was on his way. When he answered, I asked him if he was coming, and he was super confused. He told me he had gone to pick me up, but when he got to the door, he saw I had a visitor, so he left and was going to give me a call later. I told him nobody had been at the house, and I ran to check the door and locks and everything. Asked if he would come over to the house again. Everything was locked, windows, front door, and everything. When he got there, his face was white as paper, and he was black, and proceeded to tell me what he saw. He said that when he got to the front glass door, my curtains were open as usual, and he saw a black man dressed in light jeans and a white buttoned shirt in my living room. The man was right in front of the bedroom door, which was open like I mentioned. And he was looking toward it, talking and smiling and laughing like he was having a conversation with me. My boyfriend was a little bit confused, so I kind of stood there for a few seconds when the man acknowledged him, looked at him, and then looked away, returning to his conversation with me. Again, in a friendly manner. So my boyfriend just left. This happened right during the time I was getting dressed in my bedroom, and I was terrified, and up to this day, I'm just puzzled. It still gives me the creeps. Living in a haunted house that wasn't always haunted. During a good portion of my teens, the house I used to live in was haunted. Not by one, but several different entities, and not all of them were nice. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that our houses in Ealing in London had a long history with people dying in the home, and not wanting to move to the other side. Yet, this was not the case. As far as I know, nobody who lived in that house ever died there. Instead, the entities can be said to have been invited in. This was done by my brother, who's only a few years older. I thought it would be fun to dabble with the Ouija board, and of course this was done in private, away from the eyes of myself or my parents. During the time it was haunted, small things like keys and TV remote controls would all go missing, only to return to a place where they were not really only obvious to see, but in a place they shouldn't be. For example, TV control would disappear from the front room, only to appear upstairs in the middle of one of the beds. No way, none of us would have moved it up there. And on top of this, there'd be areas around the house where the temperature would suddenly drop. And I don't mean like the temperature in the whole room would suddenly feel colder. I mean like one small corner of the room. Weirder still, the location where the temperature was colder would remain fixed for periods at a time. So it certainly wasn't a brief one-off phenomenon. My mom seemed to have more paranormal encounters in that house than I did. After a few years of this, she called in a psychic to communicate and remove any ghosts. Apparently, there were 4 entities in the house. 3 were good-natured, but somehow remained trapped by the 4th one. This one being a nasty, aggressive man who enjoyed causing mischief. During the time the psychic was at her house, she managed to free the 3 harmless entities who purportedly went happily into the light. The 4th one, the nasty man, obviously was not happy with this. Yet after some struggle between the psychic and this final entity, it was expelled from the house. Literally, the next day the energy in that house returned to a more positive one. Not sure if this is what you mean by a ghostly encounter, but it is the truest one that I have. The man with the top hat. It's not something that usually scares me, since I'm more than used to it. However, sometimes I remember certain stories that have happened to me or to relatives. I even find it hard to go to the bathroom alone. One night we're having dinner on the terrace. I live in a penthouse. My cousin and her husband, Ivan, were there, and he was very playful and loved scary stories. Sometimes he would set the wall clock in our hallway to scare us. Ivan had cancer, and he would later die from it. And at the time, we believed he was cured after an operation, and apparently was not receiving it, nor had he received any medication. The thing is we were talking about 1,000 things, and suddenly he looked toward the hallway and turned pale. His face changed completely. I'd never seen him react like that. I asked him what was wrong, almost hysterical, thinking he had seen a wasp. I'm terrified of them, and in summer there's quite a few in my terrace. Although at night they usually go away. He answered that he had seen a man with a top hat and a suit cross from my brother's room to the bathroom. We made him swear more than 10 times that it wasn't another one of his jokes. He described the man in detail. My father also turned pale when he recognized him as his grandfather, the original owner of the house. Ivan swore until the day he died that he hadn't lied to us. Shortly before he died, when his cancer was already very advanced and he was receiving palliative care, he said that while resting in the guest room at my aunt's house, a woman dressed in black with dark hair and a kind face and very large gold earrings sat in the bed and tried to talk to him. But since he was already very sick, he told her he couldn't speak to her because he was too weak, too exhausted. She replied that she knew, and that was why she was there, and told him to ask her anything he wanted. Ivan was stunned and replied that he didn't know, and asked if he could think about it. She said yeah, and that she would come back the next day, but she never returned. He told me that day that he knew he didn't have much time left, as those beings were starting to come to comfort him. My cousin says it was a hallucination caused by the morphine, but I don't know what to believe. Has anybody else had a story like this? The static. Every night, if I woke up, I would see what I can only describe as static. Little particles forming different shapes and dancing around every corner of the house. One night, this static formed an image of a man with a mustache, dressed in nice clothes, standing right next to our big clock. Fast forward to the future, and we're going through old family albums, and I'd never seen before these things with my mom. I stumbled across a huge photo with over 30 people in it, standing side by side. I point to a man with a mustache and say to my mom, I've seen him before. Turns out that this was my deceased great-great-grandfather, and the clock he was standing beside was his clock we inherited. The static world after that started to scare me, and the last night I saw the static was the scariest. I was asleep over at my grandparents' house. Me and my sister were sleeping in the same bed, and my grandparents were asleep down the hall. I awoke in the middle of the night to find the world around me covered in static. I wanted so badly to go to sleep, but I couldn't, and I saw my sister beside me. She was pinned straight asleep in her bed. I shook and I shook her, but she would not awake, and I even remember yelling absolutely nothing. I got up and I wanted to try to make my way to my grandparents, but the static started forming really scary things that I won't share. I was just begging that the static people wouldn't notice me, and I walked slowly and quietly, and finally reached my grandparents' room that felt so far away. I was shocked to find them in the exact sleeping position as my sister was in, and they would not move or wake up, and I was horrified. I swiftly made it back to my room and tried not to look at anything going on around me, and instantly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, my sister told me that she woke up in the middle of the night, and I would not wake up. She then described what she saw, and it was the exact same thing that I had seen. Before this, I had no idea she saw the static too. I was shocked, and we pieced it together that she woke up at the same time I fell back asleep. Now in our adult life, we still sometimes talk about it, And we later found out her mom had the same experience too. It's very strange, and I wonder if there's anyone else who's seen this static. Strange experience I had. I was living in a private university accommodation with 5 other people, so everybody would be out at different times during the day. Bit unnecessary to state, but it'll make sense early on. It was a rare occasion where I knew and saw that all of my flatmates had stayed in the flat that night. I had went to bed at around 11 p.m., but ended up staring at my phone for like an hour or something stupid. Either I remember putting down the phone at 1 a.m., so... The hallway light outside of my room was on and was activated by a sensor, since I could hear one of my flatmates speaking really loudly on FaceTime. I should at that door were poor, since light from the hallway can leak underneath the main door to the rooms. Then the lights turned off and I tried to fall asleep. I remember waking up randomly in the middle of the night. I don't know what the time was, but the second I woke up something felt off. I was about confused, but in the back of my mind all I could hear was hide. And that was confusing. But then I heard the main door to the flat slam shut. I thought it was a flatmate who had just left or returned until I saw that the hallway light wasn't on, which was impossible since it was sensor-based and he picked up on any movement. That's when I heard a single footstep. I started sweating a ton, like I was fully scared and couldn't tell why. The footsteps were really loud and slow, but the light hadn't turned on yet. And at this point I was really concerned and my instincts were screaming for me to hide. And finally, the lights in the hallway turned on. I could make out the shadow of a person standing outside my door. Threw the bedsheet over my head as I heard my room door opening, and I heard the footsteps slowly approaching my bed. Held my breath and remained as calm as I could. I heard something breathing over me, almost as if I could see something moving through the sheets. Felt like it was about to rip its covers off me. And I was ready in my mind. I was like, if the sheets get pulled, I'm going to start swinging. I was prepared. Then the breathing stopped, and the presence and its pressure dissipated. I was shocked as I took the sheets off my body to see that the hallway light was on, but there was no sound or anything. It's like everything I just experienced never happened. My body was drenched in sweat and it had marked my bed, and all I could do for the rest of that night was stare at the door in silence. Checked my phone and it was 4 a.m., so I had no idea how long that ordeal lasted. Out of the body experience. I feel like floating. The best way to describe it is like being under the water and somehow still connected to my body. I do not see myself in bed. It's just like a feeling, and I know it's not a dream. It was scary at first, but it actually started to feel relaxing now. First time that this has happened, it didn't last long because I panicked and woke up, and I thought it was a dream back then, but it keeps happening and it's evolving. Now, besides this floating feeling, I also feel like I'm being dragged. I feel like something is dragging me. It's hard to describe. I can feel pressure, as if my body's in contact with the surface while dragged, and then at one point I feel like I'm being absorbed. Like last week, something a little bit different happened. I remember thinking, okay, seems like I'm floating again. And once more, I feel like I'm floating and feeling the pressure. Just like always. This time, it's like I'm trapped in some sort of circuit where the starting point is my own body and everything's white. No walls, just a white emptiness. After a while, I noticed a bed, and it's a small bed. It's all white, and there's an old man lying down. First time, just notice him. Gives me the vibe that he's sleeping, and I just look at him and keep being dragged around. Another round, and I'm back at the same spot, and I somehow stop. The old man is sitting now, and I ask him what he's doing in there. He says that he can't tell me. Well, I ask who he is. He said he can't tell me. It's like we're having a conversation without talking, and we can somehow communicate, but no word is exchanged. He He starts to get out of bed and I get really scared. He didn't seem to want to attack me or anything like that, but his appearance was scary. Can't remember it completely, but he was mostly bald and had some long white strands of hair in the back of his head. And I kind of wake up after that. Told my husband, and he doesn't believe me. He thinks that I'm dreaming, but I know that I'm not. Has anyone experienced something like this before? Not even sure if it's called an out-of-the-body experience. I Googled it, and out-of-the-body experience is more associated with near-death experience, which isn't the case. But I don't know how to describe what's happening to me. First time I've seen the article "the" inserted into that phrase, but I like it. Out-of-the-body experience. See ya. I really do not know what I saw that night. I don't exactly have paranormal stuff happen to me a lot at times, but this one incident that happened to me made me believe in spirits. So this one particular day I was really sick, like I had vomited and had a fever as well. So my mom asked me to take a rest in my room. She was watching something on her phone in the other room and my sister was with her. It was winter, so I had closed the glass windows of my room. And just to give you the layout of my room, when you enter my room, my bed's situated toward the right side, and just above the bed are the windows. The windows are connected to this long balcony that we have. Okay, so I was resting and I was feeling nauseous. I was really exhausted. I was just trying to fall asleep, but then I heard knocks on the glass window behind me. I was annoyed because I thought it was my sister, and she had this habit of coming to that part of the balcony and annoying me by knocking there. So without looking, I just loudly said, "Don't do that, I'm sick." But no reply. I heard a knock. Since my body was aching, I shouted for my mother. "Can you ask her not to knock on my window? I'm trying to rest." But then I heard my sister's faint voice from the other room saying, "What is she talking about?" Then my mom replied to me, "She's watching YouTube with me. You must have heard something else." The only thing that came to my mind was, "Wait, what?" And I looked behind, and there was this shadow figure and this mist, but it was visible too. It was very tall, and its upper body was a blur. I ran out screaming, "Mom, there's someone in our balcony," because at that moment, I didn't think it was a non-human thing. I thought somebody had climbed up and was at the window. My mom ran toward the balcony, and I was screaming, "No, don't go back there, he might have weapons." But she still did. She came back after a while and said that she saw no one in her balcony. She even checked the ground to see if somebody had jumped up there, and there was no one. And I was crying. I was absolutely shaken because I couldn't figure out if the thing I saw was real or not. My brother said maybe I was having sleep paralysis. But I know I was up and I could perfectly move my body, and I still really don't know what I saw that day. But nothing like that has happened even after that. Skeptical, but I love the intriguing part of it. I have a family of 4, Mom, Dad, my brother, and I. When this happened, my brother was 18 years old while I was 11. Brother had a very detailed and realistic dream of a nun trying to get into his bedroom through the window. That was while we were living on the 3rd floor of a building. The next day, my brother told this nightmare to my mom while drinking coffee in the kitchen. That was while I was asleep. And that night, I dreamed about the same nun trying to get through my window. I woke up scared and hugged the wall, covering myself with a blanket trying to get to sleep again. While I can swear I felt the matter moving like somebody just sat on it. At that point, I was so scared that I jumped out of bed, and when my parents just went to my bedroom to sleep. And the very next day, my mom asked me what I dreamed about. I explained to her the entire scenario. While she didn't really react to it, she knew me and my brother had the same dream. third night, my mom dreamed about this nun too. She was getting home from work while taking the bus. An old woman, looking like nun, sort of, got caught between the doors. My mom screamed for the driver to open the doors. When the nun lifted her head up and made contact with my mom, it was the moment that my mom recognized her, started screaming for the driver to drive off. After that, my mom didn't alarm me or my brother, and instead she booked for us a trip to a very famous church in my country. So we went on the trip, and we went to a priest, and all of us explained what we had dreamed of in detail. The priest kind of shrugged it off, saying it was the Saint Mary trying to get into our house to prevent anything harmful. I didn't really believe him because I knew the feeling I got during that night. It was not peaceful. But I was scared as fuck, and one thing is for sure. He did some chanting to quote-unquote cure me of the fear of the darkness. And since then, I've never ever felt scared in the dark ever again. To the point of today, and while I do fun activities with my friends, exploring abandoned buildings and places for the fun of it, all of my friends are scared as fuck. Well, I couldn't give a fuck about any of the ghost conspiracy. Moving from a dark room to a tunnel without hesitation. Should we have responded? This happened to me and my brother when we were kids. It was nighttime, and we're walking to a store in another neighborhood. After we finished, we were heading home when a big, aggressive black dog blocked our path. The dog belonged to one of our neighbors, and we were stuck, and we had two ways we could go. One was up the road, which meant going straight toward the dog, or the other was down a different road, but either way, we'd end up having this thing chase us. Since that path was the path the dog would take to get to its house, so we panicked and decided to take a shortcut. This meant walking through someone's yard. Some of our neighbors had these two gates that connected the two blocks, so we just needed to walk through the garden area, and in 1 minute we'd be home. We entered and walked a bit, and there were 3 steps to go down. Then a bit more walking before you reached the gate. Me and my brother were standing on the steps when suddenly, at the gate, a woman appeared. She had her phone up, and it was in front of her face, with the flashlight on. She was waving at me. She was waving to come to her, calling my name. Not my full name, but my nickname. She was dressed just like my mom, and her voice sounded exactly like hers. Me and my brother looked at each other confused, then looked at her again, and she just suddenly walked off to the right. And here's the creepy part. There's nothing to the right, no street, no house, just thorn bushes and trees. We ran to the gate, looked around, and there was no one. The yard was empty. We ran home, and when we got there, our mom had just come out of the shower in completely different clothes. We asked her if she came out looking for us, and she said no. She hadn't left the house at all. To this day, we have no idea who or what that was, or where she disappeared to, and before anybody says you were just a kid, you imagined it. My brother remembers it perfectly too. 2 people can't have imagined the exact same thing. We're Muslim and Albanian, so we do believe in the paranormal, and I'm convinced this was a jinn, but I'd love to hear other people's thoughts on what it could have been. And also, did we do good in not responding to it, because we were taught not to respond if something like this happens? My house is haunted, and I think it's coming after me. Last night, literally last night, so I have to put my phone in the living room at midnight every night. Strict parents. So I came out to the living room to do so and tell my 2 dogs good night like I do every night. If I don't open my door all the way or shut it behind me, it'll be open all the way on its own. I don't know why, but it's pretty normal. happened since we got this house. My door makes noise when it opens or closes, so I thought the noise I was hearing was my door opening, so I wasn't thinking much of it. I then go to the kitchen to take my allergy medicine, and I look down to all my room, and my door's completely shut. It's never shut on its own before. I was creeped out, so I went to open the door, and the moment I did, my TV turned on by itself. That's when one of my dogs perked up and ran to my room, and I usually don't allow my dogs in my room because their fur makes me itchy. But this time I was scared enough to let them investigate. I decided to let my dog sleep in my room because at this point I was scared, and the paranormal doesn't typically scare me, but this was my room where I sleep. So I called my other dog in there, and both dogs got in the bed, and I went back to the kitchen to take my allergy medicine, and that's when one of my dogs ran out of my room. He often doesn't like me to be alone in my room, so I attempted to get him and go back in there when I was ready, and he refused. He stood about 10 feet away from my door, growling with his neck hair raised. I was 3 feet from my door, trying to coax my dog into my room when a cord in the living room got yanked off the wall, hard, and my dog took off running and laid in his bed and wouldn't move. Finally, I went to my room, scared as fuck, and laid down with my other dog who stayed in there. Immediately, he curled up on my chest and didn't move the whole night, as if he was protecting me. This was very unlike him. The few times I sleep in my room, when I sleep on the couch, both dogs usually kind of huddle at my feet. Why are things disappearing? Hi all, I've lurked here for a while, but never thought I'd actually post something. I always thought the stories were fascinating, but I'm a pretty rational, logical person. Not religious, not spiritual, and don't really believe in ghosts or anything like that. But something really strange is going on in my flat. I genuinely can't explain it. I live alone in a small flat in the UK. Nothing fancy, and I work from home, and I'm tidy. I know where my things are, and I don't have people coming in and out of the place. But ever since I moved in, there's been this odd, weird thing, I guess. Towels or clothes I've hung up to dry randomly ending up in different spots. Little things. I joked about it with my girlfriend who doesn't live with me, and we'd just say, "Oh, it's the ghost again," when something went missing or moved, and it was always a laugh. But recently, something happened that I just can't laugh off. Every single one of my teaspoons, and it had 6 or 7, is gone. I discovered this a couple of weeks ago, and I went to make a cup of tea, and I couldn't find a single one. I've checked everywhere. I've turned the flat upside down, drawers, cupboards, under furniture, the bin, even places they'd never logically be. Nothing. It's like they were never there. And here's the thing, I never take teaspoons outside. I don't bring food or tea with me, and I live alone. No one's coming in and stealing just teaspoons. There's no evidence of a break-in, and nothing else is missing. It's just gone. And this isn't the first time something's disappeared without an explanation, but this is the most specific and baffling one. I know it sounds trivial. Ooh, a ghost stole your spoons. But seriously, I'm struggling to find any rational explanation. Has anyone else experienced this sort of thing? Small, specific items, vanishing with no logical cause. Is there any paranormal explanation with this kind of behavior? Like I said, I don't believe in the supernatural, but I also can't really explain what's going on. Starting to feel like something genuinely weird is happening here. Would appreciate any insight, or even just hearing if anybody else has experienced anything similar. Cheers. Back when I was a kid, I saw a ghost in my room. One night, back when I was a kid, I woke up to the sound of heavy breathing. So I rolled over in my bed, and the first thing I saw, a woman staring right at me, looking horrified and breathing incredibly heavily. I still remember her dark hair and blue eyes. No matter how hard I tried, she just wouldn't go away. She didn't move either. So eventually I just fell asleep. The next night she appeared again, but slightly faded this time. And once again I got scared, but I still wanted to know what was going on. So I tried to ask her what she was doing there, but all she did was just blink at me. Not normal blinking. That would have been alright, if it weren't for the fact that the whole time that I had been seeing her so far, she hadn't once blinked. Up until I asked her what she was doing there. Irritated, I decided to try and figure out if maybe it was just a random homeless woman who had broken in somehow. So I went to put my hand on her shoulder. My hand then proceeded to go straight through her and hit the wall. The fucking wall. So of course, by this point, all I could think about was how I really hoped that the ghost woman wasn't just biding her time, so she could eventually possess me. Otherwise, I was probably going to end up as the main character in the latest supernatural horror film, with my parents being interviewed about my being possessed or something, right at the very end. Eventually, I became so afraid that I just decided to roll over and try to fall back asleep again. Now, the night after that, I saw the ghost woman once again, but this time she was significantly more faded away than before. And by that point, I was so irritated about this being haunted that I just decided to ignore her. Went right back to sleep. And thankfully, I haven't even seen a glimpse of her since then. And by the way, I was only 9 years old at the time, so you could probably imagine the absolute midlife crisis that the entire situation gave me every time that I had to wake up in order to go to school. Seriously though, at the time, I had even started to contemplate whether or not to ask my parents if perhaps they could call a priest. Midlife crisis at 9. Damn. Had an experience last night. Normally, I let my 2 cats asleep on my bed. You occasionally feel them and hear them, you walking around or rearranging like normal. But a few days ago I had an emergency surgery. After coming home and laying down to rest, because I need to lay in a specific way and I'm in a lot of pain, I went ahead and kept both of my cats out of the bedroom and closed the door. Ended up having an experience where I was laying on my side, facing the wall and dresser. Behind my back in the center of the bed, I could clearly feel slight indentations on the bed, from what I thought and felt like paw steps, whether it be a dog or cat or even very small spirit somethings. I waited for a bit to see if it would stop. I then felt it go down below my feet and started coming up the other side right in front of me. So before it got up that high, I spoke out and I said, "Please leave me alone. I'm trying to heal after surgery. I'm in pain." The steps stopped for maybe 30 seconds before starting back up again. I then turned the flashlight on my phone, flashed the entire room, just to make sure nobody's Houdini that happened to sneak in. There was nothing visible in the room, so I turned the flashlight back off. I say out loud that you're not welcome here right now. Need my rest and to work on my recovery. And this will not help me feel better, so can you please leave now? It stopped. Then this morning, I'm telling my boyfriend about the encounter the previous night. And as I'm going through and describing everything in detail, all of a sudden I had no headache previously and suddenly slammed with a severe pain in my right temple. I then tell him how strange it is that I suddenly have pain in my temples. I feel like this is causing it. I don't think it wants us talking about it. Then he said to me with a kind of spooked look on his face at the same time that I was telling him about it, and he also got the severe pain in his temples. Because this is so lengthy, I was just talk texting, and in the process of telling this now, I have pain up in my temples again. Please don't think it's because I'm stressed or can't handle the fact that there's some sort of strange entity, because I often am like sensing spirits. I've even helped people with the black shadow figure issue, I've actually even closed a portal in my old house. However, I could not sense any actual true energy from this thing. Usually the energy will let me know whether it's good or neutral or of evil intent. I like my people to be like that too. Sweet dreams. See ya. Historical homes are creepy. As a child, I lived in an historical neighborhood that was built in the early 1900s. It was for employees working for a nitrogen company about 15 to 20 miles away. Nothing particularly scary or ominous about the house. Never had strange experiences. Except for one night. We were in the process of painting my room, so my bed was in the middle and no other furniture save my nightstand. It's the middle of summer. I live in southern Arizona. It's very hot. Most homes have swamp coolers, like evaporative cooling. So, I only have a sheet for covering. I'm lying on my back, arms outside of the sheet by my sides. I suffer from insomnia, so I was still wide awake and suddenly feel a warmth grow by my shoulder. I can tell that it's large as well, and ever so slowly I feel it slide down my arm over my hand and begin to interlace between my fingers, trying to hold my hand. I swat it away and instantly the warmth is gone. Nothing lingering. Rationalizing, I think it might be a tarantula. I flip on the light switch and nothing. Nothing under my bed or in the empty corner of the room. I've always believed I had some sort of perception for the paranormal, and well, after that experience I did my best to create a barrier between myself and anything ghostly. However, curiosity got the best of me. One night after everyone had gone to bed, I laid awake calling out in my head for something to show itself. I said I'd come in peace and to give me a sign. Took a couple of minutes, but I heard it. Heavy footsteps, beginning in the kitchen, came quickly through the hallway. And before I could make the turn into my room, called out instead, "Please stop, I'm scared, please go away." The footsteps stopped 10 feet from my door, paused momentarily, head straight back to the kitchen. I never told my family about this until many years later at a function for my dad's company. I was telling these stories to a partner in the company, and my dad had overheard and said, "You never told me about this. The house next door was actually the hospital for the employees." 20 minutes away for company housing. I saw a cat-looking demon walking upright when I was just a toddler. This had happened when I was a toddler, around 3. And I'm certain this is not something I imagined since I was strangely aware even at that age, and I remember pissing in my diapers and drinking from a baby bottle. I'm 21 now, and I still can't explain what the hell happened, so I'll start with the story. I was laying in the crib that was in my parents' bedroom, looking around, I guess. The lights were turned off, but the door was slightly open, and the TV was on with no sound. There was no one in the room except for me and my baby sister, but she was around 1 at the time and, well, asleep. My crib was right in front of the TV, positioned right below my sister's diagonally across from my parents' bed, so from my point of view I could only see the TV. And out of nowhere I saw this creature. It was passing by my crib, and it looked like a black cat walking upright. It's just that it had no facial features. It was tall, and it looked shadowy. Yeah, I could see the outline of the cat-looking ears and the body, but it looked like a well-defined black smoke or something. I remember being calm, and I wasn't scared at all at the exact moment, but it stuck with me. Around 6, I started having dreams about it. It would beat me and humiliate me and try to kill me or my family members, impersonate them, try to get me, and it lasted until maybe around 11. Told my parents about it when we were in a car one day, and I remember my dad's reaction like it was yesterday. He was scared as shit, and he's an Orthodox Christian, extremely religious. And since I could speak properly, I knew how to pray, and I started praying in dreams, and sometimes it would go away. Sometimes it wouldn't. He insisted on it being a demon since he saw something similar when he was 20, and the difference is that he accidentally astrally projected and saw it, but still. I'm not religious anymore, so we have different views on the situation, but still, to this day, I think about it and I'm scared I'm going to see it someday again. And I also have crazy intuition and can sense things. I've had different paranormal experiences, but this one was the worst. I don't know. I'm just looking for somebody who had something similar happen to them. Encounters with Ghost Children. Several years after moving in with my dad, we finally moved into our forever home, or so we thought. Everything seemed to have been going as planned, though. No more fighting for a parking spot at the apartments. No more hearing your next-door neighbor's footsteps down the stairs. Life seemed to be like it should be. Quiet. That is, until a couple of weeks later, while on the phone with my cousin, I remember hearing what sounded like horses' footsteps. It was on our sidewalk, and we lived out in the country. So it's possible, but how? I looked outside and saw nothing, and just the light from the front of the house and our sidewalk fading into the night, and further down the road I looked. Next day while doing yard work, I found a horseshoe under the overgrown weeds. I always thought that was odd. After returning from my mom's house the following weekend, I'm on the phone with my cousin once again, planning a movie night. Some time past midnight when I heard my little sisters crying in their room next to mine. I didn't say anything. I thought maybe they just wanted to sleep with my mom and dad, and when I saw my stepmom the next day, I thought I'd mentioned something and remember saying, "Hey, there were girls crying last night." Her response was more of a shock, and she replied with, "Your sisters don't sleep in that room. They say the little girls don't let them sleep at night." Well, I didn't know what to say. I just remembered hearing these little girls crying all over again. The final straw. My dad, who's very religious and doesn't believe in ghosts, was the one who had to experience this stuff for himself in order for him to believe us. My dad always taught us to say a prayer before bedtime. He said it was a way for the bad spirits to stay away while we slept. And one night while my dad was saying the Our Father prayer, he mentioned he remembers saying the prayer, but upon closing it with an Amen, he doesn't remember anything. My stepmom, and this is from her words. What? She said, woke up to my dad making weird mumble noises with his head down on the side of the bed and not waking up, and she said, it was as if something was holding him down. So she shoved him hard, and he finally woke up from whatever that was. We moved very soon after, like 3 months later, never returned to that town again. Some doors should stay closed, but on Paranormal M, we open them. Every creaking, cursed, blood-chilling one of them. Subscribe. Find out what's been waiting on the other side. My mom's grandmother accidentally summoned a demon. This story has been in my family for generations and resulted in creation of a strict rule in my family. So, decades ago, my mother's maternal grandmother was newly married, really young, and lived in a village where almost every household had cattle. The villagers had a system where one man from each household would take all the village cattle to the forest to graze and bring them back before nightfall. My great-grandmother had a special bond with one of their newborn calves, a buffalo named Ranja. He was really attached to her too, and would follow her around like a puppy and respond to her calls. And when he was old enough, he went to the forest for the first time with the herd, but when the cattle returned that evening, Ranja was missing. My great-grandmother panicked and through her mother-in-law told her to wait for the men of the house to return. Well, she didn't listen, and the village went on a cliff overlooking a valley, and across the valley was a forest. She went to the cliff's edge and started loudly calling out, Ranja, come here, hoping the echo would reach the forest. After a few calls, she heard a response, Ranja's voice calling back from the forest. Though with each reply, his voice got louder and closer, and the pace was unnaturally fast. Like it was jumping from the forest to the valley bottom to right near her. Then she looked down and saw something she would never forget, a buffalo-like creature standing upright like a human in the field below her, with eyes glowing red like headlights and breathing like it was furious. It let out a terrifying roar in Ranja's exact voice. She collapsed in fear. Just then her husband, father-in-law, and some villagers arrived with torches. They saw the same creature. That was before it jumped into the valley and vanished. Everyone was so shaken they didn't go into the forest that night. The next morning, a search party found Ranja's bloodied body near the grazing grounds. His head was missing. Ever since that night, our family had had a strict rule: never call anyone by name after dark, especially while shouting for them, because something else might hear you and come instead. What is this creature that tried to harm me? I'm 38, and I'm a female, and this happened in January of 2024. I underwent a complete thyroidectomy, thyroid removal. It was in the first week of January and was still under recovery when this happened. So if you want to know, yes, I was on painkillers and other medication, but nothing that could lead to hallucinations. 12 days after my surgery, I was allowed to have visitors at home. I had a lot of people coming to see me. And this particular day, my cousin decided to stay back with me, and she slept in the bed beside me. And at one point in the night, I woke up choking. Now, I was not supposed to exert any pressure on my neck or throat, but I felt like I couldn't breathe, and my breath was being, well, for lack of better words, sucked out of me. I turned toward my left, and that's when I saw them. They were standing in my room, two shadow figures. Can't explain it, but I felt like those beings were women, or at least feminine. Both the shadow figures wore top hats and had looked like wearing coats. To be honest, for some reason, they reminded me of Queen Elizabeth. They honestly felt and reminded me of old women, and one of those shadow creatures was trying their best to choke me and steal my soul or my breath. The other one was stopping her. The other one kept pulling her arm, saying, "We're not supposed to do that. This is the wrong one. We got the wrong one." But that didn't stop the first creature. She pushed the other one away, started to bend toward me, but suddenly something behind them was shifting. My wall and wardrobe disappeared, and there was a grayish-silver mist. They both disappeared into it, and the moment they vanished, I could breathe again. Meanwhile, my cousin next to me woke up, and she kept telling me that he kind of stopped breathing. The next day, I spoke to my surgeon about this. I asked her, so I have sleep apnea or some other disorder. My doctor was skeptical about it. I also want to add, after this experience, I started hearing noises around my house. The house felt oppressive, and I had nightmares. The whole year was a disaster within that 1 year since this happened. Lost my job, and my father passed away. Still trying to make sense of this. I wonder if anyone else had any sort of similar experience. Do women wear top hats? I thought just balding guys wore top hats. You know, to seem less bald and more tall. And a little fancy. Sweet dreams. See ya. Appalachian Night Swim. So for context, me and my boyfriend's family are on vacation. We're at an airbed and breakfast in the mountains in North Carolina. And we're from Tennessee, born and raised. So mountains and night adventures are no stranger to us. Tonight, we, being me and my boyfriend and his sister's husband, we're at the hot tub and decided it'd be a good idea to take a trip down to the lake. It's about 10:30 p.m. at this point. It's quite a steep walk down to the dock, so we took our rented UTV down steps through the forest to get there. As we arrived at the dock, we came down from the second floor to the first floor. Only way out is through the second floor, as there's a bridge connected to the land there. We peeped over to look at a fish swimming by the ladder. As we congregated, the dock suddenly shook, accompanied by a large bang. Of course, we broke into somewhat of a frenzy trying to figure out what the noise was, trying to rule out any possible explanations like weird earthquake or big fish hitting the bottom of the dock. And as we did so, we returned to the second floor of the dock, looking around for answers. With the help of our footsteps, we managed to figure out that the only thing able to replicate the sound was us jumping on the second floor. We sort of freaked out after this, quickly made our way back up to the UTV with strange rustling coming from the bushes, sort of like following us. I'm not sure, it was absolutely terrifying, and a little inexplicable to us. I don't think it could have been a deer or a large animal because it's a bit of a tighter squeeze across the bridge with the railing. However, for the sound to be possible, whatever it was had to be at least 100 pounds, and coming to the second floor without footsteps, unless we just didn't hear them. On top of this, we arrived at the top and parked the UTV, completely silent and in shock. We walked through the front door to be greeted with an extreme concern as everybody heard screaming coming from outside. What? I don't know, it's just very confusing. And I was worried that we were about to get ate up by a skinwalker or something. But I'm also wondering if there's any kind of paranormal side to it or not. Never experienced anything like this. I'm still so shaken up, but does anybody have any ideas? What's the experience or experiences you had that piqued your interest in the paranormal? When I was a teen, I had a mirror that needed to be wall-mounted. We lost the mounts, so I just laid it against the wall. I wasn't thinking I had put it against a wall that my door collides with whenever I opened it. One night it suddenly fell forward. People said that my door could have been pushing it, but I kept the mirror there for about 2 years. I'd think that if my door had caused it, it would have happened way before that. I don't know though, I can't really remember how frequently I'd push my door open. A bow that I had sitting in my closet for nearly a year suddenly fell out. I didn't touch it that time because it cracked when we were attempting to string it. So I set atop my closet, and it suddenly fell and landed about 6 feet away from my closet. I didn't see it happen, it was on my PC. I just heard it fall and looked to my right and saw it on the ground. I remember trying to sleep one night. The hallway outside my room would light up if you turned on the kitchen lights. I remember hearing very quick footsteps and then the lights flashing on and off. It happened when I was young, and I can't remember it fully. But I remember sitting there staring at the hallway for a bit. I'd be home alone a lot, and I'd hear occasional things. But we do have a lot of squirrels and raccoons that like jumping on our roof to get to trees and stuff. Sometimes, though, I'd hear a noise in the kitchen, and then find something like a spice packet on the floor in front of her pantry. My mom is the type to hoard those things, and has the parts where she stashes them kind of tightly packed. I also grew up with sleep paralysis, and it stopped when I was around 18, but I never really knew what to make of that. I never tried to talk to my parents because they're religious. I did tell my mom a few years ago I used to have them, and her reply was, "You need to pray, it might be demons." So, kind of glad I didn't tell her. Never really thought it was paranormal despite how real it would feel, or how real a voice did sound during one of my last major episodes. But it did kind of contribute to my interest. I had a weird interaction. I'm not sure if it was true. Okay, so I, a 45-year-old female, recently worked at a crystal and stone warehouse. I was working one day and a woman and her friend came into the store. One of the women was done shopping and kind of just brought up a few stones to purchase, but her friend was still shopping. She told me she was psychic. Okay, cool, I do have some abilities myself, but I don't claim them, really. It felt like she was trying to distract me, using things that most people would say is psychic. I felt like she was distracting me so her friend could steal, and she said, "Spirits are telling me you are not wrong in your feelings, and they are valid." I say as I watch the other friend. Then she said, "Oh my God, you were touched by a skinwalker. It's afraid of you." This actually brought my full attention to her, and again, this may be just a tactic to get my attention. It kind of worked, to be honest. I looked at her and said, "Yeah, I suppose we are in the neighborhood." She laughed so hard, I was kind of taken aback, and again, I felt like she was distracting me so her friend could steal. After a few more words, that I really can't remember, her friend came up and did buy something. They both told me to have a great day and be safe, and "You're stronger than you think you are." Okay, yeah, blessings to you. Then I sat there for a moment, and this is a desert town in Arizona where nomads like myself go for winter. We just arrived there, and there was something dark hanging around. The traveler we came in with had to leave for psychological reasons. Didn't elaborate, and one night as my husband and kitty cat were snuggled up, I felt this odd sensation on my stomach. Felt like a clawed hand moving down my body. I mentioned something to my husband, and he is 100% a skeptic. I asked, "Did you feel it?" He put his hand down on my lower abdomen and felt it. He freaked out. I did a mental quote-unquote shove, if you will, and it just poof, gone. I did another shove, and nothing came back, and the feeling lifted. Everything felt peaceful, I guess. Was this interface on my friend's mic, or was it a ghost? Last night, me and my two friends are playing a horror game called Lethal Company. Our third friend, who's going to get off for the night, decided to quickly join the game and just play for a bit. But right after he joined, he'd left to get some cereal. While he was gone, this awful scraping noise kept happening, almost as if furniture was being moved. Me and my two friends thought it was hilarious and were taking clips of it as it was happening because it sounded goofy as hell. After about 3 minutes of it happening, our friend got back from his AFK and we were all asking him what the hell this was. He said he was literally just getting food and that he was away from his computer. My one friend decided to send my friend who's AFK the clips of what was happening to his mic. While he was gone into the Discord server we were in, but while listening to it again, we can very clearly hear it say my friend's name, not my AFK friend. It's kind of choppy, but it literally says, "Oliver," in this deep whisper. Oliver. That wasn't deep. Moving on anyway. My dog's looking at me very funny. We all got pretty freaked out, but decided to just move on with the game and forget about it. And about an hour into the game, it happened again, and this time, my AFK friend was active and talking to us. And this time, it was said even clearer. My AFK friend said he didn't hear it at all when it happens, so we had to clip it again and look back on it. I have no idea what this is, and all my friends and I are utterly confused and very creeped out right now. And to debunk some things, it's not an in-game ambience because the game has parameter voice chat and it was coming directly from our AFK friend. Our friend wasn't trolling us because it went on for too long to be some silly gag, and my friend was genuinely creeped out. My AFK friend is too nice to do a gag like that for so long. I believe in some type of afterlife where people are able to contact us once we're gone, but I've never experienced something like this firsthand. And man, for all I know, it could be mic interference and just a stupid thing, but this scared me and all my friends. Has anyone else seen this? And what is it? When I was around 5 years old, I woke up between 2 and 4 a.m. was because I needed to use the bathroom. We lived in a single wide trailer, and mine and my brother's room was at one end of the house and the bathroom all the way at the other end next to the other bedroom. Being as it was so early, I didn't turn on any lights. Didn't want to wake anyone. As I was sitting on the toilet doing my business with the door open, I became aware of a light from the direction of my room and the living room and the kitchen. Thought somebody had turned on a light, but then I realized the light seemed to be moving, so I thought maybe it was a flashlight, which I thought was strange, like why wouldn't you just turn some lights on? Then came the sound. I call it a sound, but it was really something like I felt more than I heard. Kind of a deep thrum or hum that I could feel reverberate in my chest. And then I saw him. At least I think it was a him. At least that's the impression I got at the time anyway. He was a silhouette of a person with something translucent where the body should be. Like I could see through him, but the view of the shitty wood panel wall behind him was distorted. The outline was made up entirely of violent dancing and vibrant silvery white sparkles, I guess. Had the same look as one of those 4th of July sparklers. There were sparks being constantly ejected from the figure, and they looked hot, but where they landed there was no smoke, and they dissipated almost instantly. And he was bright, like so very bright I had to squint. The way he moved was so strange. He was moving pretty quickly, but the movements themselves were strange. He was running, slightly hunched forward, but on his tiptoes, and drawing his knees all the way up to his chest with every step. At least the 3 or 4 steps I saw before it had passed the doorway. It went toward the doorway to the back bedroom and phased through it. I'm assuming because I never heard the door open or shut. The light went away as soon as it did. When I finally gathered the courage to leave the bathroom, I sprinted back to my room where I stayed for the rest of the night. I stayed awake with my head underneath the blankets. Never mock a ghost. People say this a lot, never mock a ghost. But most people think you can't mock something that doesn't exist. I believed you couldn't mock something that doesn't exist too. How do you expect me to believe a concept similar to Santa or God? Well, no one truly understands or believes until they get given some sort of sign. I always thought the idea of ghosts were stupid, but just something people can make petty money on by fools willing to pay to watch them run around and scream at any given noise. Despite not believing them, I am an adrenaline junkie. So I loved going to haunted places for the thrill of it. This started on a holiday when I got offered a tour of a haunted basement. I was around 12 at the time, and I caught something on camera I'd never forget. It was a full face of an older boy at the end of the corridor in the basement, his mouth wide open. For so long, I brushed it off as being a light or something completely normal. I was so ignorant. But years later, at the age of 16, something happened that opened my mind forever. I mindlessly mocked a ghost. I was one of the most haunted places in the UK, the Newsham Park Asylum, Hospital and Orphanage. My ignorant self thought it was fake. I took my finger off the Ouija board while mocking the ghost, calling it bullshit. It was cold, and I went sweaty hot unlike others with me, and I fainted. Woke up in a puddle of my own blood. It was a warmth like no other. It was when my mind went loopy from the heat that I started taking the coat off and undressing. The warmth wouldn't go. When I woke up in that pool of blood, I was cold again, but almost freezing. Something was watching me in the basement. It must have been. When I fainted, I saw someone standing behind me, and now a year later I studied the paranormal. I can contact spirits safely if I wanted to, but my advice to everybody now is never mock a ghost, no matter what you believe. It's not safe. Don't play around with this type of stuff. Mount Apo. highest mountain in the Philippines. Hike experience. We did a 2-day, 1-night hike at Mount Apo in 2023. On day 2, we left for the summit at 1 a.m., got back to camp around 3. Well, 3 p.m., which was already late, considering we still had to hike all the way down to the village. By 4 to 5 p.m., 7 of us, being me, my parents, a couple, my aunt, and a guide, started heading down. Another couple had left 15 minutes ahead and were moving fast because it was getting dark. Then we hit this super steep part, like stairs made of tree roots, and the porter suddenly ran past us carrying our heavy bags. It was weird. They looked like they were in a rush. It started getting dark, and we turned on our last working flashlight. Around 7 p.m., still in the middle of the woods, I noticed we'd passed the same rock I had trouble going down earlier. We were looping. At a rest stop, we heard motorcycles, so we knew we were close. 2 porters even came back up for us. We kept going, and I saw the couple neon green jackets and the flashlight right behind me. Then we sat to a sandy part which is close to the village and sat on a big rock to rest, and I turned back. Everyone else was still way up the mountain, and I could see their flashlights swinging around and the bright neon green jackets. I told the porter, pretty scared, and he looked spooked. That's when I realized, why everybody had been rushing. When we saw the couple who first went before us, they told us that we got down really late. We arrived at 9 p.m. They arrived before at 6 p.m., which was crazy considering how fast we were actually going. Time skip. We were already back home and were celebrating our hike, and we were telling stories from our experiences that night. One of our friends checked his sports watch, which could track where we were and our walking time. It showed that we had been walking in circles, which is impossible. Mount Apo's trail doesn't loop, and we'd know if we were actually walking in circles. We were surrounded by trees in the forest, which weren't really walkable if you went off track. Yeah, things really do happen on that mountain at night. Adventure in a haunted abandoned park. Help me understand if it's a known form or spirit or something. 2 summers ago, a friend of mine invited me to go with her, and I guess some of her friends, to an abandoned park in our city. I agreed, and we made our way there, entering through a hole in the gate. Once inside, we saw how, nature had completely taken over the structure and the pathways. We walked along a dark, narrow path surrounded by overgrown plants. Eventually, we reached a sort of amphitheater. It's where we decided to stop for a few minutes. The path there had already made us feel uneasy and a bit anxious. Some of us, including me, felt like turning back and leaving the park, while others wanted to keep going. Since the majority wanted to continue, we reluctantly decided to follow them. We took a narrow path beside the amphitheater, so narrow that we had to walk in a single file. The first to enter was the guy considered the most fearless in the group. He hadn't shown the slightest sign of fear during the whole exploration. But after just 3 seconds, he turned around and came back with a worried expression on his face, which really unsettled us. He'd been the most upbeat person until that moment, and he told us he saw the plants moving strangely. Suddenly, we heard crying, the sound of a young girl crying, strangely loud and clear, which scared all of us. And despite the fear, the brave guy said he felt a sense of responsibility to check if somebody actually needed help. So he went back to investigate. Shortly after, we saw him running back, pale and terrified, telling us to run. The crying had grown louder, almost turned into a scream, and that's when we all fled the park. Jumped on my scooter, which was parked nearby, while the others got into their car and we left. Once we were quote-unquote safe, the brave guy told us what scared him the most was after pushing aside the plants and looking in the direction the crying was coming from. He saw absolutely nothing, and that's what truly terrified him. My father thought I was home. To properly tell you the story, I must lay out the situation of what was going on. So a few years back, about 2009, if I'm not mistaken, me and my family lived in Virginia. My father usually came home in the late hours of the night due to his job forcing him to work late. My mother thought it'd be fun to take me and my sister out for some ice cream. It was completely a normal night, mostly. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, even right before we left. So we're driving to a restaurant and my mother's phone starts ringing. Hooked up to the Bluetooth speaker of the car so we couldn't hear the ring of the phone conversation. My mother hit confirm on the car's console and my father's voice was on the other end of the line, and his tone sounded perplexed and he had a light stutter in a moment. It was something I hadn't heard in his voice before. "Hey, is Seal with you guys?" he asked. "Oh, yeah, why?" my mother replied. "What? I just heard him." "That's impossible, he's right in the car with us," my mother said. We could hear the sound of the series of thumps in the background, and "I'll call you back," my father said, before he ended the call. Sorry, I burnt my mouth on some dollar store hot dogs, and I'm dying over here. Anyway, he later told us that he had heard a young child with a voice akin to mine say "Daddy," and he heard footsteps slamming down the stairs, like I would always do whenever I'd go down those stairs. My father called "yeah" to the child, and he thought it was stomping down the stairs. He got no response, but more slamming footsteps. My father said he had seen the shadow of a child coming down the stairs. When rounded the corner of the steps, the shadow just dissipated, and when whatever it was would have been in view. Sitting on the couch watching TV when it happened, and he could see the lower half of the stairs from his seat, so he freaked out and immediately called us to ask if I was home. I still have no clue no clue to this day why whatever it was chose to mimic me, but I'm glad it intended to do no harm. Frenchtown Road Paranormal Activity. Growing up in central Louisiana, I'd always heard of Frenchtown Road growing up. How it was haunted, and there was a witch and various occult activity and KKK meetings. My dad always told me he would bring me, but the first time I went was Halloween night 2020 around 12 p.m. Me and my friend's mom, who was driving, and 3 of my friends decided to drive down to Frenchtown, check out an old abandoned building that they had been to a few times. So in the dark, we drive down Frenchtown and at the bridge notorious for cars mysteriously stopping under it and people being hung from it. You can read about it in the Weird Louisiana book or Google it, whatever. We eventually get to a driveway and park, and we all got out and made the trek toward the old house in the dark through the field. My friends had checked the house out around 2 weeks back, and it was still there. But when we got to the house, there was nothing there but the foundation with no signs of construction or any debris. And there was grass growing over the foundation. After freaking out a bit and standing on the foundation and scaring each other, we decided to just head back to the car. Now, we all get in the car, and it won't start. Everybody except me and my best friend were flipping out, but eventually the car started. We quickly pulled off, but not a minute after we get to the bridge. We're probably going about 40 miles an hour, and the second we got under that bridge, the car shut off. My friend's mom was hyperventilating and crying, trying to get the car to start again. And this was the most upset I'd ever seen her. And after about 2 minutes in the pitch black, the car came back on and we got the hell out of there. One of my friends said she saw a figure in a white dress on the road on the way back. But it could have just been nerves, I guess. And to this day, this is the most unexplainable thing that's ever happened to me. And I fully believe it was paranormal in nature. Man in my friend's spare room. This has stuck with me for years, 7 to be exact. My friend would always tell me about how the room upstairs at her house, where we would spend most of our time in, during high school and early years of university, was haunted by an elderly man. A not-so-nice one. I believed in the idea of ghosts, but had never had an experience or feeling of any sort. I was staying over at her house this one night, and it was just us two at her place. Started to hear what sounded like somebody scratching at the carpet. I asked my friend, "Can you hear that?" She responds with, "It's nothing, just ignore it." I, in fact, could not ignore this sound at all. Kept asking her about it. And after 10 minutes of questioning the scratching, the desk drawer rolls open with basically just led to me completely freaking out, and I looked over to turn to my friend and say, "Do you think we could sleep downstairs tonight?" She obviously agrees. We moved ourselves downstairs. We're downstairs, and all of a sudden these loud footsteps start coming from the stairs. My friend and I look at each other, and that look of, "Yeah, I heard that too." We just turned on the TV, had a little nervous giggle, and just cuddled up with each other. We fell asleep in the living room. I then wake up in complete sleep paralysis. I open my eyes, and this old man's on top of me laughing and trying to burn me with his cigarettes. I don't know if I'm in sleep paralysis until I tried talking to my friend, but I just couldn't. I ended up just closing my eyes and hoping for the best. Never had sleep paralysis before. When we woke up my friend's parents, they were then home. I explained what happened, and my friend's mom started asking me questions about what he looked like. That's all that happened to then states, He's been doing that to me for years. Freaked me the fuck out. After this, I never stayed at her house again. The experience had completely terrified me. She's thankfully moved out now. If somebody's trying to put cigarettes on you, or cigarettes out on you, hoping for the best is not the best move. The night we heard the growls. My first encounter I can remember when I was 4. We lived in Wetaskiwin, Alberta. It was late one night, and I woke up and my parents were having a small party in the living room. We had just moved in, didn't even have furniture yet, so everyone was sitting on the floor. I woke up and found my mom and sat with her. I was always scared to use the bathroom by myself. My mom said I was bugging her to come with me. She was busy just talking with friends, and so she told me to go by myself. She said she'll watch me from where she was sitting, and she'll make sure nobody goes to the washroom. I agreed, and I really had to go. I remember sitting there in the washroom when all of a sudden, this little girl, older than me, black hair, it's up to her shoulders, comes from the bedroom area and stands in the hallway right where I can see her, and I immediately thought it was my sister Rachel. So I began to ask her, "Where did you come from? When did you get here?" "I thought you were the Saskatchewan." Or, "I thought you were in Saskatchewan." Sasquatch, Saskatchewan, you get it. But she doesn't respond. She just stares at me with this little grin on her face, and I ask her, "When did you get here? Does Mom know you're here?" Nothing. I began to feel uneasy and afraid. So I began to yell and scream for my mom, and this is part of the story I really think I got PTSD from. My mom pops her head in the doorframe and asks me why I'm yelling and screaming for her, all the while this little girl staring at me leaning up against the wall outside the washroom. "Mom, it's Rachel. She's scaring me. I keep asking her things. She won't talk to me." My mom says, "What? Rachel? Rachel's in Saskatchewan." "No, Mom, she's right there standing beside you." My mom looks right at her, then back to me and says, "What are you talking about? There's no one there." I began to cry and tell her who I see. My mom says this is where she begins to feel uneasy, so she helps me off the toilet and helps me wash my hands. By the time we're done, the little girl's gone. I'll never forget that for as long as I'll live. Paranormal activity at 9 p.m. It It was the end of the week. I was in kindergarten, and Friday had finally arrived. I was looking forward to this day, because it marked the close of something special. That night it was 9 p.m. My parents had just picked up my brother from boarding school and a football game. We all went out for a casual dinner at a Chinese buffet, laughter and stories filling the air. The night stretched on, and as the clock struck midnight, the excitement of the day still lingered around me, making it impossible to fall asleep. I drifted off in my dreams full of the adventures waiting for us over the weekend, laughter, games, and maybe a trip to the park. But then something strange happened. My dad made a last stop at the small, sort of tucked-away shack, kind of place you'd find in Little Mexico. He carries me inside and sets me gently on a table in front of a woman I would never forget. Her eyes were completely white, but somehow she saw everything clearly. Her hair was pure white and a veil draped over her head. Inside that room, she began to perform a spell on me. I woke up to her long, unsettling fingers stroking my face. She whispered to my father, "She's beautiful." The room around us started to tremble and lift off the ground like the world itself was shaking. Each time I woke, my father told me, "Go back to sleep, you're dreaming." Sometimes, after carrying me to the car, he'd bring a candle inside with him if I refused to go in. And this happened more than once, like a strange loop of dreams and half-waking moments I just couldn't escape. Every time I look for this place, it's completely gone. It's not even on any websites or anything. It's like the little shack never existed. Each time I ask my father, he completely dodges the question or brings up another subject. He stares straight ahead and turns the TV volume all the way up and, well, loud as it goes. Spoiler alert, there's tons of places not on the internet. And just because it's not on the internet doesn't mean it never existed either. Paranormal activities in my house. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff. Thinking a lot of it being fake or just stories on TV. But recently, I've experienced things that have completely changed my mind. For months now, strange things have been happening in my house, especially in the room where I sleep. Yesterday, around 3:30 a.m., I've heard a whispering voice right next to me, like somebody calling my name. And I was wide awake when it happened. My bed even started vibrating, which was weeks before, happening frequently. And at one point, my voice completely went out. And at one point, a week ago, blood appeared on the floor in the hallway. My mom saw it too and was just as shocked, really. It wasn't just a drip like a nosebleed, it was like it was sprayed or splattered and the blood wasn't from us. And I want to be clear, I'm not imagining this and I'm not schizophrenic or hallucinating. My whole family has never experienced anything like this, so I know this is real. My brother also had terrifying experiences in that same room, seeing a dark figure trying to pull his blanket away, demanding he quote-unquote say it. Didn't know really what to say, so he ran out screaming. And he's 17, not a child. And I'm myself 21. I believe these are demonic presences or mimics trying to get a foothold in our house. They're trying to scare us into saying yes or hello, but we refuse. We've rebuked them in the name of Jesus Christ and told them to leave. I've even prayed for protection and walked through every room in the house, blessing the spaces with prayer and the sign of a cross. I feel safer now, but I'm still cautious. My mom, who's a Buddhist, sometimes jokes or maybe even seriously says that she sent a ghost to scare my brother because he wasn't behaving. I don't know if I should really believe that or is just joking. Buddhists are interesting. Well, the real ones. Hypocritical, but interesting. Well, I guess everything is hypocritical and interesting, really. A friend's paranormal experience. A good friend of mine had a paranormal experience a number of years ago. He was driving back home late at night along the country lane Like me, he lives in the UK. Anyhow, as he's driving along, he saw up ahead in his headlights what looked to be a teenage girl dressed in 1980s clothing. She was sitting by the side of the road, curled up into a ball with her head in her arms. As my friend approached, he mentioned how he got a feeling of despair and depression washing over him. Parts of him was naturally concerned as to why this girl was out in the middle of nowhere at this time of night. Yet the really weird thing was to happen as his car approached alongside her, for she seemed to just fade away, like disappearing into the surroundings. It was at this point my friend says he noticed another weird thing. Just a few feet behind her, where this ghostly girl was, there seemed to just be a black void. Whilst he admits that it was dark somehow, and really anyways, because it was dark outside, this black void was exceptionally darker, so much so that it stood out. As he saw this void, the feeling of despair and depression quickly changed to a sense of fear and despair, like it was really dark and unpleasant, and he had the sense to get away as quickly as possible. A few moments later, and his vehicle had passed by where both this girl and the void thing were. Yet looking in his side mirror, he couldn't see either of them. Plucking up the courage a few hundred feet down the road, he turned the vehicle around and headed back, only to find neither the girl nor the void were there. He swears that at the time this happened, he was wide awake and never felt so concerned by the whole experience. Have any of you ever come across a haunting which has this black void, like formless blob shape he described? I'd love to hear your response if so. Pizza magic trick. Something paranormal was somehow a joke. This happened to me like 2 to 3 years ago. So I was 14 or 15. My parents had ordered a pizza for dinner. I'd love to go full on details, but I can't remember if it was from Domino's or H&G. Local pizzeria, if y'all need it, and I'll give the location. It wasn't the first time we ordered from any of those two. The delivery guy came and my stepmother paid, and we left the pizza box under the TV on it. Sort of one of those tables that go under the TV. When we had the table ready, we proceeded to open the pizza box, which turned out to be empty. Naturally, my stepmother called the pizza place complaining about it, which was obviously a huge mistake from them. The thing is they told us the pizza was indeed there, and it had 100% been delivered. And the strangest thing of them all is we should check again, which is not a thing you'd say in this situation. Usually a pizza is a thing you can't mistake for the bottom of a box easily. After telling us that last sentence like 3 times, each one in an angrier tone, my stepmother opened the box again. The pizza was there. And to this day, I'm 100% that this wasn't a joke by my parents, because I didn't leave the room, and I was looking at the TV the whole time. So of course, looking at the same direction the pizza box was, and it also didn't have a double floor or something because the box was standard sized. My parents also started nervously laughing and saying the delivery guy must have done a magic trick. But we were not in a situation in which we felt comfortable enough to be making jokes. I've only told this story like twice to in real-life friends, and I still haven't gotten anything more than "you're lying and making it up." I swear I'm not. I felt unsafe and heard a loud sound from upstairs, and I was alone in the house. My family member was out of town and insisted I stay the night in their empty 8-bedroom house built in the 40s. As soon as I went in after 12 a.m. with a friend, I felt instant fear. I felt a strange feeling as I looked around the living room. It's the feeling when you're walking through a dark hall and you're imagining something jumping out at you. But it was constant. Did not want my friend to leave, and she did. No matter what I did to comfort myself, I kept looking around the house as if someone was in each corner of each room. I kept looking and looking as if my mind could see something my eyes could not. At 1 a.m., I'm just laying in one of the bedrooms near the living room. I still felt like I needed to run or fight. From above my head, there's a big bang and a bump as if something had fallen against the floor really hard. My heart's pounding. Then there's silence the rest of the night. I finally fell asleep somehow after going on my phone feverishly. In the morning, I thought to pray and try to cast the negative energy away. So I said in my head, I pray that the bad spirits or energy will leave this house. The weird part is, as soon as those mental words left my brain, a huge bang or bum erupted from the closed door, and on a staircase beyond me just leading upstairs. I heard it. I felt something in me. I felt something was there just beyond or all around me. Hard to explain, honestly. I said out loud, thanks for letting me stay and goodbye. I don't know why I said that, it just felt right. Later I talked to my granddaughter that usually stays in the house, and she said that she was alone. It sounded like a person was running up and down the kitchen outside of her bedroom and down the stairs. The grandma even said she saw little gnome people with horns running around. Send those guys my way. Is my grandpa trying to communicate with me? A couple of months ago, I had a dream where there were 3 deer in the road in front of my house. In the dream, I was convinced one of the deer was my grandpa. The deer came into my bedroom window and sat on my bed and let me pet it. And when I woke up from that dream, I was in a state of shock and confusion. I, word for word, bar for bar, texted my friend saying, I don't know why he would visit me. Not something to be proud of. Plus, he passed away when I was 5 or so. I don't remember much about him, though I do know that I loved him, and his death really affected me, and it was the first loss I experienced. Anyway, the next night I go to bed and I have a dream where I get a letter and it says, of course I'm proud of you. Why wouldn't I be? And it's from my grandpa. Something I found interesting is that in this dream, I was aware of the dream I had the night before. Like, even in my dream, I was like freaking out. So naturally, I was in even more shock when I woke up and decided to look into it, and I found out that it was close to the anniversary of his passing. Fast forward to a couple of days ago, and I had a dream. I was in a Starbucks. I saw my grandpa, but it wasn't my grandpa. It just looked like him, so I was crying on the floor in the Starbucks, because I saw who I wanted to be my grandpa, but I knew it wasn't him. Then, like a day or two after that, I had another dream. I was at school walking by the buses, and the new bus driver again looked like my grandpa. So in the dream, just like before, I cried and panicked. So I guess really what I'm asking here is, do you guys think my grandpa is trying to communicate with me, or is he just coming up in my dreams because he crosses my mind a lot? That's an either-or scenario. So I've decided to sauge my apartment for the first time. S-A-U-G-E. I'm a 29-year-old male, and I realized today that 1 week and a half ago, I went biking with my friend. We needed a backpack, so he offered his, and I sure accepted. When opening the bag, asterisk, I saw something at the bottom, some white thing that looked like bones at first. I asked him, and he told me it was sauge, asterisk, Sauge. He voluntarily gave it to me to burn and rid off bad spirit and negativity. Same day, but later after dinner, I was alone at my place and I was prepared to do it. I burned a small amount of Sauge in each room, and I was shouting some religious belief and quotes that I've made up at the moment. At that time, my door was open to let the spirit, * go away. A day pass, and take note that it was long forgotten and there's no activity in my home, and after that, nothing much. But 1-2 days after that, strange amount of days, I was so sick that I called my mom from 1-hour drive to come see me. I live alone. By the time she was there, I was so wet, freezing, and puking. I was not able to stand up and feeling dizzy and disoriented and shaking. She called the ambulance and it was an emergency for them supposedly from my vitals. I was checked in immediately for free. Canada Healthcare. After numerous tests, blood, echo, radiology, etc., they didn't find a thing. I was quote-unquote all right the day after that. Now a week pass. I've told all my family and friends, etc., that I'm more happier these days and life full. I'm happy, and I was not since July. And today, after drinking my coffee, I realized thinking about that moment and laughing about it. But this is a strange coincidence, LOL. I'm assuming you're French-Canadian. Shit is getting weird. Recently, my house has gotten scary. You can see in my previous posts in the Reddit I've had some crazy paranormal activity. We moved in October last year, and it was quiet. Nothing out of the ordinary. I actually felt safer in this house than I did in the previous one. It's pretty much an open floor plan, so you can see almost the entire house when you walk in the door. Save for the bedrooms, which have their own sort of hallways. After around a month in this house, we started noticing we could hear voices at night. It was when there was no TVs on or anything like that. Our previous house was haunted with similar occurrences, so it didn't really bother us much. And in a weird way, it made us feel more like at home. Things took a turn just a couple of weeks ago. I won't explain everything because it's in a post, but a long story short, things got ripped off walls and my door shut on its own. My dog was growling at my room door and wouldn't enter, and the other laid on my chest protecting me from something all night. Recently, I think I've been hearing or seeing a mimic, and I felt my mood change drastically. I'm always angry. Quick to anger and punching things, and that's not me. It's only happened in this house. I try to chalk it up to my teenage hormones, and I'm not so sure. Happened too suddenly, too aggressively. Especially making me so angry I want to punch things. Just now, a picture fell off the wall in the kitchen, almost hitting me in the face. I don't know what to do. That picture has been there since he moved in. It's never fallen before. I didn't touch the wall or the picture, and I'm worried something's coming after me, or trying to attach to me, or honestly, I don't know what to do. I think my grandma is visiting tonight. So like about half a year ago, November of 2024, my grandma had passed away, and it was a terrible time. She didn't have anywhere to go, and she even slept with me, for crying out loud. So this information has really gotten to me. Everyone I've heard talk about her was, well, apparently visited by her via a dream at night. And like I legit mean everybody except for me. Not even like a weird dream, like background character, nothing, I just never ever saw her. However, today as I was watching a YouTube video on my phone, when out of nowhere I heard my name called out from somewhere in her voice, I thought, hey, it's probably my brain playing tricks on me. So I reversed the video 10 seconds back to listen to the sounds very carefully if I could hear anything that would sound similar to that, and I heard absolutely nothing. After that, I brushed it off as me hearing things, and decided to finish watching the video and have a drink in the kitchen, go to sleep. However, when I went to the kitchen, I saw a weird light coming from the living room. When I went to check it out, it was an electronic candle that turned on next to a picture of Grandma. And I swear to God, like 2 hours ago, when I went into that bathroom, that candle was not on. But again, I could just be imagining stuff. I just walked out, drank my water, and now I'm sitting in my room with LED lights on very brightly because I'm actually kind of scared of this. As much as I smiled seeing the candle on, this stuff still scares me. So that's not me really getting any sleep tonight. But this might still be debunked because I'll ask my mom if she turned the candle on before going to sleep, and I just didn't notice at first. But this feels too weirdly convenient. So yeah, anyway, that's my story. Thanks for listening. See ya. Getting dragged through a wormhole. I want to say this was around Christmas time, and I live in a split-level ranch layout, and downstairs we have a type of living room. Down there is mainly used for my little siblings' play area, but there are 2 couches, and one of which can fold into a futon. I would sleep down there a few times throughout the week just because I enjoy the openness of the room. It's not the most comfy thing to sleep on, therefore it takes a little bit to actually fall asleep, and this hasn't happened since. This one night I did nothing out of the ordinary before falling asleep. I just watched some YouTube, and then after a certain point I decided I was too tired to continue. So I put down my phone, closed my eyes. I remember being in a state in which I felt I was half awake and half asleep, and I can almost explain it as my body was in autopilot, and I was just watching things occurring. I had no control. I want to apologize now because I'm bad at explaining things. In this state, I look toward the end of the futon. I see what I believe to be some sort of woman. And I say this because I think it seemed human-like, but I couldn't really tell. Was trying to scare me, and I was not giving in. She looked at me, just kind of confused looking, almost like she was saying, "Why am I not scaring you?" She then started moving around, trying to scare me again, but with no success, and I believe I went to sleep after this. I then became aware once again, and this time my eyes were closed. I felt something slowly tugging on my arm. The strength began slowly increasing till it stopped. Then, out of nowhere, I felt a huge amount of force drag me by my arm. My eyes opened, and I saw many colors spiraling all around me. It was almost like the background of the transition in that 70s show. I know what you mean. I think I was a World War I soldier in the past life. The first time it happened was last summer. I was in a Japanese restaurant with some friends when I suddenly dissociated. A few moments later, I couldn't see anything, and even if I felt like my eyes were open, I started having a very strong but foggy memory of me being in a ferry boat, surrounded with fancy-dressed people, and I stared at the coast out of the windows, then looked at a plate filled with what looked like mashed potatoes and gravy. The memory stopped abruptly, and I wasn't disassociating anymore, but I felt terribly tired. The second time was in June. I was at a friend's house playing video games and chilling, when I started disassociating again. Everything went pitch black, and then I started remembering again. It was one of those very old steam trains, and it strongly smelled like leather. I wasn't alone. There were other guys, all in what I recognized as an Italian World War I uniform. They all had sad and nostalgic expressions on their faces. I looked out of the window, and then it all went away. Just like the other time, I felt very tired. The third and last time for now. If anything new happens, I'm going to keep you guys updated. About a month ago, I was home alone on my couch looking at a TV program when one of those strange memories kicked in again. Everything went black for a while. Then it started. I was in a trench that smelled awfully like dirt and mold, sweat, and decay, along with a lot of other men. And again, everyone was in uniform. We were all looking at an officer giving out a speech in Italian. But even if it was in my own language, I couldn't understand a word. It all sounded very familiar, but it just felt like that wasn't my language. He spoke for what felt like a minute, making this the longest memory I had so long. Then it all stopped mid-sentence. Everything went back to normality, but I was so tired that I fell asleep within a few minutes. Pretty sure my house is haunted. What do y'all think? So I moved to a new house about a year ago. One of my siblings is renting out the basement. They kept mentioning hearing sharp tapping on windows and other unexplained noises before I moved in. We were doing extensive renovations and literally repainted the whole house from baseboards to ceilings. I never thought much of it until I was in the basement completely alone in the house. Well, I had heard this sharp tapping on the window myself. Ran outside to catch who did it. No window blinds, I was just standing next to the basement door to the outside. Well, no one was there, and it was in the middle of the day. So neighbors are all gone and kids at school. Not many in this neighborhood currently anyway. Fast forward a few months and I was doing dishes in the kitchen, and a cup moves in a curved line toward me on the counter, like less than 5 inches in distance, but still. I tried to recreate it and couldn't do it. And one day my siblings and fiancé were home, all in the same room with me. The light in the dining room began dimming and flickering. Never did that before or since. Then on the 4th of July weekend, my cousins were visiting and one of their kids, who was alone since others were outside, yells from one of the bedrooms that the light kept turning off and on. And I hadn't mentioned this to my cousins yet. Then on the same weekend, I'm in the kitchen, and a covered plate of raw burger patties falls off the stovetop without anyone touching it. And yesterday morning I woke up and noted that my feet were cold and I needed to pull the blanket back on them. When I felt the blanket put back over my foot, like in the laundry detergent commercials where they sort of shake sheets out, then felt a light pressure in what I felt to be like a shape of a hand. Didn't feel like whatever it was malicious in any way, but still, there's been too many incidents with too many witnesses to ignore this any longer. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. This happened when I was around 14 years old in my 8th grade classroom. My sister's class had merged with ours that day, though I don't remember the reason. The students started talking about the game. Sort of curiosity, they headed to the back of the room to try it out. They chose a girl named Elizabeth to be in the center. She had been my school bully in 7th grade, but stopped picking on me after my friend confronted her. My sister remembers peeking into the coat room and seeing Elizabeth on the floor while everybody knelt around her. She freaked out and quickly returned to her seat. A few of us remained seated because we didn't want to participate. I knew not to get involved with that kind of stuff at the time. I looked behind me and I saw everybody was looking at Elizabeth. They all began chanting, light as a feather, stiff as a board. I faced forward, feeling uneasy, and the air felt heavy. The repeated chant was ingrained in my mind. It was as if I couldn't cancel it out. A moment later, I hear Elizabeth scream. It felt as if an invisible, powerful force had been released, and the lights began to flicker. I didn't see what happened, but everybody immediately stopped. I wonder if she screamed because she felt her body levitate, and she panicked. I guess I'll never know since I didn't ask. Have any of you experienced anything like this? Has anybody tried this levitation trick, and does it work? The oldest note account I found was from a diary of Samuel Pepys from 1633 to 1703. He mentions a friend of his seeing 4 little girls raise a boy with their 4 fingers while he was in France. Here's the English translation of the chant he heard them say from that diary. Here is a dead body, stiff as a stick, cold as marble, light as a spirit. Lift yourself in the name of Jesus Christ. I keep being lured by something in a local abandoned church. In my local area, there's a church, long since abandoned, left to rot. I've been inside it once, years ago. It left me with reoccurring surrealist nightmares about being trapped in it with a vicious, obvious hostile force, almost always resulting in my death before waking. Most commonly by throwing myself from the steeple, always waking either before that end or just as the force makes contact with me physically. Since then, any time I walk past it, I can feel something within me watching me. And more recently, any time I've been stood, just beyond its fencing, I can feel whatever it is beckoning me closer. It's hard to describe. It's been fine until today, when I stood beyond the fence for around 15 to 20 minutes before stalking around the property looking for a way in, almost as if compelled to get inside it. And even now I find myself looking at the corners on the wall of my home, distance away from it, and I figured out that the corner I'm looking is essentially the abandoned church. Just kind of wanted to type that. Not sure if anybody has any advice or conclusions which can be given without the specifics of the church and her location. Not sure if this is the right place for this, though, or with the right flair. I probably shouldn't give the specific church and location because it might narrow me down too, so all I can say is it's not that old compared to most churches in Britain, only around 100 years old. It's disused and boarded up with metal fencing keeping the general public away, and its graveyard removed around 3 years ago now. A couple of potential paranormal experiences in my life. I've had a couple of experiences that I figured I'd share just for the hell of it. Nothing crazy, just a couple of weird incidents. When I was 11-ish, maybe 12, so 2008, 2009, my father and mother both had decent jobs. And every year during summer we'd go on vacation, typically to go and visit my uncle in Arizona. And every year we would drive, and it was like a 2-day journey from where we lived. I remember one year we'd stopped in a motel for the night. My parents went inside and basically passed out immediately. Now, I'm not going to say what most would say, "Ooh, I had a weird feeling," or "something didn't feel right." No, I just couldn't fall asleep, and I typically slept in the car. I'd say around maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, I'm up watching shitty motel TV when I seen the handle to our room jiggle. Thought it was odd, but continued to watch TV. Happened again. Kinda getting a little bit uneasy, but continued to watch. Happened a third time, and by that point, 11 or 12-year-old me was pretty damn scared. Tried waking my dad up, and his ass was out, covered with a blanket. The handle jiggled about 3 or 4 more times, and it was a mixture of annoyed and scared. So I made a decision, not a very bright one, that when it did it again, I was going to haul ass to the door and fling it open. So like clockwork, it jiggles, and I dead sprinted to the door and flung it open. No one was there. I looked left, I looked right down the rows of rooms, and it was barren. Didn't sleep that night, and to this day I don't think I've ever told my parents. Another true story. I'm going to start by saying that I don't know what they are or why these things happen. I don't think we're able to, as humans, understand some of these things. I'm keeping this one short and sweet. Back in 2011, I went with my friend Rachel to a rock show in Austin. It's about an hour away from where we live, in San Antonio. We stayed at my cousin's place in Round Rock after the show. Slept on different couches in the living room with all the lights off. The only light you could see was the porch light from outside the front door. I was staring at the dim light from where I was laying, trying to fall asleep, when I see something wiggle on the staircase from the corner of my eye. When I shift my eyes to the staircase, I saw a black and grayish transparent ooze or smoke-like substance that formed some sort of a large shape. It was like a big black puddle on its side, spinning in one direction slowly. I rubbed my eyes a couple of times and it remained there. And after a long moment of confusion, the apparition slowly swiveled up each stair one by one till it reached the darkness at the top of the stairs. I was so freaked out and I was afraid, but tried anyway to wake up my friend and beg her to look at the stairs. So that way I know I'm not crazy. But she quickly refused and said she was too scared to turn around. She said that not too long after I fell asleep and turned around to see if I was okay, and she saw a black figure standing over us with a hand reaching out to me. We both woke up early and took off. Told my cousin what happened before we left, but her and her husband really didn't have anything to say about it. A visit from my uncle. It happened a few days ago. For context, my grandpa's 93. He and my grandma had 7 children, 6 boys and 1 girl. Throughout the years, he's lost 2 sons and his wife. It's tragic to outlive your children, but he's the strongest man I know. He's a veteran who still has his wits about him, and he'll still work his tail off, even in a wheelchair. But anyway, the latest loss was that of my Uncle Larry, his son. Died a couple of years ago of liver failure at the age of 58. Now, Gramps was never a believer in anything paranormal. My grandma loved to tell ghost stories, but my grandpa would just insist it was all hogwash. Until the other day. Gramps was sitting in his recliner in the living room watching TV. Heard the front door open and a particular kind of hello, which only Uncle Larry said. Kinda sounded like him, with a distinct tone of voice that could only be him. Gramps looked around, hearing footsteps going down the hallway, and he saw nobody there, which was strange. He could hear the heavy footsteps in the exact direction he was looking. Once he turned his head forward again, Larry stood in front of him wearing his infamous trench coat and ratted cowboy hat. Gramps described a feeling of utter happiness to see him, without any doubts or questions you'd think would pop into his mind about his very deceased son appearing right in front of him. Gramps smiled a big and looked into his eyes, saying a breathless hi. Then, before his very eyes, Larry grinned and disappeared. What was standing in the road that night? I had this really strange experience a couple of years ago when I was driving home from my boyfriend's house. He lived away out in the country at the time. Very dark. You could go miles without seeing a street light. And in the middle of the road, I saw in my headlights this dog standing with its back to me. Didn't really seem too unusual. I slowed down and my next turn was coming up soon anyway, so I just eased on by it. This is when things get kind of freaky. The dog stood still and didn't move its body, but just turned its head to look at me. And I swear, this dog had the face of a human. I mean, there was nothing remotely dog-like about that face. It looked right at me. It was like a man's face had been stretched over the front of its head and just stared at me as I drove past. My stomach sunk and I sped off. Didn't really know how to react. It just felt like I had seen something I really wasn't supposed to see. I could see it in my rearview mirror until darkness took over. I was so freaked out that I missed my turn and I had to backtrack. I called my boyfriend right after and told him what happened, and he was pretty freaked out too, but not really surprised. He tells me that all sorts of strange things happen in that swampy rural area, especially at night. And he has his own unsettling stories from growing up there. I've driven that road many times since, and I've never seen anything like it again, but I can't forget the look on its face. Has anyone else ever had any experience with some sort of human-faced dog? I have no idea what this was, but it felt really ominous. I still feel a bit sick when I think about it. Creepy things going on. As far as I know, nobody's died in our house. We moved in about 3.5 years ago. And the first night we were there, my husband said he kept hearing kids talking and laughing. I didn't hear anything, and he never heard it again. Everything was quiet for the most part. I sometimes would see things out of the corner of my eye or hear things, but nothing too weird that you can't write off as being tired or whatever. Things get misplaced a lot and show up in strange places or have just disappeared altogether. Lately, my 6-year-old has been having bad dreams and talking about a bunch of kids and a scary lady. I've let him sleep in our room for the last few nights because he was so scared, and many times during the night he'd jump up and say, "I can see the people again, they're all around us." I'm not sure what to make of it all this. He's wide awake and remembers it, so I don't think it's night terrors. Another thing I've noticed is some of our electric toys all of a sudden turn on. Not really sure I believe we have a ghost, and I'm more worried that my son has something wrong with his brain. I guess it could be a ghost, and we have my father-in-law's ashes in the house, but he's not the type to go scaring people. Has anyone experienced something like this before? Update. Also, my son said there was a bubble over him and he couldn't get out. He said he saw a scary lady with her body standing there and her head next to her floating in the air. Her face kept changing. She had some kind of light on her head that was moving back and forth. Man who built my house now spiritually occupies it. In my life, I have reluctantly had random occurrences of seeing and sensing and hearing from or dreaming about people who have died. It is jarring and unwelcome. I won't share every experience here, but will open up about my recent predicament that I'm seeking guidance on. We bought a lovely home from a couple that chose us for the property because of our environmental and farming values. The man built it by hand when he was in his 20s, now into their 70s. They had to move closer to services since his dementia was progressing. He died this February, and his wife and I had written to each other over the 5 years of living here. She invited us to the funeral so that way we could learn more about the incredible person who built her house. At the service, the wife told a story that she saw her husband from the living room a few days after his death, staring at her and looking at peace. It was very heartfelt and real to her. Recently, I have seen an occasional form in her home. I often confuse it with being my husband, and I have seen a cat here since we moved in. We joked that when this man died, he'd visit this home. Well, it's clearly now the case. Any guidance, well, I've always shut myself off when I feel or see a spirit. But this was a good man, and I don't particularly want to cohabitate, so how do I help him move on, knowing that we will continue to care for his home and land? My witch. Hi all. I was about 4 when I had a lady frequently visit me in my dreams. My mom called her the witch. I'm 27 now, so I can't even tell you if I was truly just dreaming or not. But essentially, this lady would torment me around the house. My dog would bark and tell me things like there's nothing parents could do to get her to leave. I do remember the dreams at first of her being my friend and wanting to play with me, and just gradually getting more mean and creepy. So much to this, but the dreams would either consist of me being with my family in our basement and seeing her knock on her front door, or I would dream of her standing in her, bathroom linen closet, her standing in my doorway. The last dream I ever had of her was me walking out of my bedroom, seeing her in our basement dancing with a headdress on, trying to get me to go into her cold storage room and laughing manically at me while I tried to pull a blanket over my head. And I am Catholic, and my mom had taught me to pray, and remember asking God to please not let me see anything I don't want to see. For context and for comments, I'm a quarter Maltese, and my grandma immigrated from Malta in the 40s. She had about 11 siblings, almost half passing before they made it on the boat to Ellis Island. The lady in my dreams looked very similar to my Maltese family. If any of y'all are familiar with Malta or anything spiritual there, or if you think this is an angry spirit, please sound off. She had not bothered me since I began praying at 4. Hope I never see her again. I was once told that I'm apparently a powerful empath, so maybe she was just attracted to me. Who knows? My father dug up a ceramic pig in his backyard. Weird things are happening. Any ideas to why? So as the title suggests, my dad around a week or two ago was doing some digging in his backyard. During this dig, he found a ton of styrofoam under soil, layers of it going far down. He and his girlfriend continued to dig down, thinking they'd find, a dead body or some kind of treasure. Nice choices. Well, all they found at the bottom was a ceramic pig. They took said ceramic pig inside, and now they're reported hearing sounds around the house. Things falling over, and my baby brother is scared of going to the bathroom due to the monsters being in there. Furthermore, my dad's girlfriend has been completely unable to sleep recently, and feels super uneasy. She has tried burying the pig again, hasn't done anything. She also mentioned that she feels immense dread when she thinks about taking the pig anywhere outside the property they're on, which is super strange. And this is all taking place in Western Australia. Want to know what you guys think? I've studied the occult far and wide, but as far as I know, this doesn't quite harken back to anything I'm aware of in particular. I'll also say my father is the superstitious type, but the specifics of his situation, as well as his girlfriend and my baby brother claiming the same things, make this a little bit odd. Anyways, I've asked my photo to take a photo of the pig. I don't know if that's how camera works. He may have gotten rid of it or buried it back up again, but I'll see if I can get a photo of it for you guys. Please do. "11-year-old keeps seeing someone outside her house every night." My soon-to-be 11-year-old son has told me he's now seeing somebody outside her house every night, at around the same time. We've lived here for several years, but have just purchased the place. For reference, we're surrounded by townhouses and other condos, and he's been outside a few times in the past week, taking out the dog, and he's told me he's started to see an adult male on the walking path behind her house. This person has his head down and pacing back and forth in a specific spot. Seems to only happen at a specific time, around 9:30. The male will look up and smile at him and take a step toward him. My son's told me he runs back in the house, and when he looks back outside, the male has disappeared completely. Ever since, he finally has told me this person is outside. I've told him not to go outside at night, so I'm terribly worried and wondering if there's somebody stalking our house. So tonight, I tell him not to go outside, and we stage a lookout in our house at dusk. We look out at around 9 p.m., and he's not there. I tell my son to look out the window around 9:30, and the man is there. I come and look, and he's gone. My son said he saw a car pull in the driveway near him with the headlights on, and he vanished right before his eyes. Tells me that this man is dressed very nicely, and in the same exact outfit every single time he sees him, in a very nice suit. Who wears a very nice suit on a walk at night every night? Humorous ghost story that wasn't a ghost story. I had a good friend who lived in a local neighborhood of Victorian homes. Lots of ghost stories in the area, but she was not a believer. Until she saw something. She said she was just waking up, and she saw a smoky-looking shape near her bed. Another time, she saw something similar in her living room. She recounted this at a get-together with me and my son. He was about 8 years old at the time. He became very excited and told her, "Miss Sue, you know what you have to do is you have to talk dirty to it." What? Stunned silence from the whole group, and she very kindly told him that she would consider it. Okay, and on the way home, I asked him what he meant by that. He said, "Yeah, talk dirty to it. Tell him you're bad and to go away." I explained that talking dirty meant something entirely differently than insults, and he looked very worried and said he hoped Miss Sue didn't actually talk dirty to the ghost. And later my friend found out that one of her medications could cause visual disturbances. As the doctor explained this, she was very relieved and then told the doctor what she would have done if it was an actual ghost. Thanks to 8-year-old Joey. Talk dirty to it. Why not? When I was 12, something was trying to get my attention. I don't really have any evidence of this, and I had a phone at the time, but I wasn't allowed to use it after 10 p.m. When I was a kid, I got used to my mom knocking on the wall whenever there was too much noise in my room. And if that happened, I'd usually go to her room to apologize or ask if she needed something. One random night, I woke up to the sound of knocking. It was coming from the wall that faced outside, not the one we shared with my mom's room. I guess I was too sleepy to think about it, so I just assumed she heard something. But the knocking kept happening until I finally talked to my mom about it. She told me that she had never knocked on my wall at all. That night it happened again. I was too scared to do something. Suddenly I heard knocking on my window, which was right next to my bed. I tried to ignore it, I hid underneath my blanket, and I forced myself to sleep. The next night it came from the wall directly behind my bed. I was terrified and cried until I finally fell asleep. That was the last night I had ever heard it. It just stopped, and I still have no idea why. I know some things are hard to believe, and I understand if this sounds made up, but I need to know what was happening. More of a question than a story. And by the way, I told my parents, but they're not so easy to convince. They thought I was making an excuse to sleep in the same room with them. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was nothing. The party that never was. I've only ever had one experience happen to me. Though my mother tells me that she and my uncle used to live in a haunted house when she was younger. And my uncle would be taunted by eyes watching him from the darkness in his bedroom. When I was in my late teens, my grandfather lived on his own, and because he was in bad health, I stayed with him and slept on his couch. We'd walk to college in the morning or get the bus if he gave me money to get a weekly ticket, which he almost always did. One night he was away and I was alone in his place, and I was woken up by noise upstairs. It wasn't malevolent noise, but rather like a gathering of people that were having a party. It went on for about 15 minutes, and the noise got louder as more people joined the party. It became such that I was looking up at the ceiling from the couch into an empty home, listening to what seemed like 100 people loudly having some sort of a ball above me. They were laughing and joking, stamping on the ceiling and moving tables. with the muffled sounds of their talking coming down through the roof. After about 15 minutes of it, I was too creeped out to sleep, so I got up, got dressed, and walked out of there, straight to my uncle's house, 10 minutes away. He was surprised to see me at his door at the crack of dawn, but obviously welcomed me in. The problem was, my grandfather lived in a bungalow, and there was no upstairs. A silhouette stared at me while I was sleeping. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, that you're sleeping at the house or somebody you know or a family member and have paranormal encounters. Well, once I went to the city to sleep at my uncle's house. I was with my cousin to spend the night playing board games. When night fell, we had to go to sleep. My cousin was going to sleep on the mattress on the floor, and I was going to sleep on the bed. The bedroom door was in front of the sort of right corner of the room, and you could see what was happening in the hallway at the time. I couldn't sleep that night. I had insomnia. And when it was 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., I saw a silhouette passing by the door several times. And keep in mind, the door was half open, and you could see about 5 centimeters from the door in the wall. 15 minutes later, the same entity stopped and stared at me, and there was a heavy aura and an uncomfortable silence. The kind that you make your stomach turn with. The atmosphere was depressed, and its presence was paranormal. Later, when I was trying to stare at him and stay as still as possible without realizing it, I just fell asleep. When it was morning, we were all awake in the house, but I didn't tell anybody about the story, which continues to haunt me to this day. And I'd like to know if any of you have had an event like the same or similar to this one. Very scary experience while I was in bed. This happened to me a few months ago. For backstory, in the house I live in now, I've been living in for 10 years. And we've never had really any paranormal activity, so this was quite terrifying. And I'm a fairly heavy sleeper, so I don't always wake up to things in the middle of the night. This time was different, though. I woke at about 3 a.m. one night, feeling my bed shaking slightly. I thought I was imagining things, but then the shaking got more violent. I could feel at the end of the bed the sheets being pulled off the side as if something was trying to climb up onto the bed. This and the shaking got more intense, and I couldn't move or do anything as I was paralyzed with fear. As all this was still happening, I felt the mattress next to my chest being pushed down, as if someone or something was sitting on the bed next to me. Then I heard a low demonic growl in my ear, and at this point I screamed and it all stopped. I was awake until the sun came up. I had been half expecting my parents to come running in as their room was right next to mine, and the walls are super thin, but they didn't, and I told them what happened in the morning. They said they didn't hear me scream or anything growling at all. They don't really believe that all this happened. I still think about this often, and maybe I was dreaming and that's why my parents didn't hear anything, and maybe it was sleep paralysis or something. Nothing's happened since, though, and I really hope it never happens again. Dream I can't stop thinking about. I'm not saying this is paranormal, but it scares the crap out of me. And I just want to tell someone. I was standing in an old plantation-style house, and somebody I couldn't see was also standing behind me. 2 kids were shouting out of the window at somebody below them. I asked who they were shouting at. The voice behind me said that they're talking to their parents and they're dead. I said, but how can they see them? And just then another lady spoke to me. Somebody I didn't know was also there. An African-American lady, and I got the impression she was powerful and important. She said, "I will open your third eye so you can see the dead." And the voice behind me yelled back in a panic, "No, you do not want that. It is not worth it." To which the lady said, "It is a gift. You may decide when you are ready to receive it. Then I woke up and I was like, what the fuck was that about? Jesus Christ.